Chapter 85. High Praise. In the meantime, the State Council of the Dragon Nation officially announced to the world, with the exception of those nations that do not have territorial security disputes with the Dragon Nation or pose a military threat, we shall provide unconditional assistance to all other countries, offering technology related to new conceptual weaponry and aiding in the resolution of pertinent challenges. The Dragon Nation not only made this proclamation, but also acted upon it. Soon after the announcement, every nation that applied to the Dragon Nation received detailed blueprints and technological cores for the laser cannon. Countries that had previously been allies or had benefited from the Dragon Nation directly welcomed a delegation of experts for guidance. Around the globe, especially in regions of West Asia and Africa, citizens were brimming with excitement upon learning of the news. Had it not been for the sweltering heat outside, they would have already taken to the streets in jubilant celebration. The internet was flooded with praises for the Dragon Nation. Holding on desperately, what is this? This is what a great power looks like. I adore the Dragon Nation. When see Jingyu, exactly. The above commenter is right. This is the demeanor and grace a world-class power should possess. 3 chieftains. There's nothing more to say. God created all things. The Dragon Nation is forever divine. Barefoot. This truly demonstrates that without comparison, there is no harm. Just look at certain self-proclaimed world police. Can they achieve even half of what the Dragon Nation has done? The Chosen One. I was mistaken. I repent. I previously criticized the Dragon Nation online, and today I solemnly apologize to the citizens of the Dragon Nation. You will always be our good friends. In the Free Nation at the Black Palace. The president had barely settled into his seat when Johnson received this news. Damn it. I've just taken power, and how am I already receiving such ominous news? When the Chieftains Nation sought our assistance, I was preoccupied with suppressing TEPs, and I turned them down, planning to sell them technology at a high price once the situation stabilized. And now, the Dragon Nation has offered this technology freely to the world? Doesn't that directly cut off our financial lifeline? The more Johnson pondered, the angrier he became. Not only does this sever our financial source, but it also grants them a splendid reputation. That damn Dragon Nation has played a brilliant move. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, at the Outer Cabinet, Chunshui Ichiro did not react as explosively as Johnson. Instead, he sat in contemplation for a long while. After a moment of internal reflection, he coldly chuckled. "Ha! Sato Hiroaki," visibly puzzled, queried, "Prime Minister, how can you remain calm and even laugh when this wretched, lowly nation is drawing attention in front of the world?" Since his remarkable achievements in the last offensive battle, he had been recommended to the Prime Minister by his distant uncle, Sato Hideaki, and had been promoted to serve alongside Chunshui Ichiro for professional training. You wouldn't understand. This is clearly an indication of this foolish nation's desperation and lack of options. Sato Hiroaki remained perplexed. "Please enlighten me, Prime Minister." Chunshui Ichiro leisurely sipped his tea, speaking at a measured pace. "Consider this. The Dragon Nation is undoubtedly aware that new weaponry is not something they alone can manufacture. Nations like ours, the Free Nation, and those in the Western continent, are equally capable. Yet, why would the Dragon Nation willingly share such crucial core technology for free?" Chunshui Ichiro continued his self-questioning and answering, "Because they understand that once we also develop it, the formidable strength they displayed during the previous defensive battle will be rendered insignificant. Hence, in an effort to narrow the gap, they have chosen to publicize their core technology at this critical juncture, ensuring that everyone starts on equal footing while simultaneously earning a laudable reputation." "Ah, I see. Such deep machinations from this lowly nation." Sato Hiroaki suddenly comprehended. One must acknowledge that Chunshui Ichiro's analysis was indeed logical. Unfortunately, all of it stemmed from his own narrow-minded conjectures. In the Coconut Nation, at Malacanang Palace, the chief steward was left utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Is it that all other nations in the world receive this assistance for free, but we do not? Isn't it just a matter concerning the South China Sea? Why is this Eastern nation so stingy? The steward, Bex, was so furious he was stamping his feet. Although no exotic beasts had yet landed in the Coconut Nation, given the current global circumstances, it was only a matter of time, and their own technological capability did not reach the level required for independent production of new weaponry. If I had known earlier, I would not have been misled by a certain nation into dragging my feet with that Eastern nation. In the end, not only did we gain nothing, but we've also landed ourselves in a mess. This will not do. Bex contemplated, still feeling unsatisfied. I shall contact the Free Nation. I need to speak with President Johnson. Observing a small vial of earth spirit milk before him, Chu Yao gently twisted the cap open while seated cross-legged. A familiar and refreshing fragrance wafted forth, and Chu Yao wasted no time. He leaned in to inhale deeply before lifting the vial to take a small sip. Chu Yao could not help but exhale deeply. The earth spirit milk, a remarkable treasure, not only boasts numerous effects but also possesses a delightful taste. Upon entering his mouth, it felt icy and smooth, leaving a lingering fragrance even after swallowing. Chu Yao distinctly sensed the spirit milk flowed down his throat, as if an unseen hand gently massaged his internal organs, inducing a wave of comfort that gradually warmed him. After a brief period of adjustment, Chu Yao rose to commence his physical training for the day. While the earth spirit milk was indeed wondrous, enhancing one's vitality and blood still relied on rigorous training. It was not a magical elixir that would enable one to instantly break through their limits with a mere sip. An hour and a half later, bang! Chu Yao struck out with a powerful punch. Buzz! Buzz! The vitality measurement device displayed the reading. 143 units. Have I returned to this level again? Chu Yao shook his head in resignation. Half an hour prior, after completing his training for the day, he had measured his vitality and achieved a breakthrough to 144 units. Now, after a mere half hour, it had dropped back to 143 units. Well, at least this is normal. It indicates that the threshold of 143 units has been shaken. It's unlikely to expect an immediate leap to 150 units right after training. Vitality serves as an indicator of physical fitness, and fluctuations are entirely normal. There is a certain margin of error in the machine, and this situation indicates that Chu Yao has indeed surpassed 143 units, resting somewhere between 143 and 144 units. Opening his phone, Chu Yao noticed several messages from Wang Jinghuai on WeChat. Upon closer inspection, they were comments shared by his foreign friends regarding the actions of the Dragon Nation. Chu Yao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. The decision to provide assistance free of charge stemmed purely from humanitarian principles and a sense of responsibility as a great power. There had been no ulterior motives considered at the time of this decision. However, he was not surprised at the international response. In his view, since the Dragon Nation had embraced its responsibilities as a global power, it was only natural that they would garner international recognition. Chapter 86. Desolation, brother. I must say, following your instructions, I take a small sip of the earth spirit milk before I begin my workouts. It truly invigorates me, making every movement feel effortless, and I hardly feel fatigued at all. Moreover, after exercising, I can read for an entire day without feeling tired. Instead, I feel refreshed and rejuvenated. Wang Jinghuai excitedly shared his experience using the earth spirit milk with Chu Yao via WeChat. A smile graced Chu Yao's lips as he sent a thumbs-up emoji. Great. Keep it up. Your vitality must have increased significantly. Absolutely. After just a few days of training, I've reached level 6, surpassing the 101 mark. Wang Jinghuai, whose vitality was initially low, experienced a noticeably greater effect from the earth spirit milk compared to Chu Yao. Excellent. Continue your efforts. The deeper your foundation now, the greater the benefits when the grand transformation occurs. Upon returning, Chu Yao had already communicated with Lin Yi, who was still traveling across the nation, regarding the recruitment status of the Dragon Court project, but the progress was rather slow. After all, the members of the Dragon Court project were scattered nationwide. For confidentiality, Lin Yi had to invest considerable effort, personally flying across the country to verify identities before bringing them back to Zhongdu. This entire process required significantly more time than Chu Yao had anticipated, thus postponing the initial plan to commence intensive training upon returning from the Western region. Never mind. The revival of spiritual energy is still some time away, and the formation of the Dragon Court is not urgent. I shall continue to practice diligently on my own for now. In the training room. Chu Yao shouted, thrusting the bright silver spear forward. The spear flew from his hand like a sharp arrow, striking the wooden post squarely. Bang! The solid wooden post was punctured, leaving a substantial hole from the unenchanted bright silver spear. Chu Yao approached to inspect, nodding in satisfaction, Very good. Currently, my technique of desolation is beginning to resemble its former essence. Since establishing the foundational spear techniques, Chu Yao had begun familiarizing himself with advanced spear maneuvers. It's a pity that the training area is too small to fully unleash my potential, and with the spiritual energy yet to revive, I have not been able to summon my guardian spirit. Otherwise, the power would undoubtedly be far greater. Upon summoning a guardian spirit, each individual would awaken and cultivate an array of skills. During this time, Chu Yao had been practicing desolation, but with the spiritual energy still dormant, he was merely reacquainting himself with the spear techniques. To truly harness the power of desolation, he would have to wait for the revival of the spiritual energy. Ding, ding, ding. The phone call connected. It was a relevant official from the National Treasury. Sir, do you have a moment? If convenient, I would like to report on the storage situation. In the National Treasury, the central vault. Sir, the statistical results are in. After repackaging, your expedition to the Western region has returned with approximately 7,940 small bottles of Earth Spirit milk. In accordance with your instructions, the herbal department utilized 150 bottles and the military provided 200 bottles. The remainder is now securely stored in a dedicated refrigerated warehouse, accessible only by departments holding your signed and stamped documents. Furthermore, all expenses and losses will be recorded and reported. Upon returning, Chu Yao had entrusted all the Earth Spirit milk to the Treasury for safekeeping. After the inventory was completed, the Treasury Supervisor, Yang Mengyin, provided a brief work report to Chu Yao. Indeed, it is imperative to safeguard this precious resource. Each bottle used diminishes our supply. Chu Yao nodded, confident in the integrity of the senior officials of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, although he had just returned, numerous other plans awaited his attention for discussion and to determine new directions. The Special Research Group for New Concept Weapons. This group was re-established for the New Concept Weapon Project, composed of members from the original physics research team and top talents from several related departments, still led by the former head of the physics research team, Zhou Likun. You have truly made a significant contribution to our Huaxia. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chu Yao was greeted by a group awaiting him, smiling as he approached. The development of the working principle of the plasma cannon will undoubtedly propel our Dragon Nation to new heights in this field, leaving other countries far behind. In a moment of excitement, Chu Yao embraced Zhou Likun, who was older than him, disregarding formalities. The significance of this technology was immense. If it could be installed on mechs, even a B-class aberrant beast would not deter him from piloting a mech to confront it. Zhou Likun, unfazed, humbly replied, "There is no need for such praise. This is the result of our team's collective efforts. Moreover, it is closely tied to your guidance in initiating our research 4 months ago and pointing us in the right direction. Come, let us discuss this further inside." In the conference room, Chu Yao occupied the seat of honor, surrounded by experts in the fields of research and weaponry. Are our plasma cannons ready for mass production and military deployment? Chu Yao posed the most crucial question he was eager to know. One cannon was certainly insufficient. To make an impact on the battlefield, the more, the better. The previous experimental model was prohibitively expensive and unsuitable for mass use. The materials for the new construction are still undergoing testing, but these are minor issues. However, we will have a perfect solution within 3 days at the latest. Zhou Likun briefly outlined the current status. Very well. Additionally, I believe we should consider horizontal development and applications, such as equipping smaller plasma cannons on mechs and creating various plasma weapons. We have also contemplated these ideas. However, the plasma device is not yet entirely stable, so those considerations may need to wait until it is more reliable. One expert attentively listened to Chu Yao's suggestions and responded, "Oh, I see. That clarifies the situation." Chu Yao nodded, indicating his understanding. Furthermore, now that the technical challenges surrounding the plasma cannon have been resolved, we can also prioritize the iteration of our laser and electromagnetic cannons. Improvements in energy efficiency, firing frequency, range, and weapon power should be considered to enhance our first-generation weapons before they show fatigue against aberrant beasts. Absolutely. We had overlooked this point, and it is indeed necessary. One research group expert eagerly nodded in agreement. Having immersed themselves in the development of the plasma cannon for an extended period, they had neglected the iteration of other new concept weapons. Chu Yao's timely reminder hit the mark. Chapter 87. The Mech Special Research Group. In Zhongdu, the western outskirts mechanical factory, the assembly of Jiantian and Qian has been completed and dispatched to the front lines, bringing the total number of mechs delivered under our Tomorrow Mech project to 4. Simultaneously, each of these 4 mechas has its own strengths. The previous Storm mecha possesses a comprehensive set of attributes, making it a well-balanced model. The Thunder mecha, on the other hand, utilizes high-performance lightweight materials for its construction, resulting in exceptional speed, as you're already aware. Lu Wei, the leader of the mecha group, sat at his desk, using a PowerPoint presentation to succinctly introduce the various mechas to Chu Yao, in a manner akin to the physical research group's transition into a new concept weaponry research group. The Mechanical Research Group has also been restructured into the Mecha Research Group to facilitate prompt and effective communication among departments during the mecha construction process. As for the Crimson Sky, we have placed a significant emphasis on enhancing its defensive capabilities, which include, but are not limited to, resistance to impact, drops, and shocks, essentially a suite of defenses against unforeseen circumstances. However, this has inevitably resulted in certain restrictions on its agility. One could liken it to a humanoid heavy tank. Moreover, the Crimson Flame mecha has undergone a comprehensive optimization of its weapon systems in collaboration with relevant experts. It is now equipped with shurikens and daggers crafted from the hardest metal, chromium. Its left arm features a first-generation laser cannon paired with a kinetic accelerator, capable of delivering an impact force of up to 80 kmpa when the accelerator is pushed to its limits. The right arm is outfitted with a Class B thermal launch device, capable of emitting flames at temperatures reaching approximately 1,500 degrees Celsius. It is safe to say that the Crimson Flame is armed to the teeth. As Lu Wei elaborated, Chu Yao listened attentively while scrutinizing Lu Wei, his brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. This work is commendable, but not yet finished. Receiving affirmation, Lu Wei beamed with pride, oblivious to Chu Yao's impending remarks, and continued. Additionally, the mecha design you previously conceived, the Zero Mecha, is now under construction. Our design teams for Mechas 1 and 4 have completed the new blueprints for Starlight and Requiem, which have been submitted to the relevant departments for verification. Construction will commence shortly. Upon hearing the progress of the Tomorrow Mecha project, Chu Yao quipped lightly, "Good heavens, you all are producing like a prolific sow." The advancement of the mecha plan had far surpassed his expectations, with 4 units already completed in such a short span, and 3 more prepared for production. Having collaborated for an extended period, both parties were well acquainted, and Lu Wei took no offense, laughing heartily. "Isn't it you who urged us to expedite the process? Now you complain that we're too swift?" However, Chu Yao did not share in the jest. "You cannot possibly misunderstand my intent, can you? I did indeed suggest accelerating the Tomorrow Mecha project, but I never implied you should risk your well-being. Look at the dark circles under your eyes and the bloodshot veins. I almost failed to recognize you at first glance. Furthermore, the members of our former mechanical research group, who among them is not drained and fatigued? This is a clear indication of inadequate rest. The vast expanse of Longwo belongs to you, but it is ours as well. Do not burden yourselves excessively. Aside from you, all of us are striving diligently for this defensive war. If you continue to work yourself into the ground, who will design the blueprints in the future? Who will craft the mechas? I understand now." Lu Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment at Chu Yao's words and scratched his head, hastily interjecting, "What do you understand? I have told you countless times that once these 3 mechas are delivered, every member of the Mechanical Research Group shall receive a 3-day leave. 7 mechas are entirely sufficient to address the current global circumstances. Anyone who continues to work in secret will be expelled from the research group, never to be reinstated." Lu Wei observed Chu Yao's growing fervor and even agitation as he spoke, yet instead of feeling anger, warmth surged within him. In the confines of the office, with only the 2 of them present, he recognized that Chu Yao's intense reaction stemmed from genuine concern for the health of himself and his colleagues. While the progress of the Tomorrow Mecha project delighted Chu Yao, he also felt a profound sense of empathy for Lu Wei and the design team, whose weariness was evident. Those selected for the research team were among Longboa's elite talents, and the loss of any one of them due to overwork would be a significant detriment to the nation. Thus, he had taken it upon himself to counsel them earnestly today, even issuing a firm directive that Lu Wei and his team must take the time to rest adequately. In the province of Xizjiang, in the city of Tanying, lies Longhushan. As dawn breaks and the sun casts its golden rays, a helicopter hovers above. Inside, Chu Yao, Shuren, and Jiang Bing gaze down at the landscape below. After concluding discussions with the mecha team yesterday, Chu Yao opted to visit early this morning to assess the implementation of the spiritual garden cultivation plan. The spiritual garden here at Longhushan was among the first to be constructed, with the soil quality, humidity, and temperature being exceptionally conducive for cultivation. Following a recent period of soil enrichment, we have successfully transplanted a portion of rare herbs that we had harvested. Each of our plants is under the meticulous care of experts who monitor their growth in real time, ensuring a successful transplant. Elder Shur pointed to a section enclosed by iron fencing below, explaining the current progress to Chu Yao. The imitation liquid of the spiritual milk is now in development, although we are currently using the original essence for irrigation. At this juncture, Elder Shur rubbed his palms together. Casting a hopeful glance at Chu Yao, might we procure some of your marvelous lotion for our department? Our original supply is nearly depleted. Chu Yao was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such rapid consumption of the spiritual milk, but he quickly nodded. Certainly, please draft a document to submit to the treasury for approval. Initially, Chu Yao had envisioned the primary use of the spiritual milk to enhance vitality and assist in herb cultivation. By the way, Jiang Bing doesn't have any major projects on her plate, does she? In a couple of days, I will have a significant plan that will require her involvement. Chu Yao casually reminded him, noting that personnel from the Longting project list had been confirmed by Lin Yi and were being sent to Zhongdu. Chapter 88. The pace of C-class exotic beasts landing accelerates in the heart of Zhongdu. Within a study apartment, Chu Yao was intensely focused on the screen, his fingers dancing like nimble butterflies across the keyboard. The 6 prominent characters centered on the Word document read, Cultural Relic Preservation Plan. This represented the final component of his extensive strategy in anticipation of the revival of spiritual energy. Following this resurgence, humanity's awakening of guardian spirits would not occur spontaneously. It necessitated a medium for success, and these mediums are the time-honored antiques and artifacts. After conducting a site inspection of the spiritual garden during the day, he returned and dedicated himself to planning this initiative. Given that the preservation status of cultural relics in the country is relatively satisfactory, the preparations required for this plan are not extensive. Chu Yao yawned, pausing his work to stretch, and murmured to himself. Lin Yi mentioned that 4 individuals from the list still require notification. I estimate it will take no more than 2 days before the training program can commence. Tomorrow, I will visit the military headquarters to discuss the situation, and then we shall officially launch the Longting project. In Jianfu province, at the Coastal Military Command Center, Elder Yi, generals, dressed impeccably in formal attire. Chu Yao strode confidently into the conference room, greeting everyone with a respectful salute. It has been a while, esteemed colleagues. Your diligent efforts in safeguarding the coastline of our dragon nation over these past days have not gone unnoticed. Chu Yao was not merely indulging in pleasantries. The truth is indeed as he stated. Although the initial wave of Class C beasts saw only the crimson sheep make landfall, and no other creatures have since invaded our shores, the daily vigilance required along the coastline is by no means a trivial task. Daily patrols aside, the relentless drills and exercises alone are exhausting. In this lifetime, with the comprehensive information provided by Chu Yao, things are somewhat easier. In his previous life, soldiers endured 24-hour training sessions filled with anxiety, all while maintaining a heightened state of alertness to guard against unforeseen threats. Truly a grueling endeavor. It's not that it's easy. What hardship do we face? There is no war to engage in here. Merely remaining idle by the sea day in and day out, leaving the burden on the shoulders of those in charge, familiar with one another. General Sun Biao led a light-hearted banter that enlivened the atmosphere. Indeed, the leaders are the ones running about. Let us offer our seats to them. After the brief exchange of playful jests, Chu Yao took his seat and inquired earnestly about the current situation. His primary purpose for attending today was to engage with the military regarding the current state of affairs and to discuss the forthcoming strategies of the military. Upon this mention, The previously cheerful expression of Commander Yi Jian darkened with concern. As it stands, the pace of beast landings worldwide has collectively accelerated. As of the day before yesterday, all of the initial wave of Class C beasts have landed, a full 15 days ahead of schedule. Following the eradication of the last extraterrestrial beast that landed the day before yesterday, nations have entered a brief respite, and thus far, no new beasts have emerged. This encapsulates the current situation. Chu Yao nodded slightly, recognizing that circumstances were evolving in a manner he had hoped to avert. The timeline for the beasts' landings was gradually advancing, and the rate of their arrival was quickening. The butterfly effect resulting from his rebirth was indeed spreading. The situation had worsened considerably, however. With the imminent advancement of the Mecha Project and the new conceptual weapon initiative, the situation remains within our control. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yao spoke with gravity. Ordinarily, there would be a 1-month buffer between the first and second waves of Class C beasts, yet now, everything has become an uncertainty. This necessitates a heightened level of emergency preparedness from our coastal forces and demands more stringent adaptability from all generals. Fortunately, based on the landing patterns of the first wave, the locations of the beast landings and the number of invading nations have remained unchanged. Therefore, according to the previous operational plans, the 1st Army Group is tasked with the Sujiang coastline, the 9th Army Group with the coastal area of Modu, and the 11th Army Group with the Jiangsu-Zhejiang coastline, which require particular vigilance. Additionally, the rights to utilize the new conceptual weapon, the Flying Sickle, are now officially delegated to these 3 regions, permitting autonomous engagement in urgent situations without prior reporting. Simultaneously, it is imperative for everyone to note that the defensive capabilities of the sea-level aberrations in the second wave of incursions have undergone a significant enhancement. It is utterly implausible that they could be dispatched with ease as was the case with the Crimson Sheep. Excellent. I have longed to test the might of this formidable creature. Upon hearing of the authority to engage autonomously, General Lin Yi, the head of the 1st Military Dragon Corps, enthusiastically supported Chu Yao's decision with a resounding thump on the table. Sir, I must object. Given the dire circumstances in these 3 regions, we cannot allow our comrades in those areas to bear the brunt alone. I represent all members of the 5th Army Group of Dragon Nation and request to proceed in support of our allies. Despite his fair complexion and striking appearance, General Huakai was unyielding when it came to the prospect of battle. Old Hua, enough. We have already made assignments prior to the conflict. Do not entertain thoughts of commandeering tasks. Sit down and pay heed to the directives. General Lin Yi interjected, restraining General Hua from continuing his remarks. Enough of the scuffling. The assembled officers, witnessing the 2 generals nearly come to blows over the disputed territorial incursions, could not help but chuckle. All right, let us heed the arrangements from Xiaoyao. It was not until Commander Yi Jian, wearing a smile, personally intervened that the 2 returned to their seats with renewed decorum. As the room quieted, Chu Yao continued, Generals, the overall situation of the invasion has deviated from its initial trajectory. While the 3 heavily affected areas remain critical, the regions under your command will face even greater peril should aberrations land there. Hence, let us refrain from bickering. Every inch of our coastal border is of utmost importance. Chu Yao still commanded considerable respect among the generals, and his words prompted a collective realization of the current tumultuous state of affairs. Although the Dragon Nation had made ample preparations and possessed numerous trump cards, the future appeared to be veering toward an uncontrollable trajectory. Exhaling deeply while seated in the helicopter returning to Zhongdu, Chu Yao gazed down upon the land of the Dragon Nation. Should B-level aberrations land while the spiritual energy remains dormant, our defenses may struggle. This recurring dilemma, involving the uniquely capable and challenging B-level aberrations, proved exceedingly difficult to confront with existing technological means. Although the Dragon Nation could manage the present circumstances, the lack of revitalized spiritual energy would hinder the timely execution of the intricate strategies devised by Chu Yao. Despite maintaining a composed demeanor during the earlier meeting, he harbored considerable anxiety within. Chapter 89. The Secret Meeting, Preparations for the Revival of Spiritual Energy at the Pinnacle of the International Trade Building. The 4th meeting of the Special Research Team was convened. Didn't we just hold a meeting a fortnight ago? Why are we reconvening so soon? In the conference room, as Chu Yao had yet to arrive, the attendees engaged in hushed exchanges. I am perplexed as well. The head has his reasons for this. Let us listen attentively when the time comes. Indeed, Perhaps there are significant revelations to be announced, which is why this meeting has been convened so suddenly. Outside the door, holding a substantial stack of documents, Chu Yao pushed open the door amid the murmurs of the crowd. Since returning from the Coastal Military Command, Chu Yao had sequestered himself in his apartment for the past few days, completely absorbed in his work, oblivious to the world outside, tirelessly crafting this document. During the third meeting, Chu Yao primarily focused on understanding the current state of various domestic industries. At that time, due to the pressing nature of the situation and the need to prepare countermeasures for the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had not had the opportunity to converse with the leaders of the special research groups and departmental representatives regarding the developmental direction of industry's post-resurgence. As he had during the first meeting, after careful consideration, Chu Yao resolved to hold another meeting at the International Trade Building. "Good day, everyone." The attendees rose in unison, extending their greetings to Chu Yao. "Please, take your seats. I apologize for the delay. I was busy printing the documents." Chu Yao inclined slightly, gesturing to his assistant to distribute the documents in his hands. As the papers were handed out, he spoke in a clear voice. "This meeting is of a different nature than those before. What you are about to see is considered a state secret. So I ask that you refrain from disclosing any information to unrelated parties after the meeting. The guiding suggestions for research in various fields following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the head of the original physics special research group, Zhou. Read aloud the title on the first page of the document. Guiding suggestions for research in the agricultural sector following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Guiding suggestions for research in the financial sector following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Each person received a different set of materials, all meticulously drafted by Chu Yao based on his own experiences and recollections, painstakingly typed out word by word just yesterday. I understand that it may be overwhelming to absorb all this information at once, so please take a moment to glance at the contents and familiarize yourselves with them. Spiritual energy resurgence? What does this mean? Upon opening the first page, the initial line presented Chu Yao's definition of spiritual energy resurgence. The underwater tunnels are continually expanding and inflating. The temperature of Water Blue Planet is steadily rising. Driven by numerous unknown and mysterious factors, Water Blue Planet is on the brink of an unprecedented transformation of the heavens and the earth. A mysterious dark matter is beginning to awaken. Under its influence, all living beings on Water Blue Planet, from entire life forms to the minutest elemental molecules in the air, will undergo mutations or evolution. We refer to this miraculous dark matter as spiritual energy. Having read this passage, even the composed Zhou found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. Not only him, but also the leaders and key figures present, upon finishing the definition, appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless in the silence that enveloped the room. The magnitude of information contained within this definition was staggering. If what Chu Yao articulated were indeed accurate, then the upheaval following these mutations would not merely disrupt the existing industry order, it would utterly dismantle it. Such a transformation would carry unprecedented significance. It is well acknowledged that once the old market order and the academic system are thoroughly established, any subsequent external forces wishing to intervene must adhere to the regulations set forth by the original architects. Take the discipline of physics as an example. A significant portion of its foundational definitions has been formulated by scientists from the Eagle Nation. It is apparent that even the computational formulas are derived from the initial letters of English words. To examine advanced literature pertaining to this discipline, one must invariably refer to the English versions. The impending resurgence of spiritual energy will usher in a plethora of new, unknown atomic elements, thereby rendering numerous existing formulas obsolete and necessitating the re-evaluation of various axioms. Furthermore, consider the contemporary global financial system, where the free nations still possess the capability to mitigate their war losses by expanding their currency printing. The recent invasion of aberrant beasts has indeed disrupted the established order across various industries worldwide, allowing the Dragon Nation to ascend while the free nations experience regression. However, sectors such as finance remain unshaken at their core. Should a global-scale resurgence of spiritual energy occur, it would lead to the collapse of traditional orders across all industries, directly undermining the financial supremacy of the free nations. At that juncture, all countries will be brought back to the same starting line, necessitating a fresh beginning for all. Chu Yao's pioneering suggestions serve as a catalyst, propelling the Dragon Nation ahead in this imminent race. Historically, the rise of world powers has been predicated upon making the right choices at pivotal crossroads or seizing favorable winds. Now, Chu Yao, through his singular efforts, is poised to elevate the entire nation into this advantageous position. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhou Liqiu adjusted his glasses and continued to read. The first comprehensive suggestion proposes that based on the fundamental definitions and formulas, we should extend our knowledge through various applications, thereby establishing multiple complete knowledge chains. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, we, as the Dragon Nation, will independently redefine these foundational concepts and rapidly adapt our knowledge chains to practical applications. Upon reaching this point, team leader Zhou Liqiu could not help but exclaim in approval. Brilliant! This blockchain thinking model will enable us to adequately prepare, saving us significant time once the resurgence occurs. However, some were perplexed. For instance, a representative from the Animal Management Bureau pointed to the fourth suggestion and inquired of Chu Yao, why, at such a critical moment, should we allocate substantial time to manage these animals? The content of the fourth suggestion emphasizes the need for comprehensive management techniques, such as psychological deterrence for carnivorous animals in zoos, and establishing protected areas in the surrounding regions of deep forests to prohibit human intrusion. Chu Yao cleared his throat and patiently explained, carnivorous animals are also susceptible to mutations. To prevent incidents of harm, it is imperative that we reinforce our absolute dominance in their perception before any mutations occur, ensuring they do not dare to resist. Regarding the protected areas in the deep mountains and forests, it is primarily due to the presence of numerous wild animals in these regions. The establishment of such reserves aims to prevent harm to these creatures in the event of any mutations. Given their natural instincts, they tend to remain concealed within the jungle, only emerging when undisturbed by human interference. This clarification brought a realization to the representatives, who nodded in understanding. Of course, my thoughts are still quite immature. Anyone with questions or doubts is welcome to voice them for our collective discussion. After explaining, Chu Yao turned to the other experts who were still engrossed in their reading and added emphatically, Chapter 90, Strategic Planning. I have a question, and so do I. Echoed the voices as anticipated by Chu Yao. The attendees, unfamiliar with the specific mutations brought about by the resurgence of spiritual energy, had numerous inquiries regarding the various proposals. The meeting stretched from day into midnight, during which the experts shared their insights from their respective fields, tailoring parts of the comprehensive recommendations accordingly. Initially, the leaders from various sectors engaged in individual discussions with Chu Yao, but as the number of people waiting for consultations grew, they began exchanging opinions amongst themselves. In today's interconnected world, the ties between industries are exceedingly close, with one thread pulling at another. This is especially true for a monumental event like the resurgence of spiritual energy, affecting all aspects of life. Fierce discussions erupted regarding the global industrial landscape. Throughout this process, the elite from various sectors within the Dragon Nation continuously elevated their understanding of the impending revival of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, they began to formulate a clearer vision for the future development of their respective industries amid the forthcoming changes. By the time the clock struck midnight, the meeting was drawing to a close. Thank you all for your hard work today. Chu Yao stood first, bowing to everyone present. Upon returning, I urge you to integrate the current trends within your industries and further refine your plans to be well prepared. It's no trouble at all. You have been with us throughout. Someone remarked. Indeed, your preparation of all this material has been the true effort. Using your suggestions as a foundation, we will undoubtedly develop a flawless preparation plan upon our return. Although fatigue was evident after such an extended meeting, spirits remained high. If the previous preparations for repelling invasions had instilled hope of surpassing the European and American powers and standing tall among global nations, today's meeting regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy illuminated the possibility of dominating various industries worldwide. The next day, despite having gone to bed late, Chu Yao rose early, eager to finalize the grand plan for the collection and protection of cultural relics. The National Cultural Relics Administration awaited. In the office, the director of the bureau, Gu Xian, adjusted his reading glasses perched upon his nose, gazing at Chu Yao with a hint of disbelief. Are you suggesting that our work with cultural relics can contribute to the nation in this impending battle? Gu Xian clearly struggled to accept this notion, prompting him to seek further confirmation from Chu Yao. Ever since the news of the beast invasion had been announced, those engaged in the preservation of cultural artifacts felt as though they had been cast into obscurity, their expertise seemingly irrelevant to the forthcoming conflict. Were it not for the nation's council, many spirited young individuals within the Bureau would have succumbed to the temptation of resigning to pursue other vocations. Yet now, astonishingly, even their department had been assigned a grand initiative. Indeed, Chu Yao assured him with a smile. He was well acquainted with the elder, for in his previous life, the renowned tiger Hedgehog Golden Spear had been personally selected by Gu Xian from the National Treasury as a token of honor bestowed upon him. All right, let us embark on this endeavor. The necessary details regarding the cultural relics preservation plan were swiftly finalized, and soon after, Chu Yao returned to his apartment to resume his daily physical training routine. Buzz, buzz. The vitality tester announced a reading, 144 calories. Satisfied, Chu Yao nodded at the displayed figure, pleased to have finally reached 144 calories. During a brief respite, he approached the bedside, gazing out over Zhongdu. Not far away lay the bustling Jingwang Fu Street, alive with the flow of traffic and throngs of visitors. Today was September 21st, according to the original timeline. The second wave of Class C beast invasions was not expected until November. However, given the deteriorating circumstances, it was likely that the onslaught would commence in October. With his slender fingers gently tapping the windowsill, Chu Yao silently calculated the days. In his previous life, the resurgence of spiritual energy unfolded in two major phases. The first phase involved the dispersal of energy, gradually altering the landscape of Waterblue Star. While the second phase was marked by the explosive release of energy on December 31st, heralding the official entry into a new era of spiritual awakening. Class B beasts began to emerge only after the new year, yet in this lifetime, it seemed they would arrive earlier. At present, they possessed an array of cutting-edge weapons along the coastline, including the flying sickle for tomorrow mechs and heavy artillery such as plasma cannons. These formidable assets, far surpassing the technological capabilities of other nations, were their 5 trump cards. Drawing from the experience of his past life, Chu Yao believed that seasoned mech pilots could easily handle the final wave of Class C beasts and even contend with Class B beasts effectively. The right tools must be wielded at the opportune moments to unleash their full potential. After some contemplation, a faint smile graced Chu Yao's lips. Thus, if they could hold out until December's explosive resurgence of spiritual energy, and if his grand plans were set in motion, they would undoubtedly find a flawless solution to repel the invasion of the beasts. The situation may have worsened, yet the unwavering determination of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens over the past 4 months has not been in vain. Chu Yao harbors concerns about future developments, but he remains confident in the current defensive capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, it's time to tidy up and prepare to depart. Yesterday, Lin Yi informed the Dragon Court personnel that the assembly had concluded, and today he will bring back the last 2 individuals from the list, Zhang Qi from the Changbai Mountains in the northeast, and General Meng from the Greater Xing'an Range. I shall head to the airport to welcome our esteemed brothers. In the days to come, we shall devote ourselves entirely to fulfilling the training program set by the Dragon Court. In the Coconut Kingdom, at the Malacanang Palace, Chief Bex attentively listened to his subordinates' reports. News had arrived from the Free Nation, presenting us with 2 choices. The first option involves purchasing 50 units of new weapons, which must be bundled in large quantities. Yet they offer a 10% discount. The second option allows them to provide technical support free of charge, akin to what they extend to the Dragon Kingdom, enabling us to construct the weapons ourselves. However, this comes with a condition. Observing the hesitance of his subordinates, Chief Bex grew anxious. What is the condition? Speak quickly. Even with a 10% discount, the first option amounts to astronomical figures that our small nation cannot afford. Their stipulation is that we publicly declare our alliance with the United States of America and sign an agreement stating that all domestic resources and talents will be unconditionally prioritized for them. Furthermore, whenever they require military assistance, our nation must be prepared to provide support without conditions. What? Chapter 91. The Cultural Heritage Protection Plan. Chief Bex leaped from his chair. What kind of alliance is this? How does it differ from becoming their vassal state? They might as well declare that the Coconut Kingdom is to be transformed into one of their autonomous regions. The reporting personnel echoed his sentiments with indignation. Indeed, the Free Nation has gone too far. Suddenly, Chief Bex seemed to ponder something and slowly sat back down. But do we have a choice? Although the alien beasts have been momentarily quiet, they are acutely aware that further landings are inevitable. Should any alien beasts set foot in our Coconut Kingdom, What means do we possess to defend ourselves given our already limited military strength? Chief, we are not at that point yet. The reporting personnel stood frozen at Bex's words. What do you mean, not at that point? The Dragon Kingdom is currently offering unconditional technical support to the vast majority of countries worldwide. Before long, only a handful of nations will lack access to new weaponry. Other nations with sufficient technological prowess can develop their own, but we cannot. If we continue to delay, once all countries possess their new weapons, will we not find ourselves out of sync with the world? After contemplating for a moment, the reporting personnel proposed, the technology is not exclusive to the free nation. Perhaps we could seek assistance from the powerful nations of Europe? Bex seemed to have anticipated this inevitability, shaking his head. Since the free nation dared to present such conditions, it was evident that they had meticulously calculated every aspect. The nations of the Western continent would not offend the formidable free nation for the sake of trivial gains from us. Gradually, Bex regained his composure, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It is all the fault of that accursed dragon country. Wasn't it better when everyone lacked the requisite technology and could achieve nothing? Yet, they insisted on providing unconditionally, and crucially, not even to us, the Coconut Nation. A deeper seed of hatred towards the dragon country quietly took root within him. At the international airport of Zhongdu, the throngs of people surged like a tide. Here, Chu Yao waved at Lin Yi and the others as they emerged from the exit. Noticing the two strikingly handsome young men, robust and dragging suitcases, who accompanied Lin Yi, Chu Yao found himself momentarily entranced. Zhang Qi and Meng Jiang were two commanders from a past life with whom Chu Yao had shared a bond of life and death, both having heroically sacrificed themselves while defending the borders against monstrous beasts. The two men surveyed Chu Yao with curious eyes, their status being anything but ordinary. As Lin Yi had exerted considerable effort to invite them to Zhongdu. Let us depart. It is too crowded here. We shall converse in the vehicle. Chu Yao beckoned everyone to board the car. At the National Cultural Relics Administration, the past few days could be deemed the busiest period for all personnel since the announcement of the extraterrestrial invasion. From top to bottom, the Bureau was occupied with organizing and preparing to implement Chu Yao's newly unveiled Cultural Relic Protection Plan. All right, let us finalize our assignments for now. Gu Xian was assigning tasks in the office. I must remind everyone that our mission involves numerous local management units, and it is imperative that we ensure the safe transportation of the relics to Zhongdu. Simultaneously, our plan will primarily appeal to the public to safeguard their cultural relics properly. We will not forcibly requisition any private heirlooms from citizens. For those willing to donate to the state, we must ensure thorough registration and reporting. Understood. The office resonated with the vigorous responses of the staff. However, Director Gu, many of our cultural relics are still scattered overseas due to that war. Has anyone mentioned how to handle those precious artifacts? Upon hearing a young subordinate's inquiry, Director Gu Xian hesitated momentarily. A heavy sigh echoed throughout the room. This will forever remain a poignant regret in the hearts of all people from the Dragon Country, a profound sorrow for the nation itself. The ancient artifacts that rightfully belong to us are displayed in foreign museums, and our experts must traverse vast distances to study them. After a moment of silence, Elder Goose spoke. In this regard, the responsible parties have not mentioned anything to me. These items have been scattered overseas for so many years. Bringing them back seems rather unlikely. Let us set this matter aside for now and focus on the tasks assigned to us. The current mission took a total of 18 days, and now all personnel listed have arrived in Zhongdu, successfully completing the task. Upon hearing Lin Yi's report, the two newly arrived young men were visibly taken aback. It is noteworthy that Lin Yi, who is leading them into the capital, already holds the rank of Major General. Yet, he continues to report to the seemingly younger reception personnel with utmost respect. Lin Gu, if I understand correctly, is this individual the one you mentioned who initiated our gathering to Beijing? Zhang Qi, with a direct manner, inquired out of curiosity. The person before you holds far more than just a singular identity. Following the task report, Lin Yi elaborated. The young man you see here is none other than Chu Yao, the chief director of our Huaxiao Wartime Secret Command. Recent news of the alien invasion and the corresponding extensive plans to counter it have all originated from his efforts. Lin Yi's introduction left the two young talents in disbelief. Had it not been for Lin Yi's serious demeanor, they might have suspected he was jesting. Chu Yao, slightly exasperated, glanced at Lin Yi and courteously extended his hand to Zhang Qi and Meng. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I am Chu Yao. Simultaneously, the Artifact Preservation Initiative of the Dragon Kingdom was launched with great fervor. Once the announcement from the National Cultural Heritage Administration was made, local cultural research institutes swiftly responded, expressing their support for the Central Grand Plan. This monumental initiative quickly ascended to the top of trending topics. One user remarked, "I may not understand why, but I want to shout, our country is exceptional." Another commented, "The above seems rather short-sighted. There must be profound implications behind these actions. Surely part of a more extensive strategy." A third added, "Indeed. Just look at our nation's previous grand plans. Each was laden with significance." Yet another exclaimed, "Clearly, you all are not grasping the situation. While you are here surfing the web, I have already taken my family heirloom to the Cultural Heritage Administration to donate it to the state." Chapter 92. The Conspiracy Brews on the Highway. The official vehicle sped towards the city center. Lin E must have briefed you beforehand, due to the unique nature of our plan. From the moment you agreed to participate in the Dragon Court formation, your identities have been sealed within the National Archives and classified as confidential. Later, upon our arrival at the designated location, we will first ensure that you are comfortably settled. In the afternoon, we shall convene collectively, during which I will share insights regarding our current circumstances and the endeavors that lie ahead. Following a brief exchange, both parties will have established a semblance of acquaintance. Chu Yao will also succinctly brief Zhang Qi and Ming on the forthcoming itinerary. Meanwhile, the grand scheme of Dragon Country has swiftly reached foreign shores, specifically to the Oceanic nation. The chief administrator, Ryan, with a hand pressed against his forehead, wore an expression tinged with bitterness. What on earth is Dragon Country up to? This series of illogical and fantastical maneuvers truly leaves one bewildered and perplexed. Our own canine breeding initiative has been emulated for some time. The expenses for kennels, labor, and dog food here constitute a significant financial burden, yet we have yet to witness any tangible results. I find myself regretting my impulsive decision to follow the trend blindly. In the Eagle Nation, within the Foreign Cabinet, Prime Minister Bori scrutinized the documents regarding Dragon Country, his furrowed brow gradually easing. Perhaps it is best to refrain from overthinking this matter. It seems that this Eastern nation may have grown complacent due to its remarkable achievements in the first wave of conflict. In the Free Nation, within the Black Palace, President Johnson received a report from his confidant, Little Boo, who had promptly informed him after receiving notification. Ever since the release of their video showcasing the elimination of the aberrant beast, the Scarlet Sheep, they have embarked on a myriad of bizarre schemes. After meticulously cataloging and contrasting the recent actions of Dragon Country, Johnson made a startling revelation. "I comprehend now. From this point forward, we need not concern ourselves with information regarding Dragon Country's plans. This Eastern nation is likely attempting to obfuscate our perception. They continuously unveil a plethora of nonsensical initiatives, leading us to mistakenly believe they have grown slack, when in reality, they are undoubtedly clandestinely advancing the development of modern weaponry and fortifications. As they say, to create a diversion while concealing the truth. If we diligently refine our salvation plan, their petty schemes will prove utterly futile." Little Boo, contemplating deeply, suddenly illuminated with insight. "It indeed appears to be the case. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Lord Johnson. It was undoubtedly a prudent choice to have you lead our free nation instead of that fool, Tepus." This flattery struck a chord with Johnson's heart. He leaned back into his comfortable seat, feigning modesty. "Oh, it is nothing much. By the way, Mr. President, there is another matter. News has arrived from Coconut Country, and they are willing to sign the agreement." "Oh," Chuckles Johnson scoffed, "to relinquish national dignity for such a novel weapon technology. It is evident that military strength is the decisive factor in determining a nation's diplomacy. This is splendid. Consequently, our free nation has gained another unpredictable ally. And from my observations, this ally possesses far greater tenacity than that insipid nation. Perhaps, at a crucial moment, it could yield remarkable results against that detestable Eastern country." Little Boo, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Mr. President, I am genuinely curious as to why you opt to restrain them through the signing of agreements and public declarations, rather than employing more forceful measures. After all, the content of the agreement is insubstantial. Once we provide the technology, if they feign compliance and refuse to heed our directives, we would find ourselves powerless." This question had lingered in Little Boo's mind for several days, and today, seizing the opportunity presented by Johnson's good spirits, He decided to voice it. Johnson lifted the goblet from the table, gently swirling the fine wine within. This illustrates the disparity between Teps and myself. Initially, when he sought to incite the Boza nation to provoke the Long nation, what method did he employ? Little Boo instinctively responded. He offered exorbitant profits. Indeed. Johnson took a sip of red wine and continued. Now, consider this. The Long nation provides unconditional access to new weapon technologies to various countries. Yet, due to the previous Hainan arbitration incident, it has refrained from extending this to the Coconut Nation. How do you suppose they feel about this? Certainly, they must feel deeply aggrieved, perhaps even harboring a profound disdain for the Long nation. Precisely. Johnson set down his wine glass and remarked, "Now, we demand that they sacrifice their national dignity in exchange for the relevant technology. While they may not express gratitude." Johnson paused, gazing at Little Boo. Little Boo was momentarily taken aback, but then suddenly enlightened. But their animosity towards the Long nation will be magnified infinitely. They will even irrationally believe that it is the Long nation's fault that they must bow to our great free nation. I see now. Your strategy of subtle incitement is truly masterful. Johnson leisurely crossed his legs. As an assistant to the state, how can you use such imprecise language? I am merely assisting other nations while rightfully securing benefits for our own. Laughter of a sinister nature echoed through the Black Palace office. In the Long nation, within the capital city's upscale apartment. Am I to reside here as well? Lin Yi confirmed once more with Chu Yao. Indeed. Did you not notice your name on the list? In the room opposite Chu Yao's apartment, Lin Yi was tidying up. Haha, our country's treatment is indeed commendable. We each have such a spacious apartment assigned to us. Lin Yi exclaimed with a grin. The apartment building where Chu Yao resided was sparsely populated. And to facilitate communication and foster camaraderie among the Long Court team members, Chu Yao had requested that they all reside here. After escorting Zhang Qi and Meng Jiang to their rooms, Chu Yao brought Lin Yi to his quarters. Don't just stand there gawking. Come help me tidy up. Seeing Chu Yao idly observing, Lin Yi feigned reluctance. I have tirelessly traversed much of the Long nation to retrieve your people, and upon my return, I have received not a single word of gratitude. And now you expect me to clean the room myself? Ha ha ha, all right, I'm coming. Chu Yao nodded and stepped forward to assist in the tidying up. In their previous lives, it is likely that their guardian spirits, both being renowned generals from the Han dynasty, and wielding similar weaponry, facilitated a considerable exchange between them, despite not being in the same battle zone. After enduring a lengthy period of mutual adaptation and communication, it can be asserted that their current relationship has transcended that of their past lives. Chapter 93. The Ancient Spirit of the Xia Kingdom in the capital city. Atop a high-rise apartment, the conference room was filled with young and middle-aged individuals from all corners of the world, rendering the spacious room somewhat cramped. Everyone curiously scrutinized the young man seated at the head of the table. With bright eyes and a charming smile, his tousled bangs fell gracefully over his forehead, exuding a resolute demeanor. Greetings, everyone. A considerable number of you may not be familiar with me, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chu Yao, and I currently hold the position of head of the Dragon Kingdom's Wartime Command Center. Once he noticed that everyone had gathered, Chu Yao rose to commence the meeting. You may be quite curious as to why I have summoned you from across the nation at this critical juncture under the pretext of safeguarding our national security. First, let me briefly outline the current situation. On September 1st, 2017, in the era of the Dragon Kingdom, the first extraterrestrial beast, known as the Gu-Lien, made landfall. By September 26th of the same year, the initial wave of C-class extraterrestrial beasts had invaded and subsequently concluded. Since then, there have been no new incursions, and the world has entered a brief respite. As the attendees nodded slightly, acknowledging their prior awareness of this information, Chu Yao's tone became more deliberate and grave. However, there remains a substantial number of C-class extraterrestrial beasts dwelling beneath the ocean. It will not be long before their next wave of invasion commences. Simultaneously, B-class extraterrestrial beasts, larger and more ferocious than their C-class counterparts, are continuously infiltrating our planet through underwater passages. These higher-tier extraterrestrial beasts not only outnumber the C-class, but also pose a significantly greater challenge. And beyond them, there exist even more terrifying A-class beasts. At that level, even our current pinnacle of human technological advancement would be utterly powerless against them. As the assembly listened intently to Chu Yao's account, their brows furrowed with concern, gradually realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, there is a silver lining. The invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations has simultaneously granted us an extraordinary opportunity, the resurgence of spiritual energy. Among those present, apart from the already informed Jiang Bingji and Wang Jinghuai, the rest were left in a state of confusion. I have a document here that succinctly outlines the relevant information. Please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with it. With that, Chu Yao distributed the prepared materials on the resurgence of spiritual energy. The initial reaction of everyone present was one of utter astonishment. The person in charge pondered whether this resurgence of spiritual energy would significantly enhance our physical constitution, granting us the capability to combat otherworldly beasts. After reviewing the information, a meticulous thinker connected this to the recent nationwide fitness initiative, boldly conjecturing its implications. It was both true and false. Chu Yao nodded, then shook his head. Indeed, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, our human bodies would undergo profound transformations, unlocking vast potential. However, this alone would be insufficient for us to contend with extraterrestrial creatures. After the resurgence, some of our exceptional individuals would forge connections with ancient artifacts, successfully awakening their guardian spirits. Only then would we possess the prowess to battle these beasts. As this introduction progressed at a brisk pace, disturbances emerged from the depths of the ocean at coordinates 16, 21 in latitude and 148, 12 in longitude. In the tunnel, a bluish-green, ethereal glow flickered in accordance with some frequency. Moments later, in the center of the seabed basin, the colossal, giant sea python, coiled and slumbering, suddenly opened its enormous amber eyes. Cold, ferocious, devoid of any emotion. Hiss! It seemed to have received some sort of summons, its tongue flicking out. As thick as the trunk of a century-old tree, the extraterrestrial beasts residing nearby were also roused, rising to their feet. Noticing a few still in slumber, the giant sea python showed no mercy. The surrounding waters surged violently as jets of water shot forth. Roar! Quack! The struck beasts cried out in pain, initially intent on retaliation, but upon seeing the giant sea python, they fearfully lowered their massive heads. With all the surrounding beasts now awake, the giant sea python flicked its tongue. Its immense body began to swirl through the water, while the other creatures gazed at it intently. It appeared to be conveying some signal through this motion. After a brief rotation, the giant sea python gradually came to a halt. The surrounding beasts seemed to have received some command, turning around and darting off in groups of 2 or 3. The once calm depths of the ocean began to churn violently once more. Hearing Chu Yao's words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Humanity could indeed possess the strength to confront these alien beasts. Yet, they quickly noted a new term in Chu Yao's statement: guardian spirit. What was that? Chu Yao rose and opened the prepared PowerPoint presentation, commencing today's enlightening lecture. Guardian spirits, also referred to as ancient spirits of Huaxia, are entities I cannot precisely describe. They can be categorized as a distinct form of sentient life. Undoubtedly, they will be our most formidable means of enhancing ourselves to confront higher-level extraterrestrial beasts. The ancient spirits of Huaxia can be broadly categorized into 2 major types: the human martial spirits and the beast martial spirits. The human martial spirits are the heroes from the illustrious history of our dragon nation, while the beast martial spirits are ferocious creatures from ancient mythology. These ancient spirits reside within relics of antiquity, and with the revival of spiritual energy, they possess the potential to be awakened and materialized. In other words, whether we can endure through the latter stages of this war of resistance, and whether our dragon nation can continue to thrive and prosper entirely hinges upon us. At that time, we shall represent the pinnacle of humanity's combat prowess. Chu Yao's words ignited a fervor among all present, stirring their spirits into excitement. The very notion of Huaxia's ancient spirits safeguarding the nation and embodying the highest martial strength of humanity was exhilarating. But what of other nations? Do they possess guardian spirits as well? The observant Wang Jinghuai noted the phrase "the highest combat power of all humanity" in Chu Yao's discourse and could not help but inquire. As for other nations, a hint of pride appeared on Chu Yao's face. Although the exact nature of the ancient spirits remains unclear, it is certain that they are intricately tied to the history of a nation. Throughout the annals of time, the sacred flame of civilization in our dragon nation has never been extinguished. It is precisely for this reason that ancient spirits are unique to our dragon nation. Chu Yao's pride is not without merit. In the past, following the revival of spiritual energy, the ancient spirit awakeners of our dragon nation took on the mantle of responsibility, resolutely standing at the forefront of the human coalition. While several special beings from other nations might collaborate to subdue a single otherworldly beast, our dragon nation's warriors can vanquish 2 or 3 with ease, illustrating the stark disparity. The period in which humanity successfully eradicated all invading beasts from the water blue planet can be attributed entirely to our dragon nation. Chapter 94. The tsunami returns, however. Chu Yao's subsequent remarks doused the fervor of the crowd with a cold reality check. The difficulty of awakening the ancient spirits of Huaxia is far greater than we can imagine. It demands exceedingly high standards not only in our vitality and strength, but also in our talents, energy, and temperament. Chu Yao continued with a serious demeanor. This is precisely why I have gathered you all here today. I would like to formally introduce my plan for the establishment of the Dragon Court. In the coming month, I will initiate an intensive training regimen for you all. Upon completion, there will be an assessment, and those who pass will officially join our Huaxia Dragon Court. In my vision, the members of the Dragon Court must be the most elite among us, as it will serve as a sharp blade for our dragon nation, slaying the invading beasts at the front lines. As he spoke, Chu Yao's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold determination shining through. We will strike back against the alien world and eliminate these wretched creatures. In the free nation, Oregon, by the seaside, on an abandoned fishing vessel, the black fisherman Obis was meticulously sorting through his nets, murmuring, "Oh, may God bless us with fortune today and ensure our safe return." Nearby, another black man, Malik, preparing to start the boat, replied, "What choice do we have? The government's relief funds have dried up, and with just a meager amount of food each day for our family of 8, how can we possibly survive? If we do not venture out to sea, the children will surely starve." Obis sighed deeply, recalling that just recently, a considerable number of fish had perished in the waters. "Let us hope for a bountiful catch this time," he said, "so that we might risk our lives again in the future." He lamented the recent deaths of marine life due to monstrous creatures and rising temperatures. If all else fails, we could catch some dead fish to bring back. With food in short supply, we could sustain ourselves and certainly sell them as well. They were fishermen of a free nation, yet they occupied the lowest echelon of society, receiving scant rations which could hardly sustain their families. Driven by desperation, they had no choice but to clandestinely venture into the ocean. Alas, fortune did not favor them. A deafening roar erupted, akin to thunder striking the earth, as colossal waves crashed violently against the sea. The unfortunate fishermen had scarcely turned to react when they, along with their boat, were engulfed by the towering waves. Such tragedies were not confined to their nation alone. Nations like Cactus Country, Soccer Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Ocean Country also faced their second tsunami. As Chu Yao's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone gazed at him, captivated both by his fervor and struck by the magnitude of his ambition. When the otherworldly beasts first landed, countries around the globe were preoccupied with erecting defense structures, while leaders pondered relentlessly on how to safeguard their citizens and survive this calamity. In stark contrast, our dragon nation basked in peace and prosperity, and its leaders were already strategizing to annihilate the otherworldly creatures and mount a counteroffensive against their home planet. What does this signify? It illustrates the disparity in vision among those in power. Moreover, Chu Yao's aspirations were not mere fantasies. Following the explosive resurgence of spiritual energy, the warriors of Dragon Nation had indeed reached the underwater passages, yet unfortunate domestic upheavals prevented them from pressing their advantage, ultimately affording the extraterrestrial beasts an opportunity to counterattack. Let us act. I can hardly wait any longer. How shall we train? Let us commence, Lenny exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he listened to Chu Yao's grand vision. Indeed, such a splendid opportunity to defend our homeland was priceless. I am with you. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, rallying in support. Excellent. Thus, our training program shall commence tomorrow. Dingling. Just as the meeting concluded, Chu Yao's phone rang. Hello? He answered. What? Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Chu Yao's eyes widened in shock. All right, I will be there immediately. What has happened? Lenny, noticing Chu Yao's unusual demeanor, quietly inquired. The second wave of sea-grade exotic beasts has triggered a tsunami. At the military command center along the coast of Jianfu province in Long Nation, Chu Yao and Lin Yi hastily entered the command room after arriving on a special aircraft. What is the situation regarding the defenses? Are there any casualties? Inside the command room, personnel at various posts were diligently engaged in coordination and command tasks. This is the currently compiled summary report. Elder Yi has gone to the front line in Hong Kong to oversee the defense, and I am responsible for matters here. Commander Chun Huang handed the report to Chu Yao, his brow furrowed, and spoke solemnly. From the current perspective, the situation appears to be increasingly critical. According to your initial estimates, the tsunami triggered by the second wave of C-grade exotic beasts was not expected for at least another 5 days. Yet it has now arrived ahead of schedule. The tsunami has manifested in 3 regions, which have also undergone mutations, specifically in Taiyin City of Dongshan Province, Qingdao City, and Tong City of Sujiang Province. The energy scale is preliminarily estimated to be a level 3 tsunami, accompanied by a level 2 minor typhoon. This aspect aligns closely with your predictions. Chu Yao reviewed the casualty statistics in silence. Due to the sudden occurrence of this tsunami, the Dragon Nation's military, stationed outside the Great Wall for routine patrols, suffered significant losses. 8 battalions, totaling 963 personnel, endured 662 missing at sea, 111 fatalities, leaving only 90 severely injured survivors. Fortuitously, due to the Great Wall's defenses, large-scale casualties and economic losses were mitigated. Chu Yao rubbed his thumb and index finger over the report, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination. This unexpected tsunami shattered the Dragon Nation's record of 0 casualties in defensive battles. Losses had finally manifested. As a seasoned commander, Chu Yao understood the harsh realities of war and natural disasters. Casualties were a normal occurrence. Yet when Dragon Nation soldiers sacrificed their lives for their country, a wave of melancholy inevitably washed over him. October 1st, Global Daily, at 12:36 p.m. on September 31st, a catastrophic level 3 tsunami struck the Oregon coast of the Free Nation. At 4:28 p.m. on September 31st, multiple tsunamis occurred along the coast of the Dragon Nation. At 8:21 p.m. on September 31st, a devastating level 4 tsunami struck Nagoya City in Sakura Nation, causing severe damage. This time, the tsunami had expanded to a global scale, impacting coastal nations such as Thousand Lakes Nation and Thousand Islands Nation in the Western continent. Even many vast countries like the Dragon Nation faced tsunami assaults on multiple coastal areas, plunging the world once more into turmoil. Chapter 33, 900 Heroic Souls. In Long Nation, Taiyin City of Dongshan Province, at the coastal front line, the seawater had largely receded, and the situation in the coastal areas was stabilizing. Dragon Nation soldiers and armed police were diligently engaged in post-disaster reconstruction efforts. The entire military is under martial law, and helicopters are dispatched for one final search and rescue operation. If no results are yielded, we shall accept that. On the Great Wall, Commander Yi Jin gazed out at the vast ocean, gently closing his eyes after speaking. It is imperative to maintain a safe distance from the surface of the sea during the rescue efforts, as the tsunami was instigated by the alien beasts, and this maritime area has now been classified as a Level 1 danger zone. Commander Yi called back the personnel who had conveyed the orders, imparting a few additional instructions. Old Yi. Hearing his name, Yi Jin turned to find Chu Yao, who had hurried from Jianfu province to ascertain the situation. What is the current status at the front? Due to this anomaly, the arrival of the alien beasts would undoubtedly be hastened, compelling Chu Yao to return to the front lines for first-hand information. The situation has stabilized for the most part, except for the area around Island Qing City, which remains unresolved due to its topography. However, the other 2 regions have dispatched all potential safety hazards. Yi Jin's expression was solemn, his voice laced with sorrow and indignation. Not long ago, the entirety of Long Country bore no deep-seated animosity towards the extraterrestrial beasts, as they had not inflicted any substantial losses upon the nation. However, the circumstances have changed. These beasts have inexplicably unleashed a series of tsunamis, resulting in the unjust demise of 900 soldiers from our Long Country. Without the Great Wall, the scale of the current tsunami would have undoubtedly led to countless casualties in our Huaxia. As the 2 stood face to face, Old Yi sighed softly. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter returning rapidly filled the air. What is the situation? Yi Jin inquired, picking up his command communication device. After a moment of static, a soldier's report came through. Report, Commander, it is a rescue helicopter. There seems to be progress in the search and rescue efforts. Have they rescued anyone? Both Yi Jian and Chu Yao's eyes brightened with hope. As they were inquiring further, the device relayed a report that, after a moment of silence, bore grave news. We have recovered the remains of a missing comrade, along with 3 or 4 severed limbs of other comrades. It is presumed that they all perished. Due to the high temperature and immersion in seawater, we are unable to confirm their identities. Damn it! Even the usually composed Chu Yao could not suppress his expletive. A typical tsunami impact would not result in a multitude of severed limbs, and the only explanation for such a phenomenon is that the alien beasts, while conjuring the tsunami, also devoured our fallen soldiers. In a few days, should those vile creatures dare to set foot on land, I shall personally take their heads as an offering to honor the 900 soldiers of Huaxia, Chu Yao declared, pounding his fist against the city wall in fury. In the Sakura Kingdom, at Hujing City, the emperor of the Sakura land sat upon the throne, a troubled expression etched across his face. Speak freely. I am prepared for whatever may come. The recent catastrophic level 4 tsunami in Nagoya City has resulted in an economic loss estimated at approximately 799 billion yen, claiming the lives of 19,048 individuals and leaving 98,890 missing. Currently, the various disaster relief efforts in Nagoya City have commenced in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing these figures, the Sakura Emperor nearly fainted and waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Summon the president of the Ocean Research Institute to see me." In the Free Nation, at the Black Palace, the customary protocol was understood without further elaboration. Johnson cast a sidelong glance at the reporting official, Little Boo, and abruptly interrupted him. Understood. We will certainly not disclose these factual figures to the public. Instead, we will fabricate a casualty report that the populace can psychologically accept. Very well. As long as you comprehend, Johnson nodded in satisfaction, self-deceptively asserting, this is for national security. If we were to disclose everything truthfully, who knows what chaos might ensue in our nation. Moreover, he lamented that the initial preparations by TEPS had been inadequate, leaving behind this mess. Had everything remained under my stewardship, our great free nation would not need to resort to concocting such false statistics to placate the public. Little Boo nodded repeatedly, much like a chick pecking at grains. How is the Underground Guard plan progressing within the Salvation Initiative? While critiquing TEPS efforts, Johnson turned his attention to the developments of the TEPS plan. Oh, the Underground Guard plan has been designated as a top priority within the Salvation Initiative. Nearly all relevant industry consortiums across the nation have been lobbied by the government and are fully invested in it. Based on the current progress, it is anticipated that within a month, my citizens will be able to take refuge there temporarily. Furthermore, the coastal regions are being constructed with materials of exceptional sealing performance, which ensure ventilation while preventing seawater infiltration. Should a similar large-scale tsunami occur within our borders, we will be well equipped to withstand it. Excellent. Truly splendid. Upon hearing this news, Johnson was overjoyed. Let's find an opportune moment to announce the progress of this plan, allowing the world to witness the greatness of our free nation's endeavors. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall descended, the cold wind arose, and the moon shone like frost. Chu Yao and Elder Yi remained on the frontline Great Wall, accompanying the industrious soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and honoring the spirits of over 900 martyrs who died far from home. In the Dragon Kingdom's capital, within a high-end apartment, Ding Dong, Chu Yao created a group chat, inviting all members listed in the Longting plan, and subsequently shared the arranged schedule. From 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., there would be a military theory class, followed by a physical training course from 10 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. At 1:30 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was practical training, followed by physical conditioning tasks from 4 to 6. Gazing at the training schedule meticulously arranged by Chu Yao, Zhang Bing couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, Brother Yao is even more formidable than my instructor. This timetable is densely packed." Meanwhile, Wang Jinghuai's attention was captivated by a message sent by Chu Yao, due to the tsunami incident causing unforeseen changes at the front line. The originally planned training in Zhongdu has been relocated to a secret military base in Dongshan Province. Please prepare yourselves. Personnel will arrive to escort you tonight. Upon reading the message, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Jinghuai. During his recent expedition to the Tibetan West, he had spent considerable time with Chu Yao, who always managed to handle every detail impeccably. The gravity of Chu Yao's message was unmistakable, He pondered, is something amiss regarding the war? Chapter 96. The intensive training begins in the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the ancient land. A fiery spinning kick was executed within the coastal mecha training ground. The Crimson Flame mecha propelled itself forward, leaping into the air as its left foot's booster activated, unleashing a torrent of high-temperature flames. The mecha performed a flawless aerial somersault before landing. The intensity of the flames distorted the very air along its trajectory. Ding! Training task completed, cockpit door opening. Moments later, the cockpit of the Crimson Flame mecha ejected, and Chu Yao emerged. Early this morning, he had come to familiarize himself with the newly produced Crimson Flame mecha. The adage "what is learned on paper is but a shadow of the truth" resonated with him. Despite having previously discussed performance parameters with team leader Lu Wei, he still felt it essential to personally acquaint himself with its functionalities and operational techniques. As he often advised mecha pilots, a clear and comprehensive understanding of the mecha is paramount for flawless operation, to avert any potential tragedies and unexpected incidents. Chu Yao was prepared to unveil a trump card of tomorrow's mecha at a moment's notice. It was now time to commence the first day of today's lessons. Today, various nations began to release casualty figures, and once again, Longhua's casualties topped the trending charts. Not a single civilian casualty in Longhua. Such a massive tsunami. And this eastern nation reported only a handful of military deaths? It seemed utterly absurd. Surely the figures were inflated. Have you forgotten upstairs? This nation completed its grand defensive wall 3 months ago. The statistics were indeed astonishing. I am truly in awe. Let me acquire Longhua citizenship. Longhua provides such a profound sense of security for its citizens. However, Chu Yao did not squander time on the foreign netizens' comments, primarily because, in the current struggle against invasion, Longhua stood on a different starting line compared to other nations, rendering such concerns rather insignificant. As the world fervently engages in discussions, nations are diligently preparing for impending conflict. During the initial wave of the tsunami, they were oblivious to the existence of extraterrestrial beasts. However, after the Dragon Kingdom made the revelation, the true cause of the tsunami was made clear: alien creatures. The new tsunami approaches with even greater ferocity and intensity, and they have already surmised the storm that is about to descend upon them. In the Great Eagle Empire, in the Outer Cabinet, Prime Minister Bowery perused the reports in his hands, his gaze fixed downward. Betraying neither joy nor sorrow, our Sun Neverset's defense plan has significant vulnerabilities in countering the tsunami. The chief designer of the Sun Neverset's plan bowed deeply. Indeed, Prime Minister, it appears we still have shortcomings in this regard. However, the primary reason is the insufficient preparation time, compounded by our ongoing efforts to establish the coastal giant towers. Rest assured, I am quite confident in our giant tower layout. If alien beasts were to land in our Great Eagle Empire, we too could replicate the legendary prowess demonstrated by the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, our empire will undoubtedly surpass the Dragon Kingdom, emerging as the nation most adept at resisting the war. Bowery lifted his head, casting a meaningful glance at the designer. I hope your confidence is justified. Yet, an unease lingered within him. In recent days, Bowery had been examining the peculiar actions of the Dragon Kingdom, sensing that this eastern powerhouse was orchestrating a far grander scheme. However, despite his efforts to unravel the significance of their maneuvers, he found himself perplexed. One thing was certain: this extraterrestrial resistance war would not be as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. Along the coast, at the site of a relocated school, Chu Yao led his team inside. Today's military theory course will unfold here. The session will be divided into 2 main parts. One part will be conducted by General Sun Biao, who will impart foundational military knowledge to enrich your understanding. The other part, which I will oversee, will focus on military strategies and techniques for combating the alien beasts. This course will culminate in a written examination to assess your comprehension. However, there is no need for concern. Recognizing your diverse professional backgrounds, General Sun Biao will ensure that each of you is accommodated, starting from the basics. All members listed in the Dragon Court are expected to develop normally and, barring unforeseen circumstances, will become formidable generals. Therefore, instilling essential military concepts and nurturing fundamental military acumen has become a requisite discipline. After briefly outlining his plans, Chu Yao departed hastily. Originally, he intended to retrain all Dragon Court personnel, but the sudden emergence of anomalies necessitated his attention on the front lines. In the central capital, at the National Biological Research Institute, under the leadership of Yang Ziki. The extraterrestrial biological research team has been engrossed in the dissection of alien creatures ever since their triumphant acquisition of the Crimson Ram. Following the recent tsunami, Yang Ziki promptly requested detailed data from the relevant authorities. Chu Yao hastened into the room, aware that he had a mere 2.5 hours before he must attend an essential energy training class. What is it? Have you made a new discovery that necessitated my urgent presence? Upon seeing Chu Yao, Yang Ziki produced the meticulously prepared documents and handed them to him. The calculations are complete. Based on a comprehensive analysis of various factors, such as the tsunami's intensity, height, and energy levels, we can confidently identify the 3 extraterrestrial creatures responsible for the tsunami as the fortunate tortoise, shadow fox, and tooth tiger from your records. Furthermore, through this practical verification, we can substantiate my previous hypothesis as true. Additionally, our dissections over the past few days have revealed that the peculiar physiological structure of the Crimson Ram does not appear to be innate. Its strange anatomy houses 2 types of active cells with distinctly different genetic sequences. It seems that through some advanced technological means, those foreign cells, which should have been eradicated, have managed to coexist perfectly with its own cells. Admittedly, this information is merely speculative based on our observations, and we have yet to find any scientific basis to support it. We require more specimens of alien creatures and active samples. Chapter 97. Energy Training Class. Chu Yao listened intently to Yang Ziki's exposition, occasionally jotting down notes on the pertinent details. The crucial information Yang Ziki shared was something that experts in the previous era had failed to summarize due to the prevailing circumstances. Now, Yang Ziki has flawlessly filled this knowledge gap. No problem. Once these Class C extraterrestrial creatures land, we will promptly eliminate them and send you the results. Upon hearing Yang Ziki's request, Chu Yao nodded in agreement, readily assenting. To him, the alien beasts that troubled nations around the world seemed as easy to dispatch as poultry. Very well. I have documented all the specific details in the files. You may review them thoroughly when you have the time. Yang Ziki, not being a military personnel, was unaware of the formidable foundation of the Dragon Kingdom and still harbored concerns that handling the next wave of larger Class C extraterrestrial creatures might prove challenging. However, hearing the confident assurance from the overall leader, Chu Yao, he felt his anxiety dissipate. Free Nation, Military Headquarters. Hello, this is the Command Center, Max speaking. How may I assist you? The highest-ranking military officer was diligently attending to his work when a phone call interrupted him. Hello, Max, this is President Johnson. Good day. President Johnson, what instructions do you have for me? No particular matter. It seems the massive tsunami has returned, and I suspect we are not far from the next landing of extraterrestrial creatures. Please let me know when you are available, so we can convene a symposium to discuss this matter. The adage that power emerges from the barrel of a gun rings true in the case of Johnson's recent ascension to power. His success was primarily due to securing the support of the 7 Army command centers under the jurisdiction of Max Beer, as well as the National Guard of the Free Nation. Hence, Johnson holds Max Beer in high regard. Rest assured, our sanctions have long since completed their final technical assessments and have entered mass production. Based on preliminary evaluations and intelligence gathered, our new generation of artillery shells possesses a caliber and range that not only far surpasses that of Long Country and Sakura Country, but also renders the artillery of various European nations inferior to ours. Initial deployments of our combat capabilities have already been accomplished, and I firmly believe that our new generation of weaponry will shine brilliantly in the impending great conflict. Splendid. Should this campaign yield remarkable results, I shall commend you with a first-class merit. After hanging up the phone, Johnson reclined in his leather chair, delighting in his daydreams. This time, I refuse to believe that any nation in the world can rival our magnificent Free Nation. Not only the Free Nation, but also the other capitalist powerhouses around the globe are filled with ambition. Unaware of Long Country's hidden cards, they mistakenly believe that the introduction of their new conceptual weaponry has bridged any gaps. Little do they know that these new concepts are already well within the capabilities of Long Country. At the Coastal School's former site, today marks the first session of energy training, which I will conduct. In the future, this course will transition into self-study, allowing everyone to practice independently. Many may wonder why we are instituting such a course. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Chu Yao stood at the podium, the gaze of the crowd fixed upon him. This initiative is linked to our previous discussions about awakening the ancient spirits of Huaxia. Successfully igniting these ancient spirits will lead to explosive enhancements in our physical capabilities. Moreover, depending on the specific ancient spirit awakened, we will unlock various unique abilities. Some of these abilities will inflict substantial damage on otherworldly beasts, which we classify as damage skills, while others will serve merely as supportive effects. These supportive abilities can be categorized into enhancement, debilitation, control, and domination. The frequency and intervals of these abilities are entirely contingent upon our energy levels. Thus, for many among us who rely on these abilities to deal damage, energy may, in certain respects, surpass our physical vitality in importance. Chu Yao spared no effort in imparting all the knowledge he had acquired from his past life. This knowledge, developed over 3 to 4 years following the revival of spiritual energy, was painstakingly compiled by elites who successfully awakened their guardian spirits. The collective understanding of spiritual energy revival and the ancient spirits of Huaxia among the crowd is continually deepening. As for the energy training methods, prior to the revival of spiritual energy, we will lay a solid foundation using the Yang-style meditation technique. Once spiritual energy is revived, I possess a set of heart-nourishing techniques that will complement each other, yielding maximum efficiency with minimal effort. In the afternoon, we will proceed with the physical training course. Before the qi and blood tester, Chu Yao patted the machine and proclaimed loudly, "It is time to see if you have responded to the call and practiced diligently." Each individual would be tested, and those exceeding 100 calories would find a special surprise awaiting them. The surprise Chu Yao spoke of was, of course, the precious earth spirit milk they had journeyed far to retrieve from the depths of Tibet. It was not that Chu Yao was stingy. Rather, the earth spirit milk was exceedingly rare, and each bottle diminished their supply. Furthermore, those below 100 calories could easily surpass that threshold through sheer effort. Thus, Chu Yao was reluctant to waste it. Buzz buzz, 124 calories. Buzz buzz, 132 calories. Buzz buzz, 139 calories. Chu Yao gazed with satisfaction at the test results of his former comrades, silently commending them. All 81 members had achieved at least 100 calories, placing them in the 6th tier or above, with not a single individual falling short. All right, today's physical training session officially commences. There are no special requirements. Simply continue with the number of sets you have been practicing. I'm already at 140 calories. Where's the surprise you promised? Lin Yi cheekily inquired, stepping forward. Chu Yao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Rest assured, you won't be left out. He then retrieved the prepared spirit milk from his backpack. Come forward to collect a bottle. Take a small sip before each training session and experience the wonders for yourselves. Time flew by swiftly, and in just over 10 days, Chu Yao maintained a rigorous pace of life. Each morning began with adapting to the mecha training, followed by instructing the Dragon Court members. Whenever they practiced, Chu Yao simultaneously completed his own training tasks. In the evenings, he engaged in timely communications with various industry representatives to stay informed about the progress of the spiritual energy resurgence reforms and to offer his insights. As evening fell, with waves crashing against the shore, Chu Yao and Commander Yi Jian patrolled the Great Wall. Now, all the patterns of attack had become chaotic and premature, stripping them of what was once a significant advantage. Commander Yi Jian gazed out over the boundless ocean and sighed softly. Chu Yao nodded in acknowledgement of this unfortunate reality. With Chu Yao's intelligence, the Dragon Kingdom had been well aware of the timings, types, and locations of the beast landings, and while there had been some anomalies previously, the overall timing had remained relatively stable. However, the second wave of C-class beasts arriving unpredictably had deprived the Dragon Kingdom of its significant intelligence advantage. Chapter 98. The second wave begins. Fortunately, the overall situation remained under control, and I am well prepared for the deployment of mechas tomorrow. Upon the mention of the unexpectedly premature second wave of sea-level aberrations, Chu Yao instinctively clenched his fists, recalling the valiant 900 soldiers of Huaxia who perished in the tsunami. Are we truly prepared to deploy them now? Commander Yi Jian furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Did we not intend to wait until the third wave of sea-level aberrations or the B-level ones before mobilizing the tomorrow mechas? Indeed, Chu Yao nodded in agreement, elaborating, initially, I had planned to expend some effort to utilize our pre-prepared armed forces and novel weaponry to address the second wave of sea-level aberrations. However, This tsunami has served as a stark reminder that if we stubbornly hold back to conceal our trump cards, we may suffer significant casualties, much like other nations did during the first wave of defenses. While I am acutely aware that casualties are an inescapable reality of war, the very purpose of our meticulously prepared contingencies is to mitigate the losses of our Dragon Country soldiers. Moreover, with the successful development of the ion cannon and the ongoing iterative advancements of the Tomorrow mechas, we shall soon possess even more formidable trump cards. Commander Yi Jian pondered briefly before responding. Very well. I entrust the matter to your discretion. I have faith in your ability to grasp the larger picture. In the northern hemisphere, in the nation of Qianhu, the winds howled, the rain poured, and the night was shrouded in darkness. On such a tempestuous evening, no one could have anticipated that the second wave of sea-level aberrations would stealthily make landfall. With massive, protruding crimson eyes, skin that was dark and pockmarked, and two frog-like limbs the size of small hills gently resting upon the shore, it was the first of the second wave, the sea-level aberration known as the Kwa frog. A resounding thunder echoed, the surroundings enveloped in darkness, and this area of Qianhu remained unguarded, with no anomalies detected by the infrared imaging systems. Ribbit. A piercing croak shattered the night as a massacre commenced in a small border town of Qianhu. Help! Somebody call the police. The frantic screams of women, the chaotic shouts, hurried footsteps, and the sound of rain intermingled. Enemy attack. Alien aberrations have landed. Damn it. Why isn't the alarm sounded? Only belatedly did Qianhu respond to emergency rescue calls, realizing the gravity of the situation as nearby military forces swiftly rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, in the city of Nagoya, alarms blared, signaling the detection of unusually rapid ocean currents. At the Sakura Command Center, the alarm rang out. Simultaneously, soldiers stationed by the seaside in Sakura country observed the abnormality. Look at the surface of the sea. Something is amiss. Quickly report to superiors. Receiving the news, Sato Edo, responsible for guarding Nagoya, smirked slightly, hastened to summon the Prime Minister. Let us witness this carnage that belongs to our Sakura country. At that moment, for aberrations initiated their landing. Chu Yao, who had already retired for the night, was abruptly awakened by news from the military. Not only the Thousand Lakes nation and the land of cherry blossoms, but also another country in the Americas and a coastal nation in Asia have suffered the invasion of otherworldly beasts. Furthermore, there is a crucial piece of information. According to the reports received, the four otherworldly creatures landed simultaneously at 10:36 p.m. Beijing time, as if they had coordinated their attack. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yao leaned back against the bed, rendered speechless. The otherworldly beasts had begun to act in a methodical and organized manner. Such a phenomenon only emerged in the past after the resurgence of spiritual energy. This synchronized landing, was it mere coincidence or something more? With his brow furrowed, Chu Yao realized the current information was too scarce for him to draw any conclusions. In the Thousand Lakes nation, a cannon fired, striking the Kwa frog from the side. With a croak, the cannonball exploded against its skin. Yet the Kwa frog remained unscathed and instead let out an excited call. A stout, black-pink cylindrical projectile shot forth from its mouth like a swift arrow, accurately hitting a fighter jet in the sky, only to retract at lightning speed. Boom. The aircraft exploded in its wake, consumed whole by the creature. The detonation did not deter the Kwa frog. Rather, it heightened its exuberance. With a surge of power in its limbs, it leaped directly into the midst of the soldiers. Croak. Those soldiers who failed to escape were trampled into a pulp. A few fortunate ones, still reveling in their narrow escape, suddenly felt a chill in their chests. Upon looking down, they found a massive bone spur had pierced through. This was the unique physiological trait of the Kwa frog. Its seemingly delicate forelimbs concealed extraordinarily sharp bone spurs that could extend and retract at will. Damn it! How is this beast different from the intelligence reports? Its defensive capabilities are far superior to what we encountered before. The overall commander of the Thousand Lakes Nation-S campaign, Malanda, cursed the creature, aimed precisely and commenced targeted bombardment. Where are our new weapons? Hurry and requisition them to the front lines of Amolan for defense. The moment Mulanda witnessed the ineffectiveness of standard heavy weaponry against the Kwa frog, a sense of dread enveloped him. Years of combat experience told him that this beast, which had landed today, was indeed unlike those that had previously invaded nations around the world. In the land of cherry blossoms, Nagoya City, Yamada no Orochi cannon deploy. At the coastal gates of Nagoya City, a concealed cannon was unearthed. On its mithril base, a golden statue of the eight-headed serpent coiled around the cannon's barrel. Its dark muzzle housing precision instruments whirring into action, poised to deliver a lethal strike. In a bid to emulate the Dragon Nation and achieve a flawless display of prowess, the Land of Cherry Blossoms opted for a global live broadcast of this defensive battle. At this moment, all the high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation, including the Emperor and the Prime Minister, along with the citizens and significant figures from around the globe, are glued to their televisions or online platforms, intently watching this battle of resistance. The internet in Sakura Nation has erupted with fervor. Behold, is this not the latest weapon our nation has ingeniously developed? How magnificent it is! The Yada no Kagami cannon is far more impressive than the feeble displays of certain lesser nations. Watch closely as the myth of that inferior ethnic group is about to be shattered. A miracle belonging to our Sakura Nation is on the brink of manifestation. I wager with all present that this extraterrestrial beast will be unable to withstand the force of our cannon. Long live Sakura! Long live the Emperor! The internet is flooded with messages of self-praise from the citizens of Sakura. One cannot deny that when it comes to blind confidence, the people of Sakura Nation are unmatched by any other country. Yet, what they remain oblivious to is that the so-called new generation of weaponry they are so proud of is hardly a primary means of offense when placed in comparison with the capabilities of Dragon Country. Chapter 99. Global Live Broadcast. Brother Yao, how do you perceive their Yada no Kagami cannon in comparison to our Dragon Country? In light of the global broadcast, many in Dragon Country are also watching. Wang Jinghuai, observing the imposing cannon of Sakura Nation, inquired with curiosity. Chu Yao scratched his head. Slightly vexed, what is there to compare? At this moment, he realized a crucial point. Aside from the secret personnel involved in the plan and the military high command, everyone in Dragon Country is utterly unaware of the true state of their military preparations. However, it matters little. A smile soon graced Chu Yao's lips. One only needs to take the measure of a horse to know its quality. The truth will soon be revealed. Wang Jinghuai did not notice the smile behind Chu Yao. He misinterpreted his remark about the lack of comparability as an implication that Dragon Country was inferior to Sakura Nation. In the Free Nation, at the Black Palace, Johnson reclined on a comfortable bed, munching on exquisite fried potato chips while watching the live broadcast of Sakura Nation. Well, our former little brother has indeed crafted a commendable Yada no Kagami cannon. While it may not compare to our sanctions, it certainly appears superior to that wretched Dragon Country. Roar! From the depths of the ocean, a lion-like beast, its fur a golden hue, leaped forth. It is the extraterrestrial creature known as the Roaring Lion. Now, Yada no Kagami cannon, prepare to fire. Sato Hideaki's eyes glinted with fervor. He could almost envision the cannon showcasing its might. Boom. Buzz. A tremendous roar erupted. A cerulean beam shot forth. In the hopeful gaze of the citizens of Sakura, the Yada no Kagami cannon struck the Roaring Lion squarely in the face. Boom. The Roaring Lion, caught off guard in midair, let out an enraged roar as the immense force sent it hurtling back, plunging once more into the depths of the sea. On the shore, a thick pool of black, viscous blood was scattered across the ground. A helicopter hovered above the sea where the Roaring Lion had plunged, transmitting images of a vast expanse of blood slowly rising to the surface. Long live Sakura! Long live Sakura! The Sakura Nation is invincible in the world. Do you see this? This is our true strength. What does the Dragon Kingdom even count for? The online comments from the Sakura Nation exploded in a frenzy. The Emperor of Sakura let out a sigh of relief. For this time, the Sakura Nation had finally turned the tide. He commanded that pure water Ichiro and the military Sato be generously rewarded. However, before the Emperor could finish his statement, a deafening roar echoed. In the terrified gazes of the crowd, the Roaring Lion lunged back onto the shore. Its scalp was nearly torn off, revealing a ghastly white skull beneath. One eye completely obliterated, and black blood gushed forth. Without waiting for the military's response, the enraged Roaring Lion charged toward the source of its injuries, the eight-headed cannon. What? How is it still alive? That was a direct hit to the head. The Prime Minister of Sakura, Pure Water Ichiro, was filled with disbelief. His earlier joy instantly turning to horror. Baka, quick, suppress it with firepower. We cannot allow that beast to touch our new weapon. Sato Hideaki, who quickly regained his composure. commanded with urgency. As the overall commander of this operation, he was well aware of the might of their 8-headed cannon. After numerous trials, experts had provided detailed reports indicating that the laser beam from the 8-headed cannon was more than capable of penetrating the skin of the first C-class extraterrestrial beast, the water ape, that had landed in the Sakura Nation. This was also the reason the Sakura Nation had the confidence to broadcast globally. Before the operation, Sato Hideaki had considered the possibility of a single shot not being enough to eliminate the alien creature, preparing to order the troops to reload at any moment. Yet, he never anticipated the current circumstances. A new mutation had evidently occurred in this wave of alien beasts. Witnessing the inability of even heavy weaponry to breach the defenses of the roaring lion, Sato Hideaki gasped in astonishment. In the Free Nation, at the Black Palace, Teps had stuffed his mouth with fries, forgetting to chew, utterly dumbfounded. The Sakura Nation's new weapon had failed to inflict significant damage on the extraterrestrial beast. I recall that our capabilities are roughly comparable, aren't they? The astonishment was echoed by General Max Beer of the Free Nation's military, who was watching the live broadcast from home. Was this particular beast that landed in the Sakura Nation unique, or had all extraterrestrial creatures evolved? If all alien beasts had evolved in such a manner, had our once proud new weapons lost their efficacy? In the Oceanic Nation, within the Outer Cabinet, Chief Ryan remained engrossed in paperwork. The Oceanic Nation was currently embroiled in tumultuous times, beset by both internal and external strife, leaving him with scarcely any moments of respite. The ringing of the desk phone echoed through the office. "Master, it's bad," came the panicked voice of Assistant Ryan from the other end. Ryan furrowed his brow. "What is it? Has an alien beast landed? Have you seen the live broadcast from Sakura Country? The new weapons have proven ineffective against the newly arrived extraterrestrial creatures." In a flurry, Ryan hastily opened his computer to observe the unfolding situation. A single stone had stirred 1,000 ripples, and news began to spread globally, first reaching the upper echelons of various nations, then trickling down to the common populace. Not long ago, the video of the Dragon Kingdom's cannon sealing a divine being had circulated, leaving many in other countries envious. Consequently, upon successfully developing their own new weapons, nations rushed to announce the news, hoping to bolster public morale. This time, Sakura Country opted for a global live broadcast, effectively proclaiming to the world, "The new weapon we rely on is nothing but a farce." The barrage of comments from netizens across nations erupted in disbelief. "What on earth is happening? Are you seriously broadcasting how your country is being slaughtered? Did Sakura Country bring a subpar product to the field? How did a single shot not eliminate it? I'm utterly dumbfounded. Our country previously touted this new weapon as a means to ensure our safety for generations. Now, it not only failed to subdue the beast, but seems to have driven it into madness." Confused netizens engaged in heated discussions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom appeared far more composed. Seed. Let me share my thoughts. The viewing experience was quite decent, and the effects of that so-called 8-headed cannon were passable. Out of 5 stars, I would rate it 3. Serious person. Ahem, what are you doing up there? Can you be serious for once? This is the Sakura Country, which is trying to fend off the landing of alien beasts. Do you think this is a movie? Little fool. Sigh. I have no idea how they dared to do it. We prepared so thoroughly that we didn't even consider a live broadcast. Instead, we opted for a low-key video after the war concluded. I wonder if they were emboldened by a famous singer from our country. Chapter 100. Sakura's self-indulgence in the country of Qianhu, Amalan. The situation was dire. Chaos reigned. The heavy machine guns spat blue flames, yet their impact was almost negligible. Boom, boom. Above and below, over 100 warplanes and tanks took turns bombarding the area. While they caused some disturbance and damage to the Frog, the effectiveness was minimal. The only significant threat to the Frog came from 2 new weapons deployed by Qianhu in Amalan. In Sakura Country, Nagoya City, the disorder was equally daunting. The rampaging, roaring lion wreaked havoc, its 3 tails resembling steel, sweeping away armed units with a mere flick. As the soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms surged forward in a reckless wave, the command was given to immediately shut down the global livestream and activate the nearby Reserve Yada no Kagami artillery. Prime Minister Junshuei Ichiro, having finally recovered from his shock, swiftly issued the necessary directives. Chu Yao smiled as he observed the chaotic scenes being broadcasted from the cherry blossom helicopter, chuckling softly. The livestream. A blatant imitation of the previous recorded announcement by the Dragon Nation had devolved into utter disarray. The phrase drawing a tiger but ending up with a dog aptly described this foolish gathering of individuals. With the livestream abruptly interrupted, Chuyao chose not to linger on the unfolding chaos. Despite the turmoil, the possession of advanced weaponry assured that the Cherry Blossom Nation would manage to deal with the alien beast, the Roaring Lion, albeit at a greater cost. On the following day, October 19th, as the sun rose with gentle grace, Chuyao awoke from a restful slumber, stretching languidly. Outside the military tent, some soldiers stood guard. Others patrolled, while a few engaged in morning exercises. Upon ascending the Great Wall's defensive ramparts, he gazed towards the interior. Nearby fields stretched out like a patchwork quilt, while distant cities rose with towering edifices. Everything appeared serene, as if the alien monstrosities had yet to commence their invasion. In stark contrast, the land of cherry blossoms resembled a hell on earth. The previous night had witnessed 2 hours of fierce combat, culminating in the successful resolution of the crisis. The massive carcass of the roaring lion lay sprawled in the center of the battlefield. Scattered remnants of aircraft and tanks littered the area, and the bodies of soldiers were strewn across the ground, leaving little room for even the cleanup crews to maneuver. Surrounding structures had collapsed or been damaged due to the aftermath of the conflict. In the city of Hujiang, the emperor's anger was palpable. "My lord, we have made considerable progress compared to our last defense. The time taken to resolve the crisis was halved, and we successfully contained the battlefield to the coastal regions, sparing the interior from devastation. Thus, aside from the losses in battle, the economic impact has been relatively minor. Furthermore, civilian casualties have reached an all-time low." He hesitated, his voice trailing off as he acknowledged the higher-than-usual number of loyal soldiers lost. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at the advisor attempting to console him, snorting dismissively without uttering a word. The purpose of the live stream had been to showcase the might of the Cherry Blossom Nation and provoke the Dragon Nation. Yet it had backfired spectacularly, resulting in their current predicament. Deep down, everyone understood that regardless of the eventual outcome of the defensive conflict, the moment the roaring lion re-emerged onto the shores and chaos ensued, the Cherry Blossom Nation had already suffered a significant loss of face. The expressions of those in high command ranged from ashen to troubled. "My lord, we need not be so despondent. Let us consider the situation from a different perspective." Sato Daisho, assistant to Jun Suichiro, was the first to break the silence, stating, "Our defeat in this war is not significantly tied to our Sakura Empire itself. The crux of the issue lies in the formidable defense and life force of the fully evolved extraterrestrial beasts." Despite the presence of esteemed figures from various sectors, Sato Daisho remained undaunted, continuing in a solemn tone. "We have just received news regarding the extraterrestrial beasts landing from other nations. All of them have undergone evolution. Thus, may we ponder this. In the face of such comprehensive evolution among the extraterrestrial beasts, we managed to resolve this defensive stand in a mere 2 hours, which signifies considerable progress for our Sakura Empire." At this juncture, the eyes of all high-ranking officials from the Sakura Nation brightened with newfound clarity. Let us entertain a bold hypothesis. If these beasts were to land in that wretched, lesser nation, what would transpire with their rudimentary weaponry, which pales in comparison to ours? With Sato Daisho's reminder, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the room dissipated. Indeed, upon reflection, our Sakura Nation's performance this time was commendable. After all, was it not reported that the Qianhu Nation took a full 2.5 hours? The ministers began to engage in lively discussions. Even the Sakura Emperor couldn't help but smile faintly. That lad speaks with a certain charm. Jun Suichiro and Sato Hideaki exchanged appreciative glances towards Sato Daisho, silently congratulating themselves for promoting him. Meanwhile, as the leadership of the Sakura Nation reveled in their self-satisfaction, Chuyao was instructing military theory to the personnel assigned to the Dragon Court plan. Observing the previous day's live broadcast of the battle, he noted that the Sakura Nation had committed several critical errors. "Is there anyone willing to share their thoughts?" Chuyao inquired as he walked between the desks. The preparatory firepower was insufficient. Lacking timely reinforcement, Lin mumbled quietly from his seat, not standing to respond. "Indeed," Chuyao replied, casting an exasperated glance his way. Then continued, "To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to invincibility. I trust you are all familiar with this adage." Their loss stemmed from an overconfidence in their Yada cannon. The Yada is a high-energy laser cannon. After firing, it should have immediately cooled down and readied for the next shot, or maintained firepower suppression on the roaring lion. Yet, during that critical window, they chose to remain utterly still. Ultimately, this allowed the roaring lion to reach the vicinity of the Yada, damaging the cannon and forcing them to sacrifice soldiers' lives to afford time to deploy another new weapon to conclude the conflict. To all present, should you pass the assessment, you will one day command troops. I urge you, in the absence of clear understanding of the true capabilities of extraterrestrial beasts, do not commit such novice errors as the Sakura Nation did. In the Free Nation, at the Black Palace, the president declared, "Sir, the news has arrived. The beasts have evolved." Little Boo rushed breathlessly into Johnson's office, conveying the latest news. Had evolution truly occurred? Johnson set down his pen, furrowing his brow. Upon witnessing the live broadcast from the land of cherry blossoms the previous night, where the new weaponry failed to deliver a decisive blow, he had already begun to harbor suspicions. Nervously, Little Boo inquired, "What shall we do now, Mr. President? What else can we do?" "We can only take it one step at a time," Johnson replied, casting a glance at Little Boo, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. He was adept at political maneuvering, and perhaps even more capable than Tepps in governance. Yet when it came to strategizing against extraterrestrial beasts, he was vastly outmatched compared to Chu Yao. Chapter 101. The wise smith Gaia. A new wave of extraterrestrial beasts has evolved, and the new weaponry proves inadequate. What lies ahead for humanity's fate? In the wake of the adverse impacts stemming from the Cherry Blossom Nation's live broadcast incident, this topic has surged to the forefront of global discourse. The African pretty boy, "I can't believe this. What's going on? It's already sweltering enough. And just as we finally received technological aid from the Dragon Nation, now I hear this? The pig is here. I am from the Dragon Nation. And while I am unsure if we can perfectly counter this, the thought of the Cherry Blossom Nation flaunting their global broadcast only to face a brutal defeat makes me want to laugh. Meichuan Coco, Cherry Blossom Nation. Please cease your disparagement of our Cherry Blossom Nation. Our performance has been commendable, with your arrogance. I am eager to see if your Dragon Nation can indeed resolve the conflict within 2 hours. Love life, love laden, Free Nation. Are you joking? The new weaponry from the Dragon Nation is inferior to ours. What can they possibly accomplish? They certainly cannot resolve it in 2 hours. When the car reaches the mountain, it's a dead end. Does anyone dare to wager? The Dragon Nation undoubtedly has a contingency plan. The big man picking his feet, Coconut Nation. Stop the mindless boasting. I refuse to believe the Dragon Nation will pull off any miracles this time. During the break, Chu Yao smiled softly, scrolling through his phone, remaining silent yet amused. The various nations were still too naive, given the current state of readiness in the Dragon Nation. The C-class beasts they found so daunting were merely trivial in the eyes of the Dragon Nation. Free Nation, State Council, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's official press conference of the Free Nation. This marks President Johnson's inaugural appearance at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs since taking office. In recent days, I have observed our citizens engaging in discussions online regarding the latest 4 extraterrestrial beasts. Here, I solemnly represent the Free Nation to provide a brief overview of our current state of preparedness and confidence. Since the arrival of the extraterrestrial beasts, nations have begun to execute their respective plans, secretly constructing various facilities. Our Free Nation commenced its Salvation and Defense Initiative 2 months ago, just the day before yesterday. Our underground emergency shelter, as part of the Salvation Plan, has been completed. This initiative has been established across various continents within our country, with well-equipped facilities in the coastal regions, excellent ventilation, and even special sunrooms that bask in abundant natural light. Upon entering the shelter, citizens need not worry about the onslaught of tsunamis or fear the landing of monstrous beasts. They can comfortably spend a few hours to a couple of days there before emerging to continue our splendid lives. Moreover, as the name suggests, our Salvation Plan is an exceedingly grand endeavor, and the underground emergency shelter is merely the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, rest assured, our Free Nation shall undoubtedly be the safest and most comfortable country in the world. In contrast to certain nations that prohibit foreign immigration, we wholeheartedly welcome talents from around the globe to settle in our Free Nation, offering the most favorable policies. In Washington, the Smith family, direct descendants of the Smith lineage, collectively toured the luxurious shelter constructed beneath their estate. The shelter was brightly lit, and a gentle breeze seemed to waft in from an unknown source. "Grandfather, don't you think our free nation is quite remarkable? This shelter is designed to instill a sense of security," remarked Smith Hader, who stood beside the family patriarch. Smith Gaia raised an eyebrow. "What prompts such a statement, my grandson?" Without hesitation, Smith Hader replied, "Just look at the facilities of our underground emergency shelter. Recreational areas, dining zones, resting quarters, and reading spaces are all distinctly organized. In this regard, I doubt any nation in the world can compare with us. Unlike those who scurry underground like mere groundhogs, we are far superior compared to the Dragon Nation." Gaia pursed his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the plan. "What you see here is merely the state-of-the-art emergency shelter in the affluent areas of Washington. Do you truly believe that the shelters in impoverished neighborhoods can match this? How can they be compared? They are constructing defensive walls. But if those walls crumble under the assault of beasts, won't the common folk be left to face their demise? Our shelter at least provides a fallback." Hader, puzzled, continued to question. "Huh." Smith Gaia chuckled softly, shaking his head. "While we find safety underground, what occurs after the beasts have ravaged our lands?" In a moment of silence, Hader found himself at a loss for words. "Once we emerge, we shall confront the grim reality of our former homes reduced to ruins. The tragic fate of those who did not make it to the shelter. This is the fundamental distinction between us and the Dragon Nation. In the face of such calamity and disaster, they chose to construct defensive walls above ground, directly confronting and defending their homeland, while we opted to abandon the very homes that sustain us, hiding away in the depths below. Thus, I assert that the disparity between the two parties is far from negligible, not merely pertaining to defense, but also reflecting their respective attitudes toward this apocalyptic catastrophe." Smith Gaia's remarks left Hader momentarily speechless. Driven by youthful pride, he stubbornly retorted, "But isn't there an old adage that says, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood? We can certainly rebuild our homeland after the beasts depart." "No," Smith Gaia countered, shaking his head. "This saying is context-dependent. You must understand, we are facing an invasion from another world. Within the oceans of our beautiful planet, countless grotesque beasts lurk. Perhaps we are currently incapable of halting their incursion upon our home planet, yet we can at least defend our territory. We can choose to stand our ground in the face of the beast's landing. This embodies the national sentiment of the Dragon Kingdom, a sentiment that has been ingrained in their very bones for 5 millennia. It is precisely this that our nation, having existed for merely 2 centuries, lacks." At this point, not only was Hader rendered utterly speechless, but all members of the Smith family found themselves entranced by the elder's words. Smith Gaia paused, turning to the crowd. "Everyone must remember, whether at the level of a nation or a corporation, if they dominate a particular field during a certain period, irrespective of the reasons behind it, there must be aspects worthy of emulation by others. Our free state has risen successfully in modern times due to our unique brilliance. And this great Eastern nation has maintained its position as the world's economic leader for thousands of years for a reason. This is why, for many years, specialists have dedicated themselves to studying their history." Smith Gaia's words hung in the air as he turned and walked ahead, leaving the Smith family in a state of contemplation. Reflecting upon his silhouette, though I am uncertain about the Dragon Kingdom's true strengths, I have a premonition that their trump cards will not be inferior to those of our Western powers. Chapter 102. Sacrifice for the National Crisis, 10 days later. Behold, this is the video we have officially released. In the footage, a wolf-like beast with fur as hard as steel, its body a mottled green, limped on one leg, its eye injured, and a large patch of skin torn from its back. The fierce eyes failed to conceal its overwhelming fatigue. Boom. With the thunderous roar of the Free State's new weaponry, the alien beast collapsed. White Prometheus. Ha ha ha. What is this? This is the light of God, the eternal deity of the United States. Dream wedding. Oh my dear God. Our Free State is simply magnificent. In a word, extraordinary. No Man's Land 33. Did you see that? So effortless and straightforward. What if the beasts have evolved? What good is it when they can still be subdued with ease? As the video circulated, the citizens of the Free State instantaneously regained their confidence. Free State, Black Palace. Report to the President. The enigmatic beast, the Howling Wolf, has been vanquished. Young Boo exuberantly dashed into the President's office, exclaiming, "Moreover, we have shattered historical records from nations across the globe, accomplishing this feat in merely 1 hour and 5 minutes. Additionally, our operational losses and personnel casualties are at an unprecedented low. Haha. Excellent. Splendid. Johnson beamed as he listened to Boo's report. This is precisely the performance we expect from our great nation of freedom. At the Coastal Military Command Center of the Dragon Nation, Commander Yi Jian meticulously reviewed the combat footage and loss statistics released by the Free Nation. If all goes as anticipated, the data being disclosed should be accurate, he remarked softly, handing a copy to Chu Yao. Chu Yao attentively scrutinized the documents, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the Free Nation's performance has significantly surpassed their previous efforts. Be it in the evacuation of civilians, the transition to underground shelters, or the military's response, the timing for deploying their new conceptual weaponry has been impeccably executed, he assessed. Much like a teacher grading a student's assignment. In just a span of 10 days, 11 beasts had already landed, leaving one to ponder when the 3 beasts in the Dragon Nation's waters would make their appearance. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the military command center. Chu Yao and Commander Yi exchanged glances, understanding that at such a critical juncture, an assault from foreign military forces was implausible. The only explanation was, as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The command is yours. I look forward to your display. With a sense of reassurance, Commander Yi entrusted the authority to Chu Yao, whose lips curled into a confident smile. Military lockdown. Prepare to unleash the new conceptual weaponry. Ensure the flying scythes are ready for any unforeseen circumstances, and simultaneously, deploy the storm mechs for transport. In addition, all 18 prep drones were dispatched, initiating a global live broadcast. This slaughter fest belonging to the Dragon Nation will be witnessed by the entire world. As the livestream commenced, the online viewership skyrocketed to over 500 million within moments, with numbers continuing to surge, nearly overwhelming even the most advanced servers. Surrounding the broadcast were not only the citizens of the Dragon Nation and the global populace, but also high-ranking officials from various countries, all eagerly anticipating this defensive battle from the Eastern superpower. In Dongshan Province, Taiyin City, the Shadow Fox burst forth from the water, accompanied by towering waves crashing against the Great Wall's defenses. Heavy artillery, fire at will, Commander Yi ordered as he rushed to the front line, where command had been entrusted to General Huakai of the Fifth Army during wartime. The roar of artillery was deafening. Just as the spectators believed the Shadow Fox would be severely damaged, it unexpectedly revealed 4 enormous, fluffy tails, black and white in coloration, that enveloped most of its body. Boom, boom. 2 cannonballs struck, and as the smoke cleared, the tail of the Shadow Fox was left with more than half of its fur singed, with one section completely blown away. Yet, this did not seem to affect the Shadow Fox in the slightest, as it defiantly shrieked at the soldiers on the Great Wall and, after a brief pause, sprinted towards the Dragon Kingdom's defensive wall with unbridled speed. In the Free Nation, at the Black Palace, Johnson initially watched the live broadcast with palpable tension, fearful that the Dragon Kingdom might once again work miracles and overshadow them. However, as he observed the unfolding events, a sense of relief gradually spread across his face. Perhaps my worries were unfounded. After all, how could such a diminutive Dragon Kingdom continue to overshadow our formidable Free Nation? On the Great Wall, General Huakai closely monitored the battlefield, his brow furrowed in concern. Damn it, this must be what the person in charge referred to as the Shadow Fox's unique physiological structure. Its cursed fur on the tail is composed of some unknown, mysterious substance, enabling it to withstand certain physical impacts. Knowing that Chu Yao still had a backup plan, General Hua remained composed and calmly commanded. Continue firing. Maintain fire suppression. Prepare the troops for the next phase. Buy some time. Recharge the new conceptual weapon and wait for the right moment to unleash it. Meanwhile, Chu Yao, now seated in the cockpit of the Storm Mecha, accessed the battlefield footage. His expression icy. Just wait, you beast. The online community erupted in fervor. Officer, what is the Dragon Kingdom thinking? They are even broadcasting this globally. I thought they had some strategy. Nail-picking giant. Sigh, this is dull. I blindly predict that the Dragon Kingdom will suffer heavy losses, just like the Sakura Nation. Patriotic devotee. This is extremely unfair to our Dragon Kingdom. I've seen exotic beasts landing in other nations, but none have been as formidable as this one, capable of withstanding a hit from a new conceptual weapon. Integrity and kindness. I'm worried. I hope the country still has a backup plan. and I do not wish for our beloved Dragon Kingdom soldiers to perish. Look, what is that? In the distance, the sea erupted with another massive wave, heralding the arrival of a new extraterrestrial beast. The live stream was instantly flooded with exclamations. This time, 2 C-class beasts landed simultaneously on Dragon Kingdom soil. Goodness, is this creature bullying our Dragon Kingdom? One would have been enough, but now 2? Is there no one to defend us? With the landing of these 2 beasts, how can our border soldiers hold the line? Across the Dragon Kingdom, anxious citizens fervently typed in the comments, expressing their concern for the soldiers on the front lines. In the Coconut Nation, at the Malacanang Palace, Beck sat at his desk, his expression somewhat menacing. The wretched Dragon Kingdom, retribution has finally arrived. You thought you could disseminate advanced weapon core technologies everywhere. Let us see how you will combat these 2 beasts. Far away in the Black Palace, Johnson slammed his hand on the table, rising with joy. Heaven is on my side. This time, the Dragon Kingdom is surely doomed. In the Sakura Nation, the Outer Cabinet, Pure Water Ichiro did not exhibit his usual early enthusiasm this time. Something feels amiss. On the Dragon Nation battlefield, the continuous defeats raise the question of why they have not yet severed the live broadcast. Have they forgotten, or do they possess other preparations? In the Dragon Nation, Dongshan Province, Taiyin City, within the inland safety zone, the ferocious creatures have landed, and the cacophony of the frontline battle resonates clearly here. The citizens of Taiyin City were left dumbfounded as a second beast suddenly emerged on the screen. Once the Great Wall's defenses are breached, they will be the first to suffer the consequences. The earth trembles beneath their feet amidst the thunderous roars outside. The entirety of Taiyin City is shrouded in the shadow of death. However, unlike the chaos and disorder erupting in the Free Nation, the populace here remains steadfast, undisturbed. Our military uncles have long endured great hardships to protect our coastline. The recent fitness endeavors have not been in vain, and now I want them to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Within the campus of a university, a student, typically poor in academic performance and seated in the last row, rose calmly and walked out of the classroom. The teacher at the podium opened his mouth in an attempt to stop him, but words failed him. This was because a multitude of boys and girls had also risen from their seats. Girls, please remain still. Everything is based on willingness. Boys who wish to join me, step forward, the teacher gently instructed as he descended from the podium. Standing on the platform, he was a teacher, yet he bore no right to lead his students to the front lines to face death. Upon reaching the ground, he became an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Nation, with the solemn duty to defend the integrity of his homeland, not only in schools but factories and offices as well. Countless citizens of Taiyin City voluntarily took to the streets, forming volunteer battalions, heading towards the coastal military district. Chapter 103. The emergence of mechas. As they drew closer to the military district, the sounds of gunfire from the front line grew increasingly louder, as if the war were unfolding right beside them. Some, unable to withstand the suffocating pressure, chose to withdraw from the volunteer army. No one voiced any reproach towards them. Simply stepping forward to join the support army required immense courage, for they were all ordinary people, and it was entirely natural to struggle to adapt to the realities of war. Nevertheless, the vast majority maintained their composure, resolutely moving forward. They had prepared themselves for the fate of Taiyin City, ready to coexist or perish alongside it. An aerial drone captured the situation within the inland of Taiyin City, and viewers across the nation, even around the world, witnessed this poignant scene unfold live. Enthusiastic netizen from Dongshan Province, 714. Brothers of Taiyin City, hold on. We are from the neighboring highway city and are already on our way to support you at the borders. Concerned citizen, the men of Dongshan are truly admirable. Our neighboring Sujiang Province cannot fall behind either. Wait for us as we purchase tickets to Taiyin. Civilization and harmony. Alas, I am from the mainland, and it is too far to make it in time. Brothers on the front lines, give it your all. Damn those beasts. Freedom and equality. The land of Huaxia will not tolerate the rampant behavior of these beasts. Brothers, press on. I have no regrets in this life for joining Huaxia. In the next life, I shall still dwell in the land of flowers. This sentiment echoed fervently across the screen. Upon hearing the news, Commander Yi Jian personally rushed to the scene, gazing at the faces gathered at the military district's edge, hailing from various places in Yantai. Even the seasoned Yi could not suppress his emotions, feeling a lump in his throat. Thus far, the monstrous beasts have landed in more than one nation. The reactions of foreign citizens during these landings have been witnessed by all. They hardly had time to escape. In other countries, without official personnel to guide them, it would be fortunate if no stampede occurred. Yet in our nation, not only did people not flee, but many were eager to approach the front lines, sacrificing oneself for the nation's peril, treating death as if returning home. Every citizen is a soldier, and the entire nation speaks of war. Foreign citizens naturally cannot comprehend the deep-rooted tradition of unity between the people and the military in the Dragon Nation, nor their unwavering resolve to defend their homeland. Various doubts echoed across the internet. Jill bang hard. What kind of enchantment has the Dragon Nation's populace consumed? In such an urgent situation, instead of fleeing, they rushed to the front lines? Challenging biology. I am astounded. Have the citizens of the Dragon Nation lost their minds? Ordinary citizens, without any professional training, heading to the front lines at this moment is sheer folly. High-ranking officials from various countries watched the live broadcast, exchanging glances. Those in power have seen and understood much more than the average citizen. In the face of natural disasters, countless ordinary individuals disregard their personal safety, willingly rushing to the front lines solely to defend their territory. This demonstrates immense national cohesion and a profound sense of unity. The expressions of the officials from the Cherry Blossom Nation were particularly complex. The failure in that war had its reasons. Sato Hideaki stared blankly at the live broadcast, murmuring to himself, "Our ancestors had an overly simplistic understanding of this nation. They once foolishly believed they could annihilate the Dragon Nation in 3 months. With such a national spirit, let alone 3 months, 30 years would be impossible." The former Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Sanbei Onlang, sat before his screen at home, softly lamenting. The people of the Dragon Nation have always been this way, like a tightly woven rope. The more powerful the external forces seeking to destroy them, the tighter they bind together internally. All we need is a gun for each person. Once we familiarize ourselves with the firearms, we can engage in battle at any moment. "Commander, point us where to strike." Among the volunteers, someone recognized Commander Yi and shouted loudly. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. A massive shadow loomed overhead, prompting the volunteers at the coastal military district to look up. "What is that?" Gasps emerged from the crowd. Commander Yi Jian gazed at the colossal object suspended beneath the 8 helicopters, a contented smile gracing his face. "At last, they have arrived. Let them all unleash their might." Just moments ago, news reached us that there are civilians eager to advance to the front lines. A roar echoed from the Great Wall's defensive ramparts. A voice filled with urgency. "What does this mean? When did the territory of our Dragon Nation require ordinary citizens to defend it? Is it a reflection of our military's inadequacies? Soon, it will be our division's turn to confront those 2 beasts head-on at the Great Wall. I demand that you all fight with every ounce of strength you possess, demonstrating through our actions that the defense of our homeland rests solely with the soldiers of the Dragon Nation." Yes, the soldiers' spirited responses were drowned out by the thunderous roar that reverberated from behind them. Everyone lifted their heads, stunned by the enormous object hovering above. This is free country, the Black Palace. Regardless of your national cohesion, this time, the heavens have decreed the downfall of your Dragon Nation. Let us see who can impede that fate. Johnston, witnessing the citizens of the Dragon Nation petitioning to join the front lines, was initially taken aback, soon replaced by disdain. "President, look. What is that?" exclaimed the sharp-eyed little Boo, who immediately spotted the steel mech in the live broadcast and gasped in astonishment. Johnston stood there, as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Simultaneously, the online discourse erupted across various nations. "Divine intervention, my God. Am I hallucinating? Has Huaxia actually created a mech warrior? God of War 2333. Good heavens. This mech looks absolutely stunning. Compared to this marvel, what new weapon could possibly compare?" Post-meal wipe. I wondered how this Eastern superpower had the audacity to broadcast globally. It turns out they possess such a terrifying asset. No brothers, no legend. I am envious. Why does our nation not have such a divine artifact? Cat Cafe. One can only say, Dragon Nation is formidable. In the coastal area of Taiwan City, Dragon Nation, we have arrived at the designated drop zone. Prepare for deployment. 3, 2, 1, deploy. Boom. The storm mech successfully landed in the shallow waters. The 2 extraterrestrial beasts that had been assaulting the Great Wall and engaging with the Dragon Nation's forces halted, turning cautiously to face the towering steel giant before them. Due to the unknown landing locations of the alien beasts, the four mechs were evenly distributed across major military bases along the coast. And since Dongshan province had not been assigned one, it resulted in Chu Yao's delay in reaching the front lines. Furthermore, given the exceptional circumstances, two alien beasts had landed simultaneously, prompting the Dragon Nation's military to engage directly, mirroring the Sakura Army's tactics, which led to some casualties. Buzz. The Storm Mech's power system operated at full capacity. Inside the cockpit, Chu Yao took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. You two beasts, prepare to meet your end. This battle is not merely a defense of our homeland, but also a tribute to the brave soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who have fallen in this conflict. Chapter 104. Great change. As the Storm Mech controlled by Chu Yao began to operate, a look of sheer terror spread across Johnson's face. How could this be possible? When did they secretly develop such advanced warfare weaponry without our knowledge? Beside him, Little Boo stared at the live broadcast of the Tomorrow Mech, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside it. Such a strategic weapon. Even a technologically advanced nation like ours could not create. How could they possibly possess the capability to develop it? Boom. Just as the Dragon Kingdom's mech astonished the world and the alien beasts confronted Chu Yao, a thunderous explosion echoed. The electromagnetic cannon on the city wall fired at dawn, striking the tail of the Lu Gui with precision. In an instant, the long, dark tail of the Lu Gui was blown off significantly. The crowd regained their senses. Moments ago, the two alien beasts had their attention solely on Chu Yao. Seizing this perfect opportunity, General Huakai did not hesitate to give the order to fire. This shot startled the two beasts, who suddenly remembered that besides the enormous entity before them, there were numerous conventional weapons awaiting them. In pain, the Lu Gui furiously turned around, emitting a low growl reminiscent of distant thunder. The two beasts were relatively astute. The Yin Hu, with its blood-red eyes, fixated menacingly on the Storm Mech, while the Lu Gui prepared to charge towards the Great Wall's defensive structure. The Yin Hu, classified as a sea-level alien beast, ranked 11th, stood 64 meters tall, weighed 200,000 pounds, and was characterized by its agility and unique physiological structure, possessing four peculiar tails, with its fatal weakness located at the base of its tail. Observing the Yin Hu that was baring its teeth in a show of defiance, Chu Yao did not rush into action. Instead, he calmly recalled information about it while meticulously observing the battlefield dynamics. Do you think the commander can handle two sea-level alien beasts at once? At the coastal mech training base, Hui Yuankong fixed his gaze on the live feed, discussing with other mech pilots. I don't know, replied another outstanding A-ranked mech pilot, Xiao Miao, nervously watching the live stream, stammering, at least so far. I doubt anyone among us could single-handedly face two sea-level alien beasts. Li Tang scrutinized the Storm Mech, anxious not to overlook any minor detail. Stop debating. Don't you understand the commander's character? With him personally leading the charge, he undoubtedly possesses full confidence. Could there be any unforeseen circumstances? Let us simply observe and learn. Finally, after a moment of stalemate, the Yin Hu could no longer contain its impatience. With a roar, it lunged towards Chu Yao. Activate the laser weapon. This was the first time since his rebirth that Chu Yao piloted a mech into battle, facing two sea-level alien beasts at that. He dared not be negligent and promptly summoned the laser lance. Zing! With the lance in hand, he activated the boosters on his arms and legs. Chu Yao chose not to remain idle, but rather to confront the Shadow Fox. He was determined to bring this battle to a swift conclusion. On one hand, the situation on the battlefield could no longer afford to be delayed, and on the other, Chu Yao aimed to utilize this encounter to showcase the might of the Dragon Nation, allowing the world to witness the disparity that now existed between them and the Dragon Nation. The live stream was inundated with frenzied comments. Goodness, this fulfills all my childhood fantasies of mechas. The way these weapons are utilized, the metallic texture, splendid. Is this truly our Dragon Nation's trump card? Ha ha. It certainly did not disappoint. Where are those foreign spectators who were gloating just now? Why the silence? Behold, this is the profound heritage of our Eastern superpower. Fully engrossed in the battlefield, Chu Yao paid no heed to the external chatter, instead seizing the moment to thrust his laser spear toward the exposed abdomen of Shadow Fox. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. The Shadow Fox's tail coiled around its abdomen from behind, blocking this lethal strike. Huh, Chu Yao scoffed, seemingly having anticipated this very maneuver from Shadow Fox. The laser spear was instantly retracted, and with the rapid activation of the electromagnetic slide rail beneath his feet, he lunged forward to confront Shadow Fox directly, delivering a powerful uppercut. Caught off guard by Chu Yao's ability to execute such a complex maneuver in such a short span of time, Shadow Fox was sent reeling backwards. Yet, Chu Yao did not afford it an opportunity to escape his assault. He deftly grasped the tail of Shadow Fox, still suspended in midair, pulling it toward him while his right hand firmly secured its neck, preventing any chance of retaliation. As Shadow Fox thrashed violently, Chu Yao activated the electromagnetic cannon in his left hand. Boom! The explosive sound erupted as he severed the most troublesome tail of Shadow Fox, right at the root. A chilling wail escaped Shadow Fox, but having lost 4 of its tails and rendered incapable of free movement, it could no longer stir up any trouble. With the activation of the laser weapon in his right hand, a laser spear pierced through its body. The series of high-difficulty maneuvers executed by Chu Yao, which seemed beyond the realm of possibility, instantly set the entire live stream ablaze with excitement. My heavens, am I seeing things? This is truly astonishing. What kind of cheat code has our Dragon Nation unlocked? Not only is there development of mechas behind the scenes, but the skills of this mecha operator are simply extraordinary. I can't contain myself. Who is piloting this mech? I must bear his children. Hui Yuankong was filled with disbelief. He had envisioned numerous methods to defeat Shadow Fox, but he never imagined that Chu Yao would resolve the battle so swiftly through such a uniquely aggressive yet efficient approach. See, I told you, Li Donma remarked to his fellow teammates, pride swelling within him for his precise predictions. Sakura Nation. The Sato family gathered before a large electronic screen. Their expressions a portrait of anxiety, shock, and gravity. How could such a primitive nation produce a master of martial arts? Sato Daichi wore a look of disdain, clearly unable to accept Chu Yao's remarkable performance. Sato Hideaki sat in the center, silent, his face fluctuating between shadows and light. Following today's battle, the momentum of the Dragon Nation's rise seemed unstoppable by any nation, even the Free Nation, which could no longer act alone without the support of others. In the Free Nation's military headquarters, General Hurst gazed intently at the mecha displayed on the live broadcast, his eyes filled with envy. With such advanced weaponry in the possession of the Dragon Nation, the international landscape would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. The significance of the emergence of tomorrow's mecha transcended mere wartime efficacy. It would fundamentally alter the dynamics of future international conflicts. The Dragon Nation, having mastered the physical mecha and its core technologies early on, would maintain a lasting advantage in this upheaval. Chapter 105. Miracle in Washington. At the Smith family estate, Smith Hader stared blankly at the screen, incredulity washing over him. The Dragon Nation's trump card was this new type of strategic weapon. This Eastern nation was simply terrifying. From this moment on, he was completely awed by his grandfather Gaia's foresight. Sitting regally in the main seat, Smith Gaia stroked his beard, affirming his expectations. Who was the mastermind behind the Dragon Nation's preparations, capable of readying such a formidable trump card? No, this could not merely be called a trump card. It was akin to a royal flush. Unbeknownst to him, the Dragon Nation possessed 4 such royal flushes, and with the imminent deployment of tomorrow's mecha, the total would reach 7. Chu Yao's decision to pilot the Storm mecha into battle against 2 monstrous beasts was fueled by a desire for vengeance for the Dragon soldiers who perished in the tsunami, as well as his self-assuredness, aiming to conceal the fact that the Dragon Nation had even more mechas at its disposal. In the Dragon Nation, on the battlefield of Taiyin, the war was far from over. Having swiftly dealt with the Shadow Fox, Chu Yao cast his gaze towards the other side, where the Lu Gui, a C-rank beast of the second wave, was stirring up excitement. The Lu Gui, ranked 12th, stood 31 meters tall and weighed 360,000 pounds. Characterized by its astonishing defensive capabilities and a unique physiological structure adorned with protruding spines on its shell. Chu Yao recalled the creature, his expression growing ever colder. Although the Lu Gui was not highly ranked, it posed an even greater challenge than the Shadow Fox. In his previous life, this beast had exploited its exceptional defenses to penetrate 60,000 kilometers into the Dragon Nation's territory, resulting in countless military and civilian casualties. With the electromagnetic cannon set to maximum power, and the biological skeletal locking technology engaged, he prepared for the confrontation. Chu Yao, undeterred, deftly maneuvered the storm mech, activating the accelerator as he charged towards the Lugue. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a shot. The moment the cannon fired, Lugue, once with its head held high, recoiled into its shell. The electromagnetic blast struck the creature's back, obliterating a significant portion of its dorsal spikes, yet it failed to inflict any substantial damage. With a haughty demeanor, Lugue provocatively extended its head, letting out a defiant roar towards the approaching Chu Yao. Drawing from experiences of his past life, Chu Yao anticipated this very moment, swiftly reaching out with his right hand towards its head. This was the most vulnerable spot on Lugue. If he could seize it, the battle would likely come to a swift conclusion. However, in a flash, Lugue's head proved far more agile than Chu Yao had anticipated. Just as it extended outward, intent on biting the storm mech, it instinctively retracted at the sight of Chu Yao's approaching grasp. Yet, Lugue continued to taunt with another call. With a cold chuckle, Chu Yao withdrew one hand while plunging both hands beneath Lugue. He had meticulously devised numerous strategies in his mind to confront this creature. Gripping the creature's underbelly tightly, the boosters on his arms ignited. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, Lugue struggled to retreat, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, Lugue was lifted from the ground, exposing its relatively soft abdomen. Chu Yao wasted no time in denying it a chance for recovery. Conjuring a laser lance and thrusting it down with ferocity, Lugue let out a mournful wail, utterly unprepared for such power from the storm mech. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Despite its formidable vitality, Lugue could not withstand such devastating blows, its life force gradually ebbing away amidst its anguished cries. As the battle concluded, the online commentary exploded in the live stream, filled with a chorus of accolades and lengthy reviews. Life is a song. The tide surges, the great nation thrives. Longhua is truly magnificent. Cuckoo coins, did you see that? The mechs from Longhua are terrifying. Dispatching alien beasts is as effortless as slicing through melons. The whole battle concluded in mere moments. What a rabbit. I'm utterly flabbergasted. What does this even mean? 2 upgraded beasts landed simultaneously, and they were dispatched without a hitch? What could possibly pose a challenge to this Eastern powerhouse? Meanwhile, those who had previously mocked Longhua online had vanished without a trace. In the Free Nation, the Black Palace, it had taken merely half an hour, and that was in the face of 2 alien beasts. As the Lugue fell, Johnson glanced at the watch in his hand and sank into a chair, his face etched with despair. The 1 hour and 5 minutes it took to resolve the battle was likely nothing more than a joke in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the Mecha Special Research Group, Lu Wei, the chief designer of the Storm Mecha, felt an overwhelming sense of pride as he witnessed the Storm Mecha showcase its prowess on the battlefield. Observing the bewildered expressions of the foreign dignitaries, he thought to himself, "This is the first generation of balanced performance Storm Mechas. Are they impressive? We already have 4 of them." A confident smile graced Lu Wei's lips. "Moreover, our second generation Tomorrow Mecha, designated 0, will soon debut, and when they behold its comprehensive and multi-attribute enhancements, they will undoubtedly exclaim in awe." With the experience gained from producing multiple exceptional mechas, the Dragon Kingdom's team can now be considered world-class in terms of mecha design and construction. While other nations are still at the starting line, the Dragon Kingdom has already soared into the skies, completely incomparable, one grounded, the other soaring through the atmosphere. The following day, headlines graced the front page of the Freedom Era newspaper. The ace mecha of the Eastern superpower emerges, turning the tide against 2 extraterrestrial beasts. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, the immediate threat of extraterrestrial beasts had just been alleviated, prompting high-level officials from various nations to send congratulatory messages. The significance of the Tomorrow Mecha's emergence is profound. It not only signifies that the Dragon Kingdom's capacity to resist these beasts will directly surpass that of other nations, but also elevates the Dragon Kingdom's standing on the international stage significantly. It has been previously stated that the competition among today's nations is fundamentally a contest of military strength centered on technological prowess. The advent of the Dragon Kingdom's Tomorrow Mecha, a strategic weapon, has shattered the existing equilibrium. It can be said that prior to the unveiling of the Tomorrow Mecha, numerous experts from various countries had proposed plans for constructing giant mechas. However, to this day, no nation has been able to implement such plans. Why? The technological level is insufficient. How to resolve human-machine interaction issues? How should the internal structure of the mecha be designed? Which components require specific functional parts? These questions remain unanswered. Furthermore, the most critical technological barrier, the core power source, has yet to be breached. Thus, overnight, the Dragon Kingdom has become the object of desire for nations worldwide. When else would they have the opportunity to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom? Even the superpower, the free nation, could not resist sending a congratulatory message, showering praise upon the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 106. Issues arise. System detection in progress. Storm mecha damage at 4. We're at 13. Energy consumption at 68. Alert. Multiple components are damaged at the dual-arm joints of the Storm mecha. Please repair promptly. A cold electronic voice echoed through the detection chamber. I must say, is the person in charge using cheats? We usually train with simulators, and battling just one alien beast would not result in such minimal wear and tear. How is it possible that you managed to preserve 2 of them in such excellent condition? The mech pilots around him were full of praise. With their considerable experience, they understood just how challenging it was to achieve such a level of proficiency. Chu Yao shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Well, you all should practice more. You won't be any worse than me." He was not particularly surprised by the outcome of the battle. Employing the Tomorrow mech against the second wave of Class C alien beasts was inherently advantageous, especially with an experienced driver like himself at the helm. After all, in his previous life, he had piloted 5th-generation mechs and faced Class A alien beasts. Therefore, his current level of skill in dealing with Class C beasts was akin to a dimensional strike. Noticing Lu Wei, who had just arrived and was contentedly perusing the detailed inspection report, Chu Yao approached him and inquired, "How is it?" Lu Wei, realizing Chu Yao's presence, looked up and playfully punched him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You did an incredible job. After such an intense battle, I expected the wear and tear to be significant. Yet the mech suffered almost no major damage. With just a bit of maintenance, it can be back in action. Great. I appreciate your help with the repairs. I need to head to the capital shortly, so I'll take my leave now." Understood. In Sakura Nation, in Hujin City, the Sakura Emperor repeatedly scrutinized the video materials at hand, his brow furrowed. Have you noticed? That detestable lowly nation effortlessly dealt with 2 alien beasts. While their success in creating a mech is one aspect, more importantly, they seem to be quite familiar with these 2 extraterrestrial creatures. General Sato Hideaki from the military nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, when facing the first alien beast, the Shadow Fox, the mech operator immediately opted for close combat, effectively neutralizing its agile movements and stripping it of its advantage. In confronting the second alien beast, the tortoise, he initially aimed for its vital points, but upon failing, he scarcely hesitated before choosing to overturn the tortoise, ultimately achieving remarkable results. Ichiro Jun, with a furrowed brow, took over the conversation. Moreover, during the battle with the first beast, the suppression from the armed forces on the city walls played an immeasurable role. Although they held deep disdain for this nation, the high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation could not deny that in this operation, whether in combat strength, strategic planning, or preparedness, Long Nation had decisively overwhelmed them. With a deep sigh, the Sakura Emperor expressed a profound sense of helplessness, embodying the country's reluctant yet resigned lament. In Long Nation, in Zhongdu, at Nanzhonghai, the chief elder was buried under a pile of thick documents. Knock, knock. A polite knocking was heard at the door. The chief did not lift his head. Instead, he called out, "Come in." "Chief, what is the current state of international affairs?" Listening to a familiar voice, the chief looked up to see Chu Yao, who had hurried back from the coast. "Haha, little Yao, you're back." A radiant smile blossomed on the chief's face. Come, take a seat. You are now the pillar of our Dragon Nation." The recent operation against the alien beasts had catapulted Chu Yao back into the limelight. "Chief, you flatter me. I hardly deserve such praise. It is you and our valiant soldiers stationed at the borders who are the true pillars of our Dragon Nation." Chu Yao replied humbly as he sat beside the chief, a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, you're too modest." The chief, in high spirits after yet another crisis was deftly resolved by Chu Yao, continued, when 2 alien beasts landed simultaneously. "I thought we had to resort to our trump cards or face dire consequences. Yet, you came on stage and effortlessly vanquished them all. You have no idea. In the eyes of many smaller nations, our country has become almost divine. After their pleasant exchange regarding the current situation, the chief's gaze fell upon the mountain of documents cluttering the table, and his brow furrowed suddenly. However, with the exposure of the Tomorrow mech, some underlying issues have emerged. What issues? Chu Yao's interest was piqued, as this was precisely what concerned him. Based on his previous experiences, the emergence of such strategic weaponry had indeed transformed modern warfare and altered international dynamics. You've likely heard about the congratulatory messages from numerous countries yesterday. The pressing issue now is that the technology of the Tomorrow mech is immensely coveted, leading many Western powers to secretly reach out, hoping to acquire our technology. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao's smile gradually faded. Which countries? Basically, all nations that have reached developed status have made such requests, the chief replied, his expression turning grim. Chu Yao scoffed disdainfully, not yet. The previous technological assistance for new concept weapons was aimed at elevating humanity's overall capacity to combat the alien beasts and minimize civilian casualties. Now, even though the second wave of alien beasts has evolved, we are sufficiently equipped to handle them with the new concept weapons. When our Dragon Nation was mobilizing the collective strength to face disasters, these detestable capitalists did everything to undermine us. And now that we've advanced, they shamelessly come seeking our technology like lapdogs? The chief nodded, visibly displeased. Indeed, based on my experience, if we remain indifferent and refuse to comply, they will inevitably resort to underhanded tactics to vex us, just as before. If it were just that, it would be manageable. However, given the nature of these capitalist powers, they will not allow any armed force that poses a threat to their interests to exist. This could potentially escalate into severe international disputes. A frown appeared on the chief's face, not because the Dragon Nation feared trouble, but because the current global situation could not withstand prolonged internal strife. The benevolent chief elder harbors concerns that if the capital nations persist in instigating conflict, it is ultimately the ordinary populace that will bear the brunt of the consequences. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Tomorrow Mecha stands as our greatest reliance. Under no circumstances should this technology be relinquished lightly. Chu Yao's expression darkened as he resolutely declared, if conflict is inevitable, then let it come. With our current foundation, which nation dares to challenge us at gunpoint will soon learn the meaning of regret. His stance is unequivocal. The interests of the nation must remain inviolable. He is no bleeding heart, lamenting over the misfortunes of the world. Only when he can assure the protection of his own interests does he consider extending a hand to other nations still lagging behind, recognizing a shared humanity. Indeed, the chief affirmed with a nod, we are no longer the same as we were a century ago. If these Western powers remain blind, let it be known that while we do not seek trouble, we are certainly not afraid of it. Chapter 107. A sudden turn of events in the capital city. The National Assembly Hall. The chief, glancing at the information in his hands, let out a cold laugh. As expected, the rascals led by the Freedom Nation can no longer sit still. It has been 5 days since the emergence of the Storm Mecha. Yet the international situation has not calmed. Rather, it has intensified. On November 6, 2017, led by the Freedom Nation, the three major capitalist powers of the Americas officially announced the establishment of a wartime alliance for North America to defend against alien beasts. The following day, the Western Continental Mecha Research Institute was founded, and the Wartime Alliance of the Western Continent was formally established, with a total of 16 capitalist powers participating. The Sakura Nation subsequently declared the formation of the Asian Peace and Self-Defense Alliance. This morning, the chief received news that the Freedom Nation, representing the North American Wartime Alliance, had released a report condemning the Dragon Nation's reluctance to share mecha technology, positioning itself as a champion of justice. Simultaneously, both the Western Continent and the Asian Union issued statements in support of the Freedom Nation's denunciation. It is worth noting that during the earlier unusual actions of the Dragon Nation, foreign nations merely engaged in verbal mockery, adjusting tariffs behind the scenes, without any country daring to bring the conflict to the forefront. Now, however, they have openly declared their stance against the Dragon Nation. The stark contrast in responses reveals their fear of the alien beasts and their longing for the Tomorrow Mecha. They are utterly foolish. The report even claimed that the Dragon Nation poses a significant threat to international security. Do we have the leisure to provoke them? The Dragon Nation has, since time immemorial, adhered to the principle of not offending others if not offended. A young committee member slammed the report onto the table before him, indignantly exclaiming, little Huang. There is no need to be enraged by the ugly facades of these capitalist nations. We all know their true intent behind this report is merely to covet our technology. They seek to isolate our dragon nation through such foolish tactics, creating international public opinion to belittle us. One of the senior cadres beside Commissioner Huang had weathered many storms, and with a wave of his hand, he offered reassurance. The chief nodded gently when Xiao Yao informed us that we would deploy the tomorrow mechs. We anticipated that the nations would not respond favorably. The emergence of the tomorrow mechs poses a threat to them, which is the true impetus behind their attempts to suppress us. Another middle-aged committee member, surnamed Wei, interjected, "So what shall we do now? Should we consider releasing some less significant technologies?" The chief sipped his strong tea, casting a discreet glance at member Wei. "Old Wei, how could such words escape your lips?" Wei was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "I am merely concerned that if this continues, our dragon nation may not withstand the weight of international opinion and pressure." At this point, the chief straightened his attire and seated himself with purpose. "That statement is misguided. We do not exist under the scrutiny of other nations. What relevance does international opinion hold for us? When our nation was founded, we faced encirclement and immense hardship. Did our predecessors not persevere through sheer will?" The chief rose slowly. "It is undeniable that our current situation is indeed quite unfavorable for the Dragon Nation. But so what? The world is undergoing an unprecedented transformation, and from the grand plans initiated 5 months ago, I see hope for our nation's revival in the new generation led by Chu Yao and our stalwart core. Recent events, such as the arrival of the otherworldly beasts, have demonstrated the unity of the people in Taishan City, East Mountain Province. We are a nation of integrated party and government, where military and civilian hearts beat as one. If the populace exhibits such resolve, what hardship can we, the older generation, not endure? Moreover, Chu Yao has already briefed us on the current domestic situation. Soon, a significant change will transpire, and at that time, we shall once more embrace our ascent. Therefore, regardless of the international discourse, we, the elder statesmen, must stand firm. By whatever political means necessary, we must shield our younger generation from the impending storms and prepare a sanctum for them to flourish." The chief's words were slow yet resolute, his gaze unwavering and affirmative. The elder committee members regarded the chief with a sense of daze as time flowed. It felt as though everything had returned to an era of poverty and isolation, the only difference being that today's dragon nation is far stronger than before. "How shall we proceed, chief? You direct us." An elder committee member spoke up, for these individuals, who had traversed that era, yearned more than anyone to witness the resurgence of the Dragon Nation. In truth, it requires considerable effort from all of you to engage with our former allies around the globe, utilizing our network of connections. Given the current circumstances, they are unlikely to resort to armed force. Their only option may be some underhanded political maneuvers. In matters of politics, we old-timers are no less astute than the cunning foxes abroad. The chief lightly tapped the table, a confident smile gracing his lips. "In the meantime, we have officially established a task force in Longhua to combat international criminal forces, dedicated to monitoring and rigorously tackling relevant issues. I want our Longhua, during this period, in the future, and forever, to remain under the clear blue sky. While foreign politicians are busy inciting public sentiment and tarnishing Longhua's reputation, preparations within our nation continue to unfold fervently. The new concept weapon program is ongoing, with the plasma cannon having completed its foundational tests and entering the mass production phase. The next generation of conceptual weapons has also entered the iterative stage, with key technologies still under research. The Tomorrow Mecha program is progressing steadily, having successfully rolled out 6 first-generation mechas and 1 second-generation mecha. The latest blueprints for the second-generation mecha are still in design, with plans to simultaneously produce 3 second-generation mechas next. The Lingyuan planting initiative is advancing steadily. All plant specimens brought back from the Western expedition have been successfully transplanted, with no failures recorded. 6 species, including the snow lotus, have completed their cultivation, and large-scale planting has now commenced. Various industries are systematically responding to the grand plan for the resurgence of spiritual energy. The foundational knowledge framework has been fully established, and we are furthering the development of a knowledge blockchain. Simultaneously, templates for swiftly converting related academic knowledge into technological achievements for practical production are also in preparation. During this period, Chu Yao has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Longting training program, and after this time of imparting his wisdom, the overall proficiency of Longting members has soared. Beyond the rich military experience, combat skills, and fighting techniques, all members of Longting have now reached a blood energy level exceeding 120 calories. The elite group representing Longgua's highest combat power is now being solidified repeatedly by Chu Yao, a mentor with unparalleled experience. With such advanced preparation, there is no doubt that their future combat capabilities and accomplishments will far surpass those of the past. Chapter 108. Facing the enemy head-on in Zhongdu. At the People's Assembly Hall. The chief looked at the information in his hand and scoffed. As expected, the group of little brats led by the Free Nation cannot sit still. Now, 5 days have passed since the storm mecha emerged, yet the international situation has not calmed. Rather, it has intensified. On November 6, 2017, the three major capital powers of the Americas, led by the Free Nation, officially announced the establishment of the North American Alliance to defend against extraterrestrial beasts in wartime. The following day, the Western Continent Mecha Research Institute was founded, and the Western Continent Wartime Alliance was formally established, with a total of 16 capital powers participating. The Peaceful Self-Defense Alliance led by the Sakura Nation promptly announced its establishment as well. And just this morning, the chief received news. The Free Nation, as the official representative of the North American Wartime Alliance, issued a report condemning Longua for its unwillingness to contribute its mecha technology, portraying itself as the righteous messenger. Meanwhile, on the Western Continent, the United Alliance has consecutively issued statements expressing their support for the denunciation by the Free Nation. It is noteworthy that when the Dragon Nation engaged in various unusual activities not long ago, foreign powers merely indulged in verbal derision, subtly manipulating tariffs without any nation openly confronting the issue. Yet now, they have unambiguously declared their stance against the Dragon Nation. The stark contrast in reactions from both sides reveals their fear of extraterrestrial beasts and their yearning for the tomorrow mech. Their folly is astonishing. The report even claims that our Dragon Nation poses a significant threat to international security. Do we have the leisure to provoke them? Our Dragon Nation has historically adhered to the principle of non-aggression. A young committee member slammed the report onto the table in front of him, indignantly exclaiming, "Xiao Huang, there is no need to be enraged by these grotesque faces of capitalist nations. We are all well aware of their true intentions behind this report. They covet our technology. Their aim is to isolate our Dragon Nation using such foolish tactics, generating international opinion to belittle us." The seasoned committee member beside Huang, having weathered many storms, waved his hand in a soothing manner. The chief nodded gently. When Xiao Yao informed us of the need to deploy the tomorrow mech, we anticipated that the nations would not react favorably. The emergence of the tomorrow mech poses a threat to them, which is the genuine impetus behind their attempts to suppress us. Another middle-aged committee member, named Wei, interjected. So what shall we do now? Should we allow a portion of our less significant technologies to be released? The chief sipped his strong tea, casting a discreet glance at Wei. Old Wei, how could such words escape your lips? Wei was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I am merely concerned that if this continues, our Dragon Nation may not withstand the weight of international opinion and pressure from other nations. At this point in the meeting, the chief adjusted his attire and sat up straight. Such sentiments are misguided. We do not exist to be judged by the tongues of other nations. How does international opinion concern us? In the early days of our nation's founding, did we not face encirclement and hardship from all sides? Our forebears persevered through sheer willpower. The chief slowly rose. There is no denying that the current situation is indeed unfavorable for our Dragon Nation. But so what? The world is undergoing a profound transformation unseen in a millennium. From the grand plans initiated 5 months ago, I see hope for the revival of our Dragon Nation in this new generation led by Chu Yao and the core forces. Recently, the arrival of the extraterrestrial beasts has united the people of Taiyin City in Dongshan Province, as we have all witnessed. We are a nation where party and government are intertwined, and military and civilian hearts beat as one. If the populace can endure, what hardship can we, the older generation, not withstand? Furthermore, Chu Yao has already briefed us on the domestic situation, and it won't be long before a significant change occurs. At that time, we shall once again embrace our moment of ascendance. Thus, regardless of the international clamor, we, the elder statesmen, must stand firm. By any political means necessary. We are obligated to shield our nation from the impending storms of chaos and bloodshed, ensuring that a sanctuary is preserved for the younger generation preparing domestically. The chief spoke with deliberate gravity, his gaze resolute and affirming. The elderly committee members gazed at him, somewhat dazed, as time flows. It felt as though they had returned to an era of poverty and isolation. The only difference is that today's Dragon Nation is far more formidable than it once was. How shall we proceed, Chief? Please guide us. One of the senior committee members urged, as these veterans, having traversed that bygone era, yearned more than anyone for the resurgence of the Dragon Nation. In truth, it is not an insurmountable task. It merely requires our diligent efforts to reconnect with our old friends across the globe and leverage our extensive network of relations. When it comes to matters of politics, we old-timers are no less astute than the seasoned foxes abroad. The chief lightly tapped the table, a confident smile gracing his lips. In summary, we shall not forge adversarial ties with foreign entities. However, we shall confront any challenges that arise with determination. While foreign politicians busied themselves inciting public sentiment and disparaging the Dragon Nation, preparations within our borders continued to unfold with fervor. The new conceptual weapon initiative persists. With the plasma cannon having successfully completed foundational testing and entered mass production, the next generation of conceptual weaponry has entered its iterative phase, with critical technologies still under research. The mech project is progressing steadily, having recently unveiled 6 first-generation mechs and 1 second-generation mech. The latest designs for the second-generation mechs are still in development, with plans to simultaneously produce 3 units shortly. The Spirit Garden Cultivation Initiative is advancing smoothly. All plants brought back from the expedition to the western regions have been successfully transplanted, with no failures reported. 6 varieties of flora, including the snow lotus, have completed their cultivation and have commenced large-scale planting. Various sectors are methodically responding to the grand initiative of spiritual energy resurgence. With the foundational knowledge framework already established and further efforts underway to build a knowledge blockchain. Concurrently, templates for rapidly converting relevant academic knowledge into technological achievements for practical production are in preparation. During this period, Chu Yao has devoted himself entirely to the Dragon Court training program, and as a result of his extensive teachings, the overall proficiency of the Dragon Court members has surged dramatically. In addition to a wealth of military experience, combat skills, and fighting techniques, all members of the Dragon Court now possess vitality levels exceeding 120 cards. The elite representatives of the Dragon Nation, once the pinnacle of martial prowess, are now having their foundations repeatedly solidified by Chu Yao, an instructor with advanced experience. With such exceptional preparation, their future combat capabilities and achievements are destined to far surpass those of previous generations. Chapter 109. The Superiority of Spiritual Energy on November 24th. Over 2 months have elapsed since the first wave of C-grade aberrations made landfall. ZZZZZZ. 149 cards. The blood vitality tester emitted its readings, eliciting a chorus of astonishment from those around. No wonder he could maneuver the mecha to execute such extraordinarily challenging maneuvers. The level of his vitality was truly formidable. I had thought that Lin Yi and his companions, boasting a vitality of 140, were already impressive, yet it turns out the real hidden boss is you. Apart from Lin Yi and Wang Jinghuai, who were already aware of Chu Yao's vitality level, the other members of the Dragon Court Special Training Group were left in awe upon hearing this revelation. Well, it's merely a trifle. Chu Yao feigned modesty, adopting the demeanor of a humble individual. Although these days he had been busy attending classes and keeping pace with various major projects, he had never slackened in his physical training, consistently completing his daily regimen with both quality and quantity intact. Thus, spurred by the spirit milk, Chu Yao successfully ascended to a new height, achieving a vitality level of 149. Remarkable. The physique of the person in charge is truly invincible. Gazing at Chu Yao's well-defined muscular lines, akin to polished marble, Jiang Bingji couldn't help but exclaim softly, "What does that mean, looking down on us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's competitive spirit was ignited, and he playfully teased, "Is your vitality higher than that of the person in charge?" Jiang Bingji rolled her eyes and retorted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face turned sheepish as he mumbled under his breath, "Who can compare with that freak? Just practicing casually, and he is almost reaching the limits of human capability." "What did you say? Speak up," I didn't catch that. Chu Yao approached and playfully embraced Lin Yi, who was of similar height. Lin Yi, pretending to be serious, raised his voice. I said, "You are handsome and charming. Far beyond my humble self." Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. To all the members of the Dragon Court Special Training Group, Chu Yao had never regarded himself as their superior or teacher. He had always viewed them as his beloved comrades. Without them in his past life, China might have perished long ago, unable to endure for so long. As for the final assessment he had raised prior to the training, it was merely a motivational tactic. After all, they were all elites of the Dragon Kingdom, and Chu Yao would never truly expel anyone. Fortunately, this group of comrades from his past life was incredibly supportive. Upon realizing the weight of the responsibility they bore for the rejuvenation of China, they each strived diligently, showing remarkable progress without any signs of laziness. In the Western continent, at the Li Ba Ximen Electronic Technology Center, beep beep, the 38th test commenced. The energy power machine is prepared. Energy conversion is now commencing. A thunderous roar emanated from the massive machinery. Moments later, a cold electronic voice announced, "Alert! Alert! Energy is continuously accumulating. Energy conversion has failed. Alert! Alert! Energy accumulation at 10%. Alert! Alert! Energy accumulation at 40%. Alert! Alert! Energy accumulation at 90%. Listening to the continuously soaring figures, Simon, the person in charge who had initially intended to wait in anticipation of a miracle, could no longer contain himself. Stop. Halt. The alarm is lifted. Energy is being released. A heavy sigh escaped the lips of the esteemed energy researchers present, who exchanged glances with one another. Reluctantly, Simon picked up the walkie-talkie. Energy conversion experimental device, 38th trial, failure. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Turning around, Simon saw the president of his nation, Xiaoma. "Simon, how is the progress?" Xiaoma inquired. Flanked by a multitude of experts from various countries involved in the field of mecha construction, all gazing at Simon with eager anticipation. With a weary sigh, Simon shook his head despondently. "We are still far from success. Given the current experimental progress, even with another year, I fear we may not achieve anything noteworthy." The expression on Xiaoma's face shifted from bright to bleak upon hearing this, yet he attempted to offer reassurance. "It's all right. No rush. I have faith in you, Simon. In the entire Western continent, and indeed the world, when it comes to energy power, your words hold authority. Those inferior nations cannot compare to your expertise." Rather than feeling uplifted by the president's praise, Simon's spirits plummeted further into despair. "Mr. President, I believe we should reconsider our approach. Over the past 20 days, with support from various nations, funding has exceeded 3 billion euros. However, we have yet to yield any tangible results." Pausing momentarily, Simon continued, "Perhaps we must concede that, in this area, the Dragon Nation has far surpassed us and left us in their wake." On hearing this, Xiaoma could no longer contain his frustration, his tone becoming sharp. "How can this be? How is it that in just a year or two, the Dragon Nation's new energy has advanced to such an extent?" Yet he quickly realized that he must maintain composure in front of so many experts. Is there no remedy? Can we perhaps attempt to utilize old energy sources? Simon shook his head. While old energy can indeed meet the overall supply for mechas, it imposes unnecessary burdens on their operation. Furthermore, old energy leads to environmental pollution, instability, and various other issues. Setting those aside, if mechas continue to rely on old energy, the operational costs for just a few units could reach astronomical figures. The room fell into silence. Even the experts from other fields recognized the profound advancements the Dragon Nation had made in new energy, fully aware of the significant gap between the two sides. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation only excelled in this particular area, while our performance in other fields is quite average. Otherwise, I would be the one facing embarrassment at this moment. The scientists from various disciplines privately breathed a sigh of relief. However, unbeknownst to them, the imminent resurgence of spiritual energy will soon shake the very foundations of the entire scientific research field. By that time, the disparity between the two sides may extend beyond the realm of energy alone. In light of your thoughts, is there any alternative for us to forge our own mecha, particularly in the domain of energy propulsion? Xiaoma furrowed his brow and inquired after a moment of contemplation. The most authoritative energy expert in Europe, Simon, fixed his gaze upon Xiaoma and solemnly declared, Only the spiritual energy power devices from the Dragon Kingdom can provide a perfect solution. Chapter 110. A grim situation in the Free Nation. Within the Black Palace, Johnson scrutinized the report in his hands, his brow knitted in concern. Has this approach ceased to be effective for this Eastern nation? Over the past 20 days, the world's leading capital powers, spearheaded by the Free Nation, had employed every conceivable strategy to its fullest extent, be it subtle maneuverings within the United Nations, clandestine infiltration of the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons, coercive international public opinion, or the secret dispatch of spies. They had left no stone unturned. As for the results, it cannot be said that their efforts were entirely fruitless, but one could certainly conclude that they achieved little to nothing. The Dragon Kingdom remained as impregnable as a fortress, impervious to their machinations. Regardless of the tactics employed, the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom consistently detected their schemes in a timely manner and swiftly neutralized any nascent threats, effectively stifling them in their infancy. The lack of progress on the international front was one matter, but domestically, advancements in new energy conversion were equally stagnant. This realization further exacerbated Johnson's anxiety. If this continues, we will be unable to produce mech warriors in the near future. In the Élysée Palace, Xiaoma sat at the table, eyes closed in contemplation. The words Simon had imparted echoing in his mind. Only the spiritual energy power devices can achieve this. Sighing, Xiaoma lamented the vast chasm that existed between the nations in the realm of mecha development, particularly in comparison to the Dragon Kingdom. His original plan had been to suppress the Dragon Kingdom's progress through a united front, buying time to secretly overcome the technical challenges and swiftly produce their own mechas, thereby narrowing the gap through acquired experience. Yet, the current situation proved to be fraught with obstacles. Of course, this predicament was not exclusive to the Free Nation alone. France and all other countries aspiring to replicate the Tomorrow Mecha encountered similar technological bottlenecks, yielding little advantage on the international stage. This cannot continue, Xiaoma declared as he rose and approached the window, feeling a wave of heat rush towards him due to the temperature differential between indoors and outdoors. Secretly resolving to take decisive action. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the Coastal Military Command Center, the second wave had thus far seen the landing of 22 sea-level aberrations, affecting 26 countries. According to the data provided by Major General Chu Yao, only 2 sea-level aberrations remained unland, the toothed tiger, in our nation, and the war wolf, in the eagle nation. Upon the completion of these 2 creatures, the second wave of sea-grade extraterrestrial beasts has reached a temporary conclusion. What lies ahead are the final wave of sea-grade beasts, larger in size and more resilient in vitality. Consequently, the forthcoming battle will impose stricter demands on our army's defensive capabilities, delaying tactics and adaptability. During a routine military meeting, Commander Yi Jian solemnly deliberated the current situation with the assembled generals. However, I had already conferred with Major General Chu Yao in advance, and fortunately, our nation's preparations are sufficiently robust. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we should be able to overcome this final wave with relative ease. Upon hearing this, General Sun Biao's face brightened. Commander Yi, does this mean that after this wave, there will be no more extraterrestrial beasts landing? Yi Jian gently shook his head. This is merely the C-grade beasts. According to the intelligence provided by our informant, there are still B, A, and even S-grade beasts to contend with. The front line of this defensive war stretches far longer than we had anticipated. Initially, the national preparations were inadequate. Chu Yao, fearing a decline in morale, only disclosed information regarding C-grade extraterrestrial beasts, concealing the more terrifying threats that lay ahead. The expressions of the generals darkened. They had originally believed that the crisis was nearly averted, only to realize that these 2 waves of C-grade extraterrestrial beasts were merely an appetizer. And this seemingly simple appetizer has already inflicted severe losses on nations worldwide. This is particularly true considering that Chu Yao's rebirth has altered parts of history. Had we followed the trajectory of the past, the casualties among nations would have already rivaled those of a world war. If C-grade beasts are this formidable, what horrors must the B-grade beasts entail? General Lin Yi murmured softly, can we possibly contend with them using mere human strength? General Sun Biao could not contain his curiosity and inquired. The resurgence of spiritual energy is classified information, and even high-ranking officials in the military are largely unaware of its implications. Before the arrival of the C-grade beasts, we harbored similar doubts, and the outcome is evident to all. Commander Yi Jian interjected. The informant possesses an exceptionally advanced awareness and meticulous planning. Even I am uncertain of the extent of their hidden cards, so we must place our trust in them. Mentioning Chu Yao slightly alleviated the unease among the generals. After 2 successive victories, Chu Yao has undeniably become the core pillar of the Dragon Country's military establishment. Rest assured, our military has at its disposal 5 first-generation mechs, 1 second-generation mech, all new conceptual weapons along the coast, over a dozen mobile plasma cannons, and the colossal scythe-like blades within the city walls. With such ample preparations, which nation in the world can rival us? In the Sakura nation, within the Foreign Affairs office. Dingling. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Report. The Free Nation is requesting to communicate with us. The operator at the Sakura Outer Pavilion swiftly noted the caller ID and immediately relayed the information to the relevant personnel. Moments later, the troubled Chunsui Ichiro hastily entered the call room. Hello? The smiling visage of Johnson appeared on the enormous high-definition screen. My dear friends from Sakura Nation, how is your country faring lately? Standing beside them were professional interpreters. Chunsui Ichiro gazed at Johnson, perplexed, and replied, Could you clarify which aspect you are referring to? Is it about dealing with extraterrestrial beasts? Our nation has made ample preparations in that regard, as everyone can attest. Johnson shook his head. Do not tell me you have not attempted to construct mech warriors. Every nation of significance in the world is secretly developing mechs, is it not? Oh, is that what you meant? The technical issues related to that are nearly resolved. Chunsui Ichiro hesitated slightly, not revealing the truth. The reason for his earlier distress was that despite a substantial investment in research funding, there had been no tangible progress, as if it had vanished into thin air. Oh, is that so? My dear friends from Sakura are indeed exceptional. Johnson, though skeptical, praised. At this rate, surpassing Long Nation is just around the corner for you. Feigning calmness, Chunsui Ichiro continued to deflect. Naturally, how could such an inferior nation compare to our illustrious Sakura people? What about you? How are matters progressing in your esteemed nation? Johnson, unwilling to divulge the true state of preparations, responded, We are also nearly ready and are about to commence the construction of our own mechs. After a friendly exchange of pleasantries, they casually discussed some international matters before concluding their conversation. Chapter 111. Confusion in Long Nation, Zhongdu, National Health Bureau. After a gentle drizzle, the skies cleared and the sun shone brightly. Ha, young Lao, it has been quite some time since we last met. Over the past few days, Chu Yao had been busy running between various responsibilities, executing training plans while ensuring the implementation of major projects in Zhongdu. Today, he seized a moment to visit the National Health Bureau, seeking to catch up with the elder Yang Weigua and to learn about the progress of the nationwide fitness initiative. Oh, little Yao, what brings you to my office today? Your mech operation during the last battle was truly impressive. Even I, an old man, couldn't help but wished to join in the action. After a delightful exchange, they steered the conversation back to the main topic. Young Lao, how is the nationwide fitness situation in our country? Quite well. At the mention of this, Yang Weigua's eyes crinkled with joy, with everyone consistently participating in fitness activities. The physical condition of citizens nationwide has far surpassed the state prior to the initiative. Behold, this is the latest monthly report compiled last month. The vitality levels of all male citizens aged 18 to 50 have surpassed 90 units, while females have consistently maintained above 85 units. Furthermore, your nationwide Tai Chi initiative has significantly bolstered the foundational physical fitness of both the youth and the elderly. Quite commendable. Chu Yao reviewed the report, nodding silently in approval. The current vitality levels of the populace exceed his expectations, and the higher this collective vitality average remains, the greater the benefits they shall reap in the forthcoming resurgence of spiritual energy. It suffices to maintain the present state, while urging the general public to persist in their Tai Chi practice. After a brief discussion regarding the forthcoming preparations, their conversation concluded for the day. Xiao Yao, Elder Yang escorted Chu Yao to the door and, just before departing, called out to him. What is it? Chu Yao turned, gazing curiously at the elderly Yang Weigua. Nothing, safe travels. Elder Yang smiled, watching Chu Yao depart. I hope to witness with my own eyes in my lifetime the day you lead our Dragon Nation's citizens to vanquish all extraterrestrial beasts and ascend to the pinnacle of the global community. Elder Yang, with his head full of silver hair, bathed in sunlight, silently recited the words he wished to convey as he gazed at the vehicle that had already disappeared from view. Indeed, prior to the landing of the Class C beast, the Crimson Sheep, although Elder Yang radiated vigor daily, his heart harbored unease witnessing the grave losses suffered by other capital-rich nations in their efforts to fend off the beasts. However, these 2 consecutive remarkable performances have alleviated his worries, as these successful campaigns against invasions are, in fact, a process through which the Dragon Nation gradually regains its lost national confidence. In the treasury, accompanied by the treasurer Yang Mengyan, Elder Gu Xian of the National Cultural Relics Administration led Chu Yao to a colossal warehouse door. Our cultural relic protection plan has also yielded equally gratifying progress, nearing its conclusion. During this time, not only have numerous artifacts been successfully preserved back into the treasury, but many previously undiscovered relics from the populace have also emerged from the earth. Recently, thanks to clues provided by the citizens of Hongguang City, we unearthed a considerable number of precious bronze vessels from the Singui site. As Elder Gu guided Chu Yao into the treasury housing ancient artifacts, he excitedly recounted the implementation of the plan. When discussing this initiative, Elder Gu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chu Yao. Were it not for his execution of this plan, the state would never allocate such substantial funds for these endeavors, and he would not have the opportunity in his lifetime to witness so many antique relics returning to the embrace of the nation. By the way, with thoughts of the relics returning to the country, Elder Gu recalled something and spoke up. Director, there is one more matter. Although the domestic cultural relic protection plan has largely been completed, a significant number of our indigenous artifacts remain lost abroad. The mere mention of this causes a pang of sorrow in the heart of the Elder Gu Xian. The relics that rightfully belong to our Dragon Nation are displayed in foreign museums, available for the capricious admiration of those fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Prompted by Elder Gu's reminder, Chu Yao suddenly realized, how could I have forgotten this matter? The ancient spirits residing within the artifacts of the Dragon Nation also encompass those that have been lost overseas. Despite the fact that foreigners, with their impure bloodlines, are incapable of evoking the ancient spirits from these relics as we do, upon discovering this remarkable ability, they either intentionally damage the relics or take advantage of the situation to inflate prices, causing our nation's officials to expend vast resources to reclaim them. Chu Yao stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. Little Ma, how is the progress of your match during the wartime alliance on the Western continent? Johnson had just finished a call with Chunsui Ichiro when he turned to call Little Ma again. Alas, we have encountered a technical bottleneck, making it difficult to break through. Unlike Chunsui Ichiro, who was more concerned about appearances, Little Ma candidly revealed the truth. What? Even you are facing a bottleneck? Johnson, adept at conversing with both humans and spirits, admitted, to be honest, our free nation is also encountering significant difficulties. The purpose of this call with your alliance was to explore the possibility of collaboration. Sigh. Little Ma exhaled deeply. I fear that collaboration would be futile. Our experts have no confidence in overcoming this issue and have directly suggested that we halt this project. Johnson displayed a look of dejection. Is that so? What a pity. At this point, Johnson shifted his focus. It's all the fault of that damn Dragon Nation. Even now, they refuse to selflessly assist us. Little Ma feigned indignation. Who could disagree? That damn yellow-skinned pig is infuriating. We agreed to continue targeting them, ensuring they experience the consequences of opposing us. After reaching a consensus on their mutual stance against the Dragon Nation, the call came to an end. On the Western continent, in Liba, just after hanging up, Little Ma revealed an expression of impatience. Only a fool would slowly target the Dragon Nation alongside you. After all this time, so much energy wasted, and for what? I have long understood that we must not confront this Eastern nation head-on. Little Ma narrowed his eyes, contemplating the next steps. In recent days, nearly all capitalist nations have been spontaneously banding together, but 2 powerful capitalist countries stand as exceptions. In the Eagle Nation, the Foreign Affairs Office. Prime Minister, I fail to understand why we didn't take the opportunity to suppress the Dragon Nation together some time ago. Don't you wish for our Eagle Nation to possess its own mech? Observing the perplexed expressions of his subordinates, Bowley chuckled softly. Setting aside the monumental favor bestowed upon us by the Dragon Kingdom and sharing intelligence ahead of time, it is evident from any perspective that we should not oppose the Dragon Kingdom. Firstly, the extraterrestrial beasts continue their invasion. and no one can predict how many more may emerge or whether they will evolve further. Thus, our most formidable adversary is not the Dragon Kingdom, but rather these alien creatures. Secondly, have you not yet realized? To this day, have you comprehended the strategic positioning of this great Eastern nation? Clearly not. Each seemingly reckless maneuver they undertake ultimately proves to be remarkably effective at critical junctures. Therefore, Bowley rose with solemnity, his demeanor serious. Do not provoke anyone, least of all this Eastern power. Chapter 112. A surprise in the Oceanic Kingdom, the Outer Cabinet. I fail to comprehend how such foolish words could escape your lips. Casting a fierce glare at his son, Shelley, who had also voiced dissent, Ryan expressed his exasperation. Do you not learn from your mistakes? What benefits did we reap from raising tariffs against the Dragon Kingdom? Did we not garner substantial tax revenue, enriching both our citizens and our nation? Shelley, momentarily stunned by the reprimand, hesitated before quietly countering. What use is such a trifling amount of wealth? Hearing this, Ryan's frustration intensified. How did I end up with such a short-sighted son? Were it not for the paternity test, I would question if you were truly my flesh and blood. Ryan, rubbing his forehead to temper his emotions, continued. Indeed, this measure has increased our national revenue significantly, but it has jeopardized our friendship with this Eastern power. Reflect for a moment. Had we maintained or even reduced tariffs while other nations targeted the Dragon Kingdom, we would have garnered their goodwill. Were it not for my advanced age, I would consider having another child. Ryan sighed deeply. I trust my political instincts. For the duration of my tenure, our Oceanic Kingdom shall unequivocally avoid any conflicts or disputes with this formidable Eastern nation. In the Dragon Kingdom, Zhongdu, South Zhonghai. Within the Red Walls, Chu Yao sat at the table, conversing with the chief about the current international situation. I appreciate the hard work you and the elders have put in these days. Chu Yao respectfully poured a cup of tea for the chief, presenting it before him with reverence. Although Chu Yao was not well versed in international affairs, his previous dealings with high-ranking officials across various nations had rendered him astute. During the period when the Dragon Kingdom's storm mechs first emerged, unusual voices filled the international arena for a few days, only to vanish abruptly. This was closely tied to the elders from Zhongdu making frequent trips to the United Nations and the chief's clandestine visits to various countries for diplomatic engagements. At my age, what does hard work even mean? The chief smiled nonchalantly, took a small sip from the teacup, and cheerfully responded. How are the defensive facilities in our country these days? I haven't seen you embark on any grand plans recently. With a confident demeanor, Chu Yao assured him, fear not. When the unprecedented change arrives this New Year's Day, you shall witness the grandeur of my designs. After the previous battles, Chu Yao felt quite self-assured about his preparations and patted his chest in promise. Splendid. I shall eagerly await that moment. While the two were engaged in their light-hearted banter, a sudden call came through. Chief, it's President Xiao Ma from Fasaland, reported a subordinate from the communications room. Oh, they still have the audacity to connect with our country? The chief raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold snort. During these times, the Dragon Kingdom had faced considerable international criticism, and as the leader of the Western Continental Alliance, Xiao Ma had certainly been a catalyst for much of that discontent. Naturally, the chief held no fondness for such a character. Connect them. I suspect it has something to do with the mechs of tomorrow. Xiao Yao, come with me and let us see what they have to say. The chief proceeded to the communications room with Chu Yao, who stood outside the communication screen, remaining unseen. Oh, my dear friend from the Dragon Kingdom, how have you been lately? Upon successfully connecting, Xiao Ma appeared somewhat elated, feigning familiarity with the chief. We are very well indeed. If it weren't for certain individuals stirring trouble behind the scenes, we would be even better. The chief interpreted Xiao Ma's words as a jibe against the Dragon Kingdom, his expression icy and his words sharp and unyielding. Oh, dear chief, I believe you have misunderstood my intent. Xiao Ma quickly realized the current international tension and adjusted his tone. Today, I wish to extend an apology on behalf of our Western Continental Alliance for our previous indiscretions and errors towards you and the esteemed people of the Dragon Kingdom. As he spoke, Xiao Ma took a couple of steps back and bowed deeply 3 times. I sincerely apologize for our alliance's unreasonable actions. Moreover, he continued, tomorrow, our Western Continental International Alliance will publicly issue a statement, a formal apology, acknowledging our slander against the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom, while assuring the world that from this point forward, We shall stand in solidarity with the Dragon Kingdom in all international matters. Additionally, he presented a list of reparations, stating, "We shall provide the supplies listed here to the Dragon Kingdom free of charge." Xiao Ma's sincerity was palpable, his face marked by contrition. However, the chief was not swayed by such overtures. Responding with a cold chuckle, the Dragon Kingdom is not a nation prone to pettiness. It is perfectly normal for countries with differing ideologies to experience some friction. Hence, an apology is unnecessary. I merely hope that such situations can be minimized in the future. The young man, upon realizing that he had pressed his warm face against a cold backside, felt a fleeting moment of embarrassment. However, being adaptable by nature, he swiftly brushed aside the awkwardness and declared earnestly, "Rest assured, I assure you that such incidents will never occur again. We shall not neglect any customary gestures of apology." From the sidelines, Chu Yao observed with a discerning eye, understanding that France had evidently recognized the ineffectiveness of international coercion and was now seeking to apologize in hopes of mending the relationship. With a slight furrow of his brow, he contemplated for a moment, and after securing the chief's consent, he stepped forward to appear on the communication screen. Was it merely the desire for our psychic energy device? Why engage in such disingenuous pretense? The translator beside him displayed a look of uncertainty, glancing at the chief, unsure whether to convey this statement to the other party. Translated. The chief nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man emerged on the screen, leaving the young man momentarily puzzled. However, the words relayed by the Dragon Kingdom's translator caused his face to flush a deep shade of crimson. With a fierce countenance against the multitude, and a humble spirit willing to serve, could aptly describe Chu Yao's attitude toward those scheming politicians, to whom he never extended a favorable disposition. If they desired our psychic energy device, it was not beyond reason. In 5 days, they were to bring back treasures plundered from the old summer palace to exchange with our Dragon Kingdom. Just as he was formulating a thoughtful response, the young man was taken aback by the translator's announcement, standing frozen in disbelief. "What did you say? Are you certain? Can you truly represent the Dragon Kingdom?" Fearing a miscommunication, he pressed for confirmation with a barrage of questions. In 5 days, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the core technology of the psychic energy device and the entire manufacturing plan for the mechs, along with experiences and more, the more relics you return, the more you shall receive. "My God, did you just say that?" The young man exclaimed. "My dear friends from the Dragon Kingdom, just wait and see." Noticing that the chief behind Chu Yao did not intervene, he realized that this was likely true. Overwhelmed with immense joy, he was unable to contain himself. Chapter 113. Facing the world for exchange. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The young man exclaimed excitedly, pacing back and forth in his office after hanging up the phone. "We must immediately organize and clear all public museums and private family collections of Dragon Kingdom relics. Everything must be gathered within 3 days. At the same time, Secretary, arrange my schedule immediately. This paramount task in 5 days must be meticulously prepared. By the way, notify all countries within the alliance that participated in the invasion of China and plundered Dragon Kingdom artifacts. They must be informed and organized at once. Mr. President, we did indeed seize a considerable number of relics from the Dragon Kingdom back then. In today's terms, they are worth a fortune. Are you certain we should return all of them?" With a sharp slap, the young man chastised the ignorant subordinate. "Utterly foolish. What time is it now? The world is rife with conflict and turmoil. In this tumultuous era, money and antiques hold little value. It is the technology of the mech warriors that is truly priceless. Once we master this technology and forge our own mech warriors, we will become the second nation, after the Dragon Kingdom, to possess such power. The significance of this in times of conflict is unparalleled, akin to our nation securing all the Nobel Prizes in a time of peace. Should the Dragon Kingdom wish to trade with us, any perceived loss would solely be theirs." Little Ma was enraptured by the prospect of having successfully constructed mech warriors, envisioning himself commanding respect across nations. To him, this was undoubtedly a foolproof venture. In Zhongdu, Xiao Yao, upon seeing the news, expressed concern for the potential dangers of appearing on screen. After ending the call, the chief's first thought was not why Chu Yao was willing to sell the psychic power generator, but rather his personal safety. Chu Yao's identity had always been a closely guarded secret, known only to the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom and those directly involved in pertinent plans. Even his rank and position were conferred in secrecy, shrouded from public knowledge. This was a result of both Chu Yao's desire for anonymity and the state's deliberate efforts to protect him. Yet today, Chu Yao had chosen to present himself in a video conversation with the president of France. If Little Ma remained vigilant, he would surely recognize the significance of a mere youth appearing in discussions with heads of state. Please discreetly inform me of any decisions made today, and I will articulate them for you, the chief urged, anxiety threading through his voice. Fearing that foreign entities might seize this opportunity to uncover any clues that could jeopardize Chu Yao. Rest assured, I have already considered this. There is no cause for alarm. Chu Yao replied with a reassuring smile, attempting to ease the chief's worries. In truth, his appearance today was not a whimsical taunt aimed at Little Ma, but rather a well-calculated decision. Firstly, the major plans had now entered a stable phase, with some nearing completion, alleviating the need for his constant oversight. Secondly, his true identity could not remain concealed for much longer. Given the continuous incursions by otherworldly beasts, his frequent appearances at the front lines and key military sites had likely caught the attention of some observant foreign entities. Moreover, Chu Yao was no longer the same as when he had just been reborn. His vitality had nearly reached the limits of humanity. And to declare himself invincible in terms of physical prowess would not be an exaggeration. His fundamental marksmanship and the unique abilities of his guardian spirit, Desolation and Sunset, had all been restored. With only a month remaining until a significant surge in spiritual energy. Once he awakened his guardian spirit, revealing his identity on the battlefield would become inevitable. Thus, Chu Yao chose to step from the shadows into the limelight, no longer concealing his identity. Very well, just remember to exercise caution. We rely on you for this defensive war. The chief, well aware of Chu Yao's cautious nature, refrained from further questioning and redirected the conversation to the tomorrow mecha. Just 20 days ago, they were reluctant to provide us with their core technology. What has prompted their willingness to share it now? It seems we have a pressing need for it. Today, while assessing the progress of the Cultural Relics Preservation Plan, Elder Gu mentioned this issue. Upon reflection, I recognized it as a significant concern, leading to this decision. Furthermore, the construction of mechas is indeed an inevitable trend, and there is no reason to procrastinate any longer. I intend to announce this news, as it will facilitate the retrieval of our cultural relics that have been lost overseas. Very well, the chief nodded. I have faith in you, Xiao Yao. You may proceed with confidence. We shall support you. Thus, that very afternoon, the news of Longwa's willingness to share technology and expertise related to the Tomorrow Mecha swiftly spread across the globe, reaching various governments first. What? It is intended for all nations. I had thought my apology had made an impact, leading to an exclusive exchange with our French counterparts. Little Ma felt a wave of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. No worries, there is still an opportunity. Our country once destroyed that garden, seizing the most treasures. We shall surely negotiate for the most valuable items. Why wait any longer? We must prepare immediately. Only a nation as primitive and foolish as theirs would trade invaluable antiques for technology. Upon receiving the news, the Cultural Relics Bureau of Sakura Country eagerly began preparations. Very well, let us get ready to return their artifacts. After a long period of contemplation, Prime Minister Boris of Eagle Country sighed deeply, stating, after all, these items were originally taken from them. Returning them is only just. If we could also acquire some expertise in the process, that would be ideal. Which country possesses Longwa's artifacts? We shall purchase a few at a premium. There even emerged voices internationally suggesting that some countries, lacking Longwa relics, were willing to purchase them from others to facilitate a technology exchange with Longwa. The notion that Longwa was ready to trade precious mecha technology for antiques lost overseas throughout history captivated global attention. This topic rapidly ascended various rankings and swept through international networks, eliciting a chorus of skepticism and support online. Naturally, the citizens of Longwa overwhelmingly endorsed this initiative. I wholeheartedly support this action by our nation. At last, we can reclaim the treasures left to us by our ancestors. This move certainly deserves applause. We must rectify our national humiliation. This mecha technology is regarded as a treasure abroad. I suspect we have even more formidable cards up our sleeves. However, for many foreign citizens, confusion prevailed. Has Longwa lost its mind? With the beastly threat at their doorstep, are they still preoccupied with their cultural relics? Cordata, can you not see the situation from above? When did the otherworldly beasts reach our doorstep? While we indeed find ourselves in dire straits, Have you not observed how effortlessly the Dragon Kingdom's mechs dispatch these beasts as if slicing through melons? Sketchers009. What you say from the second floor is quite accurate. This is precisely the source of our confusion. If the current cultural relics are akin to a consort relegated to the cold palace, then this mech technology is undoubtedly the favored queen. The disparity between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. After-class service fee. You seem to lack understanding, don't you? The Dragon Kingdom's recent actions are clearly impulsive, a whimsical gift without hesitation. Chapter 114. The Return of Cultural Relics in the 5 Days of Waiting. The final 2 extraterrestrial beasts from the sea-level category successfully landed alongside the second wave. The Eagle Nation, with its ample preparations, succeeded in slaying the Wolf Warrior. As for the Tiger Tooth, landing in the Dragon Kingdom, given its lower ranking, Chu Yao refrained from entering the fray personally and instead granted the mech pilot, Hui Yuankong, an opportunity to engage, directing him to operate the storm mech in battle, to mitigate any potential discomfort Hui might experience facing an extraterrestrial beast for the first time. Chu Yao positioned himself within the Zero mech to observe the battlefield, ready to provide assistance as needed. Fortunately, Hui Yuankong exceeded Chu Yao's expectations, displaying no signs of fear. He executed a seamless series of maneuvers akin to his training regimen, efficiently dispatching the Tiger Tooth. This resurgence of the storm mech further ignited the aspirations of high-ranking officials from various nations toward mech warriors, prompting an urgent collection of cultural relics from the Dragon Kingdom. The fleeting 5 days passed swiftly. Executives from major capitalist nations, accompanied by their associates and a substantial number of Dragon Kingdom relics, embarked on their journey to the Dragon Kingdom. On the surface, it appeared that these leading capitalist nations were merely ensnared by the energy power sources. However, the reality was far more intricate. Firstly, the blueprints for the storm mech were personally drafted by Chu Yao and handed over to the Mechanical Research Group for implementation. Who is Chu Yao? The supreme commander of the Human Alliance in his past life. The mechs he encountered were of the 5th and 6th generations. And with his discerning eye, the blueprints he produced could not possibly represent anything inferior. Although Chu Yao could not recall every detail of the mech's internal structure or connection framework, his advanced experience effectively positioned the Dragon Kingdom's mechs on the shoulders of giants for further development. Secondly, many aspects regarding the selection and compatibility of components, as well as the design of human-machine interaction systems, remain only partially understood by other nations, despite their ongoing trial and error. Such endeavors cannot rival the advanced configurations and designs that the Dragon Kingdom inherently possesses from its previous era. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom has now established itself as a formidable mech-producing nation, having crafted 7 Tomorrow mechs, thus offering invaluable manufacturing experience and top-tier vision that the world desperately requires. A private passenger plane belonging to high-ranking officials from Sakura Nation has become the first to enter the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom. Look below. A high-ranking official from Sakura gazed through the porthole, beholding the majestic coastline of the Dragon Kingdom. The formidable steel Great Wall stretched for miles, adorned with cutting-edge weaponry, standing vigilant and ready for action. The meticulously organized military barracks and an array of formidable armaments were evident, while advanced fighter jets patrolled the skies above. Most striking of all was the imposing Tomorrow Mecha, a titan standing resolutely along the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom. Silence enveloped the aircraft, a stark contrast to the awe-inspiring defensive installations before them. In comparison, their own defensive preparations felt like child's play. The release of a small reconnaissance drone was clearly a display of national pride orchestrated for their viewing. A high-ranking official from Sakura, indignant, clenched their teeth and spoke out. Further inland, the ordinary citizens lived in peace and prosperity. Although still part of the coastal region, there was no sign of an impending apocalypse. Bustling urban streets, busy intersections, and schoolchildren with backpacks and red scarves bouncing joyfully to school painted a vibrant picture. As they observed the images transmitted back, the officials of Sakura hung their proud heads. While other things might be fabricated, the genuine smiles of the common people were irrefutable. This seemingly inferior nation had made commendable preparations. Pure Water Ichiro attempted to break the silence, encouraging the group, yet the vast disparity between the two nations stifled his words, leaving only sarcasm unspoken. After all, their coastal cities had long since become ghost towns, with countless citizens feeling insecure and relocating inland. rendering any comparison to the thriving coastline of the Dragon Kingdom futile. Fear not, we must not lose heart. The Dragon Kingdom's achievements are primarily due to their tomorrow mecha. Once we acquire the relevant technology, we too can succeed. He continued. Moreover, they have only deployed this storm mecha twice in their defensive battles, which indicates they possess no more than this single unit. After we obtain the plans, with our nation's advanced industrial capabilities, producing several more is entirely within our grasp. Listening to Pure Water Ichiro's well-reasoned analysis, the high-ranking officials of Sakura regained their confidence. Indeed, we are merely temporarily behind. As long as we are willing, catching up is just a matter of time. At the Zhongdu airport of the Dragon Kingdom, today marked the busiest day since its inception. Nations that had achieved developed status flocked here. Investigate and ensure that any country lacking Dragon Kingdom artifacts and having previously undermined us is categorically denied entry. Send them back at once. Chu Yao commanded from his office with a view of the bustling airport, his brow furrowed in discontent. The volume of visitors had far exceeded Chu Yao's expectations. Primarily consisting of nations without artifacts, yet unwilling to witness the mecha technology slip into foreign hands, thus arriving merely to partake in the spectacle. Mr. Gu was invited to examine the artifacts, standing beside Chu Yao with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Even now, he found everything surreal, akin to living within a dream. Had he merely mentioned his thoughts to the responsible parties just days prior, and now it had come to fruition? Moreover, treasures long exiled from various nations were being eagerly returned to us. At the customs office, experts dedicated to verifying the artifacts from the Dragon Nation were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. After so many years, they had finally returned. An elderly expert, adorned in professional white gloves, cradled a porcelain piece from Huangdan, his voice quaking with emotion. Indeed, countless treasures of the Dragon Nation had been lost during a time of insurmountable turmoil. Over the years, generations of researchers had not witnessed the return of these artifacts, ultimately departing this world with unfulfilled dreams. Yet now, the long-held grievances of the Dragon Nation's cultural workers had finally been alleviated, their aspirations realized. Naturally, the online community of the Dragon Nation felt immense pride in the day's events. Look at you Western powers, experiencing this today. How you once seized our treasures. Now you bring them back. How exhilarating. Previously, we had been constrained by technological dependencies on other nations, but now we could finally breathe freely again. If it weren't for our Eastern Lions' prolonged slumber, allowing them to snatch away our advancements for a time, I suspect that all technological patents worldwide would belong to the Dragon Nation. Chu Yao glanced at the online comments, a faint smile gracing his lips, remaining silent. What the netizens of the Dragon Nation did not realize was that this was merely the beginning. Once the true revival of spiritual energy commenced, the benefits of the second grand plan would gradually unfold. When that time arrived, for certain industries undergoing significant transformations, being technologically constrained would be a mere triviality. Our entire industry, from top to bottom, would gain overwhelming advantages, firmly seated at the pinnacle, while other nations would have no choice but to comply with the rules we set forth. Chapter 115. The scene of social disgrace in the Dragon Nation. At the Zhongdu airport. Oh, President Johnson, you two have arrived? Prime Minister Bowley of the Eagle Nation greeted the newly arrived President Johnson of the Free Nation with enthusiasm. Bowley's loud call drew the attention of various leaders present, including the already arrived President Ma of France. Johnson's gaze met Ma's, only for them to avert their eyes. As if oblivious to one another, palms now damp with sweat. Just 5 days prior, during a phone call, he had fervently criticized and insulted the Dragon Nation, expressing his vehement disdain, yet here he was today, personally attending. I am unseen, I am unseen, I am unseen, Johnson mentally chanted in self-hypnosis. Oh, isn't that my brother Johnson? Not long ago, were you not the one vehemently denouncing the Dragon Kingdom? Yet here you are, personally visiting its shores. Such irony. As the cheerful figure of Xiao Ma approached, Johnson could hardly suppress his urge to deliver a punch. Was he merely here to revel in the commotion? Feeling the peculiar gazes of dignitaries from various nations, Johnson forced a smile, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Prime Minister Shinsui Ichiro of Sakura Country, who was awkwardly attempting to avoid being seen. How could I be the only one to feel this awkwardness? If I am to suffer social humiliation, I shall drag Shinsui Ichiro down with me. With determination, Johnson strode forward and called out, Prime Minister Shinsui Ichiro, where are you off to? The summoned Shinsui Ichiro appeared momentarily paralyzed, as if under a spell, before finally turning around. Ah, it's President Johnson. I'm fine, just taking a stroll. Oh, Johnson exclaimed, stepping closer, his voice booming to ensure all could hear. I was just wondering how you came to be here. After all, your nation has reached the point of independently manufacturing mechs. Visiting the Dragon Kingdom seems rather unnecessary. Shinsui Ichiro stood frozen, unsure whether to walk away or engage in conversation, wishing desperately for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. What was this hubbub about? Why were so many leaders present without even a greeting from their chief? In a moment of inspiration, Shinsui Ichiro deftly sidestepped Johnson's inquiry, glancing around in a feigned effort to engage others. Indeed, the absence of a welcoming party was notable. How could it be that even the chief of the Dragon Kingdom had not come to receive us? Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Johnson, being astute, realized that pushing Shinsui Ichiro too hard might unravel his own facade. He gracefully followed the thread of conversation. Just then, as the international dignitaries were engulfed in confusion, the doors of the waiting hall swung open, revealing a robust and handsome youth striding toward the assembly. A collective question mark loomed over the heads of the leaders present. What was this young newcomer doing in such a formal setting? The youth, seemingly oblivious to the high-ranking officials awaiting him, approached the staff of the Dragon Kingdom's Antiquities Management Bureau engaged in the examination of artifacts. Elder Zhang, Elder Hua, how are the checks proceeding? Everything all right? He inquired politely, bending slightly in courteous acknowledgement. This young man was none other than Chu Yao. The elder known as Zhang, lost in overwhelming joy, was momentarily startled by the greeting. Ah, it is you. On behalf of all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, I extend profound gratitude for your contributions. Please stop. You are overly generous. Zhang rose, intending to perform a grand bow to express his excitement, but mid-sentence, he abruptly halted. Firstly, it was due to Chu Yao hastily stepping forward to grasp his hand, and secondly, he suddenly realized that the current occasion seemed somewhat inappropriate. Zhang Lao surveyed the surroundings, where foreign dignitaries of various hair colors and skin tones stared in astonishment at this suddenly agitated elder. It appeared to be Zhang Peiquan, one of the esteemed figures in the field of archaeology from the Dragon Nation. Among the crowd, an elder from the Cherry Blossom Nation whispered, given his stature, why would he bow so deeply to a younger counterpart? What is the identity of this youth from the Dragon Nation? The crowd erupted into murmurs, their long-held positions leading them to quickly draw connections to other matters. Quickly, what did that elder from the Dragon Nation just say? Johnson eagerly urged the translator beside him, sensing that it must involve some crucial secret of the Dragon Nation. That day when I spoke with the chief of the Dragon Nation, this youth also appeared in the mirror. Xiaoma clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at Chu Yao with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. I seem to have inadvertently disclosed the identity of the person in charge. Zhang Lao tilted his head, observing the commotion, his heart tumultuous, during the execution of previous plans. It had been repeatedly emphasized that, aside from the special research team members, no one was to leak Chu Yao's identity. Sensing Zhang Peiquan's concerns, Chu Yao hurriedly reassured him, you need not worry. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Have you completed the accounting on your end? Zhang Lao then realized that since Chu Yao was present today, it must have been a deliberate arrangement, allowing his anxious heart to relax. Oh, it is nearly complete. Here is the verified count of items returned by these nations. Excellent. Chu Yao took the list from Zhang Peiquan's hands and turned around. When facing the dignitaries from powerful capital nations, his demeanor and tone shifted, coldly stating, Cherry Blossom Nation, 146 items. Free Nation, 996 items. Eagle Nation, 712 items. France, 532 items. After reciting the lengthy list, Chu Yao continued, there are no objections, I trust? The prominent figures listened intently to their subordinates' translations, observing the remarkably youthful individual appearing in this diplomatic setting, yet none spoke. Since there are no objections, the exchange ceremony concludes here. You may all take your leave. What about our promised technology for psychic energy devices and mecha manufacturing experience? Xiaoma, desperate for technology, nearly turned crimson with urgency, being the first to lose composure and shout. Indeed, we traveled a great distance, and not only are we not being received, But how is it that the initial conditions we agreed upon are also being disregarded? Is this the etiquette of diplomacy from your dragon nation, the way of hospitality? Pure water Ichiro could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly, before the formidable figures before him, whose mere stomps could send ripples through the international arena. Chu Yao displayed no hint of trepidation. With a serene smile, he proclaimed, I hereby solemnly declare, first, the hospitality of my dragon nation is reserved for genuine guests. Do you thieves from a century past truly deserve such courtesy? Second, my nation has always honored its commitments. Those with smartphones may verify this online. Lastly, I bid you all farewell, safe travels. As soon as Chu Yao's words echoed through the air, Xiaoma hastily instructed his subordinates, quickly, check the internet. Upon opening their devices, it was evident that the digital realm was ablaze with activity. While Chu Yao engaged in dialogue with the dignitaries, the official account of Dragon Nation had released an article titled Sharing the Mechanized Future of Dragon Nation, detailing technical insights into mech construction. The conclusion of the article included an attachment, principles, and relevant diagrams of the energy resonator. The entire internet buzzed with fervent discussions surrounding this document. Maka Maka, my heavens. Dragon Nation's move is absolutely remarkable. To disclose such top-secret core information to the entire world? Baka Baka. This document can't possibly be a forgery, can it? Boo, it's not fake. As a professional in energy, I glanced through it and can only say, OMG. The energy resonator is simply exquisite. Wall Street Tiger. I am also in this field, and I can confirm the authenticity of what the previous speaker said. Ding ding ding. Almost simultaneously, the phones of the aides to heads of state began to ring, urgent reports from domestic contacts flooding in. Put me through. Junmizu took the phone from the operator and held it to his ear. Prime Minister. The document released on Dragon Nation's official website has been preliminarily verified by experts in relevant fields as authentic. Experts in mech construction have also indicated that the experiences shared are indeed viable, with no suspicion of fabrication. Upon hearing this, Junmizu's mind erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. So many invaluable artifacts were given away for naught. The energy resonator was now in the grasp of nations worldwide. What, then, was the purpose of their arduous journey today? Meanwhile, the expression of President Johnson of the Free Nation darkened further. Is this the form of exchange they speak of? Everything was far more complex than it appeared. The revelation of the energy resonator by Dragon Nation extended beyond mere mech technology. It entangled another lucrative domain, the energy sector. In recent years, the discourse surrounding new and traditional energy sources had been a hot topic. Although new energy is more environmentally friendly, issues such as energy conversion rates and efficiency have allowed both to coexist in a delicate balance. Yet, the energy resonator is different. It boasts high energy compatibility and exceptional conversion efficiency. Once nations acquire this technology, the market share of traditional energy sources will inevitably plummet. As the Free Nation, a significant player in the global oil market with an annual trading volume of approximately 2 trillion, faces a substantial setback. Their actions serve as a double-edged sword. The leaders present were left utterly flabbergasted. For this negotiation, they had brought along experts in cultural relics and negotiation, preparing extensively for a prolonged discourse with the Dragon Nation. However, they could not have anticipated the unexpected maneuver executed by the Dragon Nation, rendering their meticulous preparations as ineffective as striking a punch into cotton. Let us depart. Lingering here serves no purpose. Boris furrowed his brow, yet refrained from voicing further thoughts. With a soft sigh, he led the delegation from the Eagle Nation to board their aircraft homeward. With the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation taking the lead, the remaining leaders exchanged resigned glances and followed suit onto their respective planes. This young successor is undoubtedly formidable. Just before their departure, Xiaoma turned back, imprinting the visage of Chu Yao in his memory. He harbored an inexplicable premonition that this composed youth, standing before numerous heads of state, would not remain inconspicuous in the future. It's of no consequence. Merely a collection of antiquated relics, treasures only in the eyes of the Dragon Nation. Sato Hideaki understood that once the relics were in the hands of the Dragon Nation, on their territory, retrieving them would be nearly impossible. Thus, unable to attain what he desired, he consoled Chunsui Ichiro softly. His words, neither too loud nor too soft, caught the attention of Chu Yao, who stood nearby. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yao nearly burst into laughter. Antiquated relics? Indeed, they are now, But what of a month from now? Once the surge of spiritual energy erupts, any relic possessing an ancient spirit could be successfully awakened, rendering its value incalculable. Each hero of Huaxiao possesses unique abilities that will wield unimaginable power in future high-stakes confrontations. The worth of such a relic surpasses that of even 10 energy-powered devices. When that time comes, you shall surely regret today's actions. A meaningful smile graced Chu Yao's lips. Upon their swift return, the heads of state immediately ceased all ongoing endeavors and mobilized national resources to begin replicating the Dragon Nation's mecha technology. The Gaia Mecha Manufacturing Plan was integrated into the Salvation Initiative and initiated forthwith. The Ray Mecha Manufacturing Plan merged with the Everlasting Guardian Initiative, commencing immediately. Certain powerful capital nations and alliances, upon returning home, completed and publicly announced their mecha manufacturing plans within a mere half-day. "Look at the efficiency of the great free nation," exclaimed a commentator. "It won't be long before our magnificent mechas stand proudly along the coastline, and then you will regret your actions today." In my view, the Dragon Nation is simply too overconfident, remarked another. They thought that with a brief lead over us, they could rest easy. In the days to come, it is time for them to witness the formidable execution power of our great nation. German Little Red. Tisk, TSK, I am not boasting. Looking across the globe, which nation can rival us in terms of industrial manufacturing prowess? Just wait. It won't be long before you witness our strength. French Mama. In my opinion, the Dragon Nation is truly lacking in foresight. No matter how valuable cultural relics may be, can they truly compare to the worth of such core mechanical technology? Such behavior is akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Time and again, the Dragon Nation's astonishing trump cards have consistently overshadowed other countries. It is impossible for the citizens of our capital-rich nation, accustomed to being on high, to feel no disparity. Now, nations around the world take pride in possessing a mech warrior, and upon announcing their plans, they are eager to reclaim a long-lost sense of presence. In the capital, at the National Museum, experts and enthusiasts of cultural relics from across the nation gather, with hundreds of cameras collectively documenting this historic moment for the Dragon Nation's cultural heritage. Each artifact, having drifted for nearly 2 centuries, lies quietly in the exhibition hall, silently narrating the passage of time and the changes of the ages. Rather than mere relics, they are witnesses to the rise and fall of this great Eastern nation, from its peak to its nadir, and then gradually back to the summit. Scholars gaze upon the treasures, akin to a loving mother welcoming home a long-lost child, tears silently streaming down their cheeks. Within the domestic live streams of the Dragon Nation, countless citizens, deeply concerned for cultural relics, flood into the broadcast, with comments rapidly filling the screen. Wang Bojian, is that the long-lost serpent head? And what about the remaining 5 beast heads? Speechless, the heavens have eyes. The beast heads that have been missing for many years have finally reunited during this opportunity. Li Liu. There are still people abroad mocking us for exchanging mech technology for relics. What do they understand? These are not mere artifacts. They are symbols of the profound history of our Chinese civilization spanning 5,000 years, and their significance cannot be measured by the value of mechs. Green Carp, the person above is correct. Regardless of others' opinions, I staunchly support our nation's choice. Willow by the river at dawn. National shame must be washed away. To the bitter end, the idea above is flawed. National shame cannot be absolved simply by the return of relics. The sorrows of history should always be remembered. Challenge 154. Indeed, if our nation had not grown strong and developed mech technology, these items would still remain lost. All of us in the Dragon Nation should remember this day, where sorrow and joy coexist. Zhang Shangsha, yes. History is the best teacher, and the return of these relics serves to remind us of that eternal truth. To be backward is to be beaten. Chapter 117, A Vast Disparity. Among those participating and witnessing this grand celebration are the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. In everyone's eyes, the joy is unmistakable as the cultural relics lost to foreign lands return home, marking a significant chapter in history in which they have played a part. However, a high-ranking official gazes anxiously at Chu Yao, his unspoken thoughts evident. With critical technologies relinquished, what cards does our Dragon Nation hold? Although these relics are of immense importance, the spiritual energy power device is also a pivotal technology. Why must it be surrendered? Commander Yi Jian could not contain himself, and was the first to inquire. Before Chu Yao could respond, Luo Zijing, the head of the energy special research team beside him, interjected, "Rest assured. The spiritual energy power devices we are delivering are simplified versions. If foreign entities replicate them without improvements, while their energy conversion efficiency may suffice for the mechs of tomorrow, it will still fall short compared to ours. Furthermore, regarding the impending anomaly mentioned by the person in charge, the next generation spiritual energy model is already in development, so there is no need for concern." Hearing this explanation, Commander Yi Jian's furrowed brow eased. "I see." Chu Yao took the opportunity to elaborate. "Perhaps everyone is puzzled as to why I firmly rejected requests for mech technology from various nations over 20 days ago. Yet now I am willing to make concessions. The reasons are not overly complex, aside from the overarching battlefield dynamics and the entanglement of interests. The most crucial factor is that the situation is changing. Today is November 27th, and it won't be long before the final wave of Class C anomalies descends. Following the Class C beasts will be the terrifying and formidable Class B creatures. During this period, we will also encounter unprecedented upheaval. While the mechs of tomorrow serve as one means of defense, by then, even more powerful measures will emerge, intricately linked to these relics. Thus, after careful consideration, I chose the latter and made an exchange with foreign nations. Of course, at this juncture, Chu Yao shifted his tone. We have not fully imparted our mech manufacturing experiences. I have already discussed this with Lu Wei, the head of the mech design division. While that knowledge is invaluable to them, to us, it has become little more than kindergarten-level information. The other high-ranking officials present nodded slightly, feeling enlightened. Rest assured, Xiao Yao, we trust your judgment. As long as it benefits our dragon nation, pursue your endeavors without hesitation. We will always be your most steadfast support. 3 days later, in the West Continent. At the Liber, Shimen Electronic Technology Center, Simon gazes anxiously at the spiritual energy power device replicated from Dragon Nation's blueprints, his voice trembling. Experimental subject. Commencing the first energy conversion now. After 3 days of relentless labor, the West Continent Alliance has finally crafted its own new energy power device. Upon Simon's command, the instruments commenced their operations. The energy transformation has begun. A resounding hum echoed throughout the vast, enclosed laboratory as the power generator began its fervent work. Energy collection complete. Energy transformation in progress. Listening to the cold, electronic voice, Simon felt his heart race, for this moment was paramount. Transformation successful. Energy output initiated. Energy output successful. With a transformation efficiency of 33%. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from all present. Success. A gratifying smile illuminated Simon's face. It was finally accomplished. Based on the power requirements outlined by the mech design team, this conversion efficiency, coupled with our independently developed nuclear power generator, should suffice for the operation of the mech warriors. Yet, amidst the joy, a profound sorrow and overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. The Dragon Kingdom had evidently simplified the power generator, deliberately concealing its capabilities. They merely required a spiritual energy power generator to resolve the mech's power issue, whereas we, even with their technology, still needed to supplement it with our nuclear generator. A significant disparity indeed. When did this Eastern nation quietly ascend to such heights in the realm of new energy? Simon sighed deeply and instructed, prepare for mass production and delivery to the experts responsible for the development of the mech warriors. In the Free Nation, the Black Palace. Regardless of the means employed, it is imperative that we uncover the identity of the Dragon Kingdom boy who appeared at the airport that day. Rest assured, I have already arranged for BFI to conduct a discreet investigation, as Johnson busily prepared to oversee the construction of the Gaia mechs. He did not neglect the inquiry into Chu Yao's identity, personally reminding Little Boo, indicative of his deep concern for Chu Yao. In Sakura Nation, Jingdong, Hujiang City. Hey, stop staring. Can our Sakura Nation even produce anything? Observing the enthralled Sakura mech designers engrossed in the designs and manufacturing experiences of the Dragon Kingdom, the Emperor of Sakura felt a surge of unnamable fury and exclaimed, when did our illustrious Sakura Empire become so invested in the trivialities crafted by that inferior nation? This was the Emperor's true sentiment, the root of his indignation. Yet, he overlooked the fact that centuries ago, they too had been in a similar position. Continuously appropriating fragments of knowledge from the Dragon Kingdom, gradually constructing their cultural framework, and ultimately clinging to the coattails of Western nations to achieve their own ascendancy. Awakening from his reverie, the Sakura mech designer quickly reported, "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I was momentarily lost in the profound wisdom of this experience and did not realize the time. Rest assured, based on my understanding of our Sakura nation, replicating the Dragon Nation's technology to produce a mech of the future is certainly not a challenge." The designer, being a researcher, lacks the intense national animosity of the Sakura Emperor and merely responded in accordance with the Emperor's words. However, instead of feeling reassured by his assurances, the Sakura Emperor's unnameable fury only intensified. "What do you mean by emulating the Dragon Nation? Our Sakura Nation creates its own mech warriors, and we have no connection to them. Get out. I demand a detailed mech blueprint within half a month, or I shall make you regret it." Chapter 118. Overall planning. Chu Yao was blissfully unaware that even the streamlined energy propulsion devices from the Dragon Nation left other countries in awe, regarded as treasures, with even the most casual insights into mech design being revered as standards worldwide. At this moment, he was deeply engrossed in planning his next steps in his apartment. As December approached, based on the overall rhythm of the alien beast's arrival, it was projected that the third wave of C-grade beasts would land by mid-December at the latest. While this was manageable, the lack of any signs of spiritual awakening was concerning. The thought tightened Chu Yao's brow. If the guardian spirits did not awaken in time, I would have no choice but to pilot the Zero model mech myself, while the other pilots would operate their respective mechs to join me on the battlefield. Furthermore, in close combat, the scythe-like weapons on the Great Wall could also prove useful. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chu Yao's eyes. Against ordinary C-grade beasts, if the pilots were experienced enough, a single mech of the future would suffice. However, when confronting troublesome B-grade beasts, without guardian spirits, at least 3 mechs would be necessary, supplemented by modern military firepower. Even then, Chu Yao dared not claim a guaranteed victory. In his previous life, a B-grade beast codenamed Raging Magnetic Ape had landed in the Sakura Nation, possessing abilities that perfectly countered the mech of the future. With a thunderous roar, it incapacitated the mech warriors' operational systems, rendering them helpless like lambs on a chopping board. The next day, in the Free Nation at the Black Palace, news from the experts had arrived. Even with the Dragon Nation's manufacturing experience and energy devices, it would take at least a month to produce the Gaia mech. Assuming everything went smoothly, any unforeseen circumstances could further delay the process. Little Boo, clutching the latest statistical data, rushed into Johnson's office. "What? It will take so long." Upon hearing this time frame, Johnson, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Is there no way to expedite the process? The Dragon Nation already has a finished product. We don't even know if they have more in secret. If we delay further, by the time we complete our own, the gap between us will have widened immeasurably." "I have also consulted with the experts," he remarked. "However, they claim that this is the swiftest timeline achievable." Johnson furrowed his brow slightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "If that is the case, we shall have to address the matter at its source. If we cannot hasten our progress, we shall ensure that the Dragon Kingdom does not advance either. Let us prepare to activate the agreement previously established with the Coconut Nation." Johnson initially appeared taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. "Are you referring to the agreement we coerced them into signing when we sold them the advanced weaponry?" The Coconut Nation, impoverished and underdeveloped, likely possessed military capabilities inferior even to those of the Boza Nation. Even if we manipulate them through the agreement, they would still be incapable of counterbalancing the formidable Dragon Kingdom. He exclaimed, "Are we to provide them with military assistance as we did with Boza?" Upon hearing Little Boo's skepticism, President Johnson offered a mysterious smile. "Who said I intend for them to engage the Dragon Kingdom directly? The current global situation is fraught with uncertainty. The greatest variable lies not between nations, but in the colossal extraterrestrial beasts." Little Boo appeared to have a sudden revelation, his face a mask of astonishment. Could it be that, exactly? Johnson's eyes gleamed with a manic fervor. "However, this endeavor must be meticulously orchestrated. Ideally, we should merely serve as a guiding force, steering the Coconut Nation toward that line of thought. Ultimately, through these alien creatures, we shall deliver a devastating blow to that wretched Eastern nation." Unbeknownst to him, Johnson's eyes had become bloodshot, his expression grotesque, reminiscent of a patient escaped from an asylum. "Oh, by the way, Mr. President, there is another matter I must report." Little Boo, sensing Johnson's descent into a frenzied state, shivered involuntarily and quickly interjected. "What is it?" Johnson, immersed in his grandiose designs, was displeased by the interruption and furrowed his brow in annoyance. "It pertains to the investigation you ordered regarding the identity of that young man from the Dragon Kingdom. We have made new progress. After extensive research by our BFI, we discovered that the young man's identity is decidedly unremarkable." Johnson's eyelids nearly rolled back in exasperation. "Isn't that an obvious statement? Anyone who holds the privilege of conversing with us in the capital and commands reverence from the nation's archaeological experts cannot possibly have a simple identity. Please, hear me out," Little Boo implored, fearing that Johnson's volatile mood might lead to dire consequences for himself. "According to conventional reasoning, a young man appointed by the Dragon Kingdom to negotiate with us must possess exceptional capabilities, along with a prestigious lineage. However, our BFI's investigation reveals that he is merely an orphan, and his records indicate that he is still a graduate student. Our intelligence operatives, seasoned veterans in the field, immediately deduced that this documentation must be fabricated. This young man undoubtedly harbors a significant background. As we delved deeper into our investigation, we stumbled upon even stranger revelations. Prior to June of this year, the growth trajectory of this young man was entirely traceable, devoid of any signs of fabrication. However, following June, his identity was abruptly sealed by the foremost power institutions of the Dragon Kingdom. Subsequently, we meticulously compared the lists of all core high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom and discovered that this individual had been recently appointed to the National Military Committee. Pursuing this lead, we further uncovered that he held the title of Vice Chairman of the National Political Association of the Dragon Kingdom. Given the current state of isolationism in the Dragon Kingdom, no matter the methods we employed, we were unable to unearth any irregularities. Listening to the report distilled by Little Boo, Johnson gradually regained his composure and sat there, murmuring his analysis. So, in a mere 5 months, he inexplicably ascended from an obscure graduate student to the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom? This seems implausible. In our line of work, one cannot advance without some connections. Could it be that he is indeed the illegitimate son of their paramount leader? Little Boo recalled the previous rumors spread by Teps and quietly offered this train of thought to Johnson. Johnson shot him a glance, remaining silent. Little Boo's suggestion sounded as naive as that of a child, even if he were a bastard. It would be inconceivable for anyone within the Dragon Kingdom's system to rise so swiftly. Am I mistaken in my conjecture? Johnson sighed deeply. Originally, according to his hypothesis, the significant reverence shown by the prominent figures in the realm of antiquities towards this youth implied that the return of those artifacts was related to him. Further conjecturing, it was reasonable to assume that he must have made considerable contributions to the design of mechs or energy devices in exchange. Yet, the information now revealed that this lad had also made strides in both military and political spheres, leaving Johnson somewhat perplexed. Wait a moment, Mr. President. His field of expertise is new energy technology. As Little Boo reread the materials, he exclaimed as if he had discovered new territory. Johnson was nearly exasperated to the point of turning away. Such crucial information, why didn't you mention it sooner? What has been going on with you lately? I could randomly pull someone off the street who would outperform you in this regard. Chapter 119. The arrival of spiritual energy revival. Does this not suggest that your hypothesis is correct? The Dragon Kingdom has suddenly surpassed us in the realm of new energy, creating a groundbreaking product like the spiritual energy device, all thanks to this young man. At that moment, Little Boo's mind sharpened, and he immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, Johnson stroked his chin, contemplative. Who would have imagined that such an unassuming young individual could alter the global landscape in the field of new energy? Because of him, the losses incurred by our United States of America are incalculable in monetary terms. In Johnson's eyes, a fierce glint shone. Such talent could never be lured to our free nation. Therefore, when the opportunity arises in the future, we must ensure that he does not continue to serve the Dragon Nation. Johnson had already concluded in his heart that the emergence of the psychic power device was significantly attributed to Chu Yao. What he did not realize was that while he was partially correct, he had not grasped the full extent of the truth. The advent of the psychic power device was indeed intricately linked to Chu Yao, yet this was merely a small fragment of Chu Yao's immense contributions. As the schemes deepened, there were even more troubling matters ahead. With a powerful punch, he struck the vitality testing device. The device crackled and buzzed, its display instantly reaching maximum capacity. Announcing a reading of 150 cards, Chu Yao wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and exhaled a long breath of stale air. I have finally reached the limit. Incredible, simply incredible. Surrounding him were the envious and admiring voices of the Dragon Court members. They had witnessed firsthand as Chu Yao took that final step, entering the pinnacle of human physical strength. Isn't the person in charge too formidable? Mon, standing nearby, couldn't help but murmur in awe. Being from the northeast, he naturally possessed some advantages in vitality, and after prolonged training with the nourishing essence, he had also reached 144 cards. Nonetheless, even with this, he still fell short compared to Chu Yao. You've already reached the current limit of human vitality. Lin Yi, standing nearby, seemed in disbelief. How old are you this year? Aren't you still below the age when human vitality peaks? And you've reached the limit already. With great satisfaction at reaching the pinnacle before the revival of spiritual energy, Chu Yao embraced Lin Yi and reassured him. It's all right. Your 146 cards are just slightly behind mine. In the entire Dragon Nation, you are already quite accomplished. Go away. Who are you to comfort me? Lin Yi lamented, tears welling up. He rose and retreated to a corner to digest his sorrow. That night, the moonlight flowed like water. Without any forewarning, an astonishing transformation quietly began. In the Dragon Nation, at the coastal warhound training base, a golden-mantled Tibetan mastiff, lost in its dreams, was unconsciously grinding its teeth. Unbeknownst to anyone, its fangs had imperceptibly lengthened. In Xizjiang province, in the city of Tanying, at the Longhu Mountain Spiritual Garden, a well-maintained snow lotus seemed to have visibly thickened its petals. Various plants within the garden underwent subtle changes to different degrees. Some inexplicably grew a few millimeters taller, while others sprouted small leaves or bore tiny fruits. Simultaneously, at coordinates 1621 east and 14812, the long-dormant B-grade exotic beast, the giant sea python, suddenly opened its almond-yellow eyes, seemingly sensing something amiss. A flicker of inexplicable anxiety manifested in its gaze as its colossal form began to sway gently from side to side, discomforted by an unseen presence. Creatures of the natural world, far more attuned to their surroundings than humans entrenched in concrete jungles, were the first to perceive the onset of this mutation. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, Chu Yao abruptly awoke, a familiar sensation unfurling within him. Like a carp leaping from the water, he sprang from his bed. Darting to the window, flinging it open, and inhaling deeply. He stood there, momentarily frozen, eyes half closed, savoring this familiar essence. The protective mechanism of our water blue star has been activated. The revival has arrived punctually, without delay, though the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was pitifully scant. This minute fluctuation, imperceptible to instruments, could not escape the keen awareness of Chu Yao, well-versed in the nuances of spiritual energy. Splendid. This means all our plans can proceed. First, I must find Elder Yang. Clad in his garments, Chu Yao hastily departed. At the National Health and Wellness Bureau, the office was already abuzz, despite the early hour. As Elder Yang diligently toiled at his desk. Good morning, Elder Yang. Ah, little Yao. What brings you here so early? Is something amiss? Elder Yang looked up, astonished at Chu Yao's presence, quickly realizing that his early visit must pertain to something significant. Indeed, a smile graced Chu Yao's lips as he swiftly approached Elder Yang's desk. The time has come for us to revamp our national fitness initiative, the Universal Tai Chi program. Revamp? In what manner? Elder Yang inquired, puzzled by Chu Yao's sudden enthusiasm. Starting today, we shall designate every morning from 7 to 8 o'clock as the golden hour for Tai Chi, mandating that the public gather to practice during this period. Additionally, I propose that individuals engage in Tai Chi at least 3 to 4 times daily. I also hope that young people of appropriate age will increase their fitness attendance and duration during this time. Elder Yang listened intently, jotting down notes, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. Very well. At this rate, the health standards of our nation's citizens will reach remarkable heights. At the Coastal Military Training Base, Chu Yao, having departed from the Health Bureau, arrived via a private aircraft. Impressive technique. The soldiers present erupted in applause as they witnessed Chu Yao execute a powerful series of movements. The martial art he demonstrated was called Baji Quan, a revered form of ancient Chinese martial arts. Its origins bear resemblance to Tai Chi, stemming from the collaborative efforts of renowned experts and masters of traditional Chinese studies in a previous life. who integrated the characteristics of energy flow within the human body to reformulate martial techniques based on past practices. As the commander of the Allied forces, Chu Yao possessed a wealth of martial arts knowledge. However, recognizing that this particular style was vigorous and suited for close-quarters combat, he opted for the highly compatible Bajiquan for his troops. What is Bajiquan? Commander Yi Jian observed from afar, somewhat puzzled. It appeared to be Bajiquan, yet not entirely so. The forms had undergone slight modifications, imparting a unique charm. Several senior military officials stood on the high platform, engaging in hushed discussions. Why haven't you imparted this martial art to our military sooner? Are you afraid that teaching the disciples will lead to the master's downfall? General Sun Biao, after practicing a set of Bajiquan alongside Chu Yao, felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, sensing a wondrous transformation within his body, though he could not articulate it. Nonetheless, he was certain it was a beneficial change, prompting him to vocally express his frustration. Am I the sort of person to do that? Rest assured, it's not too late to share it with you now. Chu Yao, aware that Sun Biao was jesting, playfully punched him on the shoulder in response. The reason for not introducing this martial art to the military sooner was rooted in Chu Yao's considerations. Firstly, there remained a considerable time before the resurgence of spiritual energy, during which the military needed to conduct drills to defend against monstrous invasions, leaving no time for additional training. Secondly, the soldiers of Long Kingdom, unlike ordinary civilians, already possessed superior physical fitness and combat capabilities, thus did not require preliminary training. Chapter 120, Awakening Shackles. The news of the populace practicing Tai Chi spread widely, inevitably escaping complete secrecy. However, unlike before, the various nations did not collectively attack or ridicule Long Kingdom. On one hand, the current strength of Long Kingdom and their achievements in war resistance were evident to all, and when compared to their own circumstances, the disparity was stark, rendering them unqualified to disparage Long Kingdom. On the other hand, the recent generous offerings and goodwill gestures from Long Kingdom, alongside continuous news updates and free technological support, had elevated its status in the eyes of smaller nations to an unparalleled level, thus further quelling any potential dissent. However, the silence of the officials did not equate to the silence of the netizens. Upon hearing the news from Long Kingdom, the online discourse was rife with mixed opinions. Flying pig, Sakura country, I see these Long Kingdom folks are getting a bit too arrogant. Wasn't their first initiative something about a nationwide fitness program? It's been ages, and what have they accomplished? This is pure self-sabotage. Beautiful young noble, stick country exactly. The previous commenter truly embodies the perspective of a developed capitalist nation. They possess foresight. What is the point of a fitness program? Such a waste of time. In times when one might consider indulging in self-improvement, particularly within the realm of the beauty industry, it is indeed advisable to elevate one's physical appearance and charisma. A user from the Free Nation remarked, "Oh, is that truly your avatar? It is rather repugnant, isn't it? A grown man with a chin sharpened to a point. Do you truly find that appealing? The excessive whiteness on your face raises questions about your health. Moreover, have you not observed the current global situation? While I too find the fitness initiatives of the Dragon Nation to be somewhat ineffectual, is it not superior to the effort you expend on your visage?" Another user from the Dragon Nation responded, "I wholeheartedly support the sentiments expressed by my compatriot from the Free Nation. I am rather vexed by those who incessantly advocate for the right of everyone to pursue beauty, particularly the effeminate individuals among us. I have always believed that a man's finest adornment is not concealer or foundation, but rather the resilience and tranquility etched upon his face by the passage of time." Amidst a chorus of agreement and dissent, Chu Yao observed the wayward discussions of netizens, a confident smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it has been quite some time since the inception of the National Fitness Initiative. Although immediate advantages may not be apparent, the cumulative effects over this prolonged period, coupled with the forthcoming surge of spiritual energy, will elevate the average physical condition of the citizens of the Dragon Nation to unprecedented heights. It is then that the world will come to recognize the paramount importance of the foundational training undertaken in the initial stages. In the Free Nation, within the Black Palace, Johnson scoffed, "What nonsense is this? The Dragon Nation has truly lost its mind, just like their previous absurd campaigns on dog ownership and spiritual gardens. In this day and age, they still entertain notions of fitness and Tai Chi? Are they deliberately attempting to obfuscate their true military intentions?" As he pondered this, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. It must be so. Perhaps these so-called new weapons and mech warriors are products of their previous disinformation efforts. We must not allow ourselves to be deceived. Accelerate the production of Gaia mechs, he commanded. Simultaneously, we must prepare for new mech designs. Given our national strength, we ought to develop at least 3 or 4 units. In the Oceanic Nation, within the outer cabinet, the Chancellor pondered the inquiry from his subordinate. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. Let us not pursue this any further. The considerable effort expended in cultivating war dogs has yielded little benefit thus far. This Tai Chi initiative is equally ludicrous, demanding citizens exert themselves while neglecting domestic development. We cannot expect the populace to enhance their physical prowess merely to confront beasts on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Ryan, in just a month's time, he would lament this very decision. As night fell and the moon shone with a sparse scattering of stars, Chu Yao sat cross-legged upon the rooftop, calming his mind to attune to the surroundings. With each gust of wind that swept through, he distinctly sensed the thinning spiritual energy in the air. With the onset of the resurgence of spiritual energy, the global environment seems to be gradually improving. One can sense that the air no longer feels as suffocating and stagnant as it once did. TSK. Chu Yao clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. No? The concentration of spiritual energy in the air is still too low. It is utterly insufficient for me to reach the awakening realm. However, there is solace in the fact that the resurgence of spiritual energy has only just begun, and in this life, my physical foundation is remarkably solid. It should pose no issue for me to enter the awakening realm before the grand explosion of spiritual energy. The awakening realm, as defined after extensive discussions among experts from various nations in the wake of the spiritual energy resurgence, represents a stage in the newly established system. It is the first step in humanity's evolution toward a higher level of existence. As the name suggests, with the gradual revival of spiritual energy and the forthcoming explosion, the density of spiritual energy in the air continuously increases, allowing it to flow into the body with each breath. This persistent infusion of spiritual energy eventually leads to the gradual unlocking of the latent potential within ordinary human bodies. This prolonged process can all culminate in reaching the awakening realm. It can be asserted that this is a realm devoid of barriers. After the explosion of spiritual energy, nearly all living beings have entered this stage. Due to the nourishing effects of spiritual energy, all living entities in this realm experience varying degrees of enhancement. However, the threshold for advancing from this realm to the next, the locking realm, is elevated to a level that is far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. To attain this stage, one must endeavor to break free from the shackles that suppress human potential, completely unbinding oneself. Achieving the ancient spiritual essence of Huaxia is also one of the fundamental thresholds of the locking realm. Without reaching this realm, the activation of ancient spiritual essence is but a futile endeavor. In the Dragon Country's Extraterrestrial Biological Research Division, Yang Ziki called Chu Yao yesterday, claiming to have crucial intelligence to report. This morning, after a night of meditative absorption of spiritual energy on the rooftop, Chu Yao made a quick tidy-up before hurrying over. Good morning. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Yang Ziki, reeking of a strong, fishy odor, emerged from the carcass of a colossal extraterrestrial beast. Without a moment to cleanse himself, he discarded his protective gear and approached Chu Yao with a beaming smile. The last time they met was after the first wave of C-grade extraterrestrial beasts landed. Since then, both had been preoccupied with their respective tasks, and it had been a while since their last meeting. Yang Ziki took the report handed to him by his subordinate and began to converse with Chu Yao. Good morning. What is going on? Any new discoveries? Chu Yao inquired with a smile. The night of arduous cultivation had not fatigued him. Rather, the cleansing of spiritual energy had invigorated him. It's like this, Yang Ziki replied, handing the report to Chu Yao. This outlines the situation regarding the second wave of C-grade extraterrestrial beasts and the ensuing tsunami and landings across various countries. Chu Yao scrutinized the report intently, suddenly recalling something. Does this not slightly deviate from the patterns we previously summarized? Indeed, Yang Ziki nodded. According to our previous speculation, the extraterrestrial beasts resemble the low-intelligence fauna of Water Blue Star, establishing their territory by conjuring tsunamis. On the surface, it appears that not only have numerous countries been besieged by these multi-headed beasts, but the locations of the tsunamis are remarkably close as well. Chu Yao silently agreed. Indeed. Take the Yin Fox and Lu Gui for instance. When I heard about their tsunamis, I too was perplexed by the simultaneous emergence at the same location. However, upon meticulously examining the combat footage released by various nations alongside the tsunami sites, my initial conjecture grew ever more resolute. There is undeniably a mysterious, unknown force orchestrating these extraterrestrial beings. How so? Chu Yao furrowed his brow. After all, he was not an expert and could not grasp every detail. I continued to employ a comparative method of speculation. Based on their living habits, we can categorize terrestrial creatures into social and solitary animals. From my observations, although the Yin fox and Lu Gui are two starkly different low-intelligence species, they do not engage in conflict with one another, but rather tacitly regard the unprovoked humans as a common adversary. Thus, let us make a bold hypothesis. Prior to this invasion, they were indeed social animals cohabiting, which splendidly elucidates why multiple extraterrestrial beasts have simultaneously emerged across nations and why the tsunamis occurred at the same location. Chu Yao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. My conviction in our theory stems from this pivotal reason. Among all social animals, there is invariably a leader. Chapter 121. The choice of ancient artifacts upon reflection. The entire logic is flawless. Remarkable. Chu Yao applauded. Although it may seem unproblematic at first glance, rigorous research demands precision, and this remains merely a personal inference and conjecture. Whether it is the true answer necessitates empirical data and evidence to substantiate it. Indeed, Chu Yao nodded, expressing agreement. Has there been any recent progress in the dissection studies of the beast corpses? Upon mentioning this, Yang Ziki became rather animated. You wouldn't believe it. We are unaware of what research other countries are currently undertaking, but at least for me, the more I study, the more I am astounded by their remarkable physiological structures. They are akin to masterpieces crafted by a genius artist. Many structural aspects have utterly overturned my understanding of biological composition. Moreover, much of the biological technology exhibited is far beyond the reach of human technological advancement. Very well. Chu Yao nodded, acknowledging the achievements of the specialized biological research team. All right. Continue your work and report back to me so I can review it thoroughly. On December 1st, under a clear blue sky, at the Coastal Dragon Training Base. According to the seasonal norms, we should have already entered winter. However, due to the invasion of the extraterrestrial beasts and the nascent revival of spiritual energy, the temperature remains significantly elevated. On this very day, the Dragon Court training program, which has spanned approximately a month, has reached its completion. I report to the person in charge. After these days of rigorous training, all members of the Dragon Court have successfully achieved a vitality level exceeding 130. In formal settings, Lin Yi maintained a disciplined demeanor, clad in military attire, executing a standard military salute. Furthermore, all participants excelled in their military theoretical examinations conducted offline. Chu Yao nodded slightly towards Lin Yi and spoke aloud. In this brief month, I have witnessed and cherished the sweat and progress each of you has made. Thus, you may have noticed that I have not conducted any so-called final assessments nor dismissed anyone, because you have not disappointed the nation, the people, or my expectations. You have met the requisite standards. Now, I formally announce the establishment of the Huaxia Dragon Court. After delivering these encouraging words, Chu Yao shifted the tone of the conversation, growing increasingly serious. However, we must acknowledge that both domestically and internationally, crises abound and the outlook remains grim. Setting aside the formidable threat posed by alien beasts, the provocations and skirmishes from foreign Western powers against our nation have never ceased. As this extraterrestrial invasion unfolds, the pinnacle of combat strength will ultimately dictate the international landscape. I have previously conveyed that each of you represents the zenith of Dragon Nation's martial prowess, bearing the heavy responsibility of safeguarding our nation's future. Now, we must face the final challenge. Without further ado, Chu Yao gestured with his hand, leading everyone to the waiting aircraft nearby. Upon disembarking the plane, Chu Yao observed the approaching Gu Xian, the elder responsible for this sector, and respectfully inquired, "What is the situation?" Gu Xian's face brightened with delight. "The anomaly you mentioned has indeed commenced. The artifacts you meticulously selected have, to varying degrees, begun to exhibit some abnormalities. For instance, certain relics within the museum that have yet to undergo deep corrosion treatment and hydrogen peroxide immersion are starting to exhibit automatic rust removal. Scanning with instruments reveals that the molecular structures of some porcelain artifacts are, astonishingly, undergoing changes. Gu Xian expressed his astonishment, emphasizing that, given his age and experience, he would never have believed such bizarre occurrences if he had not witnessed them firsthand. Wang Jinghuai curiously gazed at the array of ancient artifacts displayed in the vast warehouse. Momentarily taken aback, the artifacts present have been meticulously filtered, and it is highly likely that they contain manifestations of our ancient Huaxia spirit. Now, go ahead and follow your instincts. Choose the one that resonates with you the most. Chu Yao instructed softly. He refrained from dictating choices based on his past memories, allowing each member of the Dragon Court the freedom to select as they wished. In his perspective, to successfully awaken the ancient spirits following the surge of spiritual energy, fortune and destiny are indispensable elements. Presently, the freedom to choose may yield even more favorable outcomes in the future. Naturally, I shall select my loyal companion. For Chu Yao, who possesses memories from his previous life, there is nothing more suitable than the tiger head golden spear. Approaching, he gently grasped the spear's body, a familiar sensation enveloping him. At last, we meet again, Chu Yao whispered softly within his heart. The tiger head golden spear, along with the ancient spirit of General Ma Chao from Huaxia, holds immense significance for him. Without them, there would have been no formidable commander of the human coalition in his past life, the awe-inspiring General Chu Yao. Thus, the sight of the golden spear rekindled such fervor within him. The selection process lasted approximately half an hour before individuals began to finalize their choices. Why do I feel nothing beyond a mere appreciation for this artifact? Jiang Bing inquired, holding an ancient zither, her brow furrowed in concern. It is entirely normal to feel nothing at this stage. We are still at the onset of spiritual energy revival. Today, I brought you here so you could select your artifacts in advance, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with them later. Chu Yao gently reassured, while observing the selection process unfold. Noticing that nearly everyone had completed their choices, Chu Yao gathered everyone together and imparted a few words of advice. At this stage, your focus should be on enhancing your vitality while practicing the movements of Tai Chi and Bejiquan, attempting to step into the realm of awakening. Understood. No problem. The crowd responded in unison. The specific classifications of realms and the fundamental methods for drawing spiritual energy into the body had already been detailed by Chu Yao during their training sessions. If there are no further issues, let us board the plane and return to Zhongdu together. Observing the group, laden with numerous artifacts, including several recently returned from abroad, a faint smile graced Chu Yao's lips. Wretched antiques? Just wait and see. Compared to his previous life, the preparedness of the Dragon Nation in this era is exponentially better. In his past life, at this juncture, not only was there no chance to handle ancient artifacts or awaken ancient spirits, but there were also numerous bottlenecks in mecha manufacturing that remained unresolved. In the land of cherry blossoms, within the Prime Minister's office in Chiyoda Ward, Pure Water Ichiro suddenly sneezed, his brow furrowed as he pondered. Which country's leader is envious of our land of cherry blossoms now? What were we discussing? Pure Water Ichiro suddenly recalled that he was reviewing the progress of their mecha engineering. We were discussing the weaponry of the Amaterasu mecha. All right, Pure Water Ichiro responded. Continuing, let us not hesitate to exploit those weaker nations within our alliance. Given their national strength, it is evident that they cannot independently construct mechas and must rely on our illustrious Sakura Empire. With this thought, Junshui Ichiro revealed a sinister smile. The Dragon Kingdom must be assured that we are incapable of producing mechas in the near term, which emboldens them to disclose their experiences. Once our formidable Amaterasu mecha is unveiled, they shall regret clinging to their worthless antiquities. It is unmistakable that the gap between various nations and the Dragon Kingdom has not diminished due to the latter's revelation of technological insights. Rather, it appears to have widened. The Dragon Kingdom boasts several mechas and has set its sights on the post-spiritual energy explosion, while the Sakura Nation revels in the construction of an incomplete mecha. Chapter 122. The final preparations in the Dragon Kingdom, Zhongdu, within a luxurious apartment. Lin Yi busied himself with a polished silver spear, free of rust, his excitement palpable. Chu Yao, when shall we finally awaken the ancient spirits? Lin Yi inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. Why the haste? It cannot happen so swiftly, Chu Yao replied, gripping his golden-tipped spear, casting a glance at Lin Yi. Firstly, the ancient spirits of Huaxia have yet to fully revive, and even if they did, Your current physical condition cannot withstand their power for a successful awakening. The shackles you spoke of in class are the most fundamental threshold, correct? Lin sighed. Then I must hasten my training. I have yet to sense any spiritual energy. Observing Lin's despondent demeanor, Chu Yao could not help but chuckle. Why the rush? Haste makes waste. One cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. Take your time. Besides, we are still in the early stages of spiritual energy revival. I have yet to reach the awakening stage myself. Indeed, even a freak like you hasn't reached it yet. Why should I be anxious? Reflecting on how even someone as formidable as Chu Yao had not yet entered the awakening realm brought Lin a measure of solace. At the top floor of the Guamao building, during the 5th meeting of the Dragon Kingdom's special research team, Chu Yao, clad in military attire, wore a smile as he addressed the gathering. The leaders of various special research teams and experts from diverse fields gazed at him with fervent anticipation. The past few days had likely been the most taxing for this cohort of frontline experts, who, since the conclusion of the last meeting, had convened every 3 days for small discussions and every 5 days for larger assemblies, tirelessly preparing for the arrival of spiritual energy revival. I have summoned you all today for 2 purposes: to apprise you of the current readiness across various sectors in our nation, and to convey an important announcement. With everyone present, Chu Yao wasted no time and delved straight into the matter. Perhaps you have not sensed it yet, but in reality, the spiritual energy revival I mentioned has commenced. However, due to the exceedingly scant concentration of spiritual energy in the current atmosphere, even the most sophisticated instruments find it challenging to detect. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the assembled experts sparkled with heightened brilliance. Consequently, apart from our Dragon Nation, the rest of the world remains blissfully unaware, and this indeed presents us with the prime opportunity to surpass them in advance. I believe that at this stage, our task should transition from the preliminary framework preparation and system construction to theoretical conceptualization and practical validation. Currently, various fields have integrated their specific circumstances and have essentially completed the preparatory work within their domains. As Chu Yao is not fully aware of the frontline situations across different fields, he refrained from offering specific opinions as he had in the 4th meeting. As a leader overseeing the overall situation, he exercised his role in macro control, articulating his perspective on the forthcoming development direction. The person in charge. These are the preparatory measures we need to undertake next, and I have several issues I wish to discuss with you. We have some as well. So do we. As Chu Yao's remarks concluded, an expert eagerly raised his hand. They were in dire need of Chu Yao's insights as someone who had experienced the revival of spiritual energy. Such experience could significantly help them avoid unnecessary detours and swiftly establish new industry regulations and order. Patience, patience. Let us take turns and engage in discussion. Chu Yao nodded, as he was also inclined to provide references for various fields. Let us begin with the field of basic chemistry. An elderly gentleman adjusted his reading glasses and rose, slightly hunched. This intense discussion meeting on the development across various fields persisted for an entire day, during which each sector clarified its future developmental trajectory. Many plans concerning the revival of spiritual energy had already been strategically devised by Chu Yao, while others emerged spontaneously following in-depth exchanges with frontline personnel from relevant domains. All right, Mr. Zhang, do take care. After bidding farewell to the last expert from the field of basic sciences, only Lu Wei, the leader of the Mecha Special Research Group, and Chu Yao remained in the conference room. There is not much to discuss regarding our mecha sector. We will proceed methodically with manufacturing, maintenance, and iterations. After all, this is a high-tech, complex field. Once the other foundational sectors achieve their breakthroughs, we can adapt their technological advancements to our domain. Chu Yao lowered his head, pondering briefly before articulating his current plans. All right. Lu Wei nodded toward Chu Yao, gesturing to indicate understanding. No problem. Feel free to come by and check out our new 2nd-generation mecha, which is currently under construction. Haha, splendid. I'll visit as soon as I find some free time. After sending Lu Wei off, Chu Yao had successfully conveyed all preparations regarding the grand plan for the revival of spiritual energy. Phew. With a sense of relief, Chu Yao strolled to the window, gazing down at the scenic beauty of Zhongdu. The subsequent focus should undoubtedly be on the enhancement of his own capabilities. Time flows like a swift current. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed. Sitting cross-legged on the rooftop, Chu Yao seemed to be in a state akin to a meditative monk, his breath slow and elongated. Yet, Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the sound of distant thunder. Gradually, the sun rose in the east. Chu Yao's breathing rhythm quickened, and it felt as if sparks of lightning surrounded his body, though upon closer examination, there appeared to be nothing amiss. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from within Chu Yao, as if a storm had suddenly struck the ground. Is it about to rain? The residents of the nearby apartment, hearing the faint rumble, leaned out to investigate. The sky outside was clear and bright. Could I have misheard? The passers-by dismissed it, but within the room, Lin Yi abruptly opened his eyes. That sound seemed eerily familiar. Wasn't it the thunderous noise produced by Chu Yao while channeling energy into his body in recent days? Such a commotion today. Could it be that someone who had previously claimed that one cannot achieve success without effort had unexpectedly broken through to the awakening realm? Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly complex. Chu Yao opened his eyes, his starry gaze flickering with the essence of lightning, imparting an indescribable aura. Indeed, even before the explosion of spiritual energy commenced, he had already reached the awakening realm. Moreover, unlike the mere awakening realm, Chu Yao had already begun to exhibit certain characteristics typically associated with the locked realm, such as the manifestation of spiritual energy. The reason he could achieve this milestone, aside from his exceptionally high vitality and solid foundation, was due to the concept of a breathing technique. If the martial arts he imparted to the populace and military were methods to guide spiritual energy into the body through martial movements, then this breathing technique allowed for the effortless and perfect absorption of spiritual energy from the air into the body through simple respiration. Undoubtedly, this breathing technique surpassed the ordinary methods of energy absorption that utilized martial arts. It was not that Chu Yao intentionally withheld this knowledge from the citizens of Longhua. Rather, it was primarily because this technique was profoundly intricate, easy to comprehend, yet difficult to articulate. Additionally, this breathing method was derived from the ancient and formidable Ma Chao of Huaxia in his past life, making it unsuitable for widespread dissemination. Chapter 123. Awakening Realm. You have reached the Awakening Realm? Lin Yi scrutinized Chu Yao, who had just returned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chu Yao wore a joyful expression and nodded. Not only had he successfully attained the Awakening Realm, but due to ample preparation in the preceding period, his physical strength had also met the required standards. Following this, it was merely a matter of time before he would systematically cultivate using the breathing technique to step into the locked realm. Achieving the Awakening Realm at this juncture brought Chu Yao immense satisfaction. In his past life, he had only maintained a vitality level comparable to that of an ordinary person at this time, let alone sensing spiritual energy to break through into the Awakening Realm. Lin Yi stood still, his breath growing increasingly rapid. He yearned to voice his frustrations, yet found himself at a loss for words. All right. We are not on the same level after all. My successful breakthrough is quite natural. As Chu Yao's comforting words escaped his lips, Lin Yi's expression darkened further. Hadn't it been said that haste makes waste? In the Pacific, at coordinates 16, 21 N, 148, 12E, after a prolonged silence, new disturbances emerged from the ocean's depths. The once pitch-black abyssal passage began to inexplicably emit a myriad of colorful, viscous liquids, and gradually, the entire seabed seemed to tremble. In the dim environment, the giant sea python, with its amber eyes resembling twin beacons, suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Its colossal, coiling form began to writhe backward, seemingly filled with excitement. The movements of the passage and the giant sea python startled numerous sea-level aberrations lurking nearby, causing them to scatter in all directions in a frenzy. As if gripped by an unseen terror, the passage began to expand at a visibly rapid rate, and beneath the 10,000-meter seabed, the surrounding waters were caught in high-frequency oscillations. This turbulence extended directly to the surface, where countless columns of water erupted, sending forth white foam as the waves collided. A gigantic, lizard-like creature, reminiscent of a Komodo dragon, emerged from the passage, its body coated in a murky liquid, staggering as it crawled forth. From a distance, the giant sea python excitedly flicked its tongue, its massive body thrashing in the water, seemingly welcoming the arrival of a new companion. Soon, one after another, enormous aberrations began to crawl out from the passage, their sizes evidently surpassing those of sea-level and even B-level aberrations. A large-scale influx of these creatures was entering the water-blue planet. This disturbance in the Pacific was more pronounced than previous occurrences and nations around the world, vigilant as ever, swiftly noticed this grand upheaval. In the free country, the old Jinshan, this once vibrant international metropolis had now become a desolate wasteland. Walking through the streets, one was met with scenes of devastation. Towering skyscrapers stood as crumbling ruins. The filthy streets devoid of any human presence, littered with marine creatures washed ashore by the tsunami, long dead and now emitting an overwhelming stench. Above the Golden Gate Strait, at the entrance of the Jinshan Old Bay, steep cliffs flanked the navigable waters, where a bridge spanning both sides lay in ruins, long rendered impassable. Who would have imagined that just 5 months prior, this bridge was the world-renowned Golden Gate Bridge? In the Jinshan Old Underground Shelter, Smithard's business partner, Wicks, gnawed on a hard biscuit, sipping bitter, unpurified seawater, as he vacantly perused the headlines of the day. Alert! Disturbances have once again been detected at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Below, the comments from free country netizens flowed in. What should we do? Why have these anomalies resurfaced? Could it be that a more formidable extraterrestrial beast has emerged? This existence is truly unbearable. Oh God, take my life. This is madness. Each day is spent engulfed in an endless state of terror. When will it all come to an end? The multitude of citizens venting their frustrations online predominantly comprises the elite middle class of the free nation, akin to Wicks, who have grown accustomed to a life of comfort and ease. Suddenly thrust into this dire predicament, they find themselves utterly unprepared. The repeated invasions by these monstrous beings have plunged them into profound anxiety. Much like the Cherry Blossom Nation, the coastal regions of all countries surrounding the Pacific Rim, save for the Dragon Nation, have long since transformed into desolate wastelands. Take the Free Nation as an example. The populace either cowers in underground shelters, too fearful to emerge, or has already relocated inland. If even the citizens of the superpower, the Free Nation, are in such a state, one can only imagine the plight of others. In the Black Palace of the Free Nation, Secretary Johnson scoured online comments, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. What more do these foolish citizens desire? The underground disaster shelters have already been constructed, yet they remain unsatisfied? They continue to blame that damned Dragon Nation. Had they not shone so brightly, would our citizens be in such disarray? When faced with adversity, they refuse to introspect and instead cast blame upon other nations, a recurring flaw of every president in the Free Nation. From the National Meteorological Detection Center came the report. According to professional instruments, oceanic radiation has intensified once more. Our surveys indicate that centered at the coordinates of 16, 21 N and 148, 12 E, within a radius of 100 nautical miles, there exists nothing alive apart from the extraterrestrial creatures lurking beneath the surface. Beyond 100 nautical miles, the radiation diminishes slightly, yet some of the remaining marine life appears to be affected by nuclear wastewater contamination, showing signs of mutation. Given that area is classified as hazardous, our investigative personnel have not dared to approach for observation. Some distant images captured reveal a somewhat blurred view. Yet it is evident that bluefin tuna have developed new eyes along their flanks, with their tails beginning to bifurcate. Other species, such as ribbonfish, grouper, and cuttlefish, have also undergone varying degrees of mutation. Chu Yao perused the report in his hands, listening attentively to the briefings from the personnel, nodding in acknowledgement. Good. Focus on the detection. The safety of our monitoring staff is paramount. With the report in hand, Chu Yao contemplated deeply as he exited the detection center. I recall that in my previous life, marine creatures were not afflicted by such mutations. Sitting in the returning vehicle, Chu Yao murmured softly to himself. In the previous existence, marine creatures succumbed in droves to the intolerable heat, pollution, and radiation, leading to their eventual extinction. Yet, in this life, they seem to have undergone a peculiar transformation. However, I shall not dwell on this matter, for they are unlikely to stir any significant waves. I shall redirect my focus to more pressing concerns. Chu Yao sighed, reflecting on the ecological devastation wrought by the alien invasion on Waterblue Star, which resulted in the demise of countless beings, while humanity remained preoccupied with its own affairs. Today is December 15th, and it has been over half a month since the last wave of C-class aberrations invaded. Chu Yao gazed silently out the window, lost in thought. In his recollection, the third wave of C-class aberrations would see multiple entities landing simultaneously. Due to unforeseen circumstances, such an occurrence had already manifested during the second wave. leaving Chu Yao uncertain about whether the third wave would bring any new surprises. Chapter 124. The Conspiracy Brews at Latitude 16.21 in and Longitude 148.12 Beneath the Pacific Ocean, a dimly lit underwater passage, expanding nearly 10,000 meters in radius, shimmered with an eerie blue luminescence. Surrounding this passage lay a multitude of B-class aberrations, each uniquely shaped, some occasionally emitting strange, low growls in their slumber. Encircling them densely were numerous C-class aberrations, swimming in the vicinity. Presently, all of the B-class aberrations from the first wave had successfully landed on Water Blue Star. Suddenly, the passage trembled, as blue light flickered and transformed, at times crimson, at others a deep green. The awakening, giant sea python, seemed to receive some form of intelligence, beginning to shoot jets of water towards the C-class aberrations that were swimming nearby. Any C-class aberration struck by the jets immediately ceased its movement, scattering in all directions. At last, on the eve of New Year's Day, the final wave of C-class aberrations was about to commence its assault. This wave caused tremors in the Pacific, and the domestic reactions of various capital-rich nations, such as the Free Nation, were relatively subdued. In stark contrast, countries like Coconut Nation were in a state of frantic turmoil. Akin to ants on a hot pan, they observed other nations either having already produced a significant portion of their mechs or prioritizing such plans, while they remained utterly at a loss. In truth, they were not alone in their predicament. Numerous nations faced similar challenges. The construction of a formidable mech involved extensive research across multiple scientific domains, as well as considerable human, material, and financial resources. Not every country could muster the strength to produce a mech single-handedly, as could Dragon Nation and other capital-rich powers. In Malacanang Palace, Bex was poring over several assessment reports regarding the domestic construction of mechs, his expression contorted with frustration. Just moments ago, he had received a clandestine email from the Free Nation's BFI. On the surface, the email appeared to amicably share information regarding the mech development progress of various countries. But it only deepened Bex's anxiety. Curse be it, why? Why is it that our Coconut Nation lacks the means to construct our own mechs? In this moment, Bex, crushed by the harshness of reality, finds himself enveloped once again in an abyss of despair. Damn it! If it weren't for the Dragon Nation publicizing the manufacturing methods of these spiritual energy devices, how could we have fallen into this predicament? Consumed by rage, Bex loses all rationality. I care not. Since you persist in these sordid dealings, do not blame me for resorting to ruthlessness. Summon the people. In the Dragon Nation, amidst the vibrant night, the city of magic capital shines brilliantly. The Oriental Pearl stands majestically in the Pudong New area, radiating an enchanting glow. Within the Peace Hotel on the Bond, laughter and conversation fill the air. Even the Waibedu Bridge over the Huangpu River bustles with traffic. The entire magic capital stands in stark contrast to the desolate scenes of the former international metropolis, Golden Mountain Old, leaving no hint that it is a coastal city within a Pacific Rim nation. Chu Yao, returning from a military inspection in the Fragrant Isle, gazes down at the thriving spectacle, feeling a slight alleviation of the tension that had gripped him due to the mutations of the aquatic Blue Star-esque creatures. Recalling from his past life that 2 sea-level aberrations would land in Magic Capital during the third wave, and considering the weak armed defenses of the southeastern coastal regions, he had secretly deployed 2 mechs in anticipation. Reflecting on the desolate images of Golden Mountain Old he had seen online yesterday, a faint smile graces Chu Yao's lips. Perhaps this is the meaning behind his relentless planning since his rebirth. He casually snaps a few photos and posts them on his social media. Following the calamity that befell Dragon Nation's magic capital, Chu Yao is taken aback as the post instantly garners views, likes, and shares at an astonishing rate. 10,000, 100,000, a million. The post swiftly ascends to the top of trending topics, as citizens across various regions capture and share the current state of their cities. Before long, the photographs reach overseas, to the Eagle Nation. For students who had resolutely chosen to remain abroad, unable to afford rent or return home, now find themselves homeless. Consuming the rations distributed by the Eagle government, they gaze at the images of Magic Capital in their hands. Their hands tremble uncontrollably as they clutch their phones. They are indeed from Magic Capital, yet now, they are no longer entitled to set foot on their former homeland, constrained to the sorrow of mere photographs. If the reprimands from Eagle officials at the supply center had previously awakened them to the reality that they did not belong in a place filled with golden-haired, blue-eyed faces, now they genuinely long for home. It is crucial to remember that Magic Capital is a coastal city of Dragon Nation. Though Dunluin remains prosperous, it is merely because the Eagle Nation itself is not a Pacific Rim country, and Dunluin is not even coastal. In the coastal cities of the Eagle Nation, the vibrant presence of its residents has long been supplanted by the military, rendering them far less prosperous than the Dragon Nation. Once, a precious opportunity lay before us. Yet I failed to cherish it. Were I granted a chance to start anew, I would undoubtedly return to the free nation without delay. San Francisco, the old gold city, and the underground emergency clinic. Presently, the surface of San Francisco has become virtually uninhabitable, with all its populace relocated to the lower levels. My dear, is this truly the state of your Dragon Nation? Amidst the ravages of war, a fair-haired woman has lost a leg, and the conditions at this underground clinic are deplorable. She now finds herself reclining on a narrow, hard cot. Her husband, who had long since embraced the nationality of the free nation, leans beside her. Unwilling to glance at the trending topics on his phone, he understands that no matter how stable and prosperous the Dragon Nation may appear, it is no longer entwined with his fate. How his people despise traitors. Having abandoned the homeland that raised him to join the free nation and to fawn over this woman, he feels no different from the despised turncoats. The woman, oblivious to her husband's heavy sighs, exclaims with excitement, "Then let us seize this opportunity to return. Your Dragon Nation is so stable now. Why are we still languishing in this wretched place?" The free nation, a melting pot of cultures, has thrived on its prosperous economy and high quality of life. With these advantages now vanished, her thoughts naturally drift to greener pastures. You do not understand. You do not understand. Her words plunge her already burdened husband deeper into despair. He mutters in anguish, sinking further into a whirlpool of sorrow. There is no returning. It is far too late, utterly impossible to go back. Our people value the honor of returning home. Even if the country were to offer him a chance to return, he would lack the dignity to set foot on the land that bore him. In the Coconut Nation, at Malacanang Palace, after 2 hours of deliberation, a classified order was dispatched directly to the Coconut Nation's military. You think you're so formidable? I shall strike at your magic city. Gazing at the photograph of the Dragon Nation in his hand, he notes that the dazzling nightscape of the magic city is far more splendid than the capital of the Coconut Nation. Just wait, this time, I will ensure that your Dragon Nation suffers a painful lesson. The Coconut Nation's military dispatched an aircraft, heading straight for the coordinates of latitude 1621 and longitude 148. 12. Chapter 125. The Ace mobilizes the West in turmoil. Upon reaching this designated location, the advanced stealth fighter jet, the finest the Coconut Nation has to offer, wasted no time, directly releasing a bomb. The entire maritime expanse was a desolate zone. As the bombs were dropped, vast volumes of seawater were violently displaced, scattering outward. Such a tremendous noise inevitably reverberated even through the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below. In an instant, the giant sea python opened its amber-hued eyes, revealing a countenance both menacing and terrifying. The surrounding water pressure surged dramatically in that fleeting moment. Sensing the pressure, the remaining C-class aberrations immediately understood the urgency, with the 3 largest among them racing towards the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, above the waters, the pilot, having completed the bombing, disregarded any disturbances below. He pushed the thrusters to their maximum, following the map directly towards the Dragon Kingdom. He was a death warrior from the Coconut Kingdom, and his target this time was the demon city of the Dragon Kingdom. Beneath the ocean, the 3 swiftly swimming C-class beasts, each possessing distinctively colored eyes, fixated intently on the aircraft soaring above, fiercely pursuing it. In the coastal military command center of the Dragon Kingdom, an alarm blared. The radar had detected an unknown aircraft hurtling towards our airspace at a speed of 68 Mach. Alert! Adjust the course of the unidentified aircraft. It appears to be headed for our Demon City region. The southern island was the first to spot this aircraft. Attempt to make contact via radio. Additionally, inform our comrades in the Demon City. It is already encroaching upon our airspace, and with such velocity, the situation is undoubtedly precarious. Upon receiving the news, General Sun Biao reacted swiftly. Suddenly, the command center was filled with the blaring of alarms. What is happening? Who pressed the alarm? Remain calm. General Sun Biao's brow furrowed as he bellowed. General, look at the surface of the sea behind that aircraft. The radar's large display screen revealed 3 enormous shadows pursuing the plane at an alarming speed beneath the water. A chill ran down General Sun Biao's spine. Immediately notify the command center in the Demon City. Furthermore, alert the commanding officer. All major military command centers along the coast of the Dragon Kingdom promptly entered a state of emergency preparedness. In the Demon City, General Liu Hongshui of the 9th Group Army was in the command room, staring at the radar imagery, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was no ordinary threat. 3 C-class aberrations were involved. The accursed aircraft had already been penetrated by a new concept weapon, but now these 3 aberrations looming perilously close to the Dragon Kingdom's coastline filled him with anxiety. What is the situation on site? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Ah, you finally arrived. Liu Hongshui exhaled a long breath of relief. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Chu Yao, the weight on his heart was entirely lifted. Brothers, you have worked hard. From here on, I shall take command of the unfolding situation. Having hastily arrived from Linyuan in Yingtan City, Chu Yao unhesitatingly seized command and calmly surveyed the situation at the scene. 3 enormous Class C aberrations had reached the shore, gliding beneath the water, seemingly hesitant about whether to emerge. Observing the general outline of these creatures, Chu Yao quickly compared them in his mind. Milan wolf, feather beast, howling tiger. His pupils widened in shock, and he immediately turned to the others. What is the situation? These 3 aberrations were meant to land alongside the Class B aberrations. How could they be appearing on our Dragon Nation's coastline at this moment? It had been previously stated that when Class B aberrations land, Class C aberrations accompany them as subordinates. This was precisely why Chu Yao was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Although there had been instances of Class C aberrations landing at different times and locations than in his previous life, such a deviation in wave occurrences had never been witnessed. At that moment, Liu Hongshui stepped forward and succinctly informed Chu Yao of the relevant circumstances. What? Unknown aircraft? Upon hearing this, Chu Yao's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. He had comprehended the underlying reason. He had witnessed such methods to lure aberrations in his past life. The Sakura Nation had employed this very tactic to entice the Class B aberration Xuanjia turtle away, allowing it to land on the coastal territory of the Dragon Nation. Damn it, could it be this group of wretched creatures again? Chu Yao nearly roared this sentiment. His homeland lay along the eastern coast, and as an orphan without family, the local villagers were his kin. In his previous life, when he arrived, the Xuanjia turtle was exuberantly roaring atop the ruins. Beneath the rubble lay Chu Yao's homeland, where he had once lived in an orphanage, where his comrades resided, where the townsfolk were his family. Yet, due to the nefarious schemes of the Sakura Nation, that place had been reduced to an endless sea of corpses and blood. History does not repeat itself, yet it often bears a striking resemblance. Everything from the past felt as though it had transpired just yesterday, vivid and clear in his memory. Yet that kind of pain was something Chu Yao wished to never endure again. In his heart, the Dragon Nation was his Achilles heel. Everything he had done since his rebirth was to protect the gates of the Dragon Nation. Yet now, someone dared to provoke and entrap the Dragon Nation with such despicable tactics. I see these little bastards are courting death. The shout from Chu Yao sent everyone present recoiling in fear. In a fit of rage, he waved his hand. All 2 mechs from Magic City, deploy immediately. All new concept weapons on the Great Wall defense are authorized for free fire. Furthermore, all first-generation mechs from the interior must be mobilized at once. In this era of revitalized spiritual energy, I had initially planned to remain concealed for a while longer. However, given that there are creatures even more foolish than extraterrestrial beasts who willingly march toward danger, what purpose does our pretense serve? Mobilize everyone. Let this group of imbeciles witness the vast chasm that exists between us and the Dragon Nation. When the Emperor is enraged, countless corpses will float upon the waters. Though Chu Yao is not an emperor, the entirety of the Dragon Nation is propelled into action by his fury. In the Heartland, behold, what on earth? Is that not our tomorrow mecha? Yet, it appears the model differs from the Storm version we unveiled. No way, you fool. This is evidently our new mecha. Can't you see the distinct color? I always knew our Dragon Nation had hidden cards up its sleeve. Look, there's another one behind it. Good heavens. It seems our Dragon Nation possesses 3 tomorrow mechas. For this transport, In order to swiftly reach Magic City, helicopters were employed without any covert operations, allowing the populace below to witness everything. Such a grand event naturally attracted those who delight in documenting life, posting photographs online. In under 10 minutes, an array of stunning mecha images flooded various platforms, igniting a frenzy across the Western world. Chapter 126. Magic City. The battle begins in the Free Nation. At the Black Palace. President, look quickly. Little Boo hurriedly entered the president's office, clutching several freshly printed sheets of paper, without even knocking. What is the matter? Is our Gaia mecha nearing completion? Johnson, with a hint of excitement, had been closely monitoring the manufacturing progress of the Gaia mecha, eager to be the first to announce the completion of their mecha warriors to unify the scattered hearts of the people. Not exactly. Little Boo hesitated before struggling to articulate. There's new movement from the Dragon Nation. It seems our strategy has taken effect. The Coconut Nation has secretly meddled, resulting in some issues in their Magic City. Some issues? Ha ha. Isn't that splendid? Why the long face? Johnson beamed at the news of turmoil in the Dragon Nation. However, they have unveiled 4 Tomorrow mechas. This means the Dragon Nation now possesses at least 5 of them. You say they have how many Tomorrow mechas? Johnson's voice rose dramatically as he sprang from his comfortable presidential chair, doubting his own hearing. 5. Are you quite sure? President, are you all right? With a buzzing sensation, Johnson suddenly felt his head spin, collapsing back into his seat. Little Boo heard nothing of what was said. Only the number 5 echoed incessantly in his mind. 5 mecha warriors. Such terrifying defensive instruments of warfare. Our great free nation has yet to complete even one, and you expect to produce 5? Do you think these mecha warriors are like toy cars, easily manufactured at will? Simultaneously, a profound sense of helplessness surged within Johnson. The disparity between the numbers 0 and 5 was not merely superficial. This signified that in the realm of mecha technology, the Free Nation had only just embarked on its journey, while Dragon Country had already galloped far ahead, leading the world. Alas, it is all the fault of Teps, leaving me with such a wretched hand to play. With a heavy sigh, Johnson attributed all his burdens to Teps. If the president of a nation reacted thus, one could only imagine the sentiments of the online populace. My mother asked why I was kneeling while browsing the internet. She could not comprehend that I had witnessed a marvel in human history, for mecha warriors in their entirety. Dragon Country has concealed this far too deeply. 5 mechas, what does that even signify? Last time, they wouldn't even reveal themselves when 2 aberrations landed. Goodness, if so many mecha warriors were positioned along the coast, those aberrations would likely struggle to even make it ashore. The internet was abuzz with a torrent of astonished and envious comments. It was inevitable during the last invasion. The flawless defensive performance of Dragon Country's Storm Mecha had left an indelible impression on the citizens of various nations. Mecha warriors had become a standard by which a nation's ability to protect its citizens was measured, and these 5 mechas from Dragon Country were indeed a source of immense reassurance. In Dragon Country, on the coast of Magic City, outside the Great Wall defense, 4 Tomorrow mechas stood like colossal mountains, looming over the shoreline. Countless modern firearms were stationed atop the Great Wall, their dark muzzles and barrels aimed at the waters below. New concept weapons, including the laser cannon of the Black Cut era and the electromagnetic cannon of the Dawn era, trembled in anticipation, fully charged and awaiting the arrival of the aberrations to unleash a devastating strike. At this moment, Chuyao was no longer in the Coastal Command Center, but within the cockpit of the Tomorrow Mecha, Thunder. He gazed down at 3 massive figures swimming beneath the waves, his brow furrowed. Observing the tumultuous waters stirred by their presence, the seasoned veteran Chuyao understood. They were unlikely to retreat easily today. Merely 3 beasts. Should you dare to emerge today? Chuyao turned to glance at the 3 mechas beside him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. His eyes gleaming with cold resolve. The coast of Magic City shall be your grave. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted, and the sea surged into towering waves. Amidst the tumult, a sleek, jet-black, wolf-like creature, adorned with sharp spines, seized the opportunity to lunge at the Crimson Flame Mecha. Almost simultaneously, 2 other spots on the ocean's surface also erupted in whitecaps. 3 peculiar beasts, after lingering along the coastline for a brief moment, ultimately decided to make landfall. A resounding crash echoed as the mysterious wolf engaged in a fierce struggle with the Crimson Flame Mech, refraining from firing to avoid collateral damage. However, The howling beast and the roaring tiger were not as fortunate. All remote strike capabilities along the coast were concentrated upon them. A chilling shriek emanated from the howling beast, which, having endured pain, unfurled its four wings to swiftly envelop its corpulent and grotesque form, reminiscent of a swine. A furious roar erupted from the nearby roaring tiger, which had just dislodged a piece of its own hide against the city wall with a novel weapon. Above its head, the character Wong twisted in an uncanny manner, revealing a third eye. Within that eye, an abyss seemed to dwell, causing all soldiers who dared to gaze into it to faint instantly. Those within 1,000 meters of the front line, in proximity to the roaring tiger, hurriedly covered their ears. General Lu Hong, quick to react, issued a loud order through the intercom. He had studied the data on this roaring tiger. What appeared to be an eye atop its head was, in fact, its true throat. Its oval shape had led to this misidentification. The soldiers fainted due to the high-frequency sound waves emanating from this orifice. Just as General Lu was growing anxious, taking advantage of the roaring tiger's relentless emission of infrasonic waves, Chu Yao piloted the Thunderbolt mech and swiftly maneuvered behind the roaring tiger. The decision to prioritize this beast was due not only to its proximity, but also to the immense destructive potential it possessed among the three creatures. Realizing a colossal entity had circled behind it, the roaring tiger attempted to turn but found it was too late. Among all the Tomorrow mechs, the Thunderbolt was equipped with the Blue Fire 41 operating system and various lightweight components, renowned for its speed, leaving no time for the roaring tiger to react. Chu Yao lunged and, to his surprise, landed squarely upon the unsuspecting roaring tiger. The audacity of the responsible party was indeed commendable. This scene left onlookers in awe, as it required tremendous courage and self-assurance to leap onto an extraterrestrial beast. Chapter 127. A stunning live broadcast witnessing this spectacle were not only the soldiers stationed at the defensive wall, but also the residents of the Bund in Magic City. The sheer size of the mechs and the alien beasts made the battle visible even from a distance, as many climbed to higher vantage points to behold this extraordinary clash. Hello everyone, I am your host, Bing Bing. As you can currently see, our Dragon Kingdom's Tomorrow mechs have begun their fierce engagement with the three invading extraterrestrial beasts. Atop the Pearl Tower, a host with a sweet smile addressed the camera, cheerfully narrating the unfolding events of the battle. She is currently one of the most renowned hosts on Zhongshi, and while on a business trip in the enchanting city of Magic Capital, she sought and obtained permission to initiate this live broadcast. Unsurprisingly, as soon as the stream commenced, a surge of viewers from across the globe flocked in. Bing Bing, could you please move aside? You're obstructing my view of the mech annihilating the alien beasts, exclaimed a viewer. Goodness, what kind of maneuvers are our Dragon Kingdom's mech pilots executing? This is truly astonishing. Alas, lacking in education, the only exclamation that came to mind was a simple, wow. I could only offer a 666 to our Dragon Kingdom's mech warriors. The screen was inundated with similar comments racing across the chat. Foreign viewers tuning in from outside could only watch, devoid of the ability to comment. Yet, in truth, at that moment, they were not in the mood to engage in the chat. Besides the dazzling display of mechs on screen, the barrage of comments from Dragon Kingdom viewers was overwhelming. This hardly resembled the expected response of a nation witnessing three alien beasts landing simultaneously. Remarkably, instead of fear, laughter and chatter prevailed among them. Through the comments, the foreign audience clearly sensed that not only did this spectacle fail to instill terror, but the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom exhibited a hint of excitement. If three alien beasts were to land in their own country, the thought sent a shiver down their spines, and they dared not ponder further. The disparity between nations was laid bare at this moment. The difference was not merely in defensive capabilities. The mindset of the populace in the face of calamity had diverged significantly. Along the coastal areas of Magic Capital, the battle raged on. The howling tiger, a colossal creature of formidable strength, would not easily submit to being pinned down by Chu Yao. As soon as Thunder, the mech, suppressed it, the beast began to thrash violently. However, Chu Yao would not allow it to escape so easily. The dual arms of Thunder were equipped with advanced laser emitters, and during the descent, Chu Yao summoned dual blades from those arms. Yet, rather than strike at the massive body of the howling tiger, he aimed directly for the throat situated on its forehead. Chu Yao understood that this beast, much like the previous Lu Gui, was enveloped in impenetrable spines, rendering any strikes elsewhere exceedingly difficult. In the previous era, The Dragon Kingdom's military had paid a hefty price to subdue it. Subsequent biological examinations revealed that what appeared to be the throat of the howling tiger was connected to the cerebral cortex by neurons. If this area were destroyed, the beast would have no hope of survival. The howling tiger sensed Chu Yao's intention and struggled even more fiercely. Its spiny fur bristled like steel needles, clashing against the iron of the thunder mech, producing a cacophony of screeching sounds. "You beast, do you still dare to resist?" Chu Yao was already consumed with rage due to the sordid tricks from abroad, and at this moment, the resistance from the howling tiger was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. "Die!" he thundered, clutching the howling tiger's neck with one hand, pulling forcefully backward while simultaneously adjusting the energy level of his black cutting laser blade to its maximum, delivering a devastating strike. Zzz. The laser blade, already a source of intense heat, pierced directly into the howling tiger, penetrating it with ferocity. The colossal creature ceased its struggles, convulsing violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The first of the alien beasts, the howling tiger, was declared dead. The online comments exploded instantaneously. "Ha ha, 6 minutes, my brothers." An alien beast of this caliber was taken down in just 6 minutes after making landfall. Good grief, in 6 minutes, I can barely manage a trip to the restroom. And here we are in Dragon Nation, having defeated an alien beast? Meanwhile, foreign countries are still measuring in hours, while we switched to minutes. Haha. The disparity in strength must be at least that of the southern hemisphere. On the other front, Hui Yuankong piloted the Crimson Flame mecha, fiercely engaged in battle with the Mystic Wolf. Meanwhile, the two mechas, Jiangtian and Guaishu, were collaboratively bringing down the Beast of Vortex, with that conflict already nearing its conclusion. With the battlefield opening up, Chu Yao wasted no time in joining the fray against the Crimson Flame and the Mystic Wolf. 2 tomorrow mechas against 1 extraterrestrial beast. Victory was all but assured. In the Sakura Nation, within the Foreign Affairs Office, ministers, leaders from various sectors, and political dignitaries gathered in unison. They all gazed up at the high-definition LCD screen broadcasting Dragon Nation's live coverage, enveloped in a profound silence. Seated at the head of the table, Jun Mizuhiro felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. He recalled his earlier visit to Dragon Nation, where he had confidently assured his subordinates, "Dragon Nation surely has but 1 tomorrow mecha. Once we return, we must work diligently to catch up and create our own mechas." Yet reality had dealt him a merciless blow. It was no longer just a matter of working harder. Even relocating a gas station next door would be futile. 5. There were a total of 5 tomorrow mechas. How had they managed to remain so discreet for so long? Jun Mizuhiro felt a wave of despair. If it had been him, he would have showcased the water ape on its very first day of landing, flaunting it to the world. "Prime Minister, the pressing matter remains that we must swiftly develop our own mech warriors." Sato Daitaro, standing beside Jun Mizuhiro, displayed a semblance of courage, stepping forward to bolster morale. After all, only by producing mech warriors can we possess the trump card to defend against any alien beasts and seize the opportunity to surpass the Western powers. Sato Daichi yearned to express his disdain for that despicable inferior nation. However, the words caught in his throat. Even someone like him, who harbored a profound loathing for the right-wing forces of the Dragon Nation, had to concede that surpassing it was a near impossibility. The heights attained by the Dragon Nation were such that, not only had the war-torn Sakura country lost all hope of catching up, but even capitalist powers like the Free Nation had long relinquished any prospect of overtaking the Dragon Nation. Chapter 128. The Pinnacle of Awakening in the Western Continental Alliance, Liba. Echoing the sentiments of both the Sakura country and the Free Nation, within the conference room, a multitude of senior officials from the Western Alliance exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock, fear, and concern. The 5 tomorrow mechs currently stationed along the coast of the Dragon Nation were not merely machines. They loomed like 5 colossal mountains, weighing heavily on the hearts of leaders from around the globe, leaving them breathless. President Pony of France gazed at the magnificent display of the 5 Dragon Nation mechs on the large screen, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Once, the naive President Pony believed that as long as his side secured the root power generator and produced mech warriors, they would gain the upper hand and stride to the forefront of the world. Yet, this cold, hard reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. From now on, all nations, including his own, would need to adopt a new perspective towards this Eastern giant. With a heavy sigh, President Pony reluctantly acknowledged the truth. The current global landscape rendered the use of such devastating weapons utterly impractical. Therefore, setting aside the matter of annihilation-level weaponry. In terms of military prowess, all nations could only look up to the Dragon Nation. Coconut Nation, Mackinnon Palace. Outside Bex's office, a throng of civilian personnel had gathered. Within the office, an array of angry expletives and the sounds of objects being smashed and torn apart could be heard. They stood trembling outside the door, heads bowed in trepidation. This conspiracy was a joint endeavor, and when they heard the pilot on the intercom report a successful bait, everyone present had believed they were secure. Yet, none could have anticipated the depths of the Dragon Nation's concealment. The moment the 4 tomorrow mechs of the Dragon Nation appeared along the coast of the Magic City, the sinister smile on Bex's face vanished in an instant. What was the president so furious about? They had incurred no significant losses. Indeed, aside from that single pilot and the aircraft, compared to the typical losses incurred during an alien beast landing, this was nothing at all. Who could argue otherwise? It seemed that President Bex was indeed a bit deranged. With the limited strength of Coconut Nation, he dared to provoke a nation as formidable as the Dragon Nation. Let us not even consider ourselves. If we look around the world, which country isn't scrambling to align with the Dragon Nation? Indeed, just look, even the Free Nation, despite secretly scheming, wouldn't dare openly confront the Dragon Nation. How envious one must be of the Dragon Nation. Shoo, lower your voice. If the president hears such words, you may very well find yourself summoned to meet your maker on the coast of the Magic City. As the battle had drawn to a close and everyone was enveloped in the euphoria of victory, Chu Yao coldly remarked that they should properly clean up the battlefield before piloting his Thunder Mech back to the hangar. What's wrong? Little Yao seems to be in a peculiar mood. Inside the command center on the coast, Commander Yi Jian, who had arrived at the scene, keenly observed that Chu Yao appeared somewhat enraged and promptly inquired, "Well, it's like this Major General Lu Hong, perhaps having anticipated the cause, recounted the events leading to the incursion of the alien beasts. What? Such a thing exists. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, who had been reveling in the triumph of slaying 3 alien beasts, were immediately incensed. Without needing Chu Yao's guidance, they understood the implications. What a coincidence it was for an aircraft to head directly toward the Magic City. This could only be the insidious machinations of some other nation. The Dragon Kingdom had been exceedingly benevolent towards countries around the world, providing intelligence and assistance wherever possible. Yet, despite such efforts, there were still nations attempting to employ such underhanded tactics against the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, Fu Su finished parking his mech and entered the command center. Upon seeing the high-ranking military officials present, Chu Yao hurriedly approached. Leaders, the premature landing of the alien beasts having already surmised what Chu Yao was about to convey. Yi Jian nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, this matter is entrusted to you entirely. It must be pursued to the bitter end. Furthermore, you are authorized to represent our Dragon Kingdom in any form of retaliation. You embody the attitude of our entire nation." As he spoke, Yi Jian's eyes were equally filled with fury. Understood. Hearing the assurance from Commander Yi Jian, Chu Yao nodded emphatically, a fierce expression crossing his face. Regardless of which nation dares to plot against us, they shall surely regret their presence in this world. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yao swiftly issued directives. Immediately gather experts from relevant fields and form a special task force. We will begin with the inexplicably appearing enemy aircraft. Although it has already crashed, it must have left behind some clues. Conduct thorough investigations and analyses on the remnants of the wreckage and the scene. Simultaneously, examine the aircraft's flight speed and payload. And based on the post-disaster combustion conditions, determine the fuel tank capacity to filter potential models. After a calm analysis, Chu Yao quickly identified the entry point and resolutely made decisions. Yes, the personnel below promptly began their actions in response to the command. Time flew by, like the swift passage of days and months. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During this period, Chu Yao did not remain idle. He kept a close eye on the investigation by the Special Task Force, monitored the latest developments in the resurgence of spiritual energy, and also devoted time to his own cultivation. Crackling sounds echoed around him. In the chamber of Zhongdu, Lin Yi stood by, astonished as he observed the arcs of electricity sparking around Chu Yao, who sat gracefully on a custom meditation seat. were it not for his own eyes witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon. The educated Lin Yi would have found it hard to believe that someone could conjure such magic from thin air. At that moment, the first rays of dawn's sunlight bathed this ancient land. Chu Yao's breathing quickened, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The surrounding arcs of electricity materialized like tiny sprites, dancing and swirling around him. Boom! This spectacle continued for approximately half an hour until suddenly, Chu Yao's eyes flew open. With Chu Yao at the center, the electromagnetic field around him surged outward, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound reminiscent of a magnetic storm. Oh my! You haven't broken through to the locking realm behind my back, have you? The force of the energy wave caused Lin Yi to stagger back several steps before he regained his balance. A look of dismay etched on his face as he gazed at Chu Yao. Chu Yao, after a moment of acclimatizing to his own transformation, exhaled deeply, his gaze sharp. Yet, he was indeed close. Currently, Chu Yao stood on the cusp of breaking through to the locking realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air had been steadily increasing, but it had yet to reach the height necessary for him to transcend into the awakening realm. Across the globe, many had reached the limits of human vitality. Perhaps in such instances, there existed beings that could surpass him in physical combat. However, due to the relentless practice of breathing techniques in recent days, when it came to individual combat prowess, Chu Yao should now be regarded as the world's foremost champion. Oh heavens! Lin Yi despaired, collapsing onto the bed. I have just barely touched the threshold of the awakening realm, feeling like I've found a glimmer of hope. And you're already about to surge into the locking realm? Don't rush. Take it step by step. Observing Lin Yi's reaction, Chu Yao reassured him. It's not a big deal. Your progress is quite commendable. Consider this from another perspective. Our Dragon Kingdom's warriors have already begun the process of channeling energy into their bodies. Whereas abroad, they are still preoccupied with building mechas and infrastructure. What they are doing, we in the Dragon Kingdom commenced 3 to 4 months ago. Just think about the disparity between us. Chapter 129, Confirming the Target, Coconut Nation. Setting aside these matters, let us not forget that our Dragon Kingdom possesses an enormous natural advantage. This ancient spirit, the Ancient Ling, is unique to our Huaxia. Although in the later stages of the spiritual energy explosion, foreign nations have begun to develop their own countermeasures, they pale in comparison to our Huaxia's Ancient Ling. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, who had felt somewhat disheartened, suddenly perked up with excitement. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? I must intensify my training and awaken my Ancient Ling as soon as possible. Just then, Chu Yao's phone rang. What? Is there progress? Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Chu Yao's countenance darkened immediately. All right, I shall be there at once. What news? Has the nation lurking in the shadows revealed anything? Lin Yi inquired with concern. Yes, Chu Yao nodded and swiftly exited. At the National Security Center in Zhongdu, Commander Yi Jian had arrived on the scene well ahead of time. Xiao Yao, come quickly. This is the data report compiled by our researchers who have been working tirelessly. Chu Yao received a pristine white report and began to scrutinize its contents. Based on the on-site investigation following the aircraft crash, it was determined that the wingspan of the aircraft was approximately 39 meters, and the model belonged to a stealth fighter category. Considering factors such as the aircraft's maximum speed and aspect ratio, along with the data analysis conducted on-site, 3 models emerged in our selection: the Eagle Nation's Eagle 145, the Motherland's Arctic Goose 3, and the Free Nation's Boeing 747. However, as Chu Yao continued to peruse the document, he discovered that the Eagle 145 had already been decommissioned. The Arctic Goose 3 had undergone iterations, with the last operational unit destroyed in the recent resistance conflict. Meanwhile, the Boeing 747 had been retired and sold overseas, with 12 countries globally now possessing this aircraft. Upon reading this, Chu Yao was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed that identifying the culprit would lead to the Free Nation, yet the situation had become increasingly perplexing. Can we truly ascertain who the mastermind is? Chu Yao expressed his anxiety, recognizing the gravity of the matter concerning national security. Comrades in the Special Task Force have conceived a new approach. General Sun Biao interjected. Assuming the aircraft was fully fueled at the time of deployment, we can estimate the remaining fuel based on the combustion observed in the fuel tanks. By calculating the fuel consumption of the Boeing 747 per kilometer, we can ascertain the distance it traveled. Finally, we will analyze the potential countries possessing this aircraft to determine the most likely nation involved. Listening to General Sun Biao's explanation, Chu Yao nodded slightly. Indeed, this is an excellent idea. It seems that mastering mathematics and physics equips one for any challenge. Although numerous calculations may be influenced by external factors such as wind speed and humidity, repeated calculations yielding an average should lead to a reliable outcome. Xiao Yao, the chief has requested to ask you, once the investigation is complete, what are your plans? Commander Yi Jian inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on Chu Yao. Having entrusted this matter entirely to Chu Yao's discretion, they were not inclined to interfere, yet they needed to comprehend his strategy. In contemporary times, the Dragon Nation stands as a focal point of global attention. Even the slightest disturbance sends ripples across the Western world, prompting a flurry of reports. In light of such interconnected dynamics, it is imperative for the leadership of the Dragon Nation to prepare preemptively. Upon hearing Commander Yi Jian's inquiry, Chu Yao's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. With New Year's Day approaching, it is time to bestow upon them a grand gift. He would not tolerate any nation that persecutes the Dragon Nation to remain unscathed and free from repercussions. Currently, the majority of countries exhibit feelings of shock, envy, and jealousy towards the Dragon Nation. Chu Yao dismisses these superfluous sentiments. He desires a world that both fears and respects the Dragon Nation. The reason is simple. He does not wish for the Dragon Nation to valiantly confront extraterrestrial invasions, while other nations conspire behind the scenes to disrupt its stability. This time, regardless of who the puppet master may be, he is determined to make an example of them, demonstrating the dire consequences of betrayal to the world. In the Coconut Nation, President Bex, having experienced a surge of anger, gradually regained his composure over the past few days. However, with this clarity came a rising fear. What significant actions has the Dragon Nation undertaken recently? Are they aware that there is more to this situation than meets the eye? For 5 consecutive days, Bex's first inquiry upon waking has been about the Dragon Nation's developments. He is in a state of panic. According to his calculations, if he could successfully lure 3 or more alien beasts, the Dragon Nation would struggle to cope. Should they falter, widespread casualties would ensue, leaving the Dragon Nation in chaos and preoccupied with disaster recovery, thus diverting attention from the underlying issues at hand. Yet, who would have anticipated that this strategy would indeed attract 3 extraterrestrial beasts, only to inadvertently unleash 4 formidable sharks from the Dragon Nation's mechanized forces? Rest assured, my lord, his assistant reassured him with a comforting tone. When we selected the aircraft, we intentionally chose a model utilized by over 10 countries worldwide. Regardless of whether the Dragon Nation notices the details of our aircraft's crash, it is unlikely they would pursue an investigation. Indeed, although the assistant's words were riddled with flaws, the panicked Bex, having lost his discernment, chose to believe them blindly. In the Dragon Nation's capital, the National Security Center, the results are in. The likelihood of involvement from the Coconut Nation stands at a staggering 94%. Sun Biao rushed in, clutching the report, and relayed the intelligence to them. Chu Yao and Yi Jian exchanged glances, both recognizing the inferno of fury reflected in each other's eyes. The military is prepared to coordinate your directives at any moment. Long ago, during Commander Yi Jian's youth, he had endured several unpleasant exchanges with this foolish little nation. Such occurrences are indeed astonishing. He will undoubtedly show no mercy. The diminutive Coconut Nation, which previously engaged us in disputes over the South China Sea, now dares to act in such a manner. Chu Yao had contemplated that it might be robust nations like Freedom Country or Cherry Blossom, which harbor animosity towards our Dragon Nation. However, he could never have anticipated that it would be a nation as impoverished, diminutive, and foolish as Coconut Nation. Since they seek to provoke us, very well. If they revel in dancing upon the knife's edge, I shall allow them to experience the pain of having their toes pierced by the blade. Chapter 130. Tomorrow's Mecha. Mobilization. How exactly should we proceed? Should we directly deploy troops to attack them? The senior officials of the Dragon Nation's military formed a circle around Chu Yao, and General Sun Biao was the first to inquire. No. Chu Yao shook his head. This time, the military need not mobilize excessive forces. Our primary offensive strategy will be the Tomorrow Mecha. Chu Yao approached a nearby round table and unfurled the world map handed to him by his assistant. Since Coconut Nation dared to strike against us, such a grand scheme must be sanctioned by the president. Thus, our target will be the capital, Namala, where the political elite of Coconut Nation congregate. His finger struck the coastal capital of Coconut Nation with resolve on the map. Given the current maritime situation, we cannot deploy our military via sea routes, so my plan is to utilize the Tomorrow mechas. We will airlift them to the shallow coastal waters of Namala. Equipped with a plethora of new concept weaponry, these 5 Tomorrow mechas are equivalent to 5 fully loaded mobile artillery platforms. Our principal bombardment sites will include, but are not limited to, the garrison of the capital's defense forces, venues frequented by the social elite, and government offices. Naive and ignorant mistakes must be accounted for. Adults must bear responsibility for their actions, and a nation's leader should be accountable for every decision made. For should a leader's policies falter, the entirety of the nation under their command will bear the consequences. The moment the upper echelons of Coconut Nation disregarded the safety of Dragon Nation's citizens and resorted to such insidious tactics, Chu Yao felt no pity for this country. Therefore, this time, the entire Coconut Nation shall share in the wrath of Dragon Nation alongside Bex. The second-generation Mecha Zero is still in the testing phase and cannot be deployed. 1 Tomorrow Mecha will remain at home, while the other 5 will be sent into action. It is anticipated that this operation will require the cooperation of over 150 military transport aircraft and helicopters. Indeed, following Chu Yao's orders, the relevant departments immediately commenced mobilization. In other words, this battle does not necessitate direct support from our military, correct? The military leaders present felt a tinge of disappointment. They, too, abhorred the inhumane actions of Coconut Nation. Thus, these iron-willed warriors yearned to engage on the battlefield, eager for a decisive clash. Though the likelihood of extraterrestrial beasts landing again in the near future is slim, we cannot entirely dismiss such a possibility. Therefore, we must take to the front lines to avenge our nation, while the defense of our homeland is entrusted to you. Concurrently, you must also be prepared for any potential retaliations from the Coconut Kingdom and other nations around the world. Chu Yao calmly contemplated the overall strategy in his mind. In his previous life, he commanded numerous battles against alien beasts, yet he had never strategized against nations. Thus, he must proceed with utmost caution. Commander, will you be joining us on the front lines this time? General Sun Biao noted that in the plan recently devised by Chu Yao, all 5 mechs were to be operated by members of the mech training unit. Initially, he assumed that Chu Yao would refrain from participating directly, but it seemed that Chu Yao was now inclined to engage on the battlefield. Indeed, Chu Yao nodded, his gaze fixed upon the map of the Coconut Kingdom laid out before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. The military needs to allocate a stealthy transport aircraft for me. This time, I shall personally visit the Coconut Kingdom's Makanangwa to confront this deluded governor. Upon hearing Chu Yao's declaration, the expressions of the senior military officials present transitioned from anger to astonishment. You are a figure of immense importance to our Dragon Nation. How could you possibly venture into the depths of the Coconut Kingdom? Commander Yi Jian furrowed his brow and was the first to voice his dissent. Indeed, is it not sufficient that we have mech warriors to intervene? Why would you willingly plunge into danger and infiltrate the interior of the Coconut Kingdom? This is utterly preposterous. While your vitality surpasses ours, the notion of an individual infiltrating enemy territory alone is not. General Sun Biao trailed off, but everyone understood his implication. Yes, you should remain here with us in the Dragon Nation to safeguard our home. Other high-ranking military officials echoed similar concerns for Chu Yao's safety, attempting to sway his decision. Feeling the warmth of their concern, Chu Yao reassured them, "Rest assured, generals. If I were not confident, I would never engage in such folly." With that, he directed his gaze back to the map on the table and slowly extended his right hand towards the location of the Coconut Kingdom. Suddenly, a dazzling display unfolded. The senior military officials present witnessed an unforgettable spectacle as golden arcs of electricity mysteriously enveloped Chu Yao's right hand, akin to a cinematic special effect. How is this possible? What is happening? All the senior officials were wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Then, as Chu Yao gently placed his hand over the map, the golden arcs seemed to possess their own intelligence, surging towards the area beneath his hand. Boom! A deep rumbling sound emanated from beneath his hand, reminiscent of a firecracker exploding at his fingertips. When he lifted his palm, the location of the Coconut Kingdom had vanished into thin air. Be aware, everything outside the Coconut Kingdom has vanished without a trace. The electric arc, as if possessing its own consciousness, relentlessly traced the contours of the Coconut Kingdom on the map, forcefully detaching it from reality. At the pinnacle of the awakening realm, My ability to confront extraterrestrial beasts is indeed somewhat lacking. However, among all ordinary people in the world, I am undeniably invincible. Along the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, helicopters hovered in the sky, connected by robust steel chains to the colossal Tomorrow Mecha. Within the mecha, 5 exemplary pilots sat poised in the cockpit, fully prepared. The target, the capital of the Coconut Kingdom, Nimura. Commence. Over the intercom, Chu Yao's commanding voice resonated with authority. With a decisive order from Chu Yao, over 200 helicopters ascended into the sky, lifting the immense Tomorrow Mecha from the ground. After reaching a certain altitude, they began their journey towards the Coconut Kingdom. The sight of 100 helicopters flying in unison, with the gigantic mecha obscuring the sun, was nothing short of magnificent. I aim to make it abundantly clear to them, and indeed to all nations across the globe, that this Tomorrow Mecha is not merely a weapon against extraterrestrial beasts. Furthermore, I shall ensure that those who dare to stab the Dragon Kingdom in the back experience the horrors of hell itself. Gazing at the formidable scene before him, Chu Yao sat in the transport aircraft with an icy demeanor, his eyes reflecting an endless chill. After revealing his current strength, the military high command no longer opposed his plans. Thus, today is destined to unleash a tempest of bloodshed upon the Coconut Kingdom. Chapter 131. The battle begins. Coconut Kingdom, Mockinnan Palace. Chief Bex, utterly oblivious to the impending catastrophe awaiting the Coconut Kingdom, leisurely sipped his coffee in his office. My assistant was indeed correct. I have greatly overestimated the Dragon Kingdom. With 3 extraterrestrial beasts landing simultaneously, they must have been frightened beyond measure, with little time to ponder the cause of their arrival. Upon this realization, Bex's previous panic dissipated entirely, replaced by a sense of satisfaction from believing himself to be the puppeteer orchestrating the entire affair. Perhaps I should orchestrate another event. After all, you possess numerous mechas. I wonder how you would contend with 5 or 6 of them at once. A slight smirk crept onto Bex's lips as he reveled in his devious thoughts, even beginning to concoct a new scheme. At that moment, his assistant rushed in, breathless and flustered. Chief Bex, we have a grave situation. The assistant struggled to catch his breath. Why the panic? Bex was clearly displeased with his assistant's demeanor and was about to reprimand him when a thought struck him. He sat upright, crossing his legs. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has discovered our dealings? The assistant swallowed hard and shook his head. Oh, what is there to worry about? It can't possibly be an extraterrestrial assault on our coastline, can it? Bexton, momentarily at ease, was suddenly jolted into alertness. The Dragon Kingdom, with 5 Tomorrow Mechs, had already surged to our coastal shores. The assistant, finally catching his breath, urgently conveyed the dire situation. Upon hearing this, Bexton sprang from his chair as if propelled by a spring. What do you mean? The Dragon Kingdom has reached our doorstep? The assistant, struggling to maintain composure, nodded gravely. The military is in disarray. Several generals are hastily mobilizing reinforcements from various locations. You must take charge. Bexton, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, What charge can I possibly take in this chaos? The Dragon Kingdom's military might? The Coconut Kingdom's military might? Let us not even mention how this extraterrestrial invasion has exponentially widened the gap between the Dragon Kingdom and other nations. Without this invasion, the Coconut Kingdom is no match for the Dragon Kingdom. Let's not even discuss it. Those devastating weapons capable of determining the outcome of a battle were developed by the Dragon Kingdom as far back as last century, while the Coconut Kingdom has yet to produce a single one. Actually, the Dragon Kingdom hasn't dispatched a large force. They've merely sent over their Tomorrow Mechs. The assistant quickly clarified. Oh, just Tomorrow Mechs? Those machines might be effective against alien beasts, but can they truly be applied in warfare between nations? Bexton's initial terror began to dissipate as he considered. Surely, the Dragon Kingdom is overestimating its capabilities. They dare to send only 5 Tomorrow Mechs to challenge our capital? If they are initiating this assault, they must know something. A fierce determination began to replace Bexton's earlier shock, now that the facade has been torn away. I shall no longer hold back. Mobilize all military forces to engage these 5 Tomorrow Mechs. If possible, try to capture 1 or 2. These machines are invaluable. We can offer them to the free nation for protection. The Dragon Kingdom will surely think twice before invading the Coconut Kingdom again. Naively, Bexton remained unaware of the true combat capabilities of the Tomorrow Mechs. In his mind, with the military strength stationed in the capital, they could indeed contend with the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, The assistant quickly departed to make arrangements. Coconut Kingdom, Nimalara Coast. Oh my god, is that the Tomorrow mech from the Dragon Kingdom? It's terrifying. Is this the true power of the Dragon Kingdom? Why is it that we, the Coconut Kingdom, cannot produce a single mech warrior of our own? Stop chatting. That mech is definitely not coming in peace. The soldiers stationed along the Coconut Kingdom's coast watched as the Tomorrow mech drew nearer to the shore, their discussions erupting into fervor. Fear, envy, and panic mingled among them. Previously, they had only seen such machines during live broadcasts, but witnessing one in person illuminated the awe-inspiring power and beauty of these iron giants. They are advancing toward us. A startled cry erupted from the ranks of the military. In the distance, 5 Tomorrow mechas were swiftly approaching the capital of Coconut Country, Namala, from 5 different directions. The immense size of these formidable, alien-like steel beasts stirred the surrounding seawater, creating towering waves that crashed violently against the shore. The soldiers stationed along the coast of Coconut Country were gripped by trepidation, their hearts pounding in fear. What should they do? Should they open fire in defense? One soldier, overwhelmed by panic, posed the question, "Have you lost your mind? These are Tomorrow mechas from Dragon Country, legendary weapons against extraterrestrial beasts. If you fire and damage them, what will we do when Dragon Country comes to seek retribution?" Came the vehement retort from his comrade. Are we simply to allow them to land with such audacity? But that formidable eastern power is not one to be trifled with. The soldiers along the coastline of Coconut Country were engulfed in a state of anxiety, anxiously awaiting orders from above. News arrived from the higher-ups. Engage all forces to resist the Tomorrow mechas of Dragon Country. The voice of the commanding officer, initially filled with excitement, gradually faded into despair. At first, he had been utterly alarmed by the sudden appearance of the Dragon Country mechas at their coastline, hastily reporting the incident in hopes of a satisfactory response. Little did he anticipate that after waiting for so long, the outcome would be such a disheartening one. How could their modest arms and ammunition possibly contend with such colossal entities? Were they to risk their lives? With tears of frustration welling in his eyes, the officer commanded, "All soldiers, stand ready. Fire at will. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." Having barely set down the radio, he immediately reconnected with the high command of Coconut Country. "Generals, we request immediate support. We urgently need authorization to use the new weapons acquired from Free Country. Additionally, I request the deployment of heavy artillery." At that moment, the officer in the Coastal Command Center was in a state of frantic desperation. The higher-ups, not present on site, could not fathom the terror of having such steel behemoths looming before them. Without the heavy weapons he had requested, there was no way their limited forces could defend the coastline of Coconut Country. Fortunately, after a brief silence, the radio responded swiftly. "Headquarters acknowledges. Authorization granted." Excellent. With this affirmation, the officer felt a flicker of hope. Quickly, bring up the heavy cannons. Utilizing cannons against armored or fortified targets would enhance their chances of penetrating defenses. A military principle the officer was well aware of. Although mecha warriors differed from typical armored targets, the principles should be somewhat analogous. The officer calculated in his mind and began to mobilize the scant military resources of Coconut Country. Chapter 132. Descent. The cannons were immediately loaded with armor-piercing shells, ready to fire as soon as the enemy entered range. The newly procured advanced weaponry has been relocated to the coastal stronghold, poised for activation and launch. The forces of Coconut Nation are swiftly mobilizing, and the 5 Tomorrow mechas stationed along the coastline are certainly not idle. Beep. The enemy has entered the firing range. Inside the cockpit of the Crimson Flame mecha, Hui Yuankong attentively listens to the artificial intelligence's prompt, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the distant soldiers of Coconut Nation, appearing as diminutive ants in their labor. Following the prearranged strategic plan, the 5 Tomorrow mechas maintain constant communication, given Hui Yuankong's lineage from a prestigious military family. And under Chu Yao's intent to cultivate his skills, the command of this battle has been entrusted to him. The Abyssal Shield is deployed to absorb the enemy's firepower. The Storm mecha provides distant fire support, and from this moment forth, firepower is authorized to freely cover the coastal military base of Coconut Nation. Jiang Tian will target ground objectives, while I focus on aerial targets. The Thunderbolt mecha, leveraging its speed advantage, prepares for a swift assault on land. How dare this minuscule nation, akin to Sakura Country, conspire against our great Huaxia? This battle shall be unforgettable for them. We must ensure that the name of Longwa becomes an indelible source of anguish for this nation. Affirmative. A resounding reply comes from the 4 remaining mechas. Now, the battle begins. At Hoi Yuankan's command, the 5 mechas cease their waiting and swiftly initiate their stance. On the coast, all attention from Coconut Nation is fixated on the 5 Tomorrow mechas, oblivious to the fact that, high above, a stealth aircraft has quietly infiltrated their airspace. This seems like a suitable place to land. Chu Yao indicates a location on the radar and speaks. Allow me to lower your altitude. We are currently too high. The pilot expresses mild surprise upon hearing this. No need. Chu Yao, gazing out the window at the situation below, speaks with determination. Now is the moment. Without waiting for the pilot's objections, Chu Yao leaps from the aircraft. The pilot is left dumbfounded. They are at an altitude of 15,000 meters. First, I must find a way to reduce the descent speed. For this mission, Longwa has equipped Chu Yao with the finest parachuting gear. Various airborne technologies designed to increase air resistance have been arranged for him, yet at such a height, the wind slices against his face like a blade. And Chu Yao's initial response is a lack of oxygen. Zzzzzzz. Having chosen to descend from this height, Chu Yao is naturally well prepared, quickly enveloped in a layer of electric arcs. As he falls freely at high speed, the arcs emit fierce sparks, and from a distance, it appears as though he is engulfed in flames. However, in reality, combustion occurs only at the surface of the electric arcs. Chu Yao himself is unharmed. Moreover, under the interference of the electric arcs, his descent speed continues to decrease. As the clouds surrounding him grew increasingly sparse, the scenery below became ever clearer. It was not yet time to deploy the parachute. According to the standard parachuting protocol, he should have opened it by now to diminish his descent speed. Otherwise, the remaining distance would render it impossible to slow down, leading to a disastrous and gruesome landing. However, Chu Yao understood that if he were to open the parachute at this moment, even with the specially designed ultra-compact parachute provided by the state, the likelihood of being detected mid-air would escalate dramatically. He hesitated, counting down the distance. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. Oh, what is that? At that moment, a wave of panic enveloped the nation of Namala in Coconut Country. Suddenly, some citizens looked up and beheld this extraordinary spectacle in the sky. Could it be that extraterrestrials controlling these alien beasts were landing? Nonsense. Clearly, there was a person amidst that electric fireball. Could it be a celestial being from Eastern mythology? You must be mistaken. There's no one there. How could that be? Do you think I would misjudge something in broad daylight? Fortunately, due to Chu Yao's rapid descent, only a few had noticed him. Now, with merely 200 meters to the ground, Chu Yao finally opted to deploy his parachute. Boom. As the parachute burst open, the custom-made reverse thrust device activated instantly, assisting Chu Yao in reducing his descent speed. The tremendous force opposing gravity caused his speed to plummet. After a brief moment, witnessing his significant deceleration, Chu Yao calmly surveyed the situation below. To minimize the chances of detection, he swiftly shed the parachute and continued his descent at a relatively brisk pace. With a thunderous roar, a deep sound reverberated behind the Mockinnan Palace in Coconut Country. Beneath him, 2 massive arcs of electricity dissipated part of the impact force before swiftly vanishing, creating a shockwave that spread outward. Thanks to his formidable physical strength and peak awakening prowess, Chu Yao successfully landed, removing the tiger-headed golden spear strapped to his back. A slight smile graced Chu Yao's lips as he gazed at the Mockinnan Palace, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been shot down long before even reaching the vicinity of the Mockinnan Palace, let alone landing behind it. Yet, due to the current alien invasion and the attention drawn by the mechanical suits of the Dragon Nation ahead, Chu Yao was afforded the opportunity to touch down unscathed. Namala, Coconut Country, coastal frontline. Zbang. A colossal pale blue beam erupted from the arm of a storm mech, directly striking at the coastal military headquarters of Coconut Country. At that moment, all the soldiers of Coconut Country gazed up at the beam, frozen in disbelief. Even from a distance of several meters, the oppressive heat can still be felt. Each mechanized unit of Tomorrow is equipped with the most advanced weaponry from the Dragon Kingdom, and the core components are fitted with cutting-edge conceptual weapons. These new generation weapons may seem insignificant to the powerful nations of Europe and America or to formidable capitalist states. However, the situation is markedly different for the Coconut Kingdom. They are both impoverished and weak. and have yet to fire a single shot from the newly acquired conceptual weapons bought from the Free Nation, making their current show of force utterly bewildering. Amid the assault of enemy aircraft, the fiery apparatus atop the Crimson Flame mecha suddenly roared to life. The high-temperature flames instantaneously incinerated parts of the enemy craft, causing them to plummet from the sky in catastrophic failure. "Hurry, fire the cannon," commanded the Coconut Kingdom's leader, eyes filled with urgency, as he directed the aim at the largest enemy target closest to them. Witnessing the heavy losses on their side, the leader's heart ached with despair. Yes, the cannon, fully loaded, erupted with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the soldiers of the Coconut Kingdom to experience a ringing in their ears. The leader's gaze remained fixed upon the cannonball as it soared forth, filled with hope. Chapter 133, Coastal Defeat. Boom. The massive shell detonated against the void shield, scattering sparks in all directions. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the Coconut Kingdom's leader and soldiers looked on, only to discover that the void shield remained unscathed. Humph. Observing the scene before him, Hui Yuankong smirked coldly. He was well aware of the shield's formidable defensive capabilities, developed tirelessly by the experts of the Mecha Research Group in conjunction with the National Defense Military Department, utilizing materials such as graphene and hexagonal diamonds. Did they truly believe that a few meager armor-piercing shells could breach it? Impossible. Despair washed over the Coconut Kingdom's leader as his hopes plummeted. Report. The new weapon has finished charging. Oh yes, the newly acquired weapons from the Free Nation. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Quickly, prepare to fire. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the new weapon. All eyes of the Coconut Kingdom's coastal army turned towards it, witnessing a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The Thunderbolt mecha surged from the depths of the sea, leaping above the new weapon, wielding an electromagnetic thunderbolt blade, and struck down with ferocity. Before the newly charged weapon could even fire a single shot, it exploded violently. The shockwave sent nearby soldiers of the Coconut Kingdom hurtling through the air. How could a nation like ours possibly contend with such agile and devastating war machines? The leader of the Coconut Kingdom collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness in the face of an unchangeable reality. Well done, Thunderbolt. Within the Crimson Flame mecha, Ho Yuankong, who had recently been preoccupied with concerns regarding the potency of this new weapon from the Free Nation, now observed with admiration the audacious maneuvers of the Thunderbolt mecha. With this display, the Dragon Nation felt unrestrained. Bang! While extolling its virtues, Crimson Flame unleashed two immense fireballs once more. Not far away, 3 aircraft, caught off guard, were struck and erupted in a fiery explosion, resembling insects incinerated mid-flight. Guisu. Advance forward. Jiang Tian and Storm, provide fire support. Thunderbolt, and I shall prepare to land. Yes, with no intention of retreating, but rather a determination to close in. The commander of the Coconut Nation issued orders with resignation. Heavy tanks and aircraft, withdraw inland. Engage selectively during the retreat. Report. Our coastal defenses have already fallen, and we are retreating inland. Requesting reinforcements. Damn it. In the Mackinnon Palace. As he listened to the reports echoing in his ears and watched the battlefield on the large screen, Bex could not contain his fury. Who was responsible for commanding this battle? After this fight concludes, they will be treated as war criminals. What kind of fool allows our newly acquired weapon to be so easily neutralized? A gigantic mecha infiltrated underwater and no one detected it. Bex spoke with ease, all the while observing the chaos of the battle. In such a tense and fiery environment, he, an outsider, had not noticed the disappearance of the Thunderbolt mecha, let alone the disarray among the soldiers of the Coconut Nation. Around the round table, senior officials of the Coconut Nation's military sat dejected. They had just been summoned by Bex to discuss strategies, and they had witnessed the entire debacle unfold. It was undeniable that such a disastrous defeat stemmed not only from the military inadequacies of the Coconut Nation, but also from poor command. We cannot place all the blame on the commander. Our forces are scattered along the entire coastline, and we lack any experience in combating such mecha warriors. Moreover, the Thunderbolt mecha vanished for a mere 4 seconds, and our sensors failed to detect its presence. This clearly indicates that the Thunderbolt mecha is backed by formidable support from the Dragon Nation. A general from the Coconut Nation spoke up in defense of the commander. Slap. At that moment, Bex stormed over and delivered a sharp blow to him. You think you know better? Spare us your nonsense. Just then, Explosions began to erupt within Nimalara City. My lord, the Dragon Nation's mecha warriors have successfully landed, and our Makanan Palace has entered their firing range. For your safety, we must evacuate. Hearing his assistant's urgings, Bex released his grip on the Coconut Nation general's collar. Very well. Let us first ensure the safe evacuation of our esteemed political and business leaders. Thud. The high-ranking officials of the Coconut Nation had yet to step outside when suddenly a dull thud reverberated through the door, seemingly the sound of a person collapsing. What was happening? The officials exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Tony, the assistant, sensing something was amiss, called out the name of the individual responsible for the security of the Makanan Palace. Bang! To the astonishment of the Coconut Nation's elite, the response came in the form of a resounding kick to the door. The grand entrance of the Makanan Palace buckled and fell. Subsequently, the high-ranking officials of the Coconut Nation witnessed an unforgettable scene. Are you looking for him? At the threshold stood a striking young man, armed with a gun, single-handedly confronting them, a lifeless body in his grasp. Who are you? The Coconut Nation officials were thrown into disarray upon hearing the unfamiliar language. The scene made it abundantly clear that all the guards within the Makanan Palace had been dispatched. They could scarcely fathom that one day the presidential office of the Coconut Nation would be breached in such a manner by a foreigner. Chu Yao, having held significant power in his past life, was well versed in the universally recognized language of Eagle. However, he was not present to negotiate. His sole purpose was to eradicate this despicable nation of treacherous individuals who thrived on backstabbing. He seems to be from the Dragon Nation. Someone in the crowd recognized Chu Yao. Although he had no right to be at the cultural artifact exchange event, his identity had already begun circulating among the high echelons of various nations, making his recognition unsurprising. That damn dragon person again. Upon hearing this, Bex's expression darkened instantaneously. He drew the handgun from his assistant's waist, ready to retaliate. Though unaware of how many from the Dragon Nation had secretly infiltrated, Bex was certain that the identity of this dragon individual was not simple, given that he dared to kick open the door of the Coconut Nation. Bex felt compelled to teach him a lesson. You may not have heard this, saying a slight smile graced Chu Yao's lips as he regarded the defiant official of the Coconut Nation, his gaze reminiscent of one looking upon a corpse. In this new era, when dealing with the new humanity, within 50 meters, a firearm has even less deterrent power than cold weapons. Chapter 134, The Massacre Bang. With Bex's ruthless temperament, he did not hesitate, disregarding anything Chu Yao had to say. He raised his weapon and fired. The previous confusion among Bex and his companions regarding why such a formidable young man stood still, even under the threat of a gun, was swiftly dispelled by the ensuing scene, which left them frozen in shock. It seemed that Chu Yao had already anticipated the trajectory of the bullet before it even left the chamber. In a fraction of a second, imperceptible to the ordinary human mind, Chu Yao deftly sidestepped a bullet. The process of awakening represents a transformative journey of refining the body. Although at this stage, Chu Yao has yet to attain the prowess to confront firearms with mere flesh. His significantly enhanced physical capabilities enable him to react swiftly and evade even at such a close range. Is this still the essence of a normal human? Bex, overwhelmed with indignation, unleashed a string of expletives. Enraged, he steadied his weapon and fired several shots in disbelief. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. The young man before them was enveloped in golden arcs of electricity, and with a powerful leap, he nimbly evaded every bullet, releasing his spear as he reached the pinnacle of his ascent. In that instant, the spear, entwined with electric arcs, shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Block it. In a moment of desperation, Bex, not particularly astute, hastily pulled his assistant in front of him. The spear pierced through the assistant's body, staining his suit with crimson blood. Quick, summon reinforcements. Realizing that Chu Yao was no ordinary foe, Bex was now utterly terrified, frantically shouting as he sought refuge behind the higher-ups of the Coconut Nation's military. However, chaos had already engulfed Namala, with explosions erupting everywhere, leaving no one to protect the chief. Despite some military leaders regarding Bex's repeated actions with disdain, they could not stand idly by and watch their nominal chief be pursued by a foreign adversary. The higher-ups instinctively formed a defensive line around Bex. A sinister smile played on Chu Yao's lips. Do not fret. Today, you shall all perish. He extended a hand, gathering electric arcs that resonated with those on his spear. Then, To the astonishment of the Coconut Nation's leaders present, the spear shot back to his grasp. Could it be that this formidable Eastern power had reached such technological heights? Was the spear equipped with some electromagnetic retrieval device? How could they possibly have crafted such an unfathomable weapon? Some of the bewildered leaders of the Coconut Nation, lacking understanding, speculated that Chu Yao's rapid reflexes were solely a result of advanced technology. Chu Yao, however, paid no heed to their foolish conjectures. The military's higher-ups had already surrendered their weapons, setting aside his own peak achievement in the awakening realm. Who among them could rival the intensity of his vital energy? If blame were to be assigned, let it be on your blinded hearts for daring to plot against the Dragon Nation. Amidst the flickering lightning and the resounding thunder, the anguished cries of the high-ranking officials of Coconut Country echoed throughout the scene, as a tempest of blood and chaos swept through the Dragon Nation's coastal military command center. The 5 Tomorrow mechas have now all successfully landed. Headquarters reports indicate that the wear on the Return to Ruins mecha has reached an alarming 21%. The wear on Jiangtian, Thunder, Crimson Flame, and Storm mechas is hovering around 10%. The performance metrics provided by the responsible personnel and the Mecha Research Division dictate that combat must cease once wear reaches 25%, lest the risk of damage becomes imminent. As Commander Yi Jian listened to the intelligence officer's report on the current state of the mechas, he nodded with satisfaction, prepared to dispatch the Air Force to welcome our heroes home. The international standing of the Dragon Nation is such that any significant movement naturally sends ripples across the globe. Although they are not on the front lines and lack the latest intelligence, they have learned that the Dragon Nation has secretly mobilized the Tomorrow mechas. Have you heard? That Eastern nation has mobilized their Tomorrow mechas. What could this mean? Are they planning to delve into the ocean and confront the otherworldly beasts? By heavens! What is this Eastern nation up to with their incessant antics? The leaders of various countries are presently gripped with anxiety, awaiting further news. In the Free Nation, the Black Palace. Thanks to the Free Nation's robust intelligence network, Johnson and his team were the first to receive the news. This Eastern superpower has actually engaged militarily against Coconut Country. Johnson's initial reaction upon receiving the information was one of disbelief. Moreover, according to the reliable intelligence just obtained, the entire capital of Coconut Country, Nimler, is now under the firepower of Dragon Nation's mecha warriors. Simultaneously, the governor of Coconut Country, Bex, along with the senior military officials, have all met a gruesome fate at the gates of the Makanan Palace. However, through our in-depth investigation at BFI, it was discovered that their demise was not due to bombardment, but rather cold weapons. What did you say? In this day and age, there are still those who use cold weapons to assassinate a president. Listening to Little Boo's report, Johnson was taken aback. On one hand, he was astonished by the Dragon Nation's decisive counterattack, while on the other, he was shocked by the bizarre circumstances surrounding Bex's death. They have acted with such resolve? Is this Eastern nation not known for its timidity in battle? And yet, they are now so ferocious? Enough. Johnson waved his hand. Although the Dragon Nation's response has exceeded our expectations, we must acknowledge that this presents an excellent opportunity. We must ensure that international public opinion is skillfully guided. A few days ago, though initially stunned by the vast disparity between our forces and those of the Dragon Nation, Johnson has since recalibrated his mindset following discussions across various departments. While it is undeniable that you have taken the lead in the realm of renewable energy and excel in the disciplines related to mecha manufacturing, Johnson's lips curled into a slight smile. Blame it on the last century, during which you fell significantly behind. In light of the recent exposure of 5 Tomorrow mechas from the Dragon Nation, the United States could not remain idle. They employed various methods to obtain the engineering blueprints and exhaustively researched the functionalities of the components. Ultimately, experts across most fields reached a unanimous conclusion. The disparity in functional components was nearly negligible, with the primary differences lying in the configurations of human-machine interaction systems, the overall design of the mecha warriors, and certain aspects of comprehensive configuration. Following a meeting with the esteemed expert panel, Johnson was bolstered by their affirmations, invigorating his confidence. As long as our top-tier talents in fundamental disciplines, endowed with superior cognitive paradigms, remain, and as long as we do not lag behind in advanced fields, exceeding in mecha technology is merely a matter of time. With renewed fervor, Johnson eagerly immersed himself back into his work. He was a man who thrived on challenges. Upon realizing the gaps between both sides were not insurmountable, his fighting spirit was reignited. However, unbeknownst to him, across the vast ocean, the Dragon Nation was fervently preparing as well. Yet, their preparations were directed toward addressing the grand era of spiritual resurgence. It would not be long before the immense advantages gained from the previous two industrial revolutions by the Free Nation would vanish into thin air. Chapter 135, The Fishing Wheel? Video released the next day, December 29th. Could 5 mecha warriors act with impunity? Is this a manifestation of the extinguishing of humanity or a decline in morality? Bullying smaller nations? Is this what is meant by a great Eastern power? On the first day of the new year, the Grand Era monthly publication of the Free Nation featured 2 such articles. The nations of the Western continent are not naive. The Dragon Nation's repeated challenges to the Free Nation's hegemonic status have prompted the latter to act as a vanguard against the Dragon Nation's ambitions. Consequently, they could simply sit back and observe, as long as their own interests remained untouched. After all, why should they visibly align with the Free Nation against the Dragon Nation when they themselves have nothing to gain from it? Naturally, the absence of overt rebuttals does not imply that covert maneuvers are not underway. To restore national confidence, domestic factions have been actively stirring the pot, and the guidance of the fishing wheel has become indispensable. Thus, amid the various ulterior motives of nations around the globe, the international fishing wheel began to tilt. And a deluge of accusations against the Dragon Nation's hypocrisy and hegemony flooded the media, while the Free Nation fervently disseminated public opinion and rumors. How could the Sakura Nation remain idle? As the foremost adversary of the Dragon Nation, the Emperor of the Earth promptly commanded Sakura to seize this opportunity to thoroughly vex the Dragon Nation, while simultaneously endeavoring to diminish the international prestige that the Dragon Nation has established through numerous conflicts. Is it not absurd that one can obliterate a capital city over mere disagreements? Is this what is touted as a peace-loving Eastern power? How laughable! They even profess to aspire towards a community of shared destiny, yet their actions reek of hegemony. Just the other day, I was extolling the virtues of the Dragon Nation online, and now, in the blink of an eye, they have descended into chaos. As anticipated, with the news proliferating across various nations, coupled with the machinations of online influencers, the reputation of the Dragon Nation among the global populace has plummeted. Have you heard? The Coconut Nation is truly suffering. Its citizens are deprived of sufficient food and warmth. I cannot fathom why the Dragon Nation would disrupt the tranquility of such a nation. Who would argue otherwise? Clearly, this country must not possess strength that surpasses others, for once it shows even a hint of progress. It resorts to aggression against its fellow humans in such a time of crisis. The Dragon Nation is indeed reprehensible. Our Free Nation has held the mantle of dominance for many years without resorting to such barbarity as assassinating a president over trifling disputes. At noon, within the Foreign Ministry of the Dragon Nation, Chief Yao, with a smile, conveyed the array of negative international narratives to his companion, Chu Yao. Having ascended to his position, he has witnessed an array of malicious slanders. This incident is already among the more benign. Let the Foreign Ministry make a statement and simultaneously release the video I brought back. Chu Yao, having perused the materials with a calm demeanor, offered no commentary. Given his character, he would not engage in an unprepared battle. Long before the decision to deploy forces, all potential repercussions had been meticulously accounted for in his calculations. The reason the Dragon Nation has yet to respond is that Chu Yao is deliberately withholding it until the truth is unveiled. Foreign entities have seized the moral high ground to relentlessly criticize the Dragon Nation, successfully elevating this matter to a global discourse. Should a response be issued now, it would only enhance the deterrent effect of the carefully orchestrated revenge that Chu Yao has planned. At precisely 10 o'clock, the Dragon Nation's Foreign Ministry initiated an international live broadcast. As soon as it commenced, foreign trolls flooded the chat, fervently stirring the pot. Do you still have the audacity to broadcast? Oppressing a pitiable nation like the Coconut Nation, people of your inferior race ought to perish sooner. The familiar stench is unmistakable. This must be the work of the Sakura Nation's trolls. What is this? A live broadcast to feebly justify yourselves? It is futile. We shall not be swayed. The fact remains that you dispatched mechs to invade the capital of an underdeveloped nation. There is no doubt that this confrontational approach is emblematic of the trolls from the Free Nation. Facing the camera, the spokesperson, Sister Hua, paid no heed to the meaningless barrage of comments. her face adorned with a polite smile as she began to articulate her thoughts clearly. Recently, an uproar has swept across the international stage. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, nations around the globe have vehemently condemned our military intervention in the Coconut Nation. However, esteemed audience, is the truth truly as you perceive it? What you have encountered in cyberspace, on television, or in the news may merely be a facade crafted by those who wish to manipulate your perspective. Now, let us watch a video that may unveil the reality for you. A video began to play on the large screen behind Sister Hua. The footage revealed the entrance of the Messiah Palace in the Coconut Nation. The protagonist of the video was none other than the deceased governor of the Coconut Nation, Bex. In the scene, he knelt on the ground, his face and body smeared with blood, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. Each of these bodies could be identified as significant figures within the military of the Coconut Nation. Bex gazed pleadingly into the camera, tears brimming in his eyes. Speaking in fluent Eagle language, "Please, spare me. I am the governor of the Coconut Nation. I can give you anything you desire." It was evident that the scene captured was from the day of the Nimalara incident in the Coconut Nation. Why disturb the exotic beasts and attack the Dragon Nation? A voice in perfect Eagle language resonated in the background, presumably from the individual who had recorded the video. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend." Bex, maintaining his performance, was filled with fear. What disturbance of the exotic beasts? I did not do anything. He attempted to continue his act, but a gleaming golden gun barrel pressed firmly against his chest. A cold male voice echoed again. "This is your only chance. Speak the truth." I will speak. I will speak." Feeling the sharpness of the gun barrel against his chest, Bex realized that if he continued to perform, this weapon would mercilessly pierce him, just as it had done to others. Having reached his position, no one feared death more than he did. It was due to the overwhelming strength of the Dragon Nation, which could not assist the Coconut Nation, that jealousy had festered within them, leading to their desperate actions. However, before he could finish his sentence, the cold gun barrel had already penetrated his chest. As long as it is your doing, that suffices. At this point, the video had already unveiled the truth. Yet it was not over. The person filming slowly withdrew a tiger-headed spear from Bex's chest, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Do you recall an ancient saying from our Huaxia culture? Those who offend our China shall be punished, even from afar. Do they dare to scheme against our Dragon Nation, believing that hiding within the Messiah Palace would ensure their safety? Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, it would be futile. Alas, let this be a lesson for the next life. Chapter 136. The matter is resolved in the live broadcast room. An unexpected silence fell over the audience, gazing at the stark video that laid bare the truth. The faces of those who had previously clamored in the comments about the Dragon Kingdom's oppression of weaker nations were now left in disarray. What does it mean for the Dragon Kingdom to unjustly bully smaller countries? What does it signify when they wield their mech warriors to intimidate others? It is, in fact, this Coconut Nation that has brought doom upon itself, having committed heinous acts devoid of humanity. Let us not even discuss the implications of provoking otherworldly beasts, which led to the Dragon Kingdom's formidable response. Had it been any other nation facing simultaneous landings of 3 Class C beasts, the consequences would have been utterly catastrophic. Losing coastal territories would merely be a minor inconvenience. For some frail nations, it could spell total annihilation. Such circumstances are not mere exaggerations. In the past, as Class B entities began to manifest, they often appeared with 1 or 2 Class C beasts in tow, akin to apex predators bringing along their minions. Consequently, nations with inadequate technological prowess witnessed major cities evaporate one after another, leading to their very existence being rendered obsolete. Thus, any nation engaging in such reckless behavior would be committing an unforgivable atrocity. In light of this, the actions of the Dragon Kingdom seem rather restrained. Consequently, even the professional trolls in the live broadcast room found themselves at a loss for words, helplessly watching the tide turn against them. The silence was not limited to the live room. Leaders from various nations who had just witnessed the broadcast were equally astounded. In the Free Nation, at the Black Palace, President Johnson stared in disbelief at the news before him. How could the Dragon Kingdom have prepared such a contingency? All the effort we put into promoting our fishing fleet has now inadvertently bolstered their reputation. Previously, any military action from the Dragon Kingdom would have stirred global attention. But in the current climate, interest had not reached this level. However, following the recent provocations by the Free Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, This issue had already escalated to a matter of national concern. Now, with the release of this revealing video, all previous efforts to undermine the Dragon Kingdom had backfired, transforming into a catalyst for their rise. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, in the city of Jianghu, the emperor erupted in frustration upon viewing the video. What is wrong with the prime minister of this coconut nation? Is his brain filled with nonsense? How could he allow such a video to be recorded, leaving behind such incriminating evidence? Little did the emperor know that everything had been captured by a state-of-the-art pinhole camera concealed on Chu Yao, who remained blissfully unaware. Of course, beyond his furious outbursts, the emperor was left with no further recourse. The video concluded, and with a smile that belied her fierce tone, Sister Hua commenced her address. I wish for everyone to understand that today's Dragon Nation is no longer the Dragon Nation of yesteryears. The era of insurmountable challenges has long since faded into history. Anyone, be it an individual, organization, or nation, who dares to underestimate us must carefully consider their own standing. They must inquire with the countless soldiers of the Dragon Nation stationed within the Great Wall if they would permit such contempt. They must seek the counsel of the thousands of new conceptual weapons positioned atop that wall. They must question the 5 formidable mechas along our coastline if they consent to such affronts. Let it be remembered, even in the days when we had nothing, our people possessed the courage to stake everything for the sake of national independence and territorial integrity. Thus, in this present age, the Dragon Nation has no justification to endure any form of provocation, scheming, or defamation. I shall reiterate, we are a peace-loving Eastern nation, and during this catastrophic epoch, we hope for humanity to unite and weather the storm together. Should such provocations continue, I regret to inform you that the repercussions may extend beyond the mere obliteration of a small capital. After all, our research into extraterrestrial threats has preceded that of any other nation, and should we choose to employ such tactics. Facing the camera, Sister Hua left behind a profound smile. The live stream thus concluded. Dragon Nation, Central Capital. Quite splendid. Indeed, this broadcast has reached phenomenal heights. Observing the speech on the screen, the chief wore a satisfied smile. The adage a weak nation has no diplomacy is not to be taken lightly. A country's ability to stand tall and express itself freely is largely determined by its inherent strength. Sister Hua's confidence stems not only from her remarkable expertise, but also from the formidable power of the Dragon Nation, which has reached an astonishing level. In terms of weaponry, aside from the completion of new conceptual weapon iterations, the Dragon Nation possesses a terrifying heavy weapon, the plasma cannon, capable of threatening B-class extraterrestrial creatures. Moreover, the Zero model, which far exceeds the performance of first-generation mechas, has already been secretly constructed to accurately gauge our capability against extraterrestrial threats. One must also account for the members of the Longting training plan under Chu Yao, the domestic secret establishment of the Lingyuan, and various other initiatives. The disparity between us is no longer merely one of degree. This is merely the advantage established in the old era. As we approach the impending catastrophic epoch, the Dragon Nation continually advances in cutting-edge fields and foundational research, refining the new era's knowledge system of spiritual revival. Chu Yao, as the pinnacle of human combat prowess, is steadily regaining strength, while the ancient spirits of Huaxia are poised for revival. All of this will serve as an insurmountable barrier, making it increasingly difficult for foreign entities to surpass us. Beside him, Chu Yao subtly nodded in agreement. Though the reactions of the high-ranking officials from various nations remained obscured from view, he firmly believed that following this confrontation, any country contemplating a covert attack against the Dragon Kingdom would need to carefully assess its capacity to withstand the wrath of the dragon. This, indeed, was the fundamental purpose behind Chu Yao's relentless pursuit, to prevent the tragic recurrence of past events. Striking terror into the hearts of those ambitious politicians was the most effective approach. The principle of striking the mountain to scare the tiger implies that only by delivering a decisive blow to these cunning politicians would they comprehend what is permissible and what constitutes a forbidden zone. Now that this matter has reached a resolution, our primary task ahead is to prepare for the imminent arrival of the era of spiritual energy resurgence. Chu Yao approached the window, gazing down at the enchanting scenery of Zhongdu, and a long-lost smile finally returned to his face. Today marked December 31st. In his previous life, the explosion of spiritual energy had already commenced on this very day, although it has yet to arrive in this lifetime. Chu Yao sensed that this eruption would not be long delayed. Chapter 137. A New Era in the Year 0202, on January 1st, the Day of Dawn. It has now been a full 3 months since the extraterrestrial beasts officially landed. The global landscape has begun to undergo a significant reshuffling. In Western Europe, the nations have officially formed the Western European Wartime Alliance, based on their previous collaboration in constructing mech warriors. Almost all countries in Western Europe have joined this alliance, with the Proud Eagle nation being the sole exception, refusing to participate. Meanwhile, the remaining nations on the European continent, led by the Slavic nation, are also stirring with ambition, as this once mighty empire that could rival the American power seems to be trending towards unification. Concurrently, the Asian Peace and Self-Defense Alliance, spearheaded by the Cherry Blossom Nation, has officially been established, with its main members including several South Asian countries, including Coconut Nation. These nations share a common characteristic: their weak strength and severely underdeveloped technological capabilities, leading them to desperately seek the protection of a leading figure. The Cherry Blossom Nation, being a developed capitalist power with advanced technology and economy, naturally became their object of admiration. However, the resource-scarce Cherry Blossom Island, which heavily relies on imports, found a natural alliance with these countries, choosing to present a unified voice to the outside world. In the northern and southern states of America, nations have also successively formed the NATO and the Southern Alliance. Looking across the globe, only one nation remains steadfast and shows no inclination to unite with others. That nation is the Dragon Kingdom. This is not due to any other reason, but rather because, on one hand, the country is bustling with activity and has no inclination to contemplate alliances, and on the other, there is truly no necessity for it. Why should these nations unite? Is it because they genuinely desire to? After the union, all matters must be deliberated and decided collectively. Resources are to be shared. However, the weaker party is inevitably subjected to exploitation and oppression. While there are numerous advantages to unification, the disadvantages far outweigh them, rendering independence and autonomy a more liberating and convenient choice. Consequently, it is not a matter of desire for union, but rather a reluctant path they must tread under the immense pressure from extraterrestrial beasts. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the city of Zhongdu, New Year greetings abound. Having just completed the process of energy absorption, Chu Yao gazed at the incessant stream of messages flooding his phone, a slight smile gracing his lips. From this day forth, humanity officially steps into a brand new year. Although the most bustling square in Zhongdu prohibits the use of fireworks, the city is still adorned with vibrant decorations, celebrating the dawn of a new era. Despite enjoying the current peaceful atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom, Chu Yao remained vigilant and alert. What is the matter, our esteemed leader? Given the current state of our Dragon Kingdom, what is there to sigh about? After spending several days together, Chu Yao had grown familiar with the members of the Dragon Court, most of whom were young people celebrating in their apartment. Noticing Chu Yao's slightly gloomy demeanor, Jiang Bingji approached him with playful banter. Seeing Jiang Bingji's sweet smile, which revealed charming dimples, Chu Yao couldn't help but smile in return. It's nothing major, but after today, our training squad in the Dragon Court will likely have to intensify their training regimen. After all, the previous skirmishes were merely trifles. The real challenges for our Dragon Kingdom and all of humanity are only just beginning with the new era post-Festival of Lanterns. Upon hearing Chu Yao speak of serious matters, the previously jovial crowd gathered around him, their expressions shifting to attentiveness. Chu Yao continued earnestly. Although it may appear that we possess a substantial number of tomorrow mechas, they will be insufficient when the B-class beasts begin their large-scale incursions. One tomorrow mecha is more than capable of dealing with a C-class beast, but to confront a B-class beast, we will need at least 2. This is under the assumption that the unique cognitive abilities of B-class beasts do not target the mechas. If we encounter B-class beasts that possess electromagnetic control, even 2 tomorrow mechas may not suffice. Heavy weaponry, such as plasma cannons, can indeed injure B-class beasts. However, their cellular division rate and activity far exceed that of C-class beasts. Therefore, if we cannot eliminate them swiftly, there is a significant risk of being countered by their unique abilities. Additionally, constructing mechas is an endeavor that demands extensive resources and manpower. Hence, the forthcoming battles will largely depend on each one of you present here. Listening to Chu Yao's words, a heavy silence fell over the gathering. From Chu Yao's words, They sensed the persistent severity of the situation and the weighty pressure upon them. Since their assembly, the treatment received by everyone present was undeniably commendable. The daily meals were akin to a national banquet, and even the invaluable earth spirit milk could be requested and utilized at will. Chu Yao, as the wartime supreme leader, tirelessly carved out time to instruct them and accompany them in training. Furthermore, the families of all training members were provided with exceptionally thoughtful arrangements. This treatment could be described as the pinnacle of honor. Therefore, the reason for their silence upon hearing Chu Yao's words was not due to an unwillingness to shoulder this responsibility, but rather a sense of trepidation. They feared they might fall short of the expectations of the nation and its people, and they felt anxious about whether they could adequately wield the ancient artifacts entrusted to them. Though unspoken, they were acutely aware of the immense burden they bore, the hopes of Longhua and the safety of all its citizens. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. I have previously conveyed to you that the ancient spirits of Longhua are the most potent means of combating the aberrant beasts following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Our task now is to continuously cultivate our qi and strengthen our bodies, laying a solid foundation. Chu Yao seemed to perceive the unease in the hearts of those present and continued to offer words of reassurance. I have already shared the methods for guiding qi into the body with you, and now it is up to you. A resolute response echoed in the room. The once joyous atmosphere of celebration was swiftly dispelled, as everyone resolutely returned to their quarters to focus on their training, some honing their physical strength, others refining their qi. In truth, Chu Yao had no intention of dampening the spirits of the gathering. Quite the contrary, his elucidation of the current circumstances was for their own benefit. The severity and terror of the B and A-level aberrant beasts could only be fully comprehended by someone like Chu Yao, who had personally encountered them. Even if one imagines countless battle scenes in their mind, standing before such a terrifying behemoth would still induce a sense of weakness in one's limbs. The ancient saying, 100 hearsays do not equal one sight, holds profound truth. Imagining the appearance of an aberrant beast is one thing. Witnessing it in reality is entirely another. As for engaging in combat with such formidable monsters, that is beyond imagination. It is precisely for this reason that Chu Yao continually urged them. Only with thorough preparation in advance would their chances of survival on that battlefield be significantly heightened. Chapter 138. The Emergence of the Mech Warrior in the Free Nation. At the Black Palace. Ha ha ha, splendid. Quite remarkable, Johns exclaimed, his lips curling into a smile as he perused the report presented by his assistant. For just moments ago, the first mech warrior belonging to NATO, Gaia, had officially been completed. With the assistance of several major nations, coupled with the inherent strength of the Free Nation, they have successfully developed their own mech warriors after a considerable duration following the acquisition of psionic power devices. Although these mechs are nominally under NATO's aegis, the alliance is undeniably beholden to the Free Nation. Consequently, the actual control of these mechs firmly rests in the hands of the Free Nation. Eagerly, Johns could hardly contain his excitement and decided to announce this news to all taxpayers of the Free Nation. Moreover, he said, casting a stern gaze at his assistant, the construction of the second mech must also be expedited. The Dragon Nation has reportedly completed the fabrication of 5 mechs, and who knows what secrets they may be concealing. Thus, we must accelerate our efforts. His assistant, Little Boo, wore a reassuring expression. Of course, currently, 2 mechs are simultaneously under construction at the NATO Mech Manufacturing Bureau. Soon, our Free Nation, nay, our NATO organization, will emerge as a formidable entity boasting 3 mech warriors. Upon hearing this, satisfaction radiated from Johns's countenance. Indeed, some matters should be understood without my explicit instruction. Those nations are of no concern to us. Our focus should be on extracting their top talents and resources. Understood. The two exchanged a conspiratorial smile before returning to their respective tasks. An hour later, the announcement of the Gaia Mech's debut ignited fervor among the citizens of the Free Nation and the entire Western world, swiftly claiming the top spot on trending news. Truly, the Free Nation is formidable. Their race undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of humanity, having produced a mech in such a brief period. How enviable. The Free Nation, a capitalistic powerhouse, never fails to impress. Alas, we can only express our envy from behind our keyboards. Many citizens of certain Western nations, influenced by the Marshall Plan post-World War II, have developed a blind admiration for the Free Nation, believing it to be the mightiest of all. With the recent announcement, their adulation has reached new heights. This news also served as a potent morale booster for the citizens of the free nation. At last, we possess our own mech warriors. Haha. Where are those sycophants who once fawned over the Dragon Nation? Is possessing a mech truly impressive? We have one now. Indeed, mech warriors are merely a matter of capability for us great Americans. Deep beneath the depths of the sea at coordinates 16, 21 N, 148, 12E, a pair of eyes suddenly ignited like searchlights. After an extended slumber, the second B-class extraterrestrial beast, the ink thunder ape, has finally adapted to the environment of the water-blue planet and is awakening. Unlike the lively and exuberant awakening of the giant sea python, which unleashed its extraordinary abilities. The very first act of the ink thunder ape, upon awakening, was to cautiously survey its surroundings. Upon confirming the presence of its own kind, a sense of relaxation flickered in its enormous eyes, reminiscent of searchlights. Clearly, despite both being classified as B-level extraordinary beasts, the intelligence of the ink thunder ape vastly surpasses that of the giant sea python. With a soft grunt, the ink thunder ape swayed its massive body and began to navigate towards the upper layers of the sea. In a brief moment, the creature arrived at the mid-level marine region. Given the current temperature of the seawater, it was reasonable to assume that, aside from a few heat-resistant species, there would be no living beings left in the vast Pacific. However, to its astonishment, the mid-level waters had once again become teeming with a multitude of marine life. With a swift motion, the presence of the ink thunder ape startled all the marine creatures, prompting them to flee in all directions. Some audacious beings, unaware of their own insignificance, charged directly towards the ink thunder ape. Unsurprisingly, their sizes paled in comparison to the ink thunder ape. Akin to the difference between a mosquito and Mount Tai, there was simply no contest. Upon closer inspection, these creatures bore a striking resemblance to the old marine species, comprising various normal fish, marine mammals, reptiles, and mollusks. However, a discerning eye would reveal that these marine beings had undergone significant mutations. For instance, some octopuses had developed an additional tentacle, with respiratory gills sprouting from their heads. Seals exhibited splits in their bodies from the tail upwards, and their fangs had grown dramatically, protruding beyond their mouths. Indeed, during the cataclysm, the relentless struggle for survival had played out among these creatures, showcasing the theory of evolution in real time. Moreover, the dispersal of spiritual energy during this period had fortuitously aided their survival, allowing them to persist, albeit precariously. Yet, it appeared that the grotesque, viscous substances spewing forth from the expanding tunnels at the ocean floor had rendered these marine beings excessively ferocious and bloodthirsty. The expansion of these tunnels not only introduced terrifying alien creatures to Water Blue Star, formerly known as Earth, but also inflicted severe pollution upon its environment, particularly the oceans. Unlike other extraterrestrial beasts that directly consumed the marine life before them, the ink thunder ape surveyed the creatures in its vicinity, then lifted its gaze to the water's surface, a glimmer of savagery flashing in its eyes. The following day, I am honored to stand before you all to announce that the sun god Mecha, belonging to our Sakura nation, has officially been completed. In contrast to the Free Nation, which nominally recognizes that mechas belong to an organization, Sakura has unequivocally declared this to be the Mecha warriors of the Sakura nation. The differing public statements from both sides can be understood, given the vast disparity in their organizational compositions. Within the NATO organization, nations like the Maple Leaf Country can be regarded as minor capitalist powers. In the Asian alliance organized by the Sakura organization, apart from the formidable strength of Sakura Nation, the overall national power of other countries pales in comparison. This disparity elucidates the audacity displayed by Sakura Nation. In the initial days of the new era, capital-rich nations sought confidence, and having recently acquired mechas, they eagerly announced the completion of their mecha construction plans. In the Dragon Nation, amidst the bustling city of Zhongdu, Chu Yao rested his head in his hands, pressing against his relentlessly twitching eyelids. Why has the anticipated surge of spiritual energy not yet arrived? Now, on the third day of the Lantern Festival, the explosive spiritual energy he envisioned still eludes them. Look, Chu Yao, other nations are steadily producing mecha warriors. Lin Yi handed his tablet to Chu Yao, a hint of annoyance evident in his voice. Sighing, Chu Yao cast a cursory glance before tossing it aside. These foreigners, with their long hair and short-sightedness, are overly pleased with a single mecha. In the last era, how many secret weapons did our Dragon Nation still have undisclosed? We were never so exuberant. When the true B-level aberrations come ashore, they will realize that merely having 1 or 2 mecha warriors is utterly insufficient. Chapter 139. The announcement of news. Chu Yao's discerning nature does not stem from a sense of superiority toward the laboriously crafted mechas of foreign nations. Rather, it reflects his expansive perspective on this war, one that transcends global boundaries. As a veteran reflecting on the past conflict, it is akin to how modern individuals regard ancient history. Viewing the entirety from a lofty vantage point, his perspective has inevitably transformed. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, Chu Yao's phone rang. "Chief." "Hello?" He was taken aback. It seemed this was the first time the chief had taken the initiative to call him. "Xiao Yao, you have seen the news regarding tomorrow's mechas from the Western countries, haven't you?" The gentle and amiable voice on the line made Chu Yao anticipate the chief's forthcoming remarks. "Yes, what is it you wish to discuss?" "You've already shared with us the general situation regarding the landing of B-level aberrations. Just now, our committee engaged in a discussion primarily focused on whether this information should be made public." A faint smile of resignation crossed Chu Yao's face. He had suspected the chief would seek his opinion on this matter. "Chief, regarding this issue, from my personal standpoint, I would advise against it. Haven't we already shared enough information openly? You've seen the consequences. However, from the perspective of our nation, it may indeed be necessary to disclose such news. The responses and measures taken by certain foreign nations against Dragon Nation have revealed their true nature, which is why Chu Yao is reluctant to share intelligence on a personal level. Yet, the lens through which one views issues must change depending on one's position. Elevating the discourse to the national level, where humanity must confront extraterrestrial monstrosities, it seems prudent to preemptively prepare, urging nations not to become ensnared in their own jubilations. On the other end of the line, a prolonged silence ensued. Chu Yao's words were tantamount to stating a reasonable yet vacuous observation, devoid of any clear stance. "What is the outcome from our committee?" He broke the silence with a probing inquiry. "The current voting result is to be announced." The chief hesitated momentarily before responding. This time, it was Chu Yao's turn to remain silent. Indeed, the outcome was as anticipated. Even after enduring the scorn of the past, this group of foolish elders still opted to disseminate the information. Everyone is familiar with the fable of the farmer and the snake. In the frigid winter, a farmer rescues a dying snake, warming it against his chest, only to be bitten by it upon revival. The tale primarily mocks the farmer's folly, rendering him unworthy of praise. However, if the farmer were to relive the conclusion and still make the same choice, such a narrative would warrant deeper contemplation. As the adage goes, an eye for an eye may indeed be a skill, yet repaying kindness with virtue is a true realm of enlightenment. Very well. I respect your opinions. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Chu Yao nodded. His emotions were complex. He himself pondered whether maintaining such ideals during this calamitous era was right or wrong. Contrary to the cultural essence of Western nations, which cloaks aggression in the garb of liberty, our people have always valued harmony. A survey of our historical culture reveals that we have seldom engaged in the proactive invasion or cultural subjugation of other nations. Most of our actions have been defensive. Perhaps it is precisely this ingrained reverence for peace, cultivated through millennia, that has steered us down a path distinct from other countries. Consequently, in the span of 40 years, we have traversed the journey that took Western capitalist powers a century to accomplish through our diligent efforts. Moreover, unlike their blood-soaked rise to power, ours has been achieved solely through our own strength. Perhaps this is the reason why the elders are willing to share the news. Even now, while our Dragon Nation has surpassed many others in various domains, they have not forgotten the motives that initiated our journey. As the call ended, his gaze drifted to the window, where the night sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars. At this moment, Chu Yao's thoughts danced lightly. Why dwell on such matters? He mused. The stars do not disappoint those who strive. Let us act. With that, he cast aside the phone and resumed his regimen of physical training for the day. Although his primary task has gradually transformed into channeling energy into his body with the dispersal of spiritual essence, it remains imperative to engage in physical training to maintain corporeal strength. On January 4th, 20202, early in the morning, the Diplomatic Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom issued another external statement. The declaration was succinct. In this new era, the beasts that land may undergo comprehensive evolution, prompting nations worldwide to prepare their defenses. Undoubtedly, given the Dragon Kingdom's current international influence, mere moments after the announcement, relevant documents appeared on the desks of top officials in various countries. Simultaneously, such statements rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics in public discourse. A notice from the Summer Kingdom, akin to a stone cast into a lake, stirred ripples that resonated far and wide. However, while the matter was taken seriously, the perspectives of high-ranking officials varied. In the oceanic nation, within the foreign cabinet, is this true? After enduring countless hardships to create a mech, are you now telling us that mech warriors may be powerless against the evolved beasts? Chief Ryan's hands trembled uncontrollably as he perused the Dragon Kingdom's announcement. When the Dragon Kingdom held a ceremony for the repatriation of overseas relics, the oceanic nation had exerted immense effort to acquire a portion of these artifacts for exchange. Recently, the oceanic nation intensified its efforts and finally succeeded in replicating the energy power source, ultimately constructing their own mech warrior, the Wanderer. Yet now, receiving such alarming news left Ryan nearly fainting from shock. How should they respond to this? With profound gratitude toward the Dragon Kingdom, Ryan regarded the statement from the Summer Kingdom with utmost seriousness. In the Free Nation, within the Black Palace, how absurd. This is nothing but a farce. Johannes seethed as he glanced at the document on his desk, angrily tossing it aside. They are clearly feeling inferior after being outpaced by our Free Nation, thus resorting to such statements to sow discord among our populace. Indeed, echoed a subordinate, eager to agree as he began to depart, only to be halted by Johannes' sudden command. Tighten the reins on the second and third mech warriors. Furthermore, do not neglect the construction of the infrastructure for the Salvation Plan. Expedite the various underground shelters. Despite his vocal disbelief, Johannes felt an undercurrent of trepidation. After all, he was not foolish. The previous lessons learned from past encounters weighed heavily on his mind. Chapter 140, The Age of Spiritual Revival. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. In the city of Jiangdong, Hujing, merely a ploy to garner attention. The emperor of the Cherry Blossom land scoffed upon reading the letter, disdainfully casting it aside. I find amusement in this. Clearly, this inferior nation is intentionally inciting panic and disseminating negativity. Our Sakura Empire is now in the process of constructing its second mech, with performance metrics that far exceed those of the first. Additionally, we have over 1,000 new weapons, the Yada no Kagami, safeguarding our coastline. With such robust defenses, one could hardly argue that we are not fortified like a castle. How absurd it is to suggest that new alien beasts would pose a significant challenge to us. It is unclear whether this stems from the age-old enmity between our two nations or from the intelligence of the Earth's sovereign, but in his eyes, the statement from Longhua is met with disdain. He believes that with the support of the Asian Alliance and the Sakura Nation's extensive preparations, it is inconceivable for extraterrestrial creatures to breach our defenses. I shall not spread rumors or believe them, starting with myself. Eagle Nation, Duanluan, Outer Cabinet. Prime Minister, our Sun Never Set's defense plan has been fully realized. All coastal regions are now encompassed within the protective range of the towering sentinels, each equipped with the most advanced heavy artillery, cutting-edge guided weaponry, and our new weapon, the Blood Demon S Wrath. Simultaneously, to reassure the populace and ensure their safety, we have completed the coastal relocation, a process that took over a month, emulating the actions of Xia Nation. Moreover, our Ray mech has entered its final assembly phase, and we will undoubtedly be ready for deployment before the next wave of alien beasts arrives. Marvelous. Since the onset of the alien invasion, this is the first time that Bowley has allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. Longhua may indeed be trying to warn us with good intentions. Yet judging by our current state of readiness, I surmise that we will manage just fine. Even if the alien beasts evolve as Longhua claims, we should be able to respond flawlessly. Though Bowley harbors faith in Longhua's assertions, he remains exceedingly confident in his own preparations. In Zhongdu, Longhua, it is still early morning, with the sun rising in the east. With a deep breath, Chu Yao, who rose early, has successfully absorbed a wave of Yin energy. Just as he prepares to conclude his meditation, he suddenly perceives an unusual shift in the spiritual energy permeating the air. Its concentration appears to be increasing. Chu Yao's eyes snap open, and his pupils, illuminated by golden arcs of electricity, change hue. The surge of spiritual energy has finally arrived. Excited, Chu Yao closes his eyes once more, unabashedly drawing in the increasingly potent energy from the atmosphere. After an extended period of cultivation, he has already reached the pinnacle of awakening. His hesitation to advance to the shackled realm stemmed from concerns over insufficient spiritual energy. Now, with the energy levels adequate, he feels no fear. The rumbling grows louder. Despite a lack of vigorous movement, Chu Yao's breaths become increasingly rapid. Within him, it feels as if thunder is echoing, the sound intensifying. Gradually, the golden arcs of electricity surrounding Chu Yao begin to transform. The surface of his body incessantly gave birth to new golden arcs of electricity. Initially, these arcs, resembling serpents, began to intertwine and merge, gradually burrowing into his body. This process continued in a cyclical manner. Thud, thud, thud. After an unknown number of cycles, this phenomenon finally ceased, yet Chu Yao's heart commenced an accelerated rhythm. This was not the rapid beating associated with strenuous exercise, but rather a pulsation that an ordinary person could hear, akin to the rhythm of a drum. Nearby, Lin Yi and others stood in the shadows, discreetly observing Chu Yao's current state. Suddenly, it appeared as though something within Chu Yao had shattered, accompanied by a crackling sound. Thud, thud. Gradually, the sound of his heartbeat diminished. With a deep breath, Chu Yao slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully ascended to the locking realm. The tiger-head golden spear was firmly grasped in his hand, seemingly quivering slightly. A smile crept upon Chu Yao's lips. Old friend, we shall meet soon. Leader, I can't quite place it, but you seem particularly extraordinary right now. Looking at the joy on Chu Yao's face, they all understood that this ascension had been remarkably successful. Standing beside Chu Yao, Lin Yi scrutinized him with curiosity, remarking, "You're right. If awakening is merely the beginning of transformation, then those who ascend to the locking realm have completely transcended the limits of an ordinary human body and its endurance. Take, for instance, their previous expedition to the Mackinnon Palace. Had Chu Yao been in the locking realm at that time, he would have deemed parachuting or dodging bullets unnecessary, not out of a desire to endure physically, but because he would possess far superior methods to resolve such challenges. How enviable." Leader, sighed Zhang Bing, gazing at Chu Yao. They were all exceptionally gifted individuals, yet most had barely begun to touch the threshold of awakening. Step by step, we will take it slowly. Chu Yao encouraged the group. The recent surge of spiritual energy has commenced, and henceforth, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that moment, an idea struck Chu Yao. He slapped his forehead and hastily retrieved his phone to dial the research institute. With the arrival of the spiritual energy surge, all previous preparations could now be set into motion. In the Dragon Kingdom, at Zhongdu Park. What is going on? Grandpa's son inhaled deeply. The air feels so fresh today, and my Tai Chi practice feels increasingly invigorating. Grandpa Lu, furrowing his brow, concurred, I feel the same way. It's peculiar, lately. After my daily Tai Chi, my waist no longer aches, and my legs are free of pain. When I go to bed at night, cough cough. Grandfather's son cast a teasing glance at Grandfather Lu, exclaiming, who would have thought, old Lu, that at your age, you could embark on a second spring? Grandfather Lu replied earnestly, I was genuinely discussing the marvels of Tai Chi with you. Where did your thoughts wander? Grandfather's son chuckled, I understand. In the Dragon Country, at the National Academy of Sciences, specifically within the Institute of Chemistry and the Palmer Science Laboratory, an air of fervor enveloped the entire facility upon receiving news from Chu Yao. Various precision instruments whirred to life as researchers diligently immersed themselves in data collection, observing and calculating the novel transformations of diverse molecules under varying conditions, meticulously documenting an array of groundbreaking formulas. Each individual was deeply engrossed, wholly committed to their tasks. Although Chu Yao held the position of leader, he never assumed an air of superiority. He often traversed the premises alone, rendering his presence unnoticed by the others. Rather than feeling vexed, he found solace in this anonymity. Outside the laboratory, he casually wandered through several other departments, each scene mirroring the last. This was the true visage of frontline researchers. Observing them, Chu Yao felt a wave of nostalgia, as if transported back to an era ripe with potential, where countless scholars toiled under the glow of oil lamps, steadfast in their resolve to resurrect our nation. Now, the goal of all researchers remained unified, to enable our nation to soar once more amidst this calamity. It is these countless individuals who dedicate their youth to the vanguard of human advancement in scientific research that we ought to cherish and prioritize. Regardless, standing atop the research institute, facing the vast expanse of the world, Chu Yao proclaimed, "Welcome to the era of awakened vitality." Chapter 141. The final wave of C-class beasts on January 5, 20202, in the free country on the West Coast. Boom. As he gazed upon the fallen weasel, a satisfied smile finally graced the bearded face of General Hurst. Indeed, at approximately 4:40 this morning, the long-awaited first C-class beast, the weasel, made its landing on the coastline of the United States. With a wealth of combat experience and countless drills behind them, the timely arrival of the mech warrior Gaia enabled the free country to swiftly neutralize the first C-class beast within half an hour. Divert all remaining firepower to the other one, commanded Gaia from the command center. Currently, your mech still possesses the capability for battle, if your stamina permits. Please continue to assist in the fight. Observing the wooden sculpture being relentlessly bombarded by 4 new weapons of the free country, General Hurst could almost foresee the outcome of this conflict. In the Black Palace, Johns glanced over the latest combat report and, in frustration, hurled the thick stack of documents onto the table. However, this time, a genuine smile of happiness adorned his face. What is this called? This is called strength. Did the Dragon Nation not claim it was difficult to resolve? Tell me, what is so challenging about this? Were it not for the presence of numerous key personnel from other departments, John would have immediately taken Little Boo to dance a joyful tune. This is the true strength of our free nation. Not just John, but all the officials from the free nation wore proud smiles. After enduring the oppression of the Dragon Nation for so long, we have finally attained our liberation. The mech warriors are truly remarkable. Once the crowd dispersed, John and Little Boo engaged in a delightful conversation. Indeed, Little Boo responded with a slight bow, stating, "In this battle, our mech warrior Gaia truly shone. One individual directly faced off against one beast, alleviating tremendous pressure on our forces. After vanquishing the first extraterrestrial creature, Gaia swiftly rejoined the fray, assisting in the elimination of another alien beast." Excellent. John nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let us approach the Ministry of Finance to request funding, fully supporting the manufacturing of our forthcoming mech warriors. Understood. Little Boo was about to leave when a thought struck him, prompting him to return. By the way, sir, this morning, the Environmental Monitoring Department issued a red alert. Oh, what is the matter? John, in high spirits, was willing to hear more from Little Boo. They claimed that the air on Mercury was undergoing some unknown changes. 2 days ago, it seemed that some laboratory instruments had malfunctioned, failing to detect the specific values of the air composition. Upon hearing this, John grew somewhat impatient. What unknown changes? That bunch of fools in the Environmental Monitoring Department have truly squandered the national salary for years. How can such nonsensical statements appear in reports submitted to higher authorities? Aren't they supposed to be the world's top talents in this field, not mere prophets spouting nonsense? Is this something that a group of leading scientists should utter? The more John spoke, the angrier he became, as he recalled the previous report from the Oceanic Environmental Monitoring Department, where the inability to make accurate assertions had led his predecessor to dismiss the issue, ultimately causing the free nation to fall behind the Dragon Nation significantly. Undoubtedly, the remarks made by the talents in the free nation's Environmental Monitoring Department pertain to the recent surge of spiritual energy. However, John's expectations were perhaps too lofty. When faced with such a novel dark matter as spiritual energy, it is perfectly normal for even experts to be at a loss. After all, not every country has a figure like Chu Yao to guide the future development across various fields. Indeed, you are right. Little Boo dared not argue with John, hastily agreeing. Moreover, he believed that John's words were indeed quite reasonable. All right, our current focus should be on the development of mechanized warriors and the initiation of the Salvation Plan. In the future, reports devoid of substantive content should be reviewed solely by yourself, without the need for submission. Johannes suddenly realized that his ire was somewhat unwarranted, and his tone gradually softened. Acknowledged. Sakura Kingdom, Jingdong, Hujiang City. The sovereign of Sakura, with a grin stretching from ear to ear, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, just moments ago, 2 C-class extraterrestrial beasts that had landed on the southeastern coast of the Sakura Kingdom were successfully eradicated. Moreover, this time, even the Sakura Kingdom did not incur severe losses. Did you see that? What did I say? The sovereign of Sakura felt a surge of exhilaration at having accurately predicted the outcome. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom merely a fraud? With our mechanized warriors and new weaponry, combating such alien beasts should be a trivial endeavor. Not only these two nations, but countries across the globe, barring the Dragon Kingdom, have succumbed to the illusion of being able to confront the extraterrestrial beasts after savoring the sweet fruits of victory. The hearts of the citizens and nations armed with mechanized warriors have begun to settle. It appears that the Dragon Kingdom's previous warnings were indeed somewhat exaggerated. In the Oceanic nation, within the Outer Cabinet, Prime Minister Ryan began to harbor doubts regarding the proclamations from the Dragon Kingdom after witnessing the performance of their mechanized warriors. Alas, it seems evident that they are merely running out of ideas, perceiving their advantages slipping away, and thus fabricating rumors. In the wartime alliance of the Western continent, within the Élysée Palace, a smirk crept upon the lips of the young mayor, mentally branding the Dragon Kingdom as deceitful. In the central capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Chu Yao observed the current international circumstances with a sense of helplessness. History does not repeat itself, yet it is invariably strikingly similar. Here, the Dragon Kingdom's well-intentioned decision to disclose the truth was once again misconstrued by certain nations as insincerity. Chu Yao smirked, regardless of external opinions. As long as one acts with integrity, it suffices. Resolving to disregard the vexations of foreign matters, he redirected his focus to domestic affairs. Presently, the plans devised by Chu Yao in response to the resurgence of spiritual energy were gradually taking shape. However, to witness tangible results, one must await the sustained explosion of spiritual energy for a while longer. During this period, Chu Yao had been preoccupied with imparting various methods for channeling spiritual energy into the body and advancing his own realm. Thus, he had not found time to convene a formal meeting atop the International Trade Building to ascertain the situation. I can indeed offer assistance in constructing foundational academic systems domestically. In my previous life, towards the end, new academic orders had been established, and everyone began the widespread dissemination of new foundational education. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces, I can certainly contribute in this regard. Chapter 142, Mutation 5 days later. Dragon Kingdom, Jianfu, Coastal Military Command Center. As of today, according to the information provided by the responsible parties, the third wave of Class C aberrations has officially come to an end as of yesterday. Given the significant deviation in the landing time of the third wave of Class C aberrations from the data, the specific landing time of Class B aberrations has now become an enigma. General Lin Yi is currently conducting a strategic summary in the military conference room. Coincidentally, Chu Yao has come to the military headquarters to gain insights from the front line and is sitting nearby to listen in. Those who have seen the data must be aware that the true trial has only just begun. Thus, in the time to come, our Army group will diligently adhere to the directives provided, ensuring our combat capabilities against the aberrations remain robust, while also rigorously practicing the military boxing techniques imparted by the responsible parties. Yes, the assembled generals responded in unison. General Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us conclude today's meeting. As the attendees dispersed from the conference room, Chu Yao smiled at General Lin Yi. Under your leadership, our Jianfu province military indeed possesses remarkable spirit. Haha, you flatter me. Lin Yi replied with a hearty laugh. Is there something specific that has brought you to our side today? Chu Yao nodded, sipping from a glass of plain water on the table. Nothing urgent. I mainly wish to understand the overall situation regarding the integration of energy within our Summer Nation military. As General Lin Yi is a member of the Dragon Court Plan, Chu Yao entrusted him with this matter concerning the military. Overall, it is quite promising. General Lin Yi rummaged through his desk, finding the relevant documents and handing them to Chu Yao. This report was compiled following my visit to the Coastal Military Headquarters in Modu the day before yesterday. With at least an hour of military boxing training each day, the physical fitness of all officers in our Dragon Nation military has notably improved. Furthermore, since boxing not only cultivates vitality but also enhances overall health, I have discovered that a small number of soldiers have even approached the threshold of awakening. As he perused the report while listening to General Lin Yi's explanation, Chu Yao nodded in satisfaction. This is excellent, from what I observe. The progress of this initiative is indeed quite smooth. If we persist, the benefits will manifest. Upon his rebirth, Chu Yao established a national fitness plan and has been relentlessly encouraging military personnel to engage in military boxing to facilitate energy integration, all for good reason. Such matters are akin to the personal training of one's body. Though immediate results may not be evident, with sustained effort, the advantages will gradually become pronounced. On one hand, Chu Yao hopes that with an elevated level of vitality among the populace, the Summer Nation will have the opportunity to nurture more individuals capable of awakening ancient spirits. On the other hand, even in the absence of such awakenings, individuals with strong physical constitutions will have a greater chance of survival during this catastrophic upheaval. And you? How is your own realm progressing? After understanding the official matters, Chu Yao began to contemplate the personal realm of General Lin Yi. It had been previously mentioned that ancient spirits are categorized into human martial spirits and beast martial spirits. While the outstanding individuals among human martial spirits certainly possess a unique charm, it is undeniable that, when viewed from a broader perspective, the overall average strength of beast martial spirit activators surpasses that of their human counterparts. For instance, the mythical creature Xuanwu, one of the 5 sacred beasts from the legends of Huaxiao that General Lin Yi has activated, can indeed be regarded as a pinnacle existence within the realm of beast martial spirits. He has delivered remarkable performances in several inland defense battles, demonstrating an ability to withstand the assaults of otherworldly beasts while also counterattacking effectively, truly a paragon of both resilience and offensive prowess. General Lin Yi has even single-handedly defended an entire city in the southeastern coastal region of Longhua. This is precisely why Chu Yao is concerned about him. Before arriving in Jianfu province this morning, he had engaged in discussions regarding realms with other members of the Longting training group in Zhongdu. Even though Chu Yao's own level has already far surpassed that of others, it is of little consequence. Defending the homeland and safeguarding the nation has never been the endeavor of a single individual. Only when the overall strength is elevated can our country and nation be better protected. I should now have touched upon the threshold for advancing to the awakening realm. General Lin Yi extended a hand, a swirling mass of dark purple mist enveloping it. Did you attain the awakening realm through the breathing technique of Xuanwu? The phenomenon Lin Yi exhibited is known as the manifestation of spiritual energy, a characteristic that should only be present in the shackled realm. When Chu Yao was in the awakening realm, he also achieved this step. Different breathing techniques yield distinct spiritual energy attributes upon entering the body during the transition to the awakening realm. If an ordinary person were to guide their energy through martial arts, they would find it impossible to manifest spiritual energy in the awakening realm. This is why Chu Yao was so astonished. It seemed he had reached this level due to his recollection of the breathing technique from the Huodozhan Golden Spear. But how had General Lin Yi accomplished this? Was there a breathing technique exclusive to Xuanwu? General Lin Yi appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly unaware of what Chu Yao meant by the Xuanwu breathing technique. Are you referring to that extraordinary state? Lin Yi seemed to have a realization. Last time you brought us to the treasury to select an ancient artifact, I chose a stout and ancient staff. Ever since I embraced it while sleeping, I found it particularly easy to enter that wondrous state the next day when guiding the energy into my body. Listening to General Lin Yi's explanation, Chu Yao had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. It was undoubtedly due to Lin Yi's remarkable talent or a high affinity with the ancient spirits that he had, in advance, acquired the Xuanwu breathing technique through this method. Excellent. Continue your efforts. Clearly, Chu Yao's plan to gather ancient artifacts ahead of time and distribute them among the members of the Longting training group has yielded remarkable results. With General Lin Yi's rapid enhancement in strength, Chu Yao felt a sense of joy for him, as their early gains in power would subsequently alleviate the pressure on himself. All right, the military supplies and ammunition storage in Jianfu province are still sufficient, right? Before leaving, Chu Yao, feeling uneasy, took the time to inquire again, as he recalled that the landing site of the next B-grade exotic beast, the Ink Thunder Ape, would be in Yangtai City, Jianfu province. Rest assured, everything here is more than adequate. Recently, we even joked with the higher-ups in the military, complaining that there are increasingly more new conceptual weapons, and various arms supplies are abundantly sufficient. The flying sickle you crafted is hardly needed. Listening to Lin Yi's playful banter, a slight smile curved on Chu Yao's lips. The purpose of crafting the flying sickle was to prevent a recurrence of inadequate preparations for hot weaponry in future wars, reminiscent of his past life. Yet, it had not yet found its place in the current situation. Not a problem. It will surely find its use sooner or later. Chu Yao chuckled softly, The B-grade exotic beast posed a significant challenge, and once this hurdle was crossed, the invasion would not merely concern these wretched extraterrestrial beasts. At coordinates 16, 21 N, 148, 12E, the ink thunder ape continuously descended, followed by a dense swarm of fish. These marine creatures, once belonging to Mercury, had undergone mutations, their physical strength greatly exceeding their former selves, enabling them to plunge into the depths of the ocean. The ink thunder ape seemed to have subdued them through some means, as all the fish surged towards the passage, emitting a dim blue glow. Simultaneously, the passage began to spout thick, dark green liquid in a frenzied manner. This liquid appeared to possess some vitality, not rapidly diluting in the depths, but rather enveloping the surrounding marine life. Some fish writhed in agony, appearing as if they were on the brink of death, while others began a new round of mutation under the dark green liquid's embrace. Chapter 143. Elder Yang from the health department in the distance. The eyes of the ink thunder ape, akin to searchlights, fixated on the fish surrounding the passage, witnessing the demise of the fish. Its eyes gleamed with excitement as it seized marine creatures unable to withstand the corrosive dark green liquid and devoured them whole. This baptism lasted approximately a day, and ultimately, the surviving marine life underwent astonishing transformations. The ink thunder ape appeared unsatisfied, as the modified marine creatures were still insufficient. Its palm, covered in dark fur, clapped against the ocean floor, nostrils flaring, disturbing the waters as it ascended once more. Within 2 or 3 days, upon its return, it was accompanied by an even greater multitude of marine creatures. The underwater passage seemed to sense the signals emanating from this area, and at the other end, released an even larger quantity of foul-smelling liquid. At the depths of the ocean, 10,000 meters beneath the surface, an octopus encased in liquid begins to bubble, with repulsive blisters emerging that would induce nausea in those afflicted with trypophobia. Simultaneously, the fins of a swordfish, shrouded within this liquid embrace, commence an exaggerated growth, its snout extending forward into a flat, sharp blade as it undergoes a secondary evolution, reaching ever further. Remarkably, the muscular tail fin of a shark begins to split rapidly, exhibiting a trend towards developing mammalian hindlimbs. Humanity's experiences in combating extraterrestrial beasts continue to accumulate, while the alien creatures themselves remain industrious. In the Dragon Country, at the Ministry of State, Health Department, Old Yang, Chu Yao smiled as he stood at the entrance of Director Yang Weigu's office. Behind thick reading glasses, Old Yang squinted, lifting his gaze from a mountain of documents at the sound of his name. Chu Yao. A smile spread across Old Yang's face. Tidying up the papers, he quickly rose. What brings you here today? After a long period of work handover and adjustment, the relationship between the two had evolved into that of old friends who had known each other for many years. Chu Yao stood in place, gazing at Old Yang. His emotions a tangle, not solely due to the few strands of silver hair that adorned the elder's head, but also the slight stoop of his back. In truth, since the onset of the spiritual energy diffusion phase, those who persisted in physical training should have witnessed some improvement in their physical condition. Now, during this explosive phase of spiritual energy, one would expect humanity's physical attributes to subtly optimize. However, Old Yang's condition seemed to have deteriorated compared to before. The reason for this was evident to Chu Yao. The elderly gentleman was perpetually consumed by work, likely neglecting even the most basic need for rest, let alone engaging in daily fitness routines. Chu Yao furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort and about to speak. Would you like something to drink? I just boiled some water. Let me pour you a cup. Before Chu Yao could respond, Old Yang, caught up in his own joy upon seeing him, continued to chatter away without noticing Chu Yao's hesitation. Please, don't trouble yourself, Chu Yao quickly interjected, seizing the kettle from Old Yang's hands. Allow me. Once settled, Chu Yao, barely pausing to sip from the cup, anxiously inquired, what have you been busy with lately? We have already completed the fitness plan. The data processing is being handled by the team below. Why do you insist on overseeing everything personally? To be honest, Chu Yao felt a sense of urgency. For someone of Old Yang's esteemed stature as a medical scholar, given his experience and status, even if he were to do nothing all day, there would likely be no murmurs of discontent. After all, this elder had dedicated the majority of his life to the nation. After years of toil and strife, should he not be entitled to a peaceful retirement? However, Old Yang's dedication to his work surpasses even his younger days. Upon hearing the somewhat urgent tone in Chu Yao's voice, Old Yang was momentarily taken aback. Observing Chu Yao's intense gaze upon his hair, he understood that the young leader was genuinely concerned for his well-being. In this era of resurgent spiritual energy, the potential changes in our body's basic metabolism and the variations in physical fitness across different age groups demand meticulous documentation and research. Furthermore, alterations in the clinical manifestations of certain chronic conditions also warrant our attention. As for the data reports regarding the national vitality and physical fitness levels, Old Yang chuckled like an innocent child. Given my position, it is indeed my duty to organize and scrutinize these reports. Moreover, witnessing the continuous improvement in our people's physical health brings me immense joy. Yet, he added, you must also take care of yourself. Seeing the silly smile lingering on Old Yang's lips, Chu Yao felt a lump in his throat, as if he were on the verge of tears, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt a pang of concern for Old Yang. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Little Yao, after a brief pause, Old Yang sighed deeply. In your generation, those who have never traveled abroad may not truly grasp the depth of our past experiences. You cannot fully comprehend the standing of our dragon nation on the global stage back in our day. Those of us who occupy positions like mine were fortunate enough to study abroad. Old Yang's gaze drifted to the window, as if time itself had regressed to that bygone era. Due to the country's underdevelopment and incomplete sovereignty, we were branded as a backward nation. Although no one overtly insulted us, we bore the brunt of ridicule and unfair treatment behind our backs. Such mockery pierced like a soft knife, gently yet painfully embedding itself in our hearts. The days spent in a foreign land, haunted by laughter echoing in the midnight hours, can only be truly understood by those who have lived through that humiliation. At that time, we worked tirelessly, not merely to vindicate ourselves, but to elevate our nation and our people. Gradually, life began to improve. We were able to fill our bellies and don new clothes, and eventually, we even constructed our own aircraft and artillery. Though the journey was fraught with difficulties, hope began to blossom. Chu Yao remained silent, attentively listening to Old Yang's reminiscences, absorbing tales of the tumultuous times when everything was built from nothing. That era, with all its striving forebears, should never be forgotten. Finally, we now step onto the international stage, receiving admiration and envy. Yet at the very least, we have earned the respect we deserve. When we represent our country abroad, we are accorded the attention we rightfully merit. Until 3 months ago, I perceived in you the hope for our nation's ascendance. The fluctuations brought about by calamities, coupled with this serendipitous opportunity and the ensuing global upheaval, truly position our dragon nation to reach unprecedented heights. Chu Yao gazed silently at Elder Yang, who had shared many words, yet none touched upon work. Each statement, however, conveyed the reason for his relentless toil. Chapter 144, The Anomalies of Marine Life. Thus, Elder Yang shifted his gaze from the window to Chu Yao, tears glistening in his eyes. Though the baton has been passed to you, I wish to contribute a final measure of my strength to our people and this land while I am still able. It was not just Elder Yang harboring such thoughts. The entire leadership of the Dragon Nation had long regarded Chu Yao as the beacon of hope for our resurgence. Under the intensity of Elder Yang's gaze, Chu Yao felt the weight of greater responsibility upon his shoulders. In the early days of his rebirth, his aspirations were simple: to safeguard the borders of the Dragon Nation and ensure the survival of its citizens amidst the calamity. Yet, as time progressed, he gradually discovered that not only had the borders been secured, but compared to other nations, the situation was remarkably favorable. Consequently, Chu Yao's own ambitions evolved in tandem with this realization. Reflecting on this, a stirring in his heart led him to abandon the notion of dissuading Elder Yang from continuing his work. Each generation bears its own mission. If Elder Yang sought to make a final contribution, to obstruct him would only thwart the Elder's wishes. However, you must promise me to take care of your health. With our national fitness and Tai Chi initiatives now under the Ministry of Health, should anything happen to you, I would be deeply concerned. Chu Yao jested, eliciting hearty laughter from Elder Yang. Very well. This old frame of mind will not easily succumb. Elder Yang replied with a smile, wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. The baton has been handed to your generation. I hope to witness you restoring our nation's former glory in my lifetime. Indeed, Chu Yao affirmed with a resolute nod. Thereafter, He inquired about the current health and vitality levels of the citizens and the progress of the nationwide Tai Chi initiative before departing, satisfied. The preliminary plans for spiritual garden cultivation and various sectors' responses to the resurgence of spiritual energy were gradually yielding results, albeit not immediately visible. However, with the passage of time, the benefits would become increasingly apparent. Seated in the vehicle, Chu Yao immersed himself in writing and revising on paper. There remains much to be accomplished. Beyond the urgent need to elevate his own prowess and awaken his guardian spirit, he is also continually devising a grand new plan in his mind. In the land of cherry blossoms, within the outer cabinet, there exists a shortage of military supplies. As he peruses the reports submitted by his subordinates, Junshui Ichiro meticulously examines the documents. It appears that there is a scarcity of lightweight ammunition for conventional firearms. At the onset of the alien beast incursions, due to a lack of understanding and ensuing panic, a substantial amount of ammunition was expended in the early stages of the conflict. Subsequently, as comprehension of the extraterrestrial creatures deepened, manufacturing facilities began to shift their focus towards the development of heavy weaponry and the construction of mechs, thus marking the conclusion of that phase. Junshui Ichiro regarded the situation with indifference, closing the report and turning to his companion, Sato Daisho. I thought it was a matter of greater significance. Sato Daisho beamed with a smile. Indeed, we now live in the new era of calamity. With the invasion of these alien beasts, lightweight and heavy ammunition have long since lost their former importance. At first glance, their dialogue seemed devoid of fault. The colossal forms and impenetrable shells of the alien beasts render ordinary ammunition utterly incapable of breaching their defenses, thereby diminishing the significance of such munitions. However, unbeknownst to them, beneath the murky waters, a new transformation is taking place. In the Free Nation, within the Black Palace, Johns observed the report delivered by Xiaobu regarding the supply shortages similar to those in the land of cherry blossoms. Setting it aside, Xiaobu respectfully bowed. However, you need not worry. According to our BFI's clandestine investigation, we are not the only nation experiencing this situation. Johns sipped his coffee, regarding Xiaobu with a wry smile. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? I am well aware that everyone is in short supply. In the midst of such intense warfare, what nation is not facing shortages? As soon as Xiaobu uttered Dragon Country, Johns anticipated his subsequent remarks and promptly gestured for him to cease. That damned Eastern nation is not to be included. Very well. Johns waved his hand, signaling Xiaobu to depart. You may oversee this matter. It is permissible for the military factories to divert some attention to this area, but the priority must be unequivocally clear. Given the practical capabilities of mech warriors, public confidence has risen to an exceptionally high level, prompting Johns to concentrate all his recent efforts on related manufacturing and production. Indeed, in the Pacific, at the seabed passage, there was a newfound vibrancy. In addition to the colossal, slumbering B-class alien beasts, a myriad of bizarre marine creatures, seemingly tainted by nuclear waste, swam about. Under the influence of the Mo Lei Yuan and giant sea python, a significant portion of the Pacific's mutated marine life has gathered at the seabed passage to undergo invasive transformation, though only a small portion of the ocean floor is revealed. This underwater passage is teeming with over 100,000 mutated marine creatures. Suddenly, the Moliai ape stands in the basin, its eyes rapidly turning crimson. In a mere moment, its gaze is ablaze with a vivid scarlet hue. Howling, the Moliai ape, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of its kin, begins to pound its rugged, granite-like chest with its hands, which are covered in dark fur. The sound reverberates like thunder, sending shockwaves across the once placid waters of the basin, causing ripples to spread outward in concentric circles. Instantly, the mutated marine life that had been meandering about converges as if summoned by an unseen command. Around the underwater passage, beams of various colors burst forth, briefly illuminating the surroundings before extinguishing. These are the startled B-class aberrations. Moments later, the expansive underwater basin, spanning the size of 10 football fields, is filled to capacity with these transformed creatures. They occasionally engage in frenzied bites, their temperaments evidently more savage after being corroded by the foul, viscous liquid. The Moliai ape appears to revel in this thronging adulation, resuming its rhythmic pounding on its chest. Responding to some instinctual directive, the marine creatures disperse rapidly towards the continent, with the eastern faction noticeably more numerous. Chapter 145. The battle begins. Coconut Kingdom, Namala, West Coast. Sighing deeply, an elderly man with a white beard gazes out at the desolate and dilapidated coastline of the Coconut Kingdom. Reflecting on his tenure, he laments not having accomplished any significant achievements and, even worse, has audaciously provoked the formidable Eastern power. Beside him, another elder expresses his dismay, revealing a palpable disdain for the actions of the young ruler. Behind these two venerable figures, a throng of armed guards stands, indicating their distinguished status. They are senior officials from the Coconut Kingdom. With the capital having been seized, it is imperative for esteemed elders to step forth and restore order. Their presence along the coast today serves to stabilize public sentiment while assessing the current situation. Indeed, one misstep leads to another. Had they not entangled themselves in disputes over trivial gains with that nation regarding maritime issues, perhaps today as circumstances would yield a different outcome. The elderly man understands that the young ruler's provocation stemmed from a lingering resentment over the Eastern power's refusal to include their impoverished and backward Coconut Kingdom in the sharing of resources. Yet, had the Coconut Kingdom not initiated the conflict and willingly become a pawn in someone else's game, this ancient Eastern nation would not have targeted them. Without such targeting, the ensuing tragedies would likely never have unfolded. Alas, an elderly man beside me sighed, remarking that all of this was in the past. Now that we have joined the Asian Self-Defense Alliance, we should follow the pace set by the land of cherry blossoms. Just as the white-bearded elder turned to leave, he suddenly gazed out at the distant sea, where something appeared to breach the surface. A wave of anxiety surged through the assembly. Could it be that, at this critical juncture of reconstruction for Coconut Nation, an alien beast was about to land? Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be merely a small, unidentified creature. Let us move on. The old man squinted for a moment, seeing no cause for alarm, and softly instructed. Just then, the air defense alarm at the Coastal Military Command sounded, sending chills down their spines. What followed was a scene that made their hair stand on end. Countless marine creatures surged from the depths of the ocean, leaping onto the land. The initial thought that crossed the minds of those present was disbelief. How could there be so many marine beings when data from international probes indicated that oceanic life was exceedingly scarce? Something was amiss with these creatures. A guard, dropping his binoculars, was filled with terror. The white-bearded elder seized the binoculars from the guard's hands, frozen in shock. Shark men with legs, octopuses scuttling on 8 limbs, and bouncing two-headed seahorses lunged ferociously at the coastal defenses of Coconut Nation. Ensure the safety of the elders. The guard quickly reacted, ushering the 2 old men into a vehicle as they sped away without looking back. As the car raced from the scene, those inside glanced back to see that the mutated marine creatures were already under intense fire, yet their tenacity allowed them to press on towards the military command center. Every occupant of the vehicle was gripped with fear, relieved to be far enough from the shore. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to suffer the consequences. Quickly, reinforcements are needed immediately. Sensing the dire situation, the white-bearded elder issued an urgent command. Also, contact the land of cherry blossoms to request the protection of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. At the Coastal Military Command of Coconut Nation, atop the artillery platform, the commander bellowed hoarsely, "How much ammunition do you have left?" "I have 145 rounds of 5.56 mm ammunition." One responded, "I have only 56 rounds remaining." Another reported, "My machine gun has only one last magazine. Once it's gone, we're finished." Listening to the cacophony of reports from his subordinates, the commander felt a wave of frustration. As the battle progressed, their initial panic had given way to a steady resolve. They realized that while these mutated marine creatures were indeed fierce and resilient, they paled in comparison to alien beasts. A few well-placed shots from standard firearms would easily dispatch them. However, they now found themselves somewhat bewildered. The ammunition in their possession was dwindling. Even the free nation, with its vast resources, faced a shortage due to prolonged warfare, let alone the diminutive Coconut Nation. Gazing down at the mountain of relentless mutated creatures below, the commander gritted his teeth and ordered the deployment of the completed form weapons, heavy artillery. In the land of cherry blossoms, in the city of Tainan, along the western coastline, the scene mirrored that of Coconut Nation, where countless mutated marine creatures fearlessly surged ashore. Goodness, where did these monsters emerge from? Sato Hidehoshi's handsome visage began to contort in horror, as he suffered from a severe case of trypophobia. "Baka, Deploy the Yada no Kagami cannon and bombard them mercilessly. Not only Coconut Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms, but nearly simultaneously, several coastal nations were besieged by the onslaught of mutated marine beings. In the Free Nation, Incita real estate. Ah, help! An innocent civilian screamed in anguish, staring at the grotesque, massive octopus before her. Not all mutated marine creatures obediently charged toward military facilities as cannon fodder. Some stealthily infiltrated the interior, leaving no time to seek refuge in underground shelters. A sharply corroded arm pierced the civilian's chest, blood gushing forth as the octopus writhed, its remaining 7 tentacles ensnaring the hapless woman, slowly engulfing her. At the National Fundamental Discipline Research Center, look, prior to the revival of spiritual energy, we only needed to consider external forces when studying the acceleration of an object. Chu Yao was elucidating some fundamental formulas derived from the revival of spiritual energy to the researchers when a mobile phone rang unexpectedly. Simultaneously, the whirring sound of helicopters echoed from the rooftop. B-class mutated beasts have landed so quickly? Chu Yao was taken aback. This made no sense. The landing time was evidently being pushed back from what was initially expected. In Dragon Nation, in Jianfu Province, at the Coastal Military Command Center. Wow, these creatures have surfaced so early? Standing atop a high wall, Chu Yao surveyed the mutated beings below, his brow furrowing. The mutated creatures, which were supposed to appear only after all B-class beasts had landed, were now present in the coastal regions. What to do? Should I employ the Black Cut or the Dawn? Lin Yi, standing beside Chu Yao, calmly surveyed the unfolding scene and inquired, "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Chu Yao replied with a composed smile, "Deploy the Scythe of Death. Let them all be dispatched." Chapter 146, Scythe of Death. Although Dragon Nation had amassed a substantial stockpile before the calamity began and had experienced lower ammunition depletion than other nations due to its knowledge of the beast's weaknesses and the introduction of new weaponry. Upon realizing that the current invasion consisted of mutated marine creatures, Chu Yao still opted to utilize the Scythe of Death. Why have they arrived so early? Chu Yao furrowed his brow, troubled by another matter. In his previous life, these marine creatures only landed after the B-grade aberrant beasts had made their appearance. At that time, the attention of the border guards was entirely focused on the latter, leaving no one to notice the former, which allowed these mutated beings to infiltrate deep into the interior, resulting in a catastrophic loss of civilian lives across various nations. Thus, Chu Yao had expended great effort in crafting these cold weapons, partly to prevent excessive depletion of firearms and ammunition, and partly to contend with these mutated beings. Although these aberrant creatures lacked the defensive and destructive capabilities of extraterrestrial beasts, their insatiable demand for ammunition was their most daunting trait. Following their mutation, their vitality had significantly increased. Even a shot to a vital area was often insufficient to bring them down. Moreover, their sheer numbers were staggering. There were at least 20,000 mutated marine creatures, densely packed and desperately attempting to scale the Great Wall's defenses. What could have caused these marine beings to transform in such a manner? Could it be related to that wretched nation's clandestine dumping of nuclear waste into the ocean? General Lin Yi, with an expression of disdain, shot down a mutated octopus that was about to ascend the wall. Chu Yao shook his head. That is unlikely. The timeline for such nuclear contamination should not be so rapid. However, that cherry blossom nation will soon reap what it sows. Reflecting on the recent nuclear waste incident, Chu Yao raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk escaping his lips without uttering a word. Not long ago, while gathering ancient artifacts in the Summer Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Nation had secretly committed this act, covertly discharging nuclear waste into the Pacific. Justice may be delayed, but it is never denied. In Chu Yao's memory, this slightly radioactive waste was a delicacy for these extraterrestrial creatures, which had led to significant repercussions for the Cherry Blossom Nation in his previous life. Suddenly, as the two conversed, a tremendous noise erupted from within the Great Wall's defenses. The flying scythe mechanism was being activated. Whoosh! Moments later, the sound of blades slicing through the air followed. The individuals atop the Great Wall had their vision obscured, yet they could still perceive the sharp, flying scythes speeding forth. In an instant, that section of the wall became a battleground, as the flying scythes cleaved through the bodies of all the mutated marine creatures in the area. Scarlet blood rained down, with the remains of the mutated beings split asunder on either side. Shortly thereafter, the flying scythes, having traveled a considerable distance, began to plummet under the force of gravity. Boom! The massive blades struck the ground, inflicting further devastation upon the throng of aberrant creatures below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Great Wall's defenses in Jinfu province were equipped with over 10 flying scythes, and several more suddenly activated. The lowly intelligent mutated creatures, oblivious to the need for evasion, instantly became victims beneath the blade. The soldiers present were filled with exhilaration, with a single stroke. The death toll of the mutated beings soared to no less than 1,800. Good heavens! This contraption appears rather formidable. Lin Yi, observing the scene, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Who would have thought that cold weapons could wield such extraordinary efficacy? With the deployment of the scythe-like blade, the previously chaotic battlefield was swiftly subdued. The remaining mutated creatures were now mere scattered remnants, easily vanquished. The adaptability of the scythe-like blade is indeed remarkable. Gazing down at the unfolding spectacle, Fusu nodded slightly, his mind ignited with fresh ideas. Currently, the kinetic energy emitted by the scythe's launch, combined with its material composition, was insufficient to breach the defenses of B-class mutated beasts. However, theoretically, if the material strength and rigidity of the scythe were sufficiently elevated, and if the energy conversion efficiency of its internal launching mechanism were optimized, disregarding external losses in the atmosphere, the scythe could potentially unleash power surpassing that of new conceptual weaponry. While rapid transformation and functionality may pose challenges in the short term, the prospect of enhancing its strength brightened Chu Yao's eyes. Our vast motherland, China, is rich in resources. This land of geomantic fortune is not confined solely to the western regions. It appears that upon completing the tasks related to the resurgence of spiritual energy, I shall need to revisit those ancient locales. Sakura Country, Kainan City, the western coastline. After an extensive half-hour of clearing, all mutated creatures that had landed were completely eradicated. A report came in. A Sakura officer, having tallied the battle losses, hastily approached Sato Ihan to ensure basic ammunition reserves. We initiated the deployment of heavy weaponry upon reaching the ammunition alert threshold, as per your orders. We also requested air support and conducted concentrated bombardments on the areas infested by the mutated creatures. Ultimately, we even resorted to baka. Sato Ihan retorted, visibly displeased. Indeed, while the mutated marine beings were numerous, their losses paled in comparison to the devastation wrought by a colossal extraterrestrial beast. However, they were repugnant. Not only did they deplete our basic ammunition reserves, but they also compelled us to utilize central weapons and the new-style Yada no Kagami cannon. One must recognize that the energy consumed by such advanced weaponry, along with subsequent maintenance and upkeep costs, starts at a staggering 100,000. Another Sakura officer rushed into the operations command center. Lord Ihan, all 38 infiltrators in Kainan City have now been thoroughly annihilated. However, these mutated creatures have claimed the lives of over 100 Sakura citizens loyal to the Emperor. At this moment, as Sato Ihan lamented the military expenditure, this unwelcome news struck him anew. Baka, these wretched, foul creatures crawling ashore. It is truly a case of repugnance begetting further repugnance. Sato Hideyoshi felt as though he had consumed an entire honey-glazed hamburger in one breath, leaving him with a sense of profound discomfort. What about the Dragon Nation? With their lengthy coastline, how are they faring? As he lifted his cup to quench his inner turmoil, he posed a question. The battle reports from their side had yet to emerge, but they possessed that Great Wall defense. I suspect these fools have forgotten about it. Sato Hideyoshi tapped his head, displaying his displeasure. Nevertheless, I presume they must also resort to employing that new weaponry. Furthermore, while their walls are impressively high, this has its drawbacks. Their firearms lack precision, leading to a greater wastage of ammunition. Sato Hideyoshi endeavored to soothe himself. Yet, he had to concede that his command during this battle had been commendable. Although Sakura Nation had incurred some basic military expenditures and personnel losses, this was the optimal solution to minimize damage based on their existing military capabilities. However, Sato Hideyoshi could hardly have anticipated that the commander of the Dragon Nation was managing the situation with remarkable ease, entirely devoid of his anxiety. The reason was simple. The disparity in foundational preparations for the conflict was far too significant. Chapter 147. Copying homework in the Free Nation at the Black Palace. What did you say? The Free Nation's eyes were fixed intently on the Summer Nation, their speed in receiving information far surpassing that of other countries. John stared incredulously at Little Boo, utterly aghast. Is the Dragon Nation performing acrobatics? What on earth is going on? What era is this? Resorting to such tricks as hiding knives within walls. The disturbances caused by the aberrant sea creatures had, in reality, inflicted minimal damage upon the Free Nation. Little Boo leaned slightly forward. I was quite puzzled when I received this news, but I must admit, their defensive measures have resulted in an extremely low expenditure of conventional weaponry, and their new weapons have yet to be fired. I wonder how much money they have saved. Should we? Little Boo leaned in to inquire. Johns understood his implication, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. One must concede that, in retrospect, the seemingly absurd actions of the Dragon Nation appear to carry significant meaning. Those who follow the trend may become the pioneers. Yet, Johns could not comprehend such a retrogressive approach toward the age of cold weapons. Should we also pursue this? Johns turned to Little Boo, his tone softening slightly, adopting a more conciliatory manner. Such a significant matter ought to be discussed with the weapon experts from the Defense Bureau before any conclusions are drawn. Little Boo, not a fool, understood that in such circumstances, it was wise to deflect responsibility. This suggestion would absolve him of blame should it prove to be a misstep. However, if it is proven in the future that erroneous advice has been given, President Johns will undoubtedly deliver a scathing reprimand. Indeed. Johns nodded. Let us convene a meeting to discuss this matter thoroughly. The Eagle Nation, Duanluan, and the Foreign Cabinet. Due to its distance from the Pacific, the recent incursion of aberrant sea beasts has not troubled the Eagle Nation. My heavens, what is this Eastern power up to now? Bowley, stroking his nearly bald head, let out a long sigh. Recently, the domestic advancements have indeed been promising. However, the Eagle Nation, having not joined certain allied organizations, faces challenges in producing a second mech due to resource constraints. Just as he was mulling over this predicament, he suddenly heard troubling news. Domestic steel resources may fall short. Should he refrain from production? What if mechs and new weaponry prove to be of great utility in the future? Such vexation. Oh, if only I were among the higher echelons of the Dragon Nation, I would not have to ponder these issues daily. All problems would be resolved with ease. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Foreign Cabinet. Upon receiving the news, Sato Ajuan was visibly incredulous. What on earth? Is this how it's done? With this revelation, his meticulous calculations once again fell through. Sato exchanged a knowing glance with Jun Mizuhiro. Their understanding was tacit. They began drafting documents, with a flourish of their hands, initiating the act of copying. Throughout history, it is undeniable that the Cherry Blossom people have demonstrated remarkable learning capabilities. In ancient times, when the Dragon Nation was powerful, they sent envoys to learn, returning with various knowledge to replicate flawlessly. In modernity, as the Dragon Nation waned, they emulated the European and American nations. And as the Free Nation rose, they clung fervently to its coattails, absorbing its technology and culture entirely. Now, despite their disparaging remarks about the Dragon Nation, deeming it an inferior race, when the time comes to emulate, their audacity knows no bounds. After all, they can exploit and extract from the other nations in the Asian alliance without having to contribute resources themselves. Why not seize the opportunity? When the news reached the upper echelons of nations worldwide, the immediate reaction was one of mild distress. In truth, what troubled the nations most was not the overwhelming lethality displayed by the flying sickle, but rather the fear it instilled. The previous skirmishes had made it abundantly clear that the Dragon Nation possesses a forward-thinking perspective in combating extraterrestrial beasts. If they had previously engaged in absurdities like promoting dog ownership or acquiring cultural relics, this flying sickle represents a tangible defense mechanism against invasion. Copy away, copy away. The leaders calculated their financial budgets, gritted their teeth, and once again overextended their resources. Unsurprisingly, the terms Dragon Nation and Great Wall once again dominated the trending topics. Does the Dragon Nation's defensive wall, equipped with sharp blades, herald the return of the age of cold weapons? A trending topic has once again ignited the entire internet. Today, the Dragon Nation has truly opened my eyes with its unexpected antics. What on earth was the person upstairs saying? Such brutality. This wave from our country should have been likened to using sandpaper for a delicate task. The imagery is so vivid that one can almost feel the discomfort. As nations around the world unite, the development of mechanized warriors continues to progress. International netizens are gradually becoming more active, although their living conditions have significantly declined. They perceive that, at the very least, they have endured the most perilous phase. The once heated advice from the Dragon Nation has now faded into mere whispers. Regardless of the circumstances abroad, Chu Yao remains steadfast in his resolve. Due to professional instrument assessments, the area with the highest concentration of spiritual energy is near the Fragrant Isle. Thus, Chu Yao has applied for an extensive residence directly in the combat zone of the Fragrant Isle, bringing all members of the Dragon Court training group along. The residence borders the military district, allowing General Sun Biao to visit during his leisure to engage with everyone in harnessing energy. However, just moments ago, General Sun Biao let out a painful roar. All fell silent. Chu Yao immediately gestured for those beside him to be quiet. Having ascended to the shackled realm, he was well aware that this was a precursor to an impending promotion. Unlike Chu Yao's electric aura, it seemed as if tumultuous waves surged within General Sun Biao. Around him, the ancient ship anchor radiated with light, akin to rippling water. At this moment, the sound of waves echoed, as if the two were responding to one another. Witnessing this, Chu Yao was filled with joy. Preparing ancient artifacts in advance for mutual familiarity has indeed proven beneficial. The Dragon Nation has produced another entity capable of harmonizing with the ancient spiritual breathing valve upon ascending to the shackled realm. Currently, we are in the first phase of a significant outburst of spiritual energy. As Chu Yao safeguards General Sun Biao's promotion, he ponders to himself. This surge of spiritual energy will last a total of 1 year, divided into 4 major phases. The first phase will last approximately half a month, followed by a balance period of the same duration. If we liken spiritual energy to water, then during the dispersion phase, the energy in the air resembles fine mist. The first phase marks the springing phase, while the second phase will usher in an explosive period. Once we enter the second phase, both humans and animals, even without intentionally drawing energy into their bodies, will begin to exhibit miraculous transformations. Thus, the first phase of this spiritual energy outburst can be viewed as a foundational period. However, due to the subtleness of these changes, nations in the previous era failed to recognize the arrival of the revival of spiritual energy. Chapter 148, The Ninth Realm of the Shackled Realm. How does it feel? Observing General Sun Biao recovering from his meditative state, Chu Yao approached him with a smile. Is this what the shackled realm entails? General Sun Biao held the ancient anchor in his hand, reveling in the exhilarating transformation within his body. Feeling a surge of excitement, he swiftly dashed to the edge of the reservoir and slowly extended one leg. Wow! The onlookers, bewildered by his actions, gasped in astonishment as he stood effortlessly upon the surface of the water. With a mere thought, he found himself propelled forward without any conscious effort to move his legs. The water beneath him seemed to possess a will of its own, guiding his movements with ease. The ancient anchor in his hand struck down forcefully, and though it did not touch the water's surface, an immense wave, towering as high as 3 men, erupted from the depths. As previously mentioned, those who had entered the shackled realm were no longer bound by conventional understanding. General Sun had already grasped the essence of spiritual techniques. Chu Yao observed the scene before him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Spiritual techniques, as the name suggests, are combat skills derived from ancient artifacts through interaction and the application of spiritual energy. Now, with his physical form, General Sun's prowess was taking shape. Once he fully awakened the ancient spirit of Sun Tzu, the magnitude of his abilities would be astounding. Most of General Sun's spiritual techniques focused on area control, creating powerful chains of control that, when paired with a high explosive ancient spirit, could dominate the battlefield. In his past life, countless otherworldly beasts had fallen victim to his might. The mere thought of the battles from his previous life ignited a fire within Chu Yao's heart. This was a far cry from the mechanized battles. It was a direct, visceral confrontation with the invading beasts. The thrill of personally vanquishing those wretched intruders could only be fully appreciated through first-hand experience. Yet, he pondered, when would he awaken his ancient spirit? Chu Yao felt a tinge of frustration. The shackled realm could be further divided into 9 minor realms, each corresponding to the 9 crucial locks within the human body. Logically, upon entering the shackled realm, a person's physical strength should be sufficient to awaken their ancient spirit. In his previous life, there were numerous reports of talents from the Dragon Kingdom successfully awakening their ancient spirits shortly after entering the shackled realm. Chu Yao himself had awakened his ancient spirit, the formidable General Ma Chao, after breaking the second lock within his body upon entering the shackled realm. However, in this lifetime, although he had broken free of the second lock just days prior, his attempts to communicate with the tiger head golden spear yielded no results. The awakening of an ancient spirit was an enigmatic phenomenon that the technological advancements of humanity in his past life could not elucidate, leaving no reference examples or patterns to follow. From a controlled variable perspective, the only current variable seemed to be the less potent concentration of spiritual energy in the air compared to his previous life. Never mind, there was no need to rush. He would prepare other plans for now. With a heavy sigh, Chu Yao pulled his thoughts back to reality. Currently, among the members of the Longting training group, 4 individuals had already attained the level of the Lock Realm: Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Sun Biao, and Chu Yao himself. The remaining members, too, had all ascended to the Awakening Realm and were persistently exploring and attempting to engage with the Lock Realm. Their progress was commendable. One could only hope that the B-rank alien beasts would delay their arrival. This advancement was indeed impressive. In his previous life at this juncture, Long Nation was still in the dark like other countries, deliberating on preparations for war, with no one preoccupied with such matters. While nations around the globe remained oblivious to the imminent resurgence of spiritual energy, lost in dreams of mechanized warriors, Long Nation had already surged ahead, far outpacing them. However, as Chu Yao turned to gaze at the undulating expanse of the ocean, his brow gradually furrowed. According to the timeline from his previous life, the arrival of the B-rank alien beasts was projected to occur in approximately a month. Presently, he stood as the pinnacle of combat prowess in Long Nation. Yet he had still failed to awaken the ancient spirit. It was worth celebrating to enter the Lock Realm, but without awakening the ancient spirit, the Lock Realm might as well be a mere illusion of advancement. Even though he had transcended the realm of ordinary humans, he was still no match for those terrifying extraterrestrial beasts. After all, in terms of strength, size, and abilities, they were operating on entirely different scales. Just as there were no mechanized warriors in the past, now Long Nation lacked any awakeners of the ancient spirit, leaving Chu Yao with a lingering sense of unease. If all else failed, he could resort to the plasma cannon. Remembering that Long Nation possessed such a trump card, Chu Yao felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. This plasma cannon was indeed the deepest hidden ace in Long Nation's strategic arsenal. With the right timing for its deployment, it could certainly inflict significant damage on weaker B-rank alien beasts. That night, at the pinnacle of the Guamao building in Zhongdu, the 6th meeting of the Special Research Group of Xia Nation was convened. After completing his training, Chu Yao hurried back to Zhongdu, where a critical meeting awaited his leadership. Greetings, esteemed leader. Upon his arrival, the attendees rose in unison, respectfully greeting him. Indeed, it was a respectful salutation, for they held genuine gratitude and admiration for Chu Yao. As the in-depth research of various special groups continued, the transformative actions across different sectors persisted, and everyone increasingly recognized the immense benefits this monumental change had ushered in. They understood with growing clarity that being prepared and taking the initiative in such a transformation would yield significant advantages for Long Nation. All of this was precisely what this young man had brought to the entire Long Nation, which naturally inspired even greater reverence from them. There is no need for formality. I apologize for gathering you all here on this evening due to the busyness of the day. Chu Yao stood at the esteemed position, humbly beginning his address. The purpose of this meeting is twofold. Firstly, to comprehend the advancements across various fields and industries, and secondly, to foster communication among us. After all, in the realm of scientific research and academia, we cannot solely immerse ourselves in our studies. It is essential to occasionally lift our gaze to the path ahead, as this may better guide our continued progress. Observing the esteemed individuals seated before him, a subtle smile graced Chu Yao's lips. Although he had not formulated any grand written plans in this regard, his strategic vision in anticipation of the forthcoming era of spiritual revival was undeniably profound. To illustrate, within the span of just 3 months, he had convened 4 national special research group meetings. While the specifics of the discussions were not meticulously delineated by Chu Yao, they could broadly be summarized into 3 pivotal aspects. The first pertains to foundational scientific research, where a novel academic order is being re-established in Dragon Nation. Particularly among the academicians of the Scientific Research Institute, there has been a collective resurgence of scholarly enthusiasm, with many embarking on their studies anew, deeply engrossed in academia. Thus, In this new epoch of spiritual revival, the understanding and cognition of various disciplines in Dragon Nation are continually deepening. The advancements across the nation's diverse fields could aptly be described as progressing at a remarkable pace. Meanwhile, foreign experts and scholars seem preoccupied with frontline conflicts and the study of mecha subjects. Who has the time to concern themselves with these matters? It is likely that by the time foreign scholars awaken to the developments, Dragon Nation will have already surged ahead, leaving them with only two choices: either to laboriously recalibrate and establish a new standard, or to humbly follow Dragon Nation, learning and exploring within the framework it has established. At that juncture, Dragon Nation will no longer need to send students abroad for the sake of learning and exchange. Instead, elite scholars from around the world will flock to Dragon Nation, eager to learn and seek guidance. With the majority of academic orders beginning to be led by Dragon Nation once more, the grand scene of nations paying homage in ancient times may indeed be poised to re-emerge. On another note, preparations across various sectors began 2 months ago in anticipation of these unprecedented changes. The primary measures focus on targeted improvements in the medical service system, the early establishment of financial new concept stocks, and the management of biological mutations post-spiritual revival. The savings preparations across industries have already commenced. If the research in foundational disciplines aims to transform scientific achievements for the ascent of Dragon Nation, then the proactive measures across various sectors are designed to ensure that the fundamental social order of Dragon Nation remains intact in the wake of the spiritual revival's upheaval. Lastly, the most crucial aspect of Chu Yao's overarching plan is the Dragon Court training program. Whether it involves the collection of ancient artifacts or the pursuit of spiritual essences in the depths of the Western regions, Chu Yao's ultimate objective remains the cultivation of talent for Dragon Nation and the awakening of ancient spirits. In the conference room on the top floor of the International Trade Building, industry elites and experts from various disciplines briefly reported the current situation to Chu Yao, after which a fervent discussion swiftly ensued. Unlike in the past, when he offered extensive commentary and guidance, Chu Yao now refrained from doing so. In those days, before the resurgence of spiritual energy, his foresight warranted a greater degree of mentorship. However, now that the age of spiritual revival has arrived, and in the presence of the finest talents in the Dragon Kingdom, each possessing their own insights and thoughts, he chose not to impose his experience, but rather to transition from a guiding mentor to a vigilant overseer. His paramount concern was merely to ensure that progress was being made across industries and that no significant misdirection occurred. I believe that your field of fundamental physics might benefit from referencing our domain of polymer chemistry, began a white-bearded professor, adjusting his glasses under the eager gazes of the surrounding experts. I feel we could learn from their financial sector, taking bolder steps to conduct more live animal experiments to ascertain the effects of this spiritual energy on the human body, exclaimed Yang Ziki from the Biological Research Group, animatedly gesticulating as he shared his thoughts with fellow scholars. The arrival of the age of spiritual revival had ignited his enthusiasm like no other. If one were to pinpoint the field most directly impacted by this resurgence, it would undoubtedly be biology. Recently, Yang Ziki had been occupied with researching the remains of extraterrestrial beasts, while simultaneously developing mutated marine organisms and documenting the effects of spiritual revival on the human body. Immersing himself in his work with unbridled joy, Chu Yao sat quietly at the forefront, wearing a smile as he listened attentively to the experts' discussions, occasionally providing clarifications on fundamental issues he felt confident addressing. As he had anticipated, this unprecedented revival was comprehensive. The interconnection of all fields facilitated a form of intellectual exchange akin to a brainstorming session, significantly benefiting all participants. The discussion lasted a remarkable 6 hours, with the experts seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, showing no inclination to pause. For them, this was routine, as their usual experiments, literature reviews, and paper writing often extended late into the night. In the face of such an extraordinary upheaval, this group of elite individuals understood better than anyone the weight of responsibility they bore. With the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers safeguarding the front lines and the diligent frontline workers ensuring infrastructure and military supply, these researchers may not vocalize it, but they were acutely aware that they too must not fall behind. At last, the 6th meeting concluded amidst a round of applause. By the time Chu Yao returned to his apartment, it was already the early hours of the morning. Currently, The revival efforts in this new era are progressing in an orderly fashion, leaving me with little to concern myself about. Thus, I plan to embark on a journey to Mount Baichong tomorrow. Chu Yao tilted his head, gazing through the window at the tranquil and beautiful starry sky of Longhua. Gradually succumbing to slumber, Longhua is bustling with fervor, while nations and major alliances around the world are equally occupied. After extensive preparations, the foundational defense infrastructures of various countries have largely been completed, and new mech warriors are being frantically designed and manufactured. The post-disaster reconstruction is proceeding methodically, and the faces of the people across nations have regained their smiles. However, is everything truly as flourishing as it appears on the surface? In a previous life, humanity as a whole was unable to withstand this invasion. Even the ancient spirit-evoking Longhua was inevitably destined for demise, and there must be reasons behind this fate. At a depth of 16, 21 in and 148, 12 e, within a basin on the ocean floor, two pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly ignited. On the other side, a massive single-eyed green gaze also flickered to life as if stimulated by some force. Three new B-level aberrant beasts have awakened. Unlike C-level aberrant beasts that roam aimlessly upon awakening, these two appear to have awakened with a distinct purpose, rapidly approaching the mid-ocean area. Moments later, the three B-level aberrant beasts reached the mid-ocean region, where two others, the ink thunder ape and the giant sea python, were taming mutated marine creatures. Startled by the arrival of these colossal entities, all marine life hurriedly scattered. The four B-level aberrant beasts, possessing some semblance of intelligence, clustered together, seemingly exchanging information in their own manner. Roar, hiss, growl. For reasons unknown, they expressed their dissatisfaction with the current state, unleashing furious howls. In the immediate vicinity, several mutated marine creatures that had not yet dispersed were violently obliterated into pools of blood. Subsequently, the five ferocious B-level aberrant beasts dispersed, each heading towards different continents. A new crisis seems to be brewing. Chapter 150, Spirit Liquid in Zhongdu, at the International Airport. Given the current circumstances, B-level aberrant beasts are unlikely to land anytime soon. If any unforeseen situations arise, contact me immediately. Before boarding, Chu Yao made a special call to the Coastal Command Center of Jinfu Province. For some unknown reason, since this morning, his right eyelid had been twitching incessantly on the way to the international airport. No worries. Rest assured. Ever since Lin Yi touched the threshold of awakening and mastered the Xuanwu breathing technique, his realm had surged forward, successfully advancing to the shackled realm even before Sun Biao and Lin Yi. All right, then I leave the coastal region of Jinfu Province in your capable hands. As the flight took off, Chu Yao embarked on his journey to the northeastern province. This time, unlike his previous expedition to the western region, he did not invite companions. The Great Wall stood tall, bathed in the hues of the evening sky, resembling a blushing fairy intoxicated by her own beauty. In the distance, the beach, once marred by the remains of mutated creatures, had been thoroughly cleared. Were it not for the lingering scent of decay in the air, one could scarcely believe that such a beautiful land had witnessed such tragic battles. Indeed, the coastline of our dragon nation is a sight to behold. During the shift change of the wartime First Army Group, Colonel Xie Juanliao, having just concluded his patrol, sat against the wall, gazing at the splendid scenery of the dragon nation's coastline. Comparing it to the coastal situations of other countries he had seen online, he couldn't help but express his sentiments. Since the arrival of the monstrous beasts, perhaps only the coastline of the summer nation had remained relatively unscathed. Time truly flies. It has nearly been half a year since he took up his post by the sea. At that moment, a familiar voice broke the silence. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find General Lin Yi. "Haha, what brings you here?" Xie Juanliao exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment and joy. The two had grown up together, playing in the same alley as children. Fate had it that both chose to dedicate their youth to the nation, though Lin Yi, hailing from a family of military lineage, had risen to his current position after commanding several major battles. "I returned to Zhongdu for a military meeting the day before yesterday, and I took the opportunity to visit my uncle and aunt. They are both in good health, and they asked me to tell you not to worry about them." The two men sat side by side atop the Great Wall, admiring the beauty of the evening glow along the coast. Reflecting on the last time he returned home, Xie Juanliao realized it was nearly 2 years ago. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Indeed, had it not been for these events, You would have already retired and returned home to be with your uncle and aunt. Upon hearing his childhood friend's words, a hint of melancholy crossed General Lin Ye's face. Each time he visited in place of Juan Liao, although his uncle and aunt did not voice their concerns, their incessant inquiries about their son revealed their deep longing for him. Let us not dwell on such matters. A smile broke through the weathered, sun-kissed features of Juan Liao as he stood up, turning to gaze at the living quarters of the residents of Jinfu province, letting out a long sigh. As nightfall descended upon the Jinfu living area, thousands of lights twinkled like stars, while the evening breeze, infused with the salty scent of the sea, gently caressed Juan Liao's cheeks. Looking at the myriad households behind him and then at the tranquil coastline, he mused, what does a brief separation from one's family truly matter? Sacrifices are inevitable. If his family's parting could bring together countless others, then such sacrifices hold profound meaning. After all, we are soldiers. Lin Yi stood up, dusting off his pants, and, along with Juan Liao, gazed at the Jinfu province, safeguarded by their army. The melancholy dissipated as he playfully punched Juan Liao on the chest, exclaiming, how did I not notice your high awareness before? Juan Liao feigned pain. As a mere major, I cannot withstand such a blow from a general. You shall see to my medical expenses. Amid their banter, they made their way to the cafeteria, where a shift change had occurred. After a long day of fatigue, they finally had a moment to rest. They hoped that under the leadership of their commander, this defensive battle would conclude swiftly. In Linji province, Baiwa City, Chishi district, the plane gradually descended. Upon disembarking, Chu Yao wasted no time and boarded the prepared vehicle, heading towards Baichang Mountain. He had forgotten to request the deployment of a plasma cannon to Jinfu province. Inside the vehicle, he tapped his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease and anxiety grow stronger since landing. Perhaps I am overthinking. At this hour, B-grade aberrations should not yet be making landfall. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. It would be best to retrieve the spirit liquid as soon as possible. The spirit liquid was the primary purpose of his journey to Baichang Mountain. Unlike the orally ingested earth spirit milk, this liquid was primarily utilized through immersion. Under the influence of this remarkable liquid, the molecular structure of objects would undergo reorganization, even leading to astonishing mutations. After a certain period, depending on the molecular composition of the immersed object, they would experience varying degrees of optimization, with the most notable characteristic being an unimaginable enhancement in rigidity and strength. Even the hardest diamond known to the world would be rendered fragile in its presence. Future experts would struggle to fully comprehend the restructured composition of objects. Like Earth Spirit Milk, this spirit liquid was a divine gift to the Dragon Kingdom, especially following the resurgence of spiritual energy. The enhancement effects of this liquid grew exponentially. With this liquid enhancing the flying sickle, it would transcend the simplicity of a mere cold weapon. The energy conversion apparatus provided by Chu Yao, with minimal loss, combined with the flying sickle, would serve as a formidable weapon capable of troubling B-grade and even A-grade aberrations. Chu Yao recalled that the design of the flying sickle in his past life was not only to conserve ammunition in response to the tide of aberrant species, but also significantly due to the discovery of the spirit liquid. Approximately 500 nautical miles off the eastern coast of the Dragon Kingdom, a pair of enormous eyes swept through the depths, akin to searchlights, at 100 meters underwater. It was the B-grade aberration, the Mo Lei Yuan. Suddenly, the skin of the Mo Lei Yuan, resembling granite, began to inexplicably crack, and simultaneously, a black, unidentified liquid began to seep from the ocean floor. As the release of this liquid increased, the presence of the Mo Lei Yuan was perfectly concealed. From above, this area merely appears to be a desolate expanse of a polluted ocean. Unlike the C-class aberrations that conjured tsunamis, the B-class creatures have developed their own distinctive marking methods, and the enigmatic liquid of the ink thunder ape serves as its territorial signature. Chapter 151. The eve of battle by Changshan, blanketed in heavy snow, rendered the roads nearly impassable. Gazing around, all one could see was an endless stretch of white. Chu Yao pulled out his phone, only to find it devoid of signal. This was precisely why he had to venture here personally. In such a secluded and enigmatic locale, only someone like Chu Yao, who had frequented it in his past life, would know the way. For others, locating it via satellite would likely be an insurmountable challenge. Currently, the amount of enhanced flying sickles at level 5 was sufficient. All I needed was to fill the barrel on my back and bring it back, bearing a specially prepared large barrel. Chu Yao trudged through the deep snow into the mountains. In the Free Nation, Old Jinshan, once a bustling international metropolis, now a significant portion of the urban area had been overtaken by the official military of the Free Nation, with various military installations springing up. The million residents of Old Jinshan had all relocated to underground emergency shelters. If you lack the courage to apply to return home, why do you persist in lamenting while staying in our great Free Nation? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman savored her grain-fed sirloin, her eyes filled with satisfaction. As the war situation improved and the construction of mech warriors was completed, her sense of superiority returned anew. The man, now a citizen of the Free Nation, remained silent, not out of a desire to lament, but because he found himself trapped on all sides. Since the entire populace had retreated to underground shelters, pre-existing issues within the Free Nation had become increasingly pronounced, particularly the matter of racial discrimination. It is well known that the Free Nation is a multicultural society. Yet many of the Caucasian immigrants harbored a strong sense of superiority, consistently belittling those of other ethnicities. The calls for racial equality over the years had amounted to little more than hollow slogans. In this apocalyptic era of calamity, the scarcity of resources exacerbated social issues such as racial discrimination. Within the civilian underground shelters, conflicts erupted daily over food distribution, sometimes even leading to bloodshed. Of course, the man of Asian descent did not receive fair and equal treatment simply because he had acquired citizenship in the Free Nation. His lamentations stemmed from the harsh reality of this terrifying era. Not only did he have to live in constant fear of extraterrestrial beasts, but he also had to remain wary of his fellow shelter dwellers. The material comforts of life were insufficient, and he could not even find solace in the warmth of humanity banding together for survival. Reflecting on the scenes of his homeland, where people united against adversity, the stark contrast stirred a deep sorrow within him. Even though the Free Nation possesses mechanized warriors to ensure their safety, and their basic needs for food and clothing are met, the man cannot help but harbor a deep yearning for his homeland. Enough of that thought. We are doing quite well now, he reassures himself. Although the rations do not compare to what they were before the upheaval, he is not on the verge of starvation. One must learn to be content. Observing the pitiable figure of her husband gazing longingly toward the east, the woman's heart softened, and she gently offered words of comfort. The man forced a faint smile, about to respond when a deafening roar erupted from the ground. Boom. It sounded as though a colossal wave had been unleashed. Beep, beep, beep. The air was soon filled with the blaring of air raid sirens. Warning. An alien beast has landed. All personnel to battle stations. Urgent footsteps resonated on the surface, accompanied by the thunderous clamor of heavy artillery being mobilized. Another wretched alien creature has landed. Panic-stricken cries erupted from the underground shelter. What is there to panic about? The elderly man, George, remarked calmly, casting a glance at the youth. A retired senator from Old Gold Mountain, he held a certain social standing, allowing him to be among the first to seek refuge in the underground shelter. This was the third time he had experienced such a scene. Given its geographical position, Old Gold Mountain had long since transformed into a military stronghold, housing hundreds of thousands of troops, not to mention the first Gaia mech station there. A mere alien creature, in the face of such military might, would be easily subdued. Under the elderly man's reassuring words filled with pride, the atmosphere of panic in the underground shelter was notably quelled. Indeed, the Free Nation now boasts its own mechanized warriors. What is there to fear? In the Black Palace. Look here. Little Boo rushed into John's office, disregarding the formality of knocking. You must see this. John had just received news of the alien creature's landing and was eager to learn more. Is there only one beast? He mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment. This does not showcase the valor of our mechanized warriors. Upon seeing the number one, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. The Dragon Kingdom had long been capable of a single mech defeating two alien beasts. Even if the Free Nation succeeded in its kill, it would not enhance the nation's prestige. Look at the size of the creature. Little Boo exclaimed, worry etched on his face as he looked to John for reassurance. Oh. John raised an eyebrow, continuing to read on. Approximately 83 meters tall, an initial estimate of 500,000 pounds. John paused momentarily. The size of this creature clearly surpassed that of any previous alien beast encountered. The Dragon Kingdom did not deceive us. The new alien beast has indeed grown stronger. To be safe, Let us no longer conceal our second mech. Dispatch the second mech, Johnson, to Old Gold Mountain as well. In John's heart, there was a sense of certainty, having learned from past experiences. To prevent the Free Nation from suffering severe losses, he had deliberately added a layer of insurance. Yes, Little Boo received the order to withdraw. Wait a moment. John called out to him. What do the experts from the Defense Bureau have to say about the estimated situation of this defensive battle? Though adept at political maneuvering, John lacked expertise in military warfare. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Little Boo's face. You need not worry. Before my arrival, Director Leo from the Defense Bureau provided me with a situation assessment. He mentioned that based on previous combat scenarios, even with the increased size of the aberrant beasts, we can still easily conquer them, especially now that we possess mechanized warriors. Moreover, Jinsheng has always been a key military defense pilot for our free nation, equipped with numerous sophisticated weapons. Thus, our defensive capabilities are unquestionable. Hearing Little Boo's assurances, a satisfied expression spread across John's face. Excellent. This time, let our free nation be the first to engage and discover the true level of the aberrant beasts that the Dragon Nation so fearfully speaks of. Chapter 152. The battle begins in Sakura Nation. In the city of Island Fukushi, the native population was already sparse, with much of the lower labor force hailing from surrounding, impoverished countries. Now, with the arrival of the Cataclysm era and the outbreak of disaster, even the citizens of Sakura Nation were unable to attend to the needs of these foreign individuals. Struggling to secure basic living conditions, many chose to return to their homeland. It was only then that the leaders of Sakura Nation realized the dire situation. The lower labor force had reached a critically insufficient level. Due to this severe shortage of labor and various geographical constraints, Sakura Nation had been unable to build a complete shelter. Within the emergency air raid shelter, a crowd of citizens had gathered, the thunderous sounds of cannon fire and the violent tremors from the surface resonating above. Why does this commotion seem louder than before? A middle-aged woman, her face etched with anxiety, clearly worried. Baka, a retired soldier from the Sakura Nation's military, his face marked by rough features, scolded the woman while stroking his mustache. You're so short-sighted. Even the Dragon Nation managed to halt 3 aberrant beasts at once. Do you really think our great Sakura Empire is so unprepared that we cannot even stop a single B-class aberrant beast? Not to mention, our Fukushi city is equipped with 4 Yatsukami cannons, and even the Amaterasu mech stationed in the eastern region have been mobilized at the earliest opportunity. With such a display, crushing an alien aberrant beast would be a mere formality. Upon hearing his passionate and confident admonition, the previously anxious young people of Sakura began to feel reassured. What the senior says makes sense. If that small dragon nation can handle 3 aberrant beasts at once, then surely our Sakura nation can easily defeat just one. Indeed, upon reflection, I too have come to realize that if even the Dragon Kingdom can withstand such trials, what can our esteemed Sakura Empire not endure? One must concede that the citizens of Sakura possess an impressive talent for self-indoctrination, transforming the atmosphere from one of panic to self-encouragement in an instant. The middle-aged woman, previously reprimanded, has now fallen silent, though she occasionally glances upward with unease. Her intuition tells her that this assault may not be as straightforward as it appears. While the populace of Sakura revels in their misplaced confidence, the troops stationed in Fukushima City are embroiled in a fierce struggle. The creature known as the Earth Mouse emerges, a colossal gray rodent. Unlike any ordinary mouse, its body adorned with an array of bizarre rock fragments. Its eyes are devoid of pupils, glowing a menacing crimson. Its forelimbs resemble gigantic drill heads, and its tail, thrashing wildly, is lined with barbs. When the concentrated energy beam from the Yata no Kagami strikes the beast, it emits an enraged shriek. As the brilliance of the beam dissipates, the anticipated sight of the Earth Mouse lying in a bloody heap is nowhere to be found. Instead, it merely bears superficial wounds. Clearly, while the shot inflicted pain, it failed to touch the essence of the creature. This is dire. The observer monitoring the battlefield gazes at the holographic display, his mouth agape in disbelief. After a moment's pause, he trembles as he picks up the communication device. Report. The Yata no Kagami's assault on the aberrant creature has proven ineffective. In truth, he need not report this. Sato Hideaki had already witnessed the earlier scene with keen eyes. How can this be? Sato roars in fury, unable to fathom how this innovative weapon, which had previously shown remarkable efficacy, has suddenly faltered. The other 4 Yata continue firing. As the enraged Earth Mouse charges towards the military defense line, Sato grabs his equipment and screams in desperation. Clinging to a sliver of hope, perhaps the first Yata was poorly maintained or failed to strike the creature's vital points. Boom! The successive cannon fire erupts into the sky, sending plumes of smoke soaring. As the smoke clears, the soldiers of the Sakura army gaze in anticipation, only to find the Earth Mouse has sustained only minor injuries. If one were to note any change, it would be the intensified red glow in its eyes. What manner of monstrosity is this, that even cutting-edge weaponry cannot subdue it? Sato Hideaki collapses into his chair, his pupils dilated, staring incredulously at the large screen. 4 shots, each striking different locations on the Earth Mouse. Yet none have inflicted any substantial harm. Little does he know, the true terror of B-class aberrant creatures lies not in their formidable defenses, but in their horrifying innate abilities. The incessant barrage of 5 cannon blasts had evidently provoked the Earth Mouse to an extreme degree. Hiss! Suddenly, the military forces of the Cherry Blossom Nation began to discern a subtle tremor in the very ground beneath them. How could an earthquake occur precisely at this moment? Sato Hideaki gazed at the screen before him, where the Earth Mouse stood motionless, its rock-like scales pulsating rhythmically, and felt an inexplicable heaviness settle in his heart. Boom! Centered around the Earth Mouse, the ground within a 20-meter radius suddenly caved in, as if struck by some mysterious force. This was the unique ability of the Earth Mouse, its dominion over the earth and stone. Sato Hideaki, witnessing a phenomenon that defied scientific explanation, abruptly rose from his chair, his face a canvas of shock. This latest subsidence had rendered numerous newly developed heavy weapons of the Cherry Blossom Nation completely inoperable, while simultaneously claiming the lives of tens of thousands of its soldiers. Retreat. Aerial armed forces, provide fire cover. Deploy our mech warriors and all soldiers. Fall back to the second defensive line. Observing Sato Hideaki's loss of composure, another high-ranking officer from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Muta von Mura, took command of the battlefield. However, chaos reigned supreme across the front line. Everyone was stunned by this supernatural occurrence, losing the courage to remain in this hell on earth, with some soldiers even beginning to flee. As the defensive line crumbled, the city of Fukushima began to gradually succumb. The situation was not unique to the Cherry Blossom Nation. 5 B-class aberrations had landed, fully evolved, catching all nations, including the Free Nation, off guard. The giant sea python that landed in the Free Nation, the vast sea gull from Maple Leaf Country, and the ancient crane from Eagle Country exhibited supernatural abilities that pierced through the ranks of modern military forces of various nations. Naturally, Long Country was not spared either.